My name is Lu Yu. In my previous life, I was as insignificant as an ant, toiling for 7 years to please my girlfriend and dedicating myself to my senior's company, naively believing that genuine devotion would yield rewards. Little did I expect the tragic outcomes of betrayal, dismissal, and the ruin of my family. In this life, I carry a life choice system and vow to embark on a new chapter. Former girlfriend? Previous employer? They may take their leave. Just as I was filled with ambition and triumph, I began to notice my childhood sweetheart's gaze upon me was awry, as if she were veering further down the path of deception. My name is Lu Cha. In my previous life, I grew up alongside Lu Yu, harboring feelings I dared not confess, helplessly watching as he leaped to his demise, and I followed suit. In this life, I have awakened a green tea system. By embodying the role of a green tea girl, I can obtain Lu Yu's whereabouts, emotions, and innermost thoughts. I possess no peculiar predilections. I simply cherish Lu Yu. Did your friend misunderstand? It's entirely my fault. May I, as the legitimate girlfriend, offer an explanation? Brother, I truly did not intend to cause this. I never wished for you to argue because of me. Brother, I only blame myself for loving you too much, which is why I scolded them. Yet, I am clearly a competent, even exceptional, green tea girl. Why then are there so many outstanding women surrounding Lu Yu? I understand now. They have already paved their paths to ruin. Chapter 1. You surely do not wish for your family to discover this, do you? The shrill ringing of a mobile phone pierced the tranquility of the cafe. Lu Yu answered, and a tempestuous female voice erupted from the other end. Lu Yu, are you even a man? I've been living away for a week, and you remain unfazed? Initiating life choices. Option 1. Continue to be a sycophant, obediently catering to Lu Xin, forgiving her for staying at her male friend's house for a week. Reward title Ninja Turtle. Option 2. Resolutely break up. Lu Xin is a source of trouble. Let her return when she came. Reward title Fighter. The system's voice echoed in Lu Yu's mind. Was there even a choice? I choose the second. With an impassive expression, he stated, we have quarreled over trivial matters 215 times. You have stayed at your male friend's house 9 times out of spite, each time for over a week. I have made countless efforts to fetch you, speaking softly and pleadingly. Yet what about you? You treat me with disdain, dismissing me on social media while flaunting your so-called best friend outfits with him. Do you still consider me your legitimate boyfriend? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Why are you so petty? And why don't you reflect on yourself and understand why I ignore you? Why do I showcase my relationship with my male friend on social media? Ultimately, this is all your fault. Lu Xin, exasperated, declared, forget it. I have no interest in beating around the bush. I am your girlfriend, and your apology must be sincere. You should at least bring a diamond, or at the very least, a gold necklace. Every time you either bring worthless trinkets or flowers, and on several occasions, you came empty-handed. How am I supposed to hold my head high in front of my friends? Moreover, what I do with my male friend is none of your business. A gentle male voice chimed in from the other end. Xin, don't forget, if he comes, he must bring a gift and make it a grand gesture. Otherwise, he clearly does not value you. You must not acquiesce to him. Don't worry, once I speak up, even if I require him to kneel, he will certainly comply. Lu Xin asserted with conviction. Lu Yu, speak. Lu Yu's eyes turned icy as he chuckled. What should I say? That you are ugly, yet delusional? Or should I suggest you step on a scale and see your worth? You should return from whence you came. Lu Xin froze for a moment, then erupted in fury. You think I'm ugly? Lu Yu replied. Let's not be harsh. You are merely beautiful in an unremarkable way and unattractive in a forgettable manner. You, Lu Yu, this is over. Very well, as you wish, fickle woman. Lu Yu calmly concluded, abruptly hanging up the phone, leaving the other party in stunned silence. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward. Fighter. What a relief. Lu Yu exhaled, a smile gracing his face. In his previous life, he was Lu Xin's sycophant. Even when confronted with their affectionate exchanges, he endured her disdain and ridicule in silence. He had naively believed that his devotion would ultimately yield fulfillment, only to find himself with nothing. Betrayed by her and her male friend, he faced bankruptcy and ultimately leaped to his demise. Fortunately, fate granted him a second chance. In this life, he awakened the life choice system and resolved to turn over a new leaf. He would reject gambling, shun toxicity, and distance himself from sycophancy. When faced with Lu Xin again, he could only respond with a cold smile. 30 years of fortune can turn into 30 years of misfortune. Do not underestimate a young sycophant. He was determined to become an emotionless sea king. The time is nearly upon us. He glanced at the clock. Today marked the day he would meet a female online acquaintance in person. Gazing at the picture she sent, he marveled at her slender waist, long legs, fair skin, and flowing hair, captivated by her enchanting eyes. Although her full face was obscured, his excitement was palpable. At that moment, a stunning woman in a green dress took a seat across from him. She possessed a graceful figure, her silky hair cascading down, exuding an innocent charm. Particularly captivating were her large, sparkling eyes, reminiscent of stars in the dark night, enchanting all who beheld them. "Are you the Sea King?" she asked, her black mask contrasting sharply with her flawless complexion. "I am the Sea King, and you are the green tea?" Lu Yu, entranced by her melodious voice, instinctively replied. "That would be correct." The beauty removed her mask, her rosy lips forming a breathtaking arc. "You." Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost, and he inadvertently sprayed coffee from his mouth. "Do you not recognize me?" The beauty laughed, her eyes shimmering with mischief, stunningly beautiful. "How can it be you?" Lu Yu's heart raced, a tempest of emotions overwhelming him. He had not even noticed the coffee spilling onto his pristine shirt. "Why could not be me? Surely, you do not think you possess such charm that girls would post beautiful pictures of themselves online for you? 3 years have passed, and you have grown quite self-absorbed," she pouted, her bright eyes gazing at Lu Yu with a pitiful expression, her voice soft and seemingly filled with grievance. This was unbearable. Lu Yu felt goosebumps rise all over his body. "Lu Cha, please behave normally and do not speak to me in that tone." Lu Cha, his childhood sweetheart. They had grown up together, from kindergarten all the way to university graduation. However, after graduating, Lu Cha, with her capitalist parents, went abroad for further studies, while he returned to his hometown, embarking on the life of a wage slave. He had never anticipated that the online acquaintance he was dating would turn out to be his childhood friend. As he recalled the sweet nothings he had sent her, Lu Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In the next moment, he frantically took out his phone, hastily deleting certain chat records. "Brother, why are you sweating? Is it hot in here? Let your sweet darling wipe it off for you." Lu Cha casually seized the cloth from the table and swiped it across Lu Yu's face. "What are you doing?" Lu Yu exclaimed, instinctively dodging. "What's the matter, brother? Are you disgusted with me?" Lu Cha appeared aggrieved, her eyes welling with tears. "Behave yourself." Lu Yu inhaled deeply, glaring fiercely at Lu Cha. "Now, tell me, what is happening?" He reluctantly accepted this harsh reality. "What do you mean, what is happening? The sweet little sister knows nothing at all. Please don't frighten me, brother." Lu Cha pouted, speaking softly, her small hands tightly clasped together. Hearing the naive title she had unwittingly uttered, Lu Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Silence." "Oh, since you don't want me to speak, then I shall remain silent." Lu Cha lowered her head, cautiously fixing her gaze on Lu Yu as she spoke in hushed tones. Observing Lu Cha, who seemed to embody the phrase, "Lu Cha's mother opens the door for her," sent shivers down Lu Yu's spine. "Let us pretend we have not met today." With that statement, Lu Yu could no longer remain seated. He rose to leave. Lu Cha straightened up, a half-smile on her face, as she innocently remarked, "I heard from my mother that it seems brother has told the family he will never participate in arranged meetings. Yet now, what you are doing appears quite similar to an arranged meeting, does it not? Surely, you wouldn't want your family to find out, would you?" Chapter 2. What international nonsense are you speaking? Even if I were to leap from here and meet my demise, I would rather die than heed your advice to engage in matchmaking. Reflecting on his audacious proclamation, Lu Yu felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his cheeks as he retreated to his seat. "What exactly do you desire? I regard you as a childhood sweetheart. Do you perceive me as a fool?" Lu Cha blinked her bright, clear eyes innocently and asked, "Brother, what do you mean by that?" "Your little sweetheart." All right. Lu Yu hurriedly interjected, "Just act normally." "I am perfectly normal," Lu Cha replied with an air of certainty. "Let us refrain from such topics," Lu Yu suggested. Gazing at the spirited Lu Cha, he was eager to engage in a more sensible conversation and, with a hint of frustration, asked, "What have you learned abroad? What are your plans upon returning?" "Business management," Lu Cha beamed. "Upon my return, I shall inherit my father's enterprise." "That sounds promising," Lu Yu replied, pursing his lips. "Ah, the dreaded capitalist. And how are things with Lu Xinshin?" Lu Cha inquired, her dark eyes twinkling with curiosity. "We broke up," Lu Yu replied, taking a sip of his sweetened coffee. "That's unfortunate. How could that be? Such a wonderful guy like you. How could she not cherish you?" Le Taet Gleam, feigning a heartbroken demeanor. She nearly slipped up but managed to recover quickly. "Not unfortunate, but rather fortunate," Lu Yu retorted, casting a perplexed glance at Lu Cha, who had undergone quite the transformation in the 3 years since they last met. 3 days apart, and one sees with new eyes, Lu Cha said, a bead of cold sweat forming on her smooth forehead as she softly explained. "Moreover, having lived abroad, the customs and lifestyle differ greatly. Although I found it quite challenging, I persevered, and it's no surprise that I've changed, but I'm still the same Lu Cha." Lu Yu frowned slightly. He sensed an air of boasting in her words. "Well, it's getting late. If you have something to say, do so. If not, I shall take my leave," he stated, eager to distance himself from this conversation. Glancing at the time on his phone, he decisively hung up on Lu Xinxin and blocked her number. A fickle woman. He thought best to avoid her. I have a favor to ask, and I'm uncertain if my brother could fulfill the wishes of his little sweetheart, Lu Cha said, her demeanor shifting as her brows furrowed in a feigned, sorrowful expression. Lu Yu felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Speak. Brother, would you consider being my boyfriend? I truly wish for it. I think of you constantly while abroad. Lu Cha clasped her hands together, her big eyes sparkling as she adopted an endearing, childlike tone. Absolutely not. Lu Yu shot back. Don't think that because you've studied abroad, you can jest on an international scale. Firstly, we are childhood friends, far too familiar with each other to ignite any romantic spark. Secondly, since your return from studying overseas, you seem to have undergone some sort of transformation, becoming rather neurotic, which I cannot abide. Why not? Lu Cha pouted, her small face a picture of grievance and dissatisfaction. There's no reason, Lu Yu replied, disinterested in elaborating. Then are the messages we exchanged mere fabrications? Lu Cha huffed, pulling out her phone and playing the voice message aloud. My dear little sweetheart, have you awakened? Such a lazy pig. We're meeting this afternoon, and you're still asleep? I can hardly wait. All eyes in the cafe turned toward them, and Lu Yu felt his face redden in embarrassment at the overly affectionate message. Turn that off, he exclaimed, reaching for Lu Cha's phone, but she deftly evaded him. Will you agree then? Lu Cha seemed to have found his Achilles heel, her spirits soaring as she nearly leaped from her seat. Do you even care? Lu Yu glared at her. If you don't agree, I want turn off, Lu Cha declared triumphantly, casually opening another voice message. On the 10th day of missing you, my darling, good morning. Has your mother ever warned you about staying up late being bad for your liver? Then I shall call you my little liver. Lu Yu's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. He could no longer endure the situation and declared, I'm leaving. You can stay here, if you dare leave. I will go to your workplace tomorrow, holding a banner that reads, Abandoning family, irresponsible. Lu Cha proclaimed, hands on her hips, her graceful figure poised defiantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu slumped back into his seat, a frown deepening on his brow. I never said I disagreed. Just turn it off and let me think. Lu Cha placed the phone against her abdomen, foiling Lu Yu's plans. Have you thought it through? My patience is limited. Lu Cha crossed her legs, her fair skin glowing like jade as she bounced playfully, exuding an irresistible charm. Actually, Lu Yu began, but his phone rang again, interrupting him. He answered it, only to find an unfamiliar number. Hello, he said, placing the phone to his ear. Lu Yu, are you out of your mind? Why did you block Xinxin's number? Do you truly not wish to be with her? You're being unreasonable, came the voice of Zhuo Shuai, Lu Xinxin's male friend. Fool, Lu Yu muttered before hanging up and blocking that number as well. Suddenly, another unfamiliar call came in. Lu Yu, if you don't come apologize right now, you will regret it later. I was blind to have chosen you. After breaking up with me, you'll only find someone worse. Here's your chance to redeem yourself. Come pick me up now. My parents are visiting from the countryside. Lu Xinxin's frantic voice blared through the phone, loud enough for Lu Cha to overhear. Lu Cha snatched Lu Yu's phone, her expression shifting to one of disdain. Do you even think before you speak? Your existence drags down the average intelligence of humanity. I suggest you see a neurologist. If funds are tight, I'll cover the consultation. No need to thank me. With that, she hung up, exasperated by Lu Xinxin's lack of sense. How could she say such things? I'm embarrassed to have attended the same university as her. Fuming, Lu Cha tossed the phone back to Lu Yu, only to notice him staring at her with a peculiar look. She trembled slightly, then lowered her gaze, her face taking on a pitiful expression as she murmured, Why is she like this? Why does she insult you without cause? How would she dare to say such things? I'm sorry, I was impulsive, but it's her fault too. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have lost my temper. She cautiously glanced at Lu Yu. All right, I admit I was wrong. I really can't stand hearing others insult my brother. I'll reflect on my actions. Please forgive me, brother. I want to do it again. With a sorrowful gaze, her eyes sparkled with unshed tears, as if pleading for his understanding. Begin life choices. Choice 1. Reject her, becoming the laughingstock of the family for the next decade, earning the title of true fragrance law. Lu Jingze. Choice 2. Accept her, enjoying the pampering of a green tea, becoming half a son of a nefarious capitalist, earning the title, living off the rich. Lu Dahua. Was there even a choice to make? Compared to the law of irresistible attraction, the notion of indulging in a life of luxury is simply unparalleled. The offspring of the malevolent capitalist. Moreover, there exists a profound adage that Lu Yu wholeheartedly agrees with. The childhood sweetheart is but a fragment of the bamboo horse's existence. He aspires to be a man of the sea, and how could he possibly relinquish such a trivial childhood bond? Very well, I concede. Having come to this realization, Lu Yu readily assented. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, the indulgent life of Lu Dahua. May the host continue to flourish on the path of indulgence. Chapter 3. An uncontrollable itch, perhaps a sign of developing a love-stricken mind. In the serene ambience of a quiet cafe, the melodious strains of a piano filled the air. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered this tranquil atmosphere. Really? Lu Cha was taken aback, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Guaranteed authentic. Liu nodded. He suddenly recalled Hua Chang's infamous watermelon antics. With a mere phrase of assurance, Hua Chang would brandish a knife. Would Lu Cha dare to pick up the fork on the table to jab at him? Clearly, Lu Yu was overthinking. Wow, this is fantastic. Lu Cha et Galim. Springing to her feet, nearly causing Lu Yu to spill his coffee. Calm down. Lu Yu quickly stood up, grasping Lu Cha to prevent her from flailing about. Yes, yes. Calm, composed. Lu Cha murmured to herself, her face aglow with a radiant smile, her little feet clad in crystal sandals tapping with excitement. She stepped closer, tightly wrapping her arms around Lu Yu's, greedily inhaling his scent. After all these years, Lu Yu's face flushed, trying to withdraw his arm. It was too tight. He couldn't pull free. Feeling the myriad peculiar gazes around them, Lu Yu felt embarrassed and suggested, "Shall we leave?" "Sure." Lu Cha tilted her face up, her eyes sparkling. "How'd you get here?" Lu Yu inquired as they walked. "I took the bus." Lu Cha replied without a moment's hesitation. "I'll drive you back." Lu Yu retrieved his car keys. "Wait, I need to grab my bag." Lu Cha suddenly remembered her expensive handbag resting on the sofa and swung it over her shoulder. Clang! An object fell to the floor. Lu Yu looked down to see a striking red sports car key, the emblem of a galloping stallion particularly eye-catching. He glanced at his own VW car key, momentarily dumbfounded. Lu Cha looked at him, her expression shifting from perplexity to embarrassment as she softly confessed, "I'm sorry, I forgot. I drove here." In the underground garage, Lu Yu gazed at the dazzling red sports car parked beside his own. "Is this yours?" he asked, looking at Lu Cha. "Yes," she nodded pitifully. "If you don't like it, I won't drive it anymore. I can let you drive it instead. After a trip abroad. How did you end up like this?" Lu Yu shook his head in exasperation. His childhood sweetheart had become increasingly spoiled. "I have always been yours, Lu Cha." She blinked innocently, her voice sweet. This unabashed declaration of affection was something Lu Yu found hard to withstand. "I'm leaving." Watching Lu Yu nearly flee, Lu Cha's smile widened. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 300 green tea points." May the host continue to strive forward, braving the waves, and boldly embrace the role of the green tea. The mechanical voice echoed in her mind. 300 points were not insignificant. She could finally hear Lu Yu's innermost thoughts. "I want to hear Lu Yu's heart." Consuming 200 green tea points. No sooner had the system's voice faded than Lu Yu's thoughts resonated within her mind. What has happened to her? Upon returning from abroad, she seems like a different person, her demeanor now tinged with sarcasm, utterly devoid of the tender sweetness she once possessed as my childhood companion. I miscalculated. Had it not been for her possession of evidence for my youthful indiscretions, and with my grandmother's birthday approaching next month, necessitating a date to bring home, I certainly would not choose her as my girlfriend. A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Will I truly not lament this choice later? Ugh, this is so frustrating. I'll disregard it for now and focus on preparing a surprise for Lu Xinxin, which is my utmost priority. The corners of Lu Cha's mouth curved into a captivating smile as she stood gracefully, watching Lu Yu's vehicle disappear from view, her eyes ignited with determination. Though she had made significant progress, her status as a green tea was still lacking. In a few days, she would make a grand move to leave a lasting impression on him. Furthermore, she had to attend his grandmother's birthday and prepare a gift. Especially since his relatives were rather materialistic, she needed to enhance his reputation. An uncontrollable itch was growing in her mind, perhaps signaling the emergence of a love-stricken heart. "You can do this, Lu Cha. In this new life, you must win over Lu Yu." Lu Yu did not rush home. Instead, he first visited the print shop to retrieve the flyers he had printed. He intended to surprise Lu Xinxin, having caused his own downfall in a previous life. Could he now expect to live peacefully? No way. He would never stumble in the same place twice, nor would he allow those who had wronged him to prosper. "Damn you, Lu Yu. Don't you dare regret this in the future." Lu Xinxin sat on the couch, her face clouded with discontent. Her male best friend, Zhuo Shuai, sat beside her, gazing at her with a complex mix of emotions. He gently reassured her, "Xinxin, don't concern yourself with that scoundrel Lu Yu. He lacks any decorum, and it's not worth your anger." You're right. Breaking up with me was the most grievous mistake of Lu Yu's life." Lu Xinxin felt slightly better. Zhuo Shuai concurred. "You are truly remarkable, and he is merely average. He will never find another girlfriend as beautiful as you." He will surely regret it. When he comes crawling back to me, I will make sure to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he'll never understand his place as a sycophant. Lu Xinxin huffed. So what if he is a local with a car and a house? If I, Lu Xinxin, desire a partner, suitors would line up from here to France. Zhuo Shuai's expression changed as he realized Lu Xinxin was still considering forgiving Lu Yu. Finally, he forced a smile. Xinxin, aren't your parents arriving soon? Let's go greet them. All right, it's about time. If you have no other matters, I would appreciate your company. Lu Xinxin said as she glanced at the time and hastily rose. Zhuo Shuai smiled gently. No problem. I am more than happy to assist you. You are such a good person, far better than Lu Yu. Whoever becomes your girlfriend will undoubtedly be very happy. Lu Xinxin gave Zhuo Shuai a thumbs up, her tone laced with admiration. Zhuo Shuai chuckled softly, not responding, for some things were best left unsaid for now. Outside the high-speed rail station, Lu Xinxin and Zhuo Shuai waited anxiously. Lu Xinxin hailed from a small county town, her parents both educators, representing the intellectual class. After a while, a man and a woman emerged from the station. Dad, Mom. Upon seeing the two middle-aged figures, Lu Xinxin joyfully waved her hands and called out loudly. The couple glanced in her direction before making their way over. Dad, Mom. Lu Xinxin, dressed in a flowing white dress, her lovely features adorned with a bright smile, rushed to embrace her mother's arm. Qiu Zuihui cast a fond glance at Lu Xinxin, laughing. You're all grown up, yet you still behave like a child. Before you all, I shall forever remain child. Lu Xinxin's smile was sweet. Hello, uncles and aunts, she greeted. Zhuo Shuai approached, smiling gently and politely. Greetings. Lu Jianxiu adjusted his glasses, casting a peculiar glance at Zhuo Shuai before turning to Lu Xinxin, his eyes brimming with confusion as if inquiring, Who is this? This is my friend, Zhuo Shuai, Lu Xinxin introduced. Qiu Zuihui furrowed her brow and asked, Why didn't Lu Yu accompany you? Lu Xinxin's expression shifted, and with a dismissive snort, she replied, No need to concern yourself with him. He's throwing a tantrum, and I refuse to have him here. This statement shifted all responsibility onto Lu Yu. Chapitre 4, Lu Yu est surprise, Liu 500 break. Outside the high-speed rail station, Qiu Zuihui immediately sensed discord between the two. Have you two had an argument? She inquired. What happened? Lu Jianxiu's demeanor turned serious as he glanced at Zhuo Shuai, silently wondering if this individual might be involved. Lu Xinxin expressed her dissatisfaction. I don't know what got into him. He lashed out at me and has been giving me the cold shoulder. How could Lu Yu behave this way? Qiu Zuihui exclaimed in frustration. Why didn't I see this side of him before? Come, we must confront him. I will have a serious talk with him. Hold on, Lu Jianxiu interjected. It's not that simple. Let her finish explaining. He then turned to Lu Xinxin. Please clarify the sequence of events. Under Lu Jianxiu's stern gaze, Lu Xinxin appeared aggrieved. Dad, do you not trust your daughter? Uncle, perhaps we should find a more suitable place for this conversation. It's not appropriate here, Zhuo Shuai suggested. There's no need for you to concern yourself, Lu Jianxiu replied coldly, continuing to scrutinize Lu Xinxin. Having encountered Lu Yu on several occasions, Lu Jianxiu, with his extensive experience in education, could discern that Lu Yu was indeed a commendable young man. He held a favorable opinion of Lu Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to discuss matrimonial matters with Lu Yu's family. It's quite all right, uncle. Lu Xinxin and I are good friends, Zhuo Shuai remarked, seemingly oblivious to Lu Jianxiu's irritation. However, he was promptly interrupted by Lu Jianxiu's brusque dismissal. This is a family matter. It does not concern you. You may return to your own affairs. Zhuo Shuai found himself in an awkward position. Dad, why do you speak of Zhuo Shuai in such a manner? He is my friend, and during my Cold War with Lu Yu, he has been there for me, guiding me. You must not speak of him like that in the future. Lu Xinxin stood up for Zhuo Shuai. Lu Jianxiu's brows furrowed tightly. Qiu Zuihui then asked, Is it possible that this scoundrel Lu Yu has found a third party? I don't know, perhaps. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly grown distant. Lu Xinxin sighed. While she appeared uncertain, she had already defined Lu Yu's attitude towards her, attributing it to the involvement of a third party, specifically, one that Lu Yu had sought out. Lu Jianxiu cast a penetrating glance at Zhuo Shuai, cautioning, Do not speculate recklessly without evidence. Is Xinxin not your daughter? If she is wronged, why would you deflect blame elsewhere? Qiu Zuihui, displeased, retorted, How dare that scoundrel? Our daughter being interested in him is a stroke of luck for him. He must have accumulated virtue in his past life. How dare he? Her words trailed off abruptly. Mom, what is wrong? Lu Xinxin, warmed by her mother's concern, instinctively inquired as the conversation came to a halt. Look over there. Is that Lu Yu? Qiu Zuihui squinted, focusing on a figure in the distance. The other three turned their gazes toward that direction, spotting a young man in a black shirt, cheerfully distributing flyers. It is indeed him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Jianxiu strode towards the young man. Dad, wait. Lu Xinxin reached out, but failed to catch Lu Jianxiu in time. I will go and ask him why he treated you this way. Xiao Zihui huffed, following Lu Jianxiu with an air of confrontation. Oh no, why is he here? Lu Xinxin ground her teeth in frustration and followed suit. Xinxin, Shuai attempted to call out to her, but hesitated, thinking that this was indeed the moment to assert his presence. He couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Lu Yu stood, a thick stack of flyers in hand, offering them to passers-by. Initially, people intended to discard them, but soon found themselves captivated by the content. Lu Jinxiu approached, about to speak, but Lu Yu handed him a flyer, cheerfully saying, Uncle, take a look at this. Lu Jinxiu instinctively glanced down at the flyer. As time passed, his expression darkened, his grip tightening with visible veins pulsating. Lu Yu, are you blind? How could you not realize what kind of person you are? Come with me to see your parents. I must question them on how they raise someone like you. Stop this nonsense and come with me. Qiao Tsoe, upon nearing, raised her voice in outrage. Andy, please refrain from shouting. Take a look at this first. Lu Yu replied calmly, presenting a flyer to Qiao Tsoe with a smile. What is this? I don't want it. As Qiao Tsoe attempted to dismiss it, she was suddenly captivated by the content. From top to bottom, the flyer featured two clear photographs, one of Lu Xinxin and another of a man she recognized. Following that was a bold headline. Shocking. Who knew such women existed? Not reading this would be a lifelong regret. A sense of foreboding washed over Qiao Tsuehui as she continued reading. Finally, she encountered a small essay in fine print. She read through it word by word, and upon reaching the last sentence, her vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint. The narrative depicted a woman named Lu Xinxin who, due to trivial matters, had quarreled with her boyfriend and repeatedly stayed at her male friend's house for over a week, despite her boyfriend's attempts to intervene, all while flaunting her relationship with said friend by donning matching outfits to insult her boyfriend. The content painted a vivid portrait of a promiscuous woman, clearly delineating the events. Lu Jinxiu trembled, his face a thundercloud. Qiao Tsuehui stood frozen, her gaze vacant. Their mental image of their daughter had shattered. Dad, Mom, what is wrong? Lu Xinxin approached, sensing something amiss with her parents. Lu Yu, what are you doing here? She demanded angrily, directing her ire at Lu Yu. Would you like to see? Here you go. Lu Yu teased, handing her several flyers. Lu Xinxin snatched them, glanced down, and instantly froze, her complexion paling visibly as her body began to tremble uncontrollably. You. Lu Xinxin looked up at Lu Yu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What's wrong? Does the leading lady wish to share her thoughts? Lu Yu remained unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you find this amusing? Lu Xinxin nearly lost her balance, stepping back until she was caught by Zhuo Shuai, who held her in a supportive embrace. Xinxin, are you all right? He asked, concern etched on his face. Is it not amusing? Lu Yu retorted, his gaze indifferent, as if he were regarding a stranger. This sudden chill pierced through Lu Xinxin's heart like a sharpened blade, leaving her eyes reddened and trembling as she stammered, You. Chapter 5. The Regretful Lu Xinxin. As the annual drama unfolded, Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings, energetically waving the flyers in his hand while shouting with fervor. Xinxin, what's wrong with you? Zhuo Shuai inquired with concern, then directed an accusatory glare at Lu Yu. What have you done? Are you interested in watching? Lu Yu replied with a teasing smile. Zhuo Shuai's heart raced. Don't play tricks. Although fear gripped him, he feigned composure, since the male lead wishes to watch. Then let him. Lu Yu chuckled mischievously and tossed a flyer to Zhuo Shuai. As Zhuo Shuai caught it, and his gaze fell upon the contents, his complexion paled further, his eyes igniting with fury. Simultaneously, dread constricted within him, enveloping him entirely. If many people learned of this, how could he ever maintain his standing in Xinjiang City? Stop! Hold at once! Zhuo Shuai suddenly shouted, raising his eyes to see Lu Yu still distributing flyers. Fine, for your sake, I won't hand them out anymore. Lu Yu ceased his actions. Yet, before Zhuo Shuai could breathe a sigh of relief, Lu Yu abruptly flung the hundreds of flyers into the air. The papers danced in the wind, scattering in all directions. Many passers-by, curious, bent down to pick them up and read, their expressions growing increasingly animated. You. Zhuo Shuai's vision blurred. I will kill you. He then charged at Lu Yu with a loud cry. Despite Zhuo Shuai's sturdy build, he was no match for Lu Yu. A seasoned fighter. Bang! Zhuo Shuai was swiftly sent flying, tumbling across the ground in agony, howling, Oh, it hurts so much. Must he go to such lengths? Lu Xinxin gazed at Lu Yu with tear-filled eyes, murmuring, We once loved each other so deeply. Do you truly disregard all our past affections? Are you so heartless? Filled with disdain for me? Observing her, Lu Yu felt no stirrings within his heart. He smiled widely, asking, "Are you satisfied now?" "I for one am not." "You." Lu Xinxin stumbled back, nearly losing her balance, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Lu Yu, unable to accept that such words had escaped his lips. Where had the boy, who once looked at her with such adoration, gone? Why? The pain in her heart was excruciating, akin to being sliced repeatedly by a knife. It was not merely Lu Yu's mockery through the flyers that pained her. It was his utter disregard for their shared history, casually broadcasting their affairs through such means. This chilling indifference was the true source of her suffering. "Lu Yu." Suddenly, Lu Jinxiu spoke in a low, somber tone. "I know not what transgressions have occurred between you and Xinxin, but your actions undoubtedly push her toward the precipice. Do you deem this appropriate?" Lu Yu's gaze swept over him, calmly responding, "You are her father, naturally inclined to speak on her behalf. If you are not her father, how would you react upon learning of these matters? I believe you would comprehend my actions." Lu Jinxiu fell silent. Xiao Cui erupted like a shrew, exclaiming, "Lu Yu, what offense has Xinxin committed against you? Is it merely that she has grown close to another man? Yet she still loves you. How can you act so callously? Are you even a man? You have disappointed me greatly." Chuckling, Lu Yu had no desire to bicker with this harpy. His objective had been achieved, and he was ready to depart. As he turned away, Lu Xinxin's desolate voice called out, "Lu Yu, do you harbor no feelings for me whatsoever?" She found it nearly impossible to accept the scene unfolding before her. "Feelings?" Lu Yu scoffed coldly. "Perhaps you should first inquire within yourself if you possess any feelings, lest you be unworthy of asking me." With that, he made no further delay and strode away resolutely. Watching Lu Yu's determined silhouette fade, Lu Xinxin's complexion turned ashen, her hands clutching her chest as a wave of anguish gripped her heart. The pain was unbearable. How could this be? How could he act this way? Did he not realize how much his actions would hurt her? She had only stayed at Zhua Shuai's home to provoke him. He was not ignorant of that. So why did he persist in this course of action? The more ruthlessly Lu Yu treated her, the more her suffering intensified. Moreover, she felt overwhelmed by panic and regret, nearly suffocating under the weight of it all. "Xinxin, are you all right?" Zhua Shuai approached her, concern etched across his face. Lu Xinxin's gaze was vacant, as if she had not heard Zhua Shuai's voice. Meanwhile, Lu Jinxiu was ablaze with fury, striding toward Zhua Shuai with purpose, and delivered a swift punch to Zhua Shuai's face. Bang! Zhua Shuai let out a pained yelp, stumbling backward and spitting out blood, accompanied by two of his teeth flying from his mouth. "Get out of my sight!" Lu Jinxiu roared, pointing at Zhua Shuai, his body trembling with rage. Qiao Cui observed coldly, fully aware that it was this very person who was the root cause of the discord between Lu Yu and her daughter. She did not even need to ask. The expression on her daughter's face revealed that the content of the flyers was undoubtedly true. "Dad, don't hit him. He is not at fault." Lu Xinxin hurriedly interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhua Shuai. "You." Lu Jinxiu trembled with anger. Xiao Suihui frowned, her voice icy as she said, "Xinxin, do you not see? The predicament you find yourself in with Lu Yu is entirely due to him. Why do you still defend him? It's not his fault." Lu Xinxin sobbed, shaking her head. "Zhua Shuai only had my best interests at heart. When I was at odds with Lu Yu, he took me in. Then why, when Lu Yu sought you out repeatedly, did you not return home with him?" Lu Jinxiu's face was ashen as he growled. "Isn't this all because of him?" Lu Xinxin stubbornly replied, "It was my own choice not to go back. It has nothing to do with Zhua Shuai." Qiao Cui, exasperated, said, "My daughter, do not be foolish. It is precisely because of him that Lu Yu became incensed and ended things with you. Otherwise, given Lu Yu's feelings for you, how could he act in such a manner? His heart must be shattered. Wouldn't he do that? He is just angry now. Once he calms down, he will surely come back to me." Lu Xinxin insisted, shaking her head, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. "Oh, foolish daughter." Qiao Zuihui sighed. "I believe in his feelings for me. I trust that our connection still persists." Lu Xinxin asserted, her expression growing more resolute, her heart increasingly convinced that Lu Yu would come to his senses. "You." Lu Jinxiu trembled with rage at his daughter and, with a fierce flick of his sleeve, turned toward the high-speed train station. "I shall not concern myself with your affairs with Lu Yu. You may do as you please." "Dad!" Lu Xinxin's face turned pale, her eyes swollen and red from tears as she looked at Lu Jinxiu's retreating figure with a sense of injustice. The thought of her father leaving made her feel as though the sky itself were collapsing. Chapter 6. The hotel was booked by Lu Yu. I was unaware. Just as Lu Xinxin found herself at a loss, engulfed in despair, Qiao Cui hastily grasped Lu Jinxiu's arm, preventing him from walking away. "Where are you going?" "Home." Lu Jinxiu grumbled. "I no longer wish to endure this humiliation. After all this time, you finally arrived. Don't rush to leave." Xiao, Suehui sighed. Since we must meet Lu Yu's parents anyway, we might as well do so and see what happens. I can't bear to face them. Lu Jinxiu's voice was heavy with despair. Face them later. For now, let's stay here. Without hesitation, Xiao Suehui pulled him back, whispering in his ear, if we remain here, perhaps we can salvage Lu Yu for our daughter. If we leave now, they may truly part ways. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinxiu, who had been struggling, ceased his resistance. What about the hotel reservation you made for us? Xiao Cuihui inquired as she dragged him back, turning to Lu Xinxin. Lu Xinxin, taken aback, replied vacantly. The hotel was booked by Lu Yu. I have no idea. You. At this revelation, Lu Jinxiu's anger surged. Xiao Cuihui also appeared momentarily stunned. Oh, this foolish daughter of ours, she thought. Having been pampered by them in her childhood and later doted on by Lu Yu, she took everything for granted, oblivious to the fleeting nature of it all. Uncle, Andy, I'll book it for you. At that moment, Zhuo Shuai, enduring the agony that felt like a bursting face, struggled to rise from the ground and pulled out his phone to make a reservation. Spare me your insincere gestures. Just leave. Lu Jinxiu bellowed at Zhuo Shuai. Zhuo Shuai jumped back in fright, nearly dropping his phone. Xinxin, you book it. Xiao Cui let out a soft sigh before turning back to Lu Xinxin, urging her. Oh, right. Okay. Lu Xinxin, finally coming to her senses, took out her phone and began to book a hotel, tears streaming down her face. Each thought of Lu Yu sent sharp pangs of pain through her heart. Was this truly the end for her and Lu Yu? Regret filled her heart, and confusion clouded her eyes. Having finished distributing flyers, Lu Yu returned home at 5 p.m. His parents had just come back from work, their faces etched with worry, as if burdened by unspoken troubles. Mom, Dad, what is wrong? Lu Yu asked, carrying the groceries he had bought from the supermarket and switching into his slippers as he entered. It's nothing. His mother, Ding Shuhui, smiled upon seeing her beloved son return. Where did you go today? His father, Lu Shuai, ceased his sighing upon Lu Yu's arrival. I went out to hang out with friends, Lu Yu replied casually. You're soon to be married. Focus on your family and spend less time with those unruly friends of yours, Lu Shuai admonished, a typical Chinese father frowning at Lu Yu. Marriage? That is still a long way off. Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively. What kind of attitude is that? Lu Shuai, already in a foul mood, felt his anger rising at his son's disregard for his words. Old Lu, Ding Shuhui shot a warning glance at Lu Shuai, effectively quelling his ire. Today, Bai Mei called me. Her daughter has returned from studying abroad and wants to arrange a dinner with us in a few days. Are we going? Ding Shui sought to shift the atmosphere. Of course we should go. Why would we? Lu Shuai pondered aloud. We've been neighbors for over 20 years, and I've known Jiaoyang since childhood. Although we haven't seen each other much since they moved 3 years ago, it would seem ungrateful not to accept their invitation. Indeed, it wouldn't be proper to decline. Ding Shui agreed, her face lighting up. That little girl, Cha-Cha, is back too. We've been in touch over the phone, but it's been ages since we last saw her. I miss her. Lu Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment listening to them. Their family had shared an excellent relationship with the Lu family for over 20 years. Even though the Lu family was affluent, they hadn't moved out of the old neighborhood until Lu Cha went abroad. While they didn't meet often, they maintained frequent phone contact. During holidays, Lu Cha's parents would still visit. Thus, their relationship remained largely unchanged, especially under Lu Cha's charming influence. Lu Shuai and Ding Shuhui regarded her as their own daughter, perhaps even more so than Lu Yu himself. Even though Cha-Cha calls us frequently, we don't know much about her life abroad. You and Cha-Cha are childhood friends. Do you know? Ding Shui directed her gaze at Lu Yu. I don't know. Lu Yu quickly shook his head. He was completely unaware of the recent happenings in the life of his childhood sweetheart, Lu Cha. You. Lu Shuai was about to become angry again. What as for dinner tonight? Ding Shui interjected hastily. I bought beef and lamb. How about a hot pot for dinner? Lu Yu placed the bags on the table. Sound good. Ding Shui was more than willing to indulge her son's desires and readily agreed. What about Xinxin? Call her over to join us. Yes, it's been a while since we've seen her. You should fetch her. Her parents are coming from Yunqing to Qingjiang tomorrow to discuss your wedding arrangements. We should communicate in advance to finalize a meeting time and let her inform her parents. Lu Shuai added after some thought. Lu Yu and Lu Xinxin were on the verge of marriage, with many matters to attend to, such as selecting auspicious dates and discussing engagement and dowry. These required face-to-face communication between both families. Lu Yu shook his head, calmly stating, she can't come today. Ding Shui asked in confusion, is she on a business trip? Lu Yu shook his head, no. He contemplated for a moment, choosing not to reveal that Lu Xinxin had stayed at her male friend's house for a week. Some truths needed to be unveiled at the right moment to maximize their impact. At all other times, they were hardly worth mentioning. He firmly believed that the opportunity would arise. With this thought, a cold smirk crept across his lips. Lu Xin, do not let me down. The next day was Sunday. Lu Yu slept until 10 a.m. As he opened his eyes, a notification pinged. Ding! A WeChat voice message had arrived. Still groggy, Lu Yu unlocked his phone without checking who had sent it and opened the message. Brother, the sun is shining on your backside. Are you still in bed? A soft, sweet voice suddenly chimed in, sugary and delightful, reminiscent of cotton candy. Lu Yu instantly jolted awake. It was Lu Cha, feigning coyness. He scrolled back through the messages, realizing that Lu Cha had sent him a voice message almost every 10 minutes from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. He randomly opened one. Brother, are you awake? Little sweetheart has no plans today. What about you? Such insincerity. Goosebumps sprang up on Lu Yu's skin. Even now, he struggled to reconcile the flirtatious Lu Cha with the innocent childhood friend he remembered. 3 years ago, when Lu Cha smiled, her pristine cheeks would bear 2 faint dimples. Now, her smile evoked a sense of elegance and allure. He sat on the edge of his bed, lost in thought. A week ago, he had returned to life. Not long after, he received a friend request from Lu Cha on WeChat. Due to her use of a secondary account, he inadvertently accepted it. In the week that followed, he was inundated with her flirtatious messages, even accompanied by some exceptionally captivating visuals. His resolve had crumbled, and he had rekindled his darker inclinations. But upon discovering her identity, that darkness shattered anew, now lying in fragments on the ground, irretrievable. Chapter 7, Lu Cha. It's all my fault. Please don't be angry, brother. In the opulent bedroom. Why isn't he replied yet? I've been waiting so long that my flowers have withered. Lu Cha, with her graceful figure, lay languidly on the bed, her bright eyes fixed intently on the phone screen before her. Even though her beautiful eyes were beginning to ache, she did not shift her gaze in the slightest. The screen displayed the chat history between her and Lu Yu. She wished she could check what he was doing right now, but unfortunately, her green tea points were insufficient. Clad in a white floral silk nightgown, the hem of which was rather short, she revealed her long, fair legs, her skin luminous and her blue veins distinctly visible. Oh, he has seen it. Her disheveled hair sprawled across the pillow as she lay there idly, but suddenly her enchanting eyes widened, her face alight with joy. Clearing her throat, she feigned a soft and delicate tone, saying, Brother, you finally woke up? I've been waiting so long that my heart is nearly shattered. Whoosh. The voice message was sent. After 2 minutes of waiting, the message vanished into the abyss. Lu Cha clenched her small fist. Ignoring me? Fine. Brother, why aren't you replying? Have you forgotten that I'm your new girlfriend? Are you still pining for your ex? Have you forgotten how she treated you? She doesn't care about you, but I do. I hope you don't make me worry. Her sweet, plaintive voice wafted through the voice message to Lu Yu's ears, piercing deep into his heart and sending shivers down his spine. Lu Yu was 100% certain that while Lu Cha was studying abroad, she had certainly mastered her green tea skills to an impressive level. Could she have been possessed? Suddenly, a chilling thought crossed Lu Yu's mind. No. Do you think this is a fantasy novel? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion. I just woke up, he thought, typing those 3 words. Wow, he replied. On the bed. Lu Cha's face lit up with excitement as she sprang upright, the hem of her nightgown curling up and revealing a generous view. What should I say in response? After the initial thrill, her brows furrowed in concentration, as if preparing for a formidable battle, her mind racing. Brother, you finally replied. I thought you didn't want me anymore. I've been anxious and self-reproaching, afraid that I might have upset you. Her fingers flew across the screen, typing out line after line, only to delete each one repeatedly until finally she settled on a single sentence. Brother replied, and I'm so happy. Sending a heart. Lu Cha's trembling fingers dispatched the message, letting out a long sigh. Congratulations, host, you have earned 10 green tea points. How exasperating. Upon reading this, Lu Yu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Who taught Lu Cha to speak like this? A once tender and gentle childhood friend had been led astray. Someone come forth, and I promise to deal with you. Brother, why aren't you speaking? Are you upset with me? But I don't even know what I did to annoy you. Could you please tell me so I can correct my mistakes? Was it because I sent you too many messages this morning? It's all my fault for missing you too much, brother. Should I apologize first? Lu Cha, unable to contain her impatience, sent a flurry of voice messages, her soft, alluring voice filled with careful trepidation. An image of the tea-like Lu Cha appeared in Lu Yu's mind, and as the daughter of a capitalist, her humility was truly eye-opening. I'm not angry, he replied in a message. Yay, he replied again. Lu Cha cheered, rolling over on the bed, her fair skin displayed without a soul to witness the scene. Brother, Do you have any plans today? I miss you so much and want to see you. She squeezed her voice into a delicate tone. Lu Yu furrowed his brows and replied, I'm busy today. I have some matters to attend to. In the morning or afternoon? Lu Cha quickly responded before he could even put his phone down. Afternoon. As Lu Yu dressed, he typed back. It's only 10 a.m. We still have the whole afternoon. How about we go to that spicy hot pot restaurant we used to frequent in high school? I haven't been there in ages. And I really want to eat there. Howdy. Lu Cha attempted to touch Lu Yu's heart with memories of happier times. Maybe another day, Lu Yu replied. No, I really want to eat there. Please accompany me. I beg you. Lu Cha sent another voice message. A strange feeling stirred within Lu Yu, but he sighed. I really can't today. I promise I'll take you another time. You're rejecting me so bluntly. It makes me really sad. Do you not love me anymore? Are you going to see Lu Xin? After sending this, Lu Cha thought for a moment and then sent 3 more voice messages. Her voice laced with a sense of grievance and humility. I knew you couldn't let go of Lu Xin. After all, you were together for 7 years. Although I grew up with you, I'm merely an ordinary friend. Even though you agreed to be my boyfriend yesterday, in your heart, I can't compare to Lu Xin. It makes me so sad, but I understand. Being your girlfriend is truly a blessing. I hope to have such a wonderful boyfriend like you. But I know that's just wishful thinking, because there's only one Lu Yu in the world. I don't dare to ask for much. If you could just glance my way when you're bored, I'd be content. I know this request is too much. But could you please agree to it? I already told you I broke up with Lu Xin. Lu Yu was about to send a response when he heard Lu Cha's 3 voice messages, and his patience snapped. This girl has truly become a green tea. He called her, launching into a tirade. Lu Cha, are you out of your mind? What are you sending? Is this what you learned abroad? Lu Cha, filled with joy, answered the call, even though she knew Lu Yu couldn't see her current state. Nevertheless, she sat up straight, tidying her disheveled nightgown and hair, trying to present herself in the best light. But the first blow came from Lu Yu's furious voice. Ding, congratulations, host. You have earned 200 green tea points. The system's cold voice shattered her sense of defeat. Keep it up. She silently took a deep breath, then thought, it's all my fault for making him angry. It doesn't matter if he scolds me, as long as he's not upset, or else I'll feel heartbroken. Pouting, her face wore a look of grievance. Her eyes shimmering as if holding back tears, her voice carrying a hint of a sob. Lu Yu paused, all his anger dissipating in an instant. At that moment, he felt like a villain who bullies innocent women, and guilt washed over him. Lu Cha had said all this, and he had been so aggressive. It was truly excessive. Chapter 8. Why can't he understand me? Hearing silence on the other end of the line, Lu Cha's heart raced. Brother, why aren't you speaking? If you want to scold me, please do. Just don't bottle it up. It's all my fault. Lu Xin doesn't care about you, but I do. Her voice, filled with a plaintive and humble tone, seemed to reveal her tears, enchanting and captivating. Lu Yu opened his mouth, intending to say something, but no sound emerged. Brother, please don't be silent. Don't scare me. Lu Cha continued, her voice dripping with sweetness. Lu Cha, could you possibly behave more normally? After half a minute, Lu Yu managed to regain his composure and calmly remarked, do not be so overly dramatic. This is hardly like you. It certainly isn't like me. If it were, would I ever have the chance to win your heart in this lifetime? Lu Cha thought to herself, yet she feigned a delicate and aggrieved tone, saying, I have always been your loyal shadow. Please do not forsake me. I promise to be obedient. Very well, I shall not abandon you. As long as you return to your usual self, Lu Yu replied, utterly exasperated by Lu Cha's antics. Really? Lu Cha asked, uncertainty lacing her voice. Absolutely. Lu Yu asserted with conviction. Lu Cha, disliking her own affected demeanor, felt a flutter of excitement upon hearing his words, just as she was lost in her thoughts. A voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have earned 100 green tea points. May the host pursue their dreams undeterred by gossip. This voice acted as a spell, solidifying Lu Cha's wavering resolve. She was determined to delve deeper into the realm of green tea. Not for any other reason, but to take an unconventional approach and capture Lu Yu's heart. But I have always been perfectly normal. Lu Jia pouted, her voice sweet and melodious. Lu Yu was left utterly speechless. People change, especially after 3 years. Look at how different I am now compared to before. Yet, I have remained steadfastly waiting for you. Lu Cha's words hinted at deeper meanings, but Lu Yu was oblivious, interpreting them only as affectionate sentiments. I hope you can gradually transform back into the person you were 3 years ago. But for now, you must cease calling me brother and sister, or I shall not engage with you any longer. With no alternative, he expressed his hopes, placing his faith in the passage of time. Understood, brother. Rest assured, I shall refrain from such terms. With you by my side, I am certain I will become the person you wish to see. Lu Cha replied with a cheerful laugh. She lay on her bed, her alabaster legs swinging playfully in the air, betraying her inner elation. All right, I understand. I shall hang up now. Realizing he could not change Lu Cha, Lu Yu decided to relent. So, brother, do you have time to accompany me for lunch today? Lu Cha inquired easily. Unfortunately, I cannot make it today. Perhaps tomorrow evening, Lu Yu contemplated. No, tonight is essential. I cannot wait any longer. Lu Cha insisted in a playful, melodic tone. Very well. Lu Yu acquiesced. Wonderful. I'm so thrilled. Upon hearing Lu Cha's jubilant cheer, Lu Yu, unable to endure it any longer, abruptly ended the call. Lu Cha placed her phone against her proudly rising chest, her limbs dancing in the air, her fair skin radiant. A knock resounded through the room. Cha. Are you awake? A gentle voice followed. Mom, I'm awake, Lu Cha replied, rising barefoot to open the door. Before her stood a middle-aged beauty clad in a white qipao, her hair elegantly styled into a bun. It was her mother, Song Bai Mei. What time is it? Hurry and get ready. I have prepared your favorite pumpkin and red date porridge, Song Bai Mei said with a warm smile, adjusting Lu Cha's collar. All right, I will tidy up. Lu Cha responded with a serious demeanor in the presence of her mother. Despite her mother's gentle appearance, she was known for her strictness. Lu Cha dared not exhibit any frivolity before her. Nodding, her mother turned to leave but suddenly added with a smile, You should buy a couple of outfits today. Avoid anything too flashy, as we will be visiting Lu Yu's family in a few days. What? Lu Cha's eyes widened in disbelief. Do not be so surprised. Our families have always been close. During your 3 years abroad, you have not visited Uncle Lu and Aunt Ding. This is a perfect opportunity, Song Bai Mei explained. Of course, Lu Cha replied, suppressing her excitement, though the sparkle in her eyes was unmistakable. If you find yourself short on funds, let me know, and I will transfer you some money. With that, Song Bai Mei departed downstairs. Lu Cha calmly closed her bedroom door. The next moment, a thunderous scream erupted within the confines of her room. Thankfully, the soundproofing was effective. Otherwise, the entire villa would have echoed with her exclamation. Lu Xinxin lay on her bed, her face ashen, her eyes hollow and lifeless, resembling a marionette devoid of spirit. I'm not like this. I merely wish to provoke you. I still love you. Please do not leave me. The more she pondered, the more her heart ached with regret. Especially recalling Lu Yu's resolute departure intensified her inner turmoil to the point of breathlessness. Finally, summoning her courage, she took up her phone, opened her contacts, and hovered her finger over Lu Yu's name, hesitating for what felt like an eternity. Ring. Just as she was about to dial, an incoming call interrupted her. It was from her best friend. Hello, Xinxin. The moment the call connected, her friend's voice came through. Lulu. A wave of grievance washed over her, and Lu Xinxin burst into tears. Xinxin, what happened? Speak to me. Do not frighten me. Her friend urged, concern evident in her tone. Lulu, I angered Lu Yu. Lu Xinxin sobbed uncontrollably. Her friend inquired what transpired. What mischief have you two been up to? No mischief. Liu Xinxin replied. Finding solace in her friend's support, it was like this. A few days ago, we had a quarrel, and I went to stay at Shu Shuai's place for a few days. He reached out to me several times, but I brushed it off. Eventually, he grew angry and stopped responding. He even aired our issues in front of my parents and threatened to break up with me. Alas, her friend sighed deeply upon hearing Lu Xinxin's voice. It became clear to her that Lu Xinxin had stirred up trouble. What nonsense is this? Lu Xinxin sniffled. Shu Shuai and I are merely good friends, yet he cannot comprehend that? Setting aside the facts, does he have no fault in this? Her friend retorted. You stayed at Shu Shuai's for several days and still claim there is nothing between you? And you expect Lu Yu to understand? You truly are something else. Her friend, maintaining clarity amidst the chaos, was rendered speechless by Lu Xinxin's reasoning. Had it not been her best friend on the other end, she would have been tempted to unleash a torrent of disdain. Chapter 9. Sunday, and everyone else is working overtime? Lu Xinxin's friend, Lulu, was also a university classmate of both Lu Xinxin and Lu Yu, well aware of Lu Yu's commendable character and his deep affection for a friend. Regardless of Lu Xinxin's past transgressions, Lu Yu had always forgiven her with a smile, quietly enduring the pain without exposing it, truly a paragon of a good man. However, this time, it was evident that Lu Xinxin had overstepped and crossed Lu Yu's boundaries. In her view, Lu Yu's current reaction was entirely justified. Even as a close friend, Lu couldn't help but mutter, You brought this upon yourself. Nonetheless, she felt the need to console Lu Xinxin, hoping to prevent her from making any rash decisions. How could you let such a wonderful guy like Lu Yu be treated this way? You truly are incorrigible. She shook her head, suppressing her true thoughts. Just as she was about to advise Lu Xinxin to end a relationship, she thought better of it. After all, Starting anew with Shui wouldn't be a terrible option, as long as she stopped harboring feelings for Lu Yu. Then she heard Lu Xinxin crying out. I truly don't want to break up with Lu Yu. I genuinely love him. I just wanted to provoke him a little, not truly end things. Lulu, please offer me some advice. I still wish to continue my relationship with Lu Yu. Lulu opened her mouth, reluctant to push Lu Yu into a pit of despair. To be honest, when she first heard about Lu Yu and Lu Xinxin's breakup, she instinctively felt a twinge of joy for Lu Yu. However, she couldn't ignore her best friend's plea. Perhaps it would be best for the two of them to handle their affairs on their own and for her to refrain from interfering. Clearing her throat, she gently said, Xinxin, don't be anxious. Lu Yu may just be angry at the moment. He doesn't truly harbor resentment towards you. Really? Lu Xinxin doubted. Yet a glimmer of hope flickered within her, akin to a drowning person grasping at a straw. Lu silently chastised herself for being complicit in this, maintaining a calm facade as she continued. Of course. Just think about how he treated you in the past, and you'll understand. Lu Xinxin's eyes brightened as she wiped away her tears, recalling how he had always been compliant, obeying her every word. Even when she occasionally upset him, he would reconcile with her within 2 hours, apologizing and fulfilling any request she made. Lulu forced a smile and said, exactly. His love for you is profound. He would never abandon you. His previous actions were merely the result of momentary anger. After a couple of days, he'll surely come back to coax you. Yes. He will definitely do that, Lu Xinxin replied cheerfully, but suddenly her face darkened, tears welling in her eyes as she lamented, but I really did anger him. Otherwise, he would have acted this way. Lu replied, even if he is genuinely upset and doesn't come to comfort you, you can still seek him out. Can't you? But I have never approached him before. He has always taken the initiative to apologize to me. If I go to him this time, will it? Lu Xinxin hesitated. Upon hearing this, Lu felt her lips twitch slightly. At a time like this, she was still contemplating such matters? It was difficult to determine whether to be annoyed or to find her foolish. Lu felt drained and decided not to dwell on the topic any longer. She pretended not to hear Xinxin's hesitation and continued. If you take the unprecedented step of seeking him out, he will surely be delighted. And he will quickly calm down. Lu Xinxin reflected on Lu Yu's resolute nature, her heart aching painfully, yet she made a firm resolution. Indeed, I have never taken the initiative to approach him or admit my mistakes. But if I personally reach out, he will certainly forgive me. I refuse to believe that our years of affection could simply dissipate. Lu felt a desire to withdraw and replied perfunctorily, yes. His feelings for you won't just vanish. Thank you, Lulu. I feel reassured. Lu Xinxin smiled through her tears, her heart feeling lighter. Lu drove to the office. After graduating from university, he partnered with a senior to establish a company, with him overseeing technical development and her managing the company, each respecting the other's domain. Their previous acquaintance and shared alma mater made their collaboration quite comfortable, devoid of the usual workplace treachery. Initially, he believed they would persevere until the company went public or even until retirement. However, unexpectedly, once the project was completed and the company began to thrive, his senior decisively ousted him, claiming the company as her own. If it weren't for his blood, sweat, and tears in completing the project, the company would not have seen any success. At that time, Lu was so enraged that he spent a month recovering in the hospital. Now reborn, he was determined to make a swift exit. You shall not speak. I shall counter your moves and disrupt your plans. There is no need to wait until the project concludes. I'm resigning right now. Yet, prior to his resignation, he took a week off, citing health issues. Though in truth he was deliberating whether to withdraw actively or devise a way to seize control of the company. Ultimately, he concluded that there was little worth clinging to in this company. It would be better to withdraw voluntarily and seek new paths. Moreover, if given the chance, he would not easily forgive his senior. With these thoughts in mind, Lu stepped into the elevator and arrived at the office. There were only a handful of employees, just over 10 in total, all recruited by his senior. Naturally, the office space was modest, easily surveyed at a glance. To his surprise, he discovered that, apart from himself, all the other employees were present. His senior was also buried in work within a glass enclosure. It was a Sunday after all. Their company operated on a 5-day work week. Suddenly, he realized that perhaps he had always been superfluous. No wonder he had been dismissed. A faint smile crept across his lips, yet his gaze was exceptionally cold. It turned out that the signs of his dismissal had been evident all along. Reflecting on the peculiar looks from his colleagues, he chuckled at himself. Had he not come to the office today, he would have remained oblivious to the true nature of their gazes upon him. Perhaps they saw him as a mere jester. When Lu appeared unexpectedly, all eyes widened. Halting their tasks, his senior seemed to sense his presence, lifting her head just in time to meet his gaze, her expression stiffening as panic flickered in her eyes. Lu Yu calmly averted his gaze while his senior hurriedly stood up from her seat, flustered and unsure of how to respond. "Don't just stare at me. Get back to work," Lu Yu said with a smile, striding to his workstation to gather his belongings. The others did not heed his words, instead watching him intently. With a click, the glass enclosure door swung open, and Duan Yulan strode towards Lu Yu in high heels, her expression bright as she said, "Junior, what brings you here?" After a few days apart, his senior still looked stunning. Lu Yu glanced up at her, admiring her elegantly tailored gray business suit that accentuated her alluring figure. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Truly, she was the campus belle. She looked good in anything. However, the sight of Lu Yu's faint smile sent a jolt of anxiety through Duan Yulan. Chapter 10. I want to resign. Even though Lu Yu had caught her off guard, Duan Yulan maintained a facade of composure and remarked, "You become quite the smooth talker in just a few days." "I speak only the truth," Lu Yu shrugged, continuing to tidy up his workspace. "You still haven't answered me," Duan Yulan chimed with a playful laugh. Lu Yu replied, "Oh, I'm just clearing out my workstation." "Why are you clearing out your workstation? Although you took a week off, this workstation still belongs to you. No one can take it away," Duan Yulan said cheerfully. Seeing that Lu Yu remained unfazed, she felt a bit more at ease. Her words subtly pointed out that he had taken a week off, which was why they hadn't called on him. Unfortunately, Lu Yu didn't care about that. Finally, having packed all his belongings into his backpack, Lu Yu deleted what he needed from his computer, ensuring everything was in order. Naturally, he didn't have many items. But as he packed, Duan Yulan's heart raced, and she hurriedly asked, "What are you planning to do?" Lu Yu smiled as he glanced up, meeting Duan Yulan's dark, penetrating gaze. In a gentle tone, he said, "Senior, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Duan Yulan felt an unsettling premonition. "I intend to resign," Lu Yu stated matter-of-factly, merely informing her. Boom! This proclamation was undeniably akin to a thunderclap, reverberating in the hearts of all present. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they processed his words. Upon seeing Lu Yu's calm and resolute countenance, they gasped collectively, astonished by the revelation. What did you say?" Duan Yulan, too, felt a jolt of shock. "I had advised you before, Senior, that work is merely work. Do not overexert yourself. Yet, here you are, not heeding my words. To the point that you can scarcely comprehend what I'm saying," Lu Yu quipped lightly, a teasing smirk gracing his lips. In her urgency, Duan Yulan failed to catch the jest. "Come with me." Noticing the peculiar stares from their colleagues, she immediately grasped Lu Yu's wrist and led him toward her office. "Senior, one must maintain proper boundaries between the genders," Lu Yu remarked playfully, noting her grip on his wrist. However, Duan Yulan's mind was preoccupied with Lu Yu's earlier declaration of resignation. Did he discern her innermost thoughts? No, he could not possibly know, for she had confided in no one, unless he had infiltrated her dreams. If he was unaware, could it be that he had observed everyone else working late today without his presence and felt isolated, prompting his sudden decision to resign? Duan Yulan's thoughts spiraled, leaving her quite agitated. Upon entering the glass-walled conference room, the other employees began to murmur, "Why is Lu Yu resigning? Did something happen? Could it be that he noticed we were all working late without informing him and felt neglected, thus leading to his anger and resignation? It's possible, but he doesn't seem particularly upset. Perhaps he is negotiating with Ms. Duan for a raise. Despite being Ms. Duan's partner, he is still effectively working for her. Otherwise, we wouldn't have excluded him from our weekend overtime. Ultimately, it's still Ms. Duan who has the final say." Exactly. Apart from him, the rest of us have a small group, and Ms. Duan specifically instructed us not to let him know. Clearly, she is wary of him, and it remains to be seen if he possesses any self-awareness. Once inside the glass room, Lu Yu gently released Duan Yulan's delicate hand. She pointed to the sofa, motioning for him to sit. After she settled onto it, Lu Yu took his place across from her, placing his backpack aside. "Junior, what prompted this sudden desire to resign?" Duan Yulan inquired, feigning composure, though her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. "Nothing much. I merely feel fatigued," Lu Yu replied nonchalantly. Duan Yulan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Is it because everyone else is working late today and you weren't invited, causing you discomfort and leading to your resignation?" "Not all," Lu Yu shook his head. Did he wish to reveal that he had traversed from the future, knowing she would rise in the company and thus sought to eliminate him? "That was due to your week-long leave for health reasons, which led me to believe you needed more time to recuperate. I had even planned to visit you this afternoon after work." Duan Yulan was skeptical. Prior to today, Lu Yu had appeared perfectly well, showing no signs of distress. Lu Yu smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Senior. I'm feeling much better now." If he were unaware of the future, he might have genuinely believed her. Yet, considering Duan Yulan's evident worry, he found himself questioning why she had not reached out to check on him during his week of absence. Thus, the adage held true: a woman's words can often be deceiving. Seeing Lu Yu's skepticism, Duan Yulan sighed inwardly but adorned her face with a gentle smile. Now that the company is gradually stabilizing and our financial flow has improved, I've been contemplating salary increases for everyone. However, I cannot manage this alone. I need your assistance, as a favor between us as senior and junior. Senior, please, I am a computer science major. To ask me to handle finances is an overestimation of my capabilities. Lu Yu laughed heartily. I am truly exhausted and wish to return home for a proper rest. You are still young, with a bright future ahead, much like our company, which will surely shine in due time, Duan Yulan said, her eyes sparkling with optimism. In this company, you are the one I trust the most. Please stay and assist me. Once the company flourishes, I will allocate more shares to you. That's not feasible. Lu Yu shook his head. He glanced at the time. It was already 4 p.m., and he had lingered too long. Ding! A notification chimed on his phone. He opened it to find a message from Lu Cha, 521, Chungguang Avenue, the spicy hot pot place. 521, I love you, he mused, considering its connotation of romantic affection from a woman to a man. This girl had certainly done her research. Surely someone would inquire how he knew, such as the knowledge acquired with a girlfriend. Junior, Duan Yulan gazed at him with a pitiful expression, preparing to plead, when Lu Yu stood up decisively. Senior, it's getting late. I shall not intrude on your work any longer. I must take my leave. The words in your carry significant weight, she implored, stepping closer to him, her eyes glistening with a subtle plea, even her voice tinged with vulnerability. Lu Yu made to exit, and she could not impede him. They had previously agreed that should he choose to leave, she would not stand in his way. I've made my decision, Lu Yu affirmed resolutely, striding toward the door with no hint of reluctance. Goodbye. Chapter 11, The Clownish Jester. Watching Lu Yu's retreating figure, utterly unperturbed, Duan Yulan bit her lip, her eyes reflecting a sorrowful longing. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her heart ached inexplicably. Oh, right, senior, I have completed the portion of the project I was responsible for. It's saved on my computer. The others are aware of my work, so they can assist with any queries. I will not be involved in the overall project direction. You may proceed based on the circumstances. Just as he pushed open the door, halting on the threshold, he suddenly paused. Hey, Lu Yu, you're leaving just like that? An employee stepped forward, blocking his path. What else is there to do? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow at the young man before him, recalling that his name was Guan Jihao, a trusted confidant of Duan Yulan. It was precisely due to Guan Jihao's interference that Duan Yulan had seized the opportunity to expel him from the company. Didn't the HR department inform you that you need to submit your resignation a month in advance? Even if they didn't, it's clearly stated in the contract that to resign, you must provide a month's notice for the handover of your responsibilities. What were you looking at? Guan Jihao puffed out his chest, gazing at Lu Yu with an air of triumph. His gaze discreetly flickered towards Duan Yulan, who had just stepped through the door. What concern is it of yours? Lu Yu scoffed coldly, pushing him aside and preparing to leave. How dare you lay a hand on me? Guan Jihao, provoked by Lu Yu's seemingly contemptuous action, raised his hand to strike back. After all, in front of so many witnesses, failing to retaliate would be a blow to his pride. Yet, how could he possibly compete with Lu Yu, a seasoned fighter? Slap. Lu Yu, swift and precise, seized the moment to deliver a resounding slap to Guan Jihao's face, sending him spinning on the spot, his eyes swirling, barely able to maintain his balance. With a loud crash, he fell backward, colliding with a table that sent water jugs and coffee tumbling, drenching him and causing him to yelp in pain. You jester! Lu Yu mocked, striding towards the exit of the company. As he passed his desk, he suddenly halted and turned to face Guan Jihao. At that moment, a vivid imprint of a hand was evident on Guan Jihao's cheek, swelling ominously. Noticing Lu Yu's piercing black eyes fixed upon him, he involuntarily recoiled, trembling. To answer your two inquiries, firstly, when I arrived, there was no human resource present, only myself and General Manager Duan. For a time, I even assumed the role of human resources. Secondly, I have not signed a contract. My position is solely maintained through the rapport between General Manager Duan and myself. She has stated explicitly that I am free to leave whenever I wish, without any constraints. I have addressed your questions. Should you dare to confront me again, do not blame me for delivering another slap. As he uttered the final sentence, Lu Yu's expression shifted from calm to fierce, pointing a finger at Guan Jihao, who trembled in response. Off I go, farewell. Lu Yu turned on his heel and waved dismissively, not pausing for a moment. The entire assembly stood in stunned silence, unable to react until Lu Yu's silhouette vanished from view. The first to regain composure was Duan Yulan. She gazed longingly in the direction Lu Yu had departed. Biting her lip, her beautiful eyes clouded with an ethereal mist. With a deep sigh, she found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. Reluctance, regret, disbelief, all mingling with a faint ache in her heart. Take Zhihao to the hospital. I will cover the medical expenses. After uttering this, she weakly closed the door. With a swift motion, she drew the curtains, shielding the room from prying eyes, isolating herself from the world outside. She was fatigued. What to wear? Lu Cha stood before the fitting mirror, contemplating her attire. The bed nearby was strewn with the garments she had tried on. The wardrobe, ajar, still held many outfits yet to be sampled. A sultry mini skirt, a demure long dress, or perhaps an adorable JK uniform. She furrowed her brows, feeling as though she faced an insurmountable dilemma. You've been in here for quite a while. At that moment, Song Baimei entered, only to halt upon seeing Lu Cha trying on clothes. Mom, why didn't you knock before coming in? Do I have no privacy left? Lu Cha quickly concealed the mini skirt behind her back, her fair cheeks flushed with indignation as she glared at her mother. You didn't close the door. Song Baimei glanced at the mountain of clothes on the bed, chuckling. Who are you dressing up for? Is it your little sweetheart? Mom, could you refrain from speaking like that? Lu Cha replied, her eyes sparkling, mumbling, can I just go out with my girlfriends? I don't think so. Song Baimei observed Lu Cha's rosy countenance, recalling how she had seemed preoccupied while enjoying her favorite pumpkin and red date porridge earlier that day, unmistakably smitten. Mom, what are you saying? It's so annoying. I'm done talking. Please leave. Lu Cha, tossed the mini skirt onto the bed and gently urged Song Baimei out of the room. I don't oppose you finding a boyfriend. I simply want to know when you'll bring him home to meet your father and me. Given her age, she understood the pangs of youthful affection and acknowledged that her daughter might indeed have a romantic interest, particularly since Lu Cha had never had a boyfriend before, apart from her childhood companion. Moreover, her eldest daughter, Lu Cha's sister, was also single. Both she and her husband were keenly aware of this and felt a sense of urgency. I know. Lu Cha slammed the bedroom door shut. This girl at 26 should certainly be considering a boyfriend. Song Baimei chuckled softly and descended the stairs, eager to share this delightful news with her husband. Lu Yu drove to a secluded alley, where a quaint pastry shop awaited deep within. He recalled that Lu Cha adored the pumpkin and red date cake from this establishment, as they had often frequented it together. However, he hadn't visited since Lu Cha went abroad, uncertain if it was still in operation. Let us see, he murmured, stepping into the alley. After a brief while, he emerged from the alley with a bag in hand, relieved to find the shop still open. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already 5 o'clock. Oh no, he would be late. His expression shifted, and he promptly hopped into his car and drove away. Lu Cha detestait Tadin, and he certainly did not wish to incur her wrath, especially given her tea-like concern for him. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 12. I like you so much. Lu Yu arrived at the designated location, finding a spot to park his car. He clutched the cake bag and strode toward a nearby spicy hot pot restaurant. At the entrance stood a graceful figure, creating a stunning backdrop. Brother Lu. Lu Cha instantly spotted Lu Yu approaching, excitement radiating from her as she waved her arms and dashed towards him, her voice soft and melodious. Today, she wore her hair down, donned a white checkered shirt paired with a gray pleated skirt, and sported elegant black shoes with knee-high white socks, exuding a pure and charming aura. The skin visible between her skirt and socks was as pristine as snow, captivating Lu Yu's gaze. Yet, as he beheld the exuberant girl rushing towards him, her hair and skirt billowing in the wind, vitality and youthfulness emanated from her, especially when her bright eyes shimmered with delight upon seeing him, solely focused on him, leaving no room for anything else. It was a profound display of her joy. In an instant, he found himself entranced, a warm sensation enveloping him like a gentle sunbeam. Though he had been in a 7-year relationship with Lu Xinxin, she had never expressed such exuberance towards him. If their relationship were likened to a track, they stood on opposite sides, with Lu Yu sprinting ahead while she strolled leisurely, even remaining stationary at times. In retrospect, he felt a twinge of mockery towards his past self. Now, however, little Qing Mei was delightful, fully satisfying his aspirations of romance. The feeling of being cherished was undeniably wonderful. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though his thoughts had undergone a radical transformation. Once again, it felt as if he had returned to 3 years ago, or rather, to the scenes of kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and even high school. As the bell rang, he stood outside the school gate, bathed in the warm glow of the evening sun, waiting for Lu Cha to finish her classes, so they could walk home together. This scene was so heartwarming that it left Lu Yu somewhat at a loss. Slow down. Be careful not to trip, he said. a smile involuntarily gracing his lips as he opened his arms and strode towards his little companion. Bang! Lu Cha, like a cannonball, dashed into Lu Yu's embrace, her melodious laughter ringing out. A few strands of hair fluttered up, lightly brushing against Lu Yu's nose, bringing with it a fragrant floral scent that not only delighted him, but also made his nose tingle, as if an invisible hand were gently caressing the depths of his heart. You should slow down. Your dress isn't very long, Lu Yu remarked, looking down at Lu Cha's charming face with a gentle smile. Don't worry, I'm wearing leggings. Nothing will show, Lu Cha replied, her gaze meeting Lu Yu's, causing her cheeks to flush. The fair skin, already slightly rosy from a run, turned a deeper shade of crimson under his gaze, as if she had taken a sip of wine. Why are you staring at me like that? Do I have a flower on my face? Lu Cha, feeling shy, instinctively touched her cheeks, her voice barely above a whisper. Lu Yu smiled silently, amused to discover that the typically spirited Lu Cha could also be bashful. With this thought, he decided to tease her a little. Let me, he said slowly, extending his hand towards her delicate face. The moment his fingertip brushed against her cheek, Lu Cha let out a soft gasp, her eyes shimmering as she stole a glance at Lu Yu. She suppressed her shyness, eagerly anticipating his next move. Lu Yu could feel the warmth of her body, nestled against him, intensifying. However, curious glances from passers-by began to converge upon them. Not wanting to draw further attention on the bustling street, he gently adjusted the airbangs she had styled for their outing. All right, stand up. There's so many people watching, he whispered in her ear. Okay, Lu Cha replied. Though she was filled with anticipation, she understood that the moment was not quite right. She straightened up, suppressing the warmth emanating from his presence. What is that? Suddenly, she noticed the bag Lu Yu was holding, feeling a sense of familiarity. Take a guess, Lu Yu said with a smile, shaking the bag playfully in front of her eyes. Lu Cha's eyes lit up with realization. Is it from that pastry shop? Correct. Lu Yu opened the bag to reveal 6 neatly arranged cakes, all of which were her favorites, pumpkin and red date. Wow, that's wonderful. I like you so much, Lu Cha exclaimed, excitedly throwing her arms around Lu Yu's neck. Cough, cough, let go. Lu Yu spluttered, nearly choking from her enthusiastic embrace. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lu Cha quickly released him, her expression filled with guilt as she noticed his flushed face. She gently stroked his neck, leaning closer on tiptoe, her soft lips wafting a fragrant breath as she sweetly said, Let me blow on it. It will feel better soon. Observing Lu Cha's anxious yet careful demeanor, Lu Yu felt a warm current flow through his heart, and his gaze softened even further. Ah, the little girl is truly wonderful, affectionate, sensible, and tender-hearted. Lu Cha, who was half a head shorter than Lu Yu, stood on her tiptoes, nearly matching his height. From an outside perspective, they appeared perfectly matched. All right then, Lu Cha said after half a minute, glancing at the now reddened spot on his neck. It's all better now. Lu Yu smiled, ruffling her hair, which made her squint her eyes in delight. The evening of March in Xinjiang was slightly cool, though the sky had not yet darkened. The surrounding shops had begun to illuminate with vibrant neon lights, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Are you hungry? Lu Cha tilted her head slightly upwards, gazing at Lu Yu, her eyes shimmering with an almost imperceptible hint of expectation. Lu Yu caught her glance and suddenly understood the anticipation reflected in her eyes. I haven't strolled around here in quite some time. How about we explore a bit? However, Lu Cha appeared hesitant, her demeanor shy as she replied, of course. But I worry that you might get hungry, and that would concern me greatly. Lu Cha, Lu Yu suddenly called out, causing her to startle. She turned to see his serious expression, which sent a wave of apprehension through her. What's wrong? She asked in a soft, almost childlike tone. In the future, please refrain from using brother and sister when we converse, Lu Yu said, giving her a pointed look, though his voice softened as he noticed her innocent demeanor. Oh, is that what it is? Lu Cha felt relieved, joy replacing her earlier anxiety. Despite knowing that Lu Yu disliked those terms, especially in public, she feigned reluctance, saying, But the other day when I said that, you didn't object. In fact, you seemed to enjoy it. Lu Yu instantly recalled his past missteps. Chapter 13. The trilogy of hand-holding, shoulder-hugging, and face-squeezing. He swiftly attempted to suppress the impact of his past mistakes. Lu Yu frowned, letting out a huff. Lu Cha reluctantly replied, All right then, I can promise to refrain from using those terms in public. Is that acceptable? Lu Yu opened his mouth to protest. But Lu Cha interrupted, I've already taken a step back. Why are you still insisting? True enough. Let us not rush this. We can take our time, Lu Yu conceded, easily swayed by Lu Cha's playful charm. Yet, for the sake of his pride, he added, but do try to minimize it in private as well. Lu Cha gazed at him with a sweet smile in her eyes, pouting slightly as she whispered, I will try my best. Shall we go for a stroll then? Lu Yu suggested, glancing towards the distance where he recalled a bustling food street. Absolutely, Lu Cha exclaimed, her delight palpable as she pressed close to Lu Yu, wishing to lean entirely against him. Let us go, Lu Yu declared, waving his hand as he stepped forward. Lu Cha followed closely behind, noticing that while one of his hands held the bag, the other was empty and unbalanced. After a moment of contemplation, her face brightened, though it flushed slightly. Seizing the moment, she encouraged herself, this is a chance not to be missed. Don't be shy, Lu Cha, go for it. With determination, she took a couple of steps forward, nervously opening and closing her small hand, which soon became clammy with sweat. Here goes, she thought, her heart racing as her small hand slipped into Lu Yu's palm. Lu Yu felt a jolt but continued walking, while Lu Cha found her mind blank, her breath hitching as she stood frozen. If Lu Yu hadn't pulled her forward, she might have been left behind. Now, hand in hand, they walked onward, their strides in sync, shoulders occasionally brushing against each other, as if they had seamlessly returned to the intimacy of their high school days. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Lu Cha finally regained her composure, yet her cheeks remained flushed, more vibrant than the evening glow adorning the horizon. As she took a moment to arrange her hair, she discreetly cast a sidelong glance at Lu Yu. Indeed, he appeared remarkably composed. I must remain calm too, she reminded herself, determined not to falter in his presence. However, she noted that Lu Yu's hands were both occupied now, which lent him a more balanced appearance. She felt a surge of satisfaction with her own actions. Truly, she was deserving of it. The evening glow in the sky gradually faded like the ebbing tide, while the colors of the neon lights intensified, becoming increasingly resplendent. Initially, Lu Cha had braved her nerves, but she soon found herself captivated by the surrounding scenery and the enticing aromas of delectable food wafting through the air. Although she yearned to explore the sides, she hesitated to release Lu Yu's hand. After some contemplation, she resolved to maintain her grip. After all, at this moment, she needed Lu Yu's hand more than she did the culinary delights and vistas. Yet, as if sensing her thoughts, Lu Yu deliberately loosened his hold. How infuriating! Lu Cha puffed her cheeks in irritation, casting a vexed look at Lu Yu, who had wandered off to observe a juggling act. She had once harbored a keen interest in such performances, but upon seeing Lu Yu engrossed, her enthusiasm waned. It was unclear whether it was his distraction or the release of her hand that dampened her spirits. Moments later, Lu Yu returned, seemingly unsatisfied. Was it enjoyable? She inquired, her eyes sparkling as she crossed her arms, inadvertently accentuating her figure. She appeared somewhat miffed, yet her charm remained undeniable. Quite pleasant, Lu Yu replied, seemingly oblivious to her expression. I find myself regretting not having come here sooner. What a pity. Lu Cha pouted, her large eyes fixed on Lu Yu, attempting to convey her displeasure through a fierce gaze. Observing her, Lu Yu chuckled inwardly, resolved to tease her a bit further. Come, let's delve deeper, he proclaimed, leading the way. As he walked ahead without taking her hand, Lu Cha coughed deliberately, as if to hint at something. What's the matter? Hurry along, haven't you eaten? Lu Yu turned to her, his brows furrowed. I didn't have dinner earlier. I'm starving now, Lu Cha exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. But you just said you weren't hungry. It's only been a few minutes since, Lu Yu remarked, perplexed. I am hungry now, Lu Cha insisted, her lips pursed high, desperate for him to notice her agitation and comfort her. I'm not hungry, Lu Yu responded, shrugging nonchalantly with his hands raised. You. Lu Cha felt a mix of grievance and frustration, on the verge of losing her temper. Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears, reminiscent of autumn waters. Upon noticing her expression, Lu Yu assumed she was about to cry. Unable to bear the sight of a woman in tears, he stepped forward, wrapping his arm around her delicate shoulders, and said with a smile, then let us go get something to eat. With that, he turned her around, heading back the way they came. At that moment, Lu Cha's face flushed a deep crimson. The instant Lu Yu embraced her shoulder, her cheeks ignited with warmth. This position felt far more intimate than merely holding hands. She lowered her gaze to her toes, her body tense and her steps awkward, betraying her inner nervousness and shyness. Yet, she cherished this feeling of being cared for by Lu Yu. Just a little further, and we shall arrive at that spicy hot pot place. Lu Yu's words shattered her reverie. Lu Cha lifted her eyes and, spotting the restaurant in the distance, she bit her lip and murmured, suddenly, I'm not hungry anymore. Lu Yu paused. Actually, eating now is still perfectly fine. Catching a glimpse of Lu Yu's impassive expression, Lu Cha hastily added, Are you hungry? Lu Yu lowered his gaze, studying her flushed countenance. I'm not particularly hungry, she confessed, instinctively revealing her true feelings under the weight of his commanding stare. Oh, Lu Yu sighed, exasperated, and gently pinched her cheek. Lu Cha was taken aback by his advance, surprised by such an intimate gesture. She froze, gazing up at the amused smile gracing his lips. She could discern a mixture of exasperation and affection in his eyes, stirring a blend of vulnerability and sweetness within her. An urge to cry suddenly surged forth, prompting her to quickly avert her gaze to conceal her emotions. "Let us stroll a bit longer. There is no rush to eat," Lu Yu suggested, releasing her shoulder. Lu Cha's expression dimmed, but soon thereafter, her small hand was enveloped in warmth. Startled, she widened her eyes, watching as a large hand clasped her own, their fingers intertwined, and a smile blossomed on Lu Cha's lips, exquisite and joyous, filled with wonder. She tightened her grip on his hand, letting out a soft hum of delight. "Let's go." Chapter 14. I will always be by your side. The bustling food street was alive with a kaleidoscope of neon lights, vibrant and enchanting. Hand in hand, Lu Yu and Lu Cha navigated through the crowd like two carefree fish, their fingers entwined, refusing to let go even as they began to sweat. They resembled a couple in the throes of young love, savoring the sweetness of romance, while onlookers caught a whiff of their infatuation. Throughout their journey, they indulged in a myriad of street delicacies: sweet and sour pork, baked pancakes, grilled cold noodles, and spicy tripe. After an hour of meandering through the food stalls, Lu Yu felt somewhat satiated, while Lu Cha was quite full. She held a cup of milk tea in her hand. "Do you still wish to have a spicy hot pot?" Lu Yu inquired, a smile lighting up his face as he observed her. He then gently wiped the sauce smudge from the corner of her mouth with a napkin, earning a sweet smile in return. "Though I'm already full, I still crave the spicy hot pot. What should I do?" She pouted, torn between her desires. "Then let us go," Lu Yu declared, leading her back the way they came. "But I've eaten quite a lot tonight. If I eat more, I might gain weight. What if you no longer like me?" Lu Cha protested, her lips jutting out in reluctance. Lu Yu chuckled at her dilemma, teasing, "If you stop being appealing, we could just break up." Lu Cha had that, her brows furrowing as she fixated on Lu Yu's profile, her doe-like eyes wide and unblinking, silent yet brimming with discontent. Lu Yu couldn't help but smirk. "I won't eat anymore. I need to lose weight," Lu Cha suddenly declared with a huff. "I want to eat. You can accompany me," Lu Yu countered. Lu Cha swallowed her reluctance, muttering, "Fine, I'll watch you eat." Hand in hand, they arrived at the spicy hot pot restaurant, which was bustling with patrons, nearly at full capacity. Their luck was on their side, as just upon their arrival, a table vacated. "Let us choose our ingredients," Lu Yu suggested. Lu Yu initially intended to have Lu Cha sit down while he selected the ingredients, but Lu Cha was insistent on accompanying him. "Aren't you the one who doesn't eat?" Lu Yu asked, a playful smile gracing his lips. "How can you pick if you don't eat?" Lu Cha retorted, proudly raising her chin and fixing her gaze on him. "Fine, I never said you couldn't," Lu Yu replied indulgently, gently brushing his fingers against Lu Cha's delicate nose, causing her cheeks to flush crimson and reveal charming dimples. "W, what are you doing with so many people around?" she stammered, flustered. After choosing a selection, they handed it over to the waiter and made their way to a secluded corner. Without hesitation, Lu Cha squeezed in beside Lu Yu, her petite frame pressed closely against him. A few envious onlookers cast glances at Lu Yu from distance. "Do try to be a bit more reserved," Lu Yu remarked, sensing the faint yet palpable daggers of jealousy directed at them. He cleared his throat, attempting to withdraw his arm from Lu Cha's embrace. "Why are you so nervous? We're a couple now. What's wrong with being a bit intimate?" Lu Cha, instead of retreating, leaned in closer, her cheeks flushed as she pressed her body against him. "Besides, I don't believe you were never this close to Lu before," she added suddenly. Lu Yu was taken aback, momentarily ceasing to resist. Lu Cha bit her lip, her eyes flickering up to meet his, before wrapping her arms tightly around him, whispering, "I'm sorry for bringing her up. I shouldn't have mentioned her." "You haven't upset me," Lu Yu replied as he withdrew his arm. A sense of emptiness washed over Lu Cha, but as she felt his arms settle on her shoulder, a soft smile graced her lips. "I won't mention her again," she vowed, raising her hand in a gesture of promise. "It's fine if you do. A breakup is a breakup," Lu Yu stated calmly. "Will there ever be a chance for reconciliation?" Lu Cha inquired, biting her soft pink lips. "No." Lu Yu's voice was resolute. Hearing this determination, Lu Cha's smile widened as she leaned in closer, whispering softly, "I will always be by your side, regardless of everything else." Just then, their steaming spicy hot pot arrived, its enticing aroma filling the air. Taking the first bite, Lu Yu exclaimed, "Wow, it tastes just as I remember. So delicious. It brings back fond memories of our carefree days after school. Back then, they would often skip going home and come here to indulge in spicy hot pot." Watching Lu Yu savor the dish with gleaming eyes, Lu Cha couldn't help but lick her dry lips. "I must diet. I absolutely can't eat." She grabbed a cup of milk tea from the table, taking a sip of the icy beverage, which dulled her cravings a little. Yet, the tantalizing aroma of the hot pot wafted through her senses, proving irresistible. Eventually, her resolve began to waver. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through her thoughts. "Is it you two?" Lu Yu and Lu Cha looked up simultaneously. A middle-aged woman in a server's uniform stood there, holding a cloth, her eyes sparkling as she watched them smile. "Do I know you?" Lu Yu felt a twinge of familiarity, but couldn't quite place her. Lu Cha's brow furrowed momentarily before her eyes lit up with recognition. She hurriedly reached into her bag. "It's been 7 or 8 years since I last saw you two, hasn't it? Back then, you were just little kids in your Qingjiao. One high school uniforms. Every time class ended, you would come here to eat, and once you even forgot to bring money," the woman chuckled. Lu Yu recalled those moments fondly. They loved this restaurant's spicy hot pot, and the staff had come to know them well. One time, they had indeed forgotten their money, and a kind server had covered their bill. When they returned the next day to settle the debt, that server had already left for her hometown, and they had never repaid that meal. "Ah, Andy, it's you." Before Lu Yu could react, Lu Cha stood up, her face alight with joy. "We've always remembered how you paid for our meal. When we came back the next day, you had already left, and we never got the chance to repay you." "Oh, it's nothing. Consider a treat for you too. You were such adorable little ones back then," the woman beamed, her heartwarming smile reflecting years of nostalgia as she watched them grow up. "Auntie, I heard you returned to your hometown. Have you come back now?" Lu Yu asked, rising with a smile. "Yes, I had to attend to some matters there, but now that everything is settled, I'm back," she replied warmly, her gaze shifting between the two of them. "You two seem quite close now," the middle-aged woman remarked, causing Lu Cha's cheeks to flush. She lowered her head, her dark hair cascading down as she stole a glance at Lu Yu, her eyes shimmering with sweetness. "Ha ha, I see it now," the woman said, her smile widening. "I always thought you two were a perfect match, always together for school and meals, inseparable." At this, Lu Cha's porcelain-like face turned a delightful shade of pink, while Lu Yu felt a warmth rise to his cheeks, recalling how his focus had always been on academics back then. "Auntie, let me pay you," Lu Cha insisted, pulling a crisp bill from her bag. "No need for that," the woman protested, waving her hands. "It's been so many years, just let me treat you." "But Auntie, that is not right," Lu Cha countered, pressing the money into her hands. The woman, however, remained resolute, tossing the money back and stepping away, saying, "It's just a meal. You're like my daughter. Why shouldn't I treat you? I must get back to work now. Enjoy your meal." With that, she disappeared into another room. "What now?" Lu Cha looked up at Lu Yu, a wry smile on her lips. "Let go. We can always settle it next time," Lu Yu suggested after a moment as thought, sitting back down. "All right then," Lu Cha acquiesced, nestling her head against Lu Yu's shoulder, her fragrant hair brushing against his cheek. Lu Yu inhaled deeply, the mingling scents of Lu Cha's hair and the spicy hot pot creating a peculiar, yet comforting aroma. Thus began Lu Yu's moment of indulgence, while Lu Cha found herself tormented by his voracious appetite. Watching him eat with fervor, she couldn't help but notice the subtle movement of his throat. Just a tiny bite won't hurt. "After this meal, I'll get back to my diet. It's just one meal. What is the big deal?" Her mind was flooded with tempting thoughts, as if a mischievous little voice was whispering in her ear. "Control yourself. You can't eat. What if you gain weight? What if Lu Yu no longer wants you because of it? Can you really let something so trivial disrupt your plans since your rebirth?" As the sacred light enveloped the surroundings, a little figure spoke with righteous fervor. Soon, two diminutive beings began to quarrel, each refusing to yield. "Wow, this is delicious. Are you sure you don't want some?" Lu Yu suddenly interjected, as if imbuing the mischievous little one with newfound vigor, sending the holy figure flying with a single blow. "I will definitely return." Lu Cha gently swallowed, her delicate voice chiming in, "I want to eat, but I'm also afraid of gaining weight." Lu Yu turned to gaze at her. "In truth, I'm not afraid of gaining weight. I simply fear that if I do, you might no longer like me." Lu Cha continued in her sweet, enticing tone, her large eyes shimmering like two radiant black jewels. Lu Yu, unable to withstand Lu Cha's flirtatious demeanor, waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, even if you gain weight, I will still like you." "Really?" Lu Cha's eyes sparkled with delight as she looked up at Lu Yu. Indeed, he nodded affirmatively. "You're not deceiving me, are you?" Lu Cha asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "I would never deceive you." Lu Yu handed her chopsticks, urging, "Hurry and eat. It will lose its flavor if it cools down." "Very well. I shall trust you this once, dear brother." "I hope you won't trick your sister," Lu Cha said, her voice soft and endearing as she reluctantly began to eat. Lu Yu shook his head in resignation, amused by Lu Cha's antics. He had heard her swallow several times. It was evident she had longed to eat but had been holding back. However, as he watched her take dainty bites, Though it was a sight to behold, he found it somewhat peculiar. In his memory, Lu Cha would never eat so elegantly, resembling a refined lady. Yet, recalling her playful nature, he understood it was all an act. Initially, he thought Lu Cha would maintain this facade throughout the meal. To his surprise, when he turned his gaze elsewhere, she discarded her ladylike manner and indulged in her meal with abandon. When he glanced back at her, she had instantly resumed her demure eating style, savoring each bite slowly, exuding an air of grace. She believed her actions were concealed. Yet Lu Yu observed everything with a quiet smile, feeling increasingly at ease. Lu Cha remained the same childhood companion he cherished 3 years ago, unchanged in the slightest. Half an hour later, Lu Yu and Lu Cha exited the establishment, both thoroughly satisfied. They felt the cool evening breeze caress their cheeks, an indescribable sense of comfort enveloping them. Unbeknownst to each other, they stood on the street, slightly tilting their heads back, closing their eyes to relish the gentle wind's embrace. Shall we stroll a bit longer? The night is still young, Lu Cha proposed. Certainly, Lu Yu replied, opening his eyes to check the time before responding with a smile. They had yet to hold hands. Just as Lu Cha was about to slip her small hand into Lu Yu's larger one, a voice of disbelief rang out from a distance. Lu Yu, what are you doing here? Why can't I be here? Lu Yu turned to see who it was, his brow furrowing. It was none other than Lu Xinxin. Simultaneously, Lu Cha spotted her, tensing as if faced with a rival, her gaze sharp. Who is she? Lu Xinxin exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise, but her expression soured upon noticing Lu Cha standing beside Lu Yu. What business is it of yours? Lu Yu retorted coldly. What did you say? Lu Xinxin's expression turned to one of disbelief, tears welling in her eyes. It dawned on her that Lu Yu was genuinely angry. A sharp pain twisted within her heart, especially upon seeing the girl beside Lu Yu. They appeared to be a perfect match, stirring an indescribable bitterness deep within her. Xinxin, what's wrong? At that moment, Zhuo Shuai approached with 2 ice cream cones in hand, noticing Lu Xinxin's distress and growing anxious. Lu Yu, is that you? Are you following us? Zhuo Shuai blurted out, instinctively reacting upon spotting Lu Yu. One idiot, Lu Yu replied with a dismissive tone. Zhuo Shuai's face flushed crimson. With that, Lu Yu turned and walked away, unwilling to cast another glance at them, lest he sully his vision. Lu Yu, wait. Lu Xinxin called out, tears glistening in her eyes, desperation evident. Lu Cha stepped forward, blocking Lu Xinxin from pursuing Lu Yu, her smile taunting, her voice laced with playful mockery. You truly have a way with men, effortlessly finding companionship, unlike me, who can only rely on my childhood friend. I feel such a failure. Lu Xinxin stood frozen in place, caught off guard. Chapter 16. Encountering Lu Xinxin. Lu Cha's display of power. After Lu Cha's words, witnessing Lu Xinxin's dazed expression brought her satisfaction as she turned and jogged to catch up, wrapping her arms around Lu Yu's. She then glanced back at Lu Xinxin, her face gleaming with triumph. Lu Xinxin's complexion turned pale, her hand clutching her chest. Pain. It pierced her heart, so intense that she felt utterly overwhelmed. How could this happen? How could Lu Yu disregard their years of affection and turn to another girl? What was she to him? What did their relationship signify? Lu Xinxin struggled to breathe, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her vision blurred, obscured by tears. She tilted her head back, desperately trying to hold back the flood of emotions, yet the tears cascaded uncontrollably. Xinxin, Zhuo Shuai watched helplessly, flustered, unsure how to console her. Lu Yu, what do I mean to you? Why do you treat me this way? How can you so easily utter the words break up when I love you so deeply? To the core, Lu Xinxin's sobs grew louder, uncontrollable, the tears flowing endlessly. She acknowledged her profound love for Lu Yu, a love that rendered her unable to let go, leading her to her current state of insecurity. But why could Lu Yu so easily relinquish the bond they had nurtured for so long? Did he not feel a shred of reluctance or hesitation? What did she truly mean to him? At that moment, clutching her chest, the searing pain remained unrelenting. Who was she? Lu Xinxin wiped her tears and turned her gaze toward the direction Lu Yu and Lu Cha had departed, though the two figures had long vanished. She continued to fixate on the spot. Zhuo Shuai, relieved to see Lu Xinxin composed, pondered aloud. That girl seems somewhat familiar. I believe I've seen her before. I know who she is now. Suddenly, Lu Xinxin's mind sparked with recognition. She identified Lu Cha. So it's her. Lu Xinxin felt an inexplicable sense of relief. She was acutely aware of the childhood bond between Lu Yu and Lu Cha. In the early days of their romance, she harbored concerns about their potential closeness. However, over time, she had put those fears to rest, convinced that Lu Yu harbored no romantic feelings for Lu Cha. Even after Lu Cha left for studying abroad 3 years ago, Lu Xinxin gradually forgot about her, reflecting on the earlier incident. She concluded that there was likely no significant relationship between them. Lu Cha's affectionate embrace of Lu Yu was merely a performance to provoke her, and Lu Yu's lack of resistance suggested he shared the same sentiment. Lu Xinxin reassured herself, growing more confident in her reasoning, her eyes lighting up as she thought. So that is how it is. It seems Lu Yu still cares about me. Or else he wouldn't have chosen to showcase his bond with a childhood friend before my eyes. His actions yesterday, distributing flyers, must have been a moment of irrationality spurred by anger. Perhaps he regrets it now and is contemplating how to apologize to me. It is also possible that he harbors dissatisfaction towards my stay at Shuai's residence and my less than amiable demeanor, thus deliberately concocting this scheme to seize my attention. Yes, it must be so. A smirk graced Lu Xinxin's lips, and a haughty expression resurfaced upon her countenance. She then murmured to herself, "However, what I and my close friend do is none of his concern. He is meddling far too much, isn't he? He should focus on his own affairs. Truly, he is worrying over trifles." Shuai, observing Lu Xinxin's oscillation between laughter and tears, felt an overwhelming sense of concern and could not help but inquire, "Xinxin, are you all right? Please don't frighten me. I am fine, Shuai. Let us depart." Lu Xinxin, proud as a swan, cast a lingering glance in the direction where Lu Yu had exited, then turned to walk in another direction. "Lu Yu, I await your apology." Lu Yu and Lu Cha had unlocked a new dynamic, hand in hand. The two walked silently through the bustling commercial street. Lu Cha occasionally glanced at Lu Yu, catching only the sternness etched upon his resolute features. Quite handsome, she thought to herself, nodding inwardly. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 300 green tea points." The system's voice echoed in her mind. Lu Cha's eyes sparkled. So many? Upon reflection, she surmised that the system had included her earlier interaction with Lu Xinxin in its assessment of her green tea persona. Quite commendable. Her smile blossomed even more radiantly. "What brings you such joy?" Lu Yu suddenly inquired. Lu Cha lifted her gaze to find him staring at her curiously. She quickly shook her head and replied cheerfully, "Oh, it's nothing. Surely, you're not pleased merely because I was indifferent to Lu Xinxin, are you?" Lu Yu's gaze deepened, scrutinizing Lu Cha, rather than feeling intimidated. She stood tall, her lips quivering as she replied playfully, "If I truly thought so, would you be angry, brother? I care deeply for you, while others may not. It pains me to see them harm you." Instantly, Lu Yu's icy demeanor thawed, a gentle smile returning to his face. "You," he chuckled helplessly, extending his hand to gently pinch Lu Cha's smooth cheek, appreciating the sensation. Although Lu Cha blushed at the affectionate gesture, she relished it, leaning her small head against Lu Yu's shoulder like a docile kitten. "It's getting late. We should head back." Lu Yu glanced at the time. It was already 8 p.m. Only 8 p.m. "Le Chaziplit Veluten. Your parents must be quite at ease allowing you to roam about alone at this hour." Lu Yu remarked with a grin. I'm 26, well past the age of adulthood. My parents have long since trusted me. Your information is quite outdated." Lu Cha laughed, tightly embracing Lu Yu's arm, unabashedly sharing warmth. "Perhaps I am a bit behind the times." Gazing at Lu Cha, who resembled a charming little cat, Lu Yu felt a wave of contentment wash over him. He thought back to his 7-year relationship with Lu Xinxin, never having experienced such warmth. "Oh, by the way, our families are gathering for a meal in a couple of days. Did you know about that?" Lu Cha, resting her head on Lu Yu's shoulder, suddenly recalled. Lu Yu looked down into Lu Cha's bright, enchanting eyes, which sparkled like crescent moons in the night, illuminating the darkness and captivating him. His heart skipped a beat. "Hey, what's wrong?" Lu Cha's face flushed red, flustered under Lu Yu's gaze. "I heard my mother mention it earlier," Lu Yu replied, realizing his own embarrassment as he mentally scolded himself for being flustered. About that day, Lu Cha began, her smile sweet and filled with anticipation. Before she could finish, Lu Yu understood her intent. "Stop. I think it's best if we keep our matters private for now." He interjected hastily. Lu Cha's smile faded abruptly. She tilted her head, scrutinizing Lu Yu intently, her eyes devoid of warmth and laughter for the first time. Chapter 17. "Have you considered marrying me, your little affluent lady?" The evening breeze was gentle. Lu Yu lowered his gaze to Lu Cha's beautiful eyes, and without hesitation, he confessed, "I haven't yet informed my parents that I've broken up with Lu Xinxin." Lu Cha pouted, her tone a mix of playfulness and innocence. "When do you plan to tell them?" "Tonight," Lu Yu replied, licking his lips with a smile. A sweet smile suddenly illuminated Lu Cha's fair complexion, her eyes sparkling with renewed brilliance, reminiscent of a crescent moon, pure and lovely. In that moment, she brightened the night, stunning Lu Yu. "There are no more buses at this hour. Will you escort me home?" Lu Cha linked her arm with Lu Yu's, humming a tune, her hair dancing in the wind. Her figure lively and graceful, her long, fair legs peeking out playfully beneath her pleated skirt. Lu Yu glanced at her sidelong. You didn't T-drive again? Lu Cha's face flushed. I truly didn't T-drive this time. If you don't believe me, search me. With that, she puffed out her chest, standing with her slender waist and crossed legs. Shall I really search you? Lu Yu asked, grinning mischievously as one hand crept closer to Lu Cha. Go ahead. If I resist, I'm no longer Lu Cha, she declared, her cheeks burning crimson as she stood there, eyes closed and motionless, despite her embarrassment. Seeing Lu Cha's face nearly flush with blood, Lu Yu redirected his hand, gently smoothing her hair instead, chuckling, I trust you. Huh? Lu Cha opened her eyes, meeting Lu Yu's beaming expression, and instantly felt shy, lowering her gaze in silence. Let us go. I'll take you home. Lu Yu grasped her soft hand, leading her towards where he had parked. Half an hour later, Lu Yu parked outside the upscale community where Lu Cha resided. The streets were lined with orange streetlights, and the community was aglow with light, lush greenery thriving all around. As he gazed at the villas scattered throughout the area, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. People can be so envious. If we marry, you could live in a grand villa like this too, Lu Cha remarked, keenly sensing Lu Yu's sentiments. She shot him a flirtatious glance, smiling playfully. So what do you think? Would you consider marrying me, your little wealthy lady? I dare, but do you? Lu Yu shot a skeptical glance at Lu Cha in the passenger seat. If you dare, then I will. Lo cha cha lin. Her legs gleaming like porcelain beneath her pleated skirt, captivating Lu Yu's attention. Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Your parents would surely devour me. The thought of Lu Cha's parents made Lu Yu instantly falter. You're backing down. You're scared. Lu Cha teased, as long as you say one good thing today, I'll dare to sneak out my household registration book tomorrow. Watching Lu Cha's triumphant demeanor, Lu Yu could only begrudgingly swallow his frustration. Hee. Lo cha zit ga. Her eyes sparkling like I don't know what illness LV Cha has contracted, but she has started to have a coquettish tea aroma in her tea again. Her eyes were watery, as if containing a pool of autumn water, rippling with crystal clear ripples. Originally, when Lu Yu heard this sweet and coquettish voice, his head went up. Turning her head, she saw LV Cha sitting sideways in the passenger seat, staring at him with bright eyes. Her pure and flawless skin was tinged with a watery pink, and her long black hair was casually cascading down, especially when she was wearing a seatbelt. It accentuated her graceful figure. His heart skipped a beat. Unconsciously, his upper body slowly leaned towards Lu Cha. Lu Cha seemed to have anticipated what would happen next, so she tightly grasped her two small hands and closed her eyes, sinking into nervous anticipation. Lu Yu quietly unfastened his seatbelt and then left his seat, approaching Lu Cha's cheek. He could see the tiny, almost invisible layer of fluff on LV Cha's face. Not to mention that his mouth and nose were filled with the pleasant aroma of LVT. The moment when his lips were about to touch. Wow. A beam of bright light suddenly shone from behind. What the fuck? He couldn't help but close his eyes and sat back down with a guilty conscience. And LV Cha's face instantly turned red. She straightened her body, and her watery eyes looked straight ahead without looking sideways. Only the blush on her cheeks and the shyness that reaches her ears can reveal that her heart is not calm. Doo-doo. The car behind honked its horn, especially harsh. I'm leaving. Lu Cha lowered her head and whispered sentence. Hurriedly about to get off the car, he forgot that he was still wearing his seatbelt, so he gave Lu Yu a chance to feast his eyes. I didn't expect the tall and slender Lu Cha to have such a curvaceous figure. Gah! Lu Cha unfastened her seatbelt and pushed open the car door to get off. Wait, cake! Lu Yu hurriedly called out to her. Oh. Lu Cha kept her head down, her face flushed and almost bleeding. She turned around and picked up the cake bag before getting off the car. Looking at the fleeing Lu Cha, Lu Yu's lips curved brightly. Doo-doo. The sound of cars ringing from behind was extremely piercing in the quiet night. Even the old man in the security room couldn't resist poking his head out to see which low-quality car owner dared to act recklessly in this high-end community. Lu Yu stopped and turned the car towards another direction. Under the orange streetlight, LV Cha stood tall and graceful, watching as Lu Yu disappeared at the end of the road, holding a bag in both hands and placing it in front of her. The evening breeze swept by, lifting up her delicate hair and skirt, exuding a serene and reserved beauty. Hee. Her face was rosy. She smiled lightly twice, and shallow dimples appeared on both sides of her cheeks. Then she prepared to turn around and walk into the community. At this moment, Lu Cha, a pleasant and magnetic female voice suddenly echoed through the night. Sister? Lu Cha watched as a four-ring black car approached, while rolling down the window to reveal a stunningly beautiful and delicate face with a slightly pale complexion. Three-dimensional and delicate facial features, pitch black and bright eyes, frameless and exquisite glasses, flawless skin, swan-like slender neck, and a cold and refreshing temperament. Her name is LV June, LV Cha's elder sister, and she is currently working at Qingjiang University. Compared to LV Cha's academic underachiever, she is a well-known top student. At the age of 29, he is already an associate professor at Qingjiang University. At Lu Cha's house, her sister ranks first, her mother ranks second, she ranks third, and her father ranks fourth. It can be seen that even in the homes of capitalists, knowledge comes first. And her father, on the other hand, suffered a gender disadvantage. Did she just honk the car horn? Did she see anything? Lu Cha suddenly felt a little nervous, as if her parents had discovered her dating during her student days. Especially LV June had no smile on his face, and his eyes were also very deep, revealing an indescribable oppression. Lu Cha is too grand to take a breath. Chapter 18. The LVT Family. In front of high-end residential areas, Lu Cha clenched her hands together, feeling a bit nervous. Get in the car. LV June remained calm and pushed the frameless glasses on his high nose bridge, then shook his head at her and rolled up the car window. As a top student, I speak concisely and to the point, at least in these insignificant matters. Though faced with the strong pressure of LV June, LV Cha acted like a mischievous child and obediently got into the car. Doo-doo. LV June pressed the horn, and the security guard at the entrance opened the door and saluted. Is the person who just honked the horn the owner? Oh, she's not without qualities. LV June focused on driving and entered the residential area. Lu Chawan sat upright in the passenger seat, not looking sideways. A faint sweet fragrance emanated from the bag in my hand and quickly spread throughout the entire carriage. Pumpkin and red date cake? Lu June asked a question. Lu Cha became wary and suddenly hugged the bag tightly. Lu June said lightly, I'm hungry. Give me something to eat. Didn't you have dinner today? Lu Cha pouted her lips, with a reluctant expression on her face. I forgot to eat my paper. Élevé Youn's po comedy. Workaholic. Lu Cha murmure softly. Then, she nervously opened the bag and slowly reached out to retrieve it. Sister, please focus on driving. Why don't you stop eating and talk about it when you stop the car? Lu Cha swallowed her saliva and said with a smile. Then she noticed that the speed of the car was slowly decreasing. Until it stops. LV June put on P gear, turned his head sideways, and stared coldly at LV Cha with his eyes, not saying anything. Lu Cha trembled all over and could only smile with a bitter face, saying, Sister, take your time and don't worry. She took out a cake and was about to hand it to LV June when she suddenly said, Sister, you see there are only 2 steps left from home. Why don't we go home first and let our mom make you something delicious? LV June's black eyebrows furrowed slightly. Here you go. Without hesitation, LV Cha handed the cake in her hand to LV June, then turned her head as if she couldn't bear to look directly at it. Lu June's expression remained unchanged. He gently took the cake, opened the exquisite packaging, and began to eat it with relish. Listening to the sound of chewing, Lu Cha's heart was dripping blood. This is the cake that Lu Yu bought for her. She hasn't even been willing to eat it herself. Why is it being eaten by others? She is unwilling to accept it. Never mind, this is her sister. But it is also full of helplessness. She hugged the bag tightly and secretly swore that no matter what LV June said later, she would never give it to him again. In the dim light, LV June quickly finished all the cake. She wiped her mouth, glanced at LV Cha, who looked like an old mother protecting her child, and didn't speak again. She put the leftover packaging aside and started the car to go home. Lu Cha breathed a sigh of relief, then conscientiously picked up the packaging and threw it away in a trash can later. Was it your friend, just now? LV June glanced at LV Cha and then asked, Is he still here? Lu Cha felt a sudden surge in her heart, forced herself to remain calm, and said, Yes, it's my college classmate. Men and women? Lu Gendayo. Why are you asking this? Lu Cha furrowed her willow eyebrows slightly. Lu June spoke calmly. I see that you two have been in the car for quite some time, and I don't know what you two have done. Lu Cha felt a momentary pang of breathlessness, only to exhale a sigh of relief thereafter. It turned out that Lu June had merely noticed her lingering in the car a little longer, without witnessing any of their interactions. It had been quite some time since they last met, and they had merely engaged in light conversation during the ride. With newfound confidence, Lu Cha's demeanor became composed. Lu June cast a penetrating glance at Lu Cha, yet uttered not a word as he drove the car into the villa's courtyard. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Lu Cha eagerly alighted, her steps light and buoyant as she made her way home. Lu June gazed at her slender silhouette, murmuring to himself, Is this the reason she chose to return home rather than complete her studies? Upon entering her abode, Lu Cha swiftly realized she had become the center of attention. Her parents hovered around her, ostensibly inquiring after her well-being, but in truth, They were subjecting her to rigorous interrogation. Who did you go out with tonight? Why are you back so late? Do you have any idea what time it is? Lu Jiaoyang's voice was laced with urgency, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Cha. As a father, he was deeply concerned for his daughter, especially regarding her future, and he was resolute in preventing any unsavory characters from pursuing his precious girl. What are you doing? This is not a workplace. You're at home. So tone down your authoritative demeanor. Song Bai Mei shot a disapproving glance at her husband, fiercely determined to uphold her status as the matriarch of the household, unwilling to entertain any challenges. I'm merely concerned for her, Lu Jiaoyang replied, chuckling awkwardly. Fine, you're her mother. You handle the communication. I'll step back. He took a seat on the sofa, straining his ears to eavesdrop discreetly. Lu Cha, tell me, who was the boy you were with tonight? What is his name? Where does he live? How many people are in his family? Song Bai Mei bombarded her with a barrage of questions. Lu Cha was taken aback. Is this an interrogation? She thought. Your mother is right. Lu Jiaoyang couldn't help but interject. You'll find out soon enough. I'm going to take a bath and then sleep, Lu Cha huffed, clutching her bag tightly as she ascended the stairs, humming a cheerful tune. The couple stood momentarily stunned. Just then, they caught sight of Lu Jun entering with a briefcase in tow. Jun, did you come back with Lu Cha? Did you see how she returned? Was she escorted by someone? Lu Jiaoyang, the least authoritative figure in the household, hastily approached Lu Jun, eagerly carrying her bag, and stood beside her with a beaming smile, waiting for her to change shoes, even hanging her coat on a rack, embodying the quintessential doting father. Despite his commanding presence at work, at home, he was relegated to the role of servant to the revered Lu Jun, especially since he sought insights into Lu Cha's romantic endeavors from his eldest daughter, thus performing these tasks without any reluctance. I didn't see anything, Lu Jun replied nonchalantly, then turned to Song Bai Mei. Mom, I'm hungry. All right, I just made chicken soup tonight. I'm heating it up for you, Song Bai Mei responded, acknowledging Lu Jun's formidable presence, complying without question as she headed to the kitchen. You. Lu Jiaoyang trailed behind her, still reluctant to yield. The thought of his younger daughter potentially being wooed by an unknown suitor ignited his ire. Stop asking me. I want to tell you. She already said you'll find out later, Lu Jun replied calmly, then ascended to the second floor to change her clothes. Lu Jiaoyang stood there, awkwardly sighing. The strong-willed nature of his eldest daughter and the looming prospect of his youngest being pursued left him feeling an unprecedented sense of gloom. Chapter 19. What can be said? Within the opulent villa, Song Bai Mei emerged from the kitchen, carrying the chicken soup. Spotting Lu Jiaoyang sighing in the living room, she rolled her eyes and remarked, what are you standing there for? It's just that you don't know who that boy is. You'll find out eventually. There is no need to fret. Find out eventually? Lu Jiaoyang scoffed, taking a seat on the sofa. By then, it might be too late. What are you so afraid of? Song Bai Mei inquired, setting the soup on the coffee table before joining him. I fear she might be deceived by a bad boy, Lu Jiaoyang sighed. What constitutes a bad boy? What defines a good boy? Aside from usual standards of not smoking or drinking, do you have any additional criteria? Song Bai Mei shot him a sideways glance. Lu Jiaoyang was rendered speechless by her question, ultimately muttering, I'm too tired. My mind is blank. Let us discuss another day. All right, let me rephrase my question. Song Bai Mei pondered for a moment before asking earnestly, from the eligible young men you know, who do you think is most suitable for Lu Cha? Lu Jiaoyang paused, stroking his chin as he contemplated, and after 2 minutes, he finally provided an answer. Lu Yu. Why him? Song Bai Mei asked with a smile. He has someone we've known since childhood. His character and integrity speak volumes. He aligns with my expectations of son-in-law, Lu Jiaoyang reflected. Moreover, it seems that Lu Cha feels differently about him. Perhaps I am mistaken. After all, they grew up together. If they were meant to develop something, it should have happened by now. Song Bai Mei nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Let the children handle their own affairs. My current task is to summon them down for chicken soup. With that, she rose and headed toward the second floor, leaving Lu Jiaoyang on the sofa, shaking his head and sighing. Don't let me find out who that boy is. Otherwise, I'll uncover every instance of bedwetting from your childhood. Ding dong. As Liu arrived home, his phone pinged with a WeChat message. He opened it to find a message from Lu Cha. Are you home? I just finished showering and am lying in bed. Though it was not a voice message, Lu Yu couldn't help but envision an alluring image in his mind. I just got home, he replied, then pushed open the door. Tonight, he had 2 difficult conversations to navigate. The first, confessing his resignation. The second, revealing his breakup. What a burden. He pressed his fingers to his temples. You're back. Ding Shuhui exclaimed joyfully upon seeing her beloved son return. In contrast, Lu Shuihai remained indifferent, glued to the television as he watched the game, not bothering to look up. I'm back, Lu Yu replied, setting his backpack down. What's in that bag? Ding Shui inquired curiously. Lu Yu placed the items he had bought on the table and casually remarked, just some things from work. Why did you bring them back? Ding Shui wondered. Lu Shuai furrowed his brow, turning to scrutinize Lu Yu. Unfazed, Lu Yu replied, Eve resigned. What? Ding Shui and Lu Shuai exclaimed in shock. Was it your company just beginning to flourish? You endured the toughest times, and now that it's on the right track, you choose to leave? Ding Shui protested. Lu Shuai slammed his hand on the table, scolding, Don't be foolish. This isn't school anymore. You can't throw tantrums. You need to go back to work tomorrow. I have already resigned. Why should I still go to work? Lu Yu entered after changing his shoes, only to find that I had retrieved all my belongings. Lu Shuai was on the verge of being driven mad by Lu Yu, his blood pressure rising as he forcefully pounded the coffee table, unable to articulate anything further. Ding Shui sighed. Xiao Yu, you've grown up. You're on the verge of marriage. Why are you still so headstrong? Mom, your statement contains 2 inaccuracies. Lu Yu stood at a distance, wary. He feared that something might come flying toward him any moment. What inaccuracies? Lu Yu patiently explained. The company has never regarded me as one of their own. In the future, they may very well burn bridges. Once I have exhausted myself for them, they will simply kick me aside. Nonsense. This is all your conjecture. Lu Shuai's face turned crimson, trembling with rage. Yes, but do you have any evidence? Moreover, isn't the owner of that company your senior? From what you've said, she treats you quite well, doesn't she? Besides, it was your classmate who recommended you to this company. How could there be any issues? Ding Shui added. For instance, Lu Yu knew they would find it difficult to believe. Truth be told, had he not experienced it in his previous life, how could he have known that the senior, who always smiled at him, could possess such a cruel heart? Today, when I went to retrieve my things, I discovered that everyone was working, and I was the only one absent. Perhaps it's because you took leave a few days ago. The company thinks you are still unwell, so they didn't notify you. Ding Shui, embodying a typical good person demeanor, considered the situation from all angles, comforting herself. Lu Yu sighed, but there's a small group in the company where everyone else is present except me. How do you explain that? Now the company is gradually marginalizing me. They are not allowing me to engage with many projects and have appointed a new technical director, reallocating my other roles to others. What do you say about that? Ding Shui opened her mouth but found herself speechless. Forget it. Since you've already resigned, just find another job. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuai gradually calmed down. Ding Shui began to scold. It seems your classmate and this senior are also unreliable. Clearly, you've worked overtime for this company, losing several pounds. Yet they're so ungrateful. After a moment, as the atmosphere settled, Ding Shui suddenly recalled Lu Yu's words and furrowed her brow, asking, what was the first inaccuracy? And what was the second? It concerns my relationship with Lu Xin. Lu Yu pulled up a chair and sat down. What happened between you and Xin? Lu Shuai and Ding Shui's expressions shifted abruptly. Lu Yu let out a bitter laugh and began his performance. In truth, my relationship with her is not as harmonious as you might think. Without delving into other arguments or disagreements, we had a quarrel this week over a trivial matter, and she went to stay at her friend's house. This is already the 9th time she has moved in with her friend. Staying at her friend's house is quite normal, especially after an argument. Isn't it typical for young couples to confide in friends after a disagreement? Ding Shui defended Lu Xin, who was about to become her second niece. But what if I told you that her friend is a male? How would you interpret that? As Lu Yu's calm words fell, the living room descended into silence. Who is this man? Lu Shuai's expression darkened. Her college classmate, someone she is quite close with. They refer to each other as best friends. Lu Yu smiled bitterly. A mix of helplessness, anger, and dejection played vividly across Lu Yu's face. In that moment, he was indeed an Oscar-winning actor. Lu Shuai and Ding Shui were not out of touch with reality. They understood what best friends implied. How could a man and a woman be just best friends? Ding Shui couldn't help but scoff. How long have they been living together? About a week, Lu Yu replied. How outrageous. They've crossed the line. Lu Shuai's voice rose in fury, his fists pounding the sofa with a resounding thud. Are her parents coming over in the next few days? Tell them that this marriage is off, and we won't be meeting them. They needn't waste their efforts coming here, Ding Shui said, her expression darkening as she spoke to Lu Yu. They arrived this afternoon, Lu Yu replied. Lu Shuai's voice turned icy. Tell them to leave. Even if they come, we won't meet them. And as for Lu Xin, do not bring her home. We do not wish to see her now or in the future. Why shouldn't we see them? It's perfectly fine for their daughter to bully my son, but we aren't allowed to confront them? I not only want to meet them, but I also want to unfurl a banner to publicly denounce them, letting the world see that their daughter is straddling 2 boats. Let us see if they still have the face to continue being teachers. If they can't even raise their own daughter well, How can they educate their students? They are truly misleading the youth. Upon hearing how her son was being mistreated, Ding Shui could no longer remain seated. She was even more agitated than Lu Shuahai, insisting on confronting Lu Xinxin's parents about the upbringing of such a good daughter. Lu Yu felt a rush of embarrassment, yet was deeply touched. His usually kind-hearted mother was rarely so vocal in her anger. At the same time, he felt a twinge of guilt, realizing that at 27 years old, he was still causing his parents anxiety and anger. Out of sight, out of mind, we want to see them. Lu Shuahai, irritated, pinched the bridge of his nose and said, Lu Yu, tell them that our family cannot afford to associate with them. Let them find another match. Understood. Lu Yu saw that he had achieved his goal and said no more, lowering his head as he returned to his room, leaving Lu Shuahai and Ding Shui with despondent expressions, which weighed heavily on their hearts. This child has always hidden his difficulties and setbacks from us to spare us worry. He will never tell us unless absolutely necessary. Ding Shui couldn't help but wipe away her tears. Lu Shuahai sighed, alas. Lu Yu is not a child anymore. You should encourage him to find a new partner. We certainly cannot keep Lu Xinxin. Having her would make us a laughingstock. He stood up, and after saying this, turned to leave the living room. Ding Shui looked up, and, in a moment of clarity, noticed how much her husband had slumped over. The next day, though it was a Monday, Lu Yu indulged in a delightful lie-in. His parents did not call him. Fortunately, he had turned off his alarm before sleeping last night. Otherwise, this promising week would have begun as a troublesome Monday. Upon waking, he discovered that Lu Cha had sent him over a dozen messages. I didn't go to work today, so I slept in and just woke up. He sent a voice message. However, after sending it, he realized he had made a grave mistake. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Several voice messages flooded in, coming in a bombardment. Lu Yu, while washing up, opened the messages. ISNT today Monday. Why aren't you at work? Did you sleep too late last night and couldn't get up this morning, so you took a day off? Until when are you taking leave? I'm quite bored at home. Will you accompany me for a shopping spree? Are you there? Your little darling is in urgent need of your care. Ding dong ding dong. Listening to Lu Cha's barrage of voice messages, Lu Yu hastily muted his phone. If I don't close it soon, the incessant ding-dong sounds will merge into a melody. After finishing his grooming, Lu Yu settled in front of his computer. He planned to search for a job in a couple of days. For now, he would invest in 2 stocks, based on the recollections from his previous life. A minor bull market was set to unfold in just 2 days, albeit limited to a select few stocks. During his tenure at work, he had overheard colleagues passionately discussing these particular stocks. Their incredulous expressions and exaggerated gestures had made a lasting impression on him. Despite being a mere sycophant in his past life, his memory was remarkably sharp. Many events from years ago were still vivid in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to act. With deft maneuvers, Lu Yu invested all of his 200,000 savings into the stock market, purchasing solely these stocks. In just a few days, he would reap the rewards. For now, he awaited his fortune. Whistling to himself, Lu Yu glanced at the time. It was already noon, time to grab a bite. Since his parents were dining at their workplace, he had to fend for himself today, although Lu Cha had bombarded him with invitations to go shopping. Lu Yu merely replied with 2 words, another day. He descended the stairs, on the lookout for something to eat. This was an aging neighborhood, over 30 years old, a property allocated by his parents' workplace. To facilitate Lu Yu's marriage, his family had purchased a new residence in the city center. They had initially planned to move there this year, but it seemed unlikely now, unless Lu Yu acquiesced to Lu Cha's words from the previous night in the car. But if he agreed, why would he remain in that old neighborhood? Moving to a grand villa would be far more delightful. Lu Yu spotted a wonton shop by the roadside and ordered a bowl of wontons. Just as he was savoring the dish, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm splashing water out? And you just had to come over, didn't you? It's your own fault you slipped. Get lost, don't block my business. After paying the vendor, Lu Yu stepped outside. Not far away, 2 figures were locked in standoff. One was a young girl, not yet of age, carrying a backpack and dragging a pink suitcase. Clad in simple attire with her hair tied back in a ponytail and her face devoid of makeup, her natural beauty was undeniable. Opposing her was a stout, middle-aged woman, broad-shouldered and fierce, angrily pointing at the young girl as she berated her. A crowd had begun to gather. The young girl's face flushed crimson, her clothes damp. Resigned to her misfortune. Not satisfied? Look at you, dressed like a country bumpkin. Is this your first time in the city, trying to con me? The middle-aged woman spat, grabbing the girl and preventing her escape. As the crowd grew, fear flickered across the girl's face. Upon recognizing the girl's identity, Lu Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. It was her. Chapter 21. Did you not hear me call you a pig? On the street, a throng had gathered. Let me enlighten you. You're dreaming. Have you looked in a mirror to see what you look like, daring to glare at me? Do you believe I won't find someone to tie you up and send you to the police station, claiming you're trying to calm me? The middle-aged woman became bolder, her spittle flying. Hearing her threat of police involvement, the girl's eyes revealed a glimmer of fear. Everyone come see. Here, a naive bumpkin just arrived in the city, clueless and trying to con someone, all while pretending to be pitiful. It's truly disgusting. The woman continued to drag the girl, mockingly shouting to the crowd as if she were hawking goods. What are you doing? I won't pursue you any further. Surrounded by so many onlookers, the girl timidly attempted to leave, but the middle-aged woman held her fast, her face burning with humiliation, tears welling in her eyes. Her voice trembling with desperation. Haha, are you joking? What right do you have to pursue me? I'll hold you accountable today. You're a jinx, blocking my customers from entering the store, and you must compensate for my losses. The middle-aged woman was audacious. Realizing the girl was a newcomer, utterly ignorant and timid, she planned to extort her for compensation. You. The girl's eyes reddened, on the verge of tears. She turned to the crowd for help, but found only indifferent gazes watching her plight. Overwhelmed with despair and sadness, she wondered if the people of the big city were truly as cold-hearted as depicted on television. Two glistening tears traced down her fair cheeks. Recognizing the girl's identity, Liu strode purposefully towards her. Begin life choice. Choice 1. Heroically rescue the girl and escort her home, rewarding with 1,000,000 cash. Choice 2. Turn a blind eye and walk away, rewarding with 100 cash. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Liu was taken aback. Was there even a choice to be made? Of course. It was option 1. Moreover, even without the system's reward, he was determined to assist this girl. Country bumpkin, speak up. The middle-aged woman, infuriated by the girl's stunned silence, shoved her aside. Bang! The girl fell back, her eyes wide with terror. Instead of the anticipated cold, hard ground, she found herself enveloped in a warm, soft embrace. She looked up dazedly. The first thing she saw was a pair of dark, smiling eyes. Following that, a sharply defined, resolute face came into view. Are you all right? The gentle, magnetic voice washed over her like a spring breeze. And no, I'm fine, she stammered in reply. He steadied her, helping her regain her balance. Liu lifted her suitcase and handed it back to her, then stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of her, presenting her with a tall, slender silhouette. The girl's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Hey you, what are you yelling about? Just because you have a loud voice doesn't mean you're any less a pig. Liu unleashed a verbal assault on the middle-aged woman, sparing no mercy. Do you lack manners? How fortuitous, for I lack them as well. What did you say? The middle-aged woman seethed with rage. I called you a pig. Did you not hear me? Truly, you are a pig. Pathetically foolish. Liu replied with a grin. You gone too far. The woman screamed, lunging forward to claw at Liu's face. I don't hit women, but pigs I can certainly handle. Liu cracked his neck, his dark eyes sharp and fierce. Just one glance rendered the middle-aged woman frozen in place, too intimidated to approach. Despite her robust appearance, she was genuinely frightened by Liu's gaze. Don't worry, dear. I'm here. A shout erupted from behind the middle-aged woman as a scrawny middle-aged man rushed out of the shop, brandishing a gleaming knife. You little punk. Regardless of your relationship with her, she's blocking my store's business, and she must compensate us, or you won't be leaving. The man's damn big brother. He has a knife. You shouldn't confront him. I have money here. Just give it to him. The girl's pale face trembled as she spoke. Do not fear. I am here. Liu turned to her with a gentle smile. The girl was momentarily captivated by his expression. You little brat. If you seek death, I shall oblige. The middle-aged man, perceiving Liu's resolute demeanor and unwilling to retreat under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, advanced menacingly towards him with the kitchen knife in hand. Liu likewise stepped forward with determination. Bang! Before the man could raise the knife, Liu was already upon him, delivering a powerful punch directly to his chest. Ouch! The man howled in agony, only to be swiftly thrown to the ground by Liu in a shoulder throw, leaving him gasping for breath. As if his very organs had shifted, the knife clattered to the ground. Husband, are you all right? The middle-aged woman cried out, rushing forward. But upon meeting Liu's fierce and cold gaze, she hesitated, rooted in place. You can call the police. There are numerous witnesses here, and the nearby surveillance cameras will reveal the truth about this knife. Liu adjusted his clothing, then took the girl's hand and departed with purpose. The crowd watched their retreating figures, their expressions a medley of emotions. Once Liu and the girl had completely vanished from sight, the middle-aged woman rushed to her husband. Wailing, are you hurt? The middle-aged man grimaced in pain, his face pale as he gritted his teeth. The onlookers, now filled with mockery, dispersed, though a few lingered. eager to see whether the couple would contact the authorities. Eventually, it was discovered that they returned to their shop with the knife, and the commotion faded. "Ha, big brother. Thank you." The girl blinked her clear, bright eyes and expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lu Yu. "It was merely a trifling effort. Do not mention it." Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively, casting a deep glance at her, observing her innocent visage, untouched by makeup. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. In comparison to her previous life of fame, she seemed far more genuine now. "Did you just arrive by train?" Lu Yu inquired, noting her disheveled appearance. "Yes, I just got off the train. I missed my stop and got lost. My phone is out of battery, so I couldn't reach anyone." The girl shyly bit her lip. "Where do you live? I shall escort you." Lu Yu, wishing to foster a connection, resolved to be of assistance. "No need for that. I can take the bus back on my own." The girl quickly shook her head, her cheeks flushed, unable to meet Lu Yu's gaze. "Will you wait here, or shall I drive you back?" Lu Yu insisted. "I think I will wait here." Aware of Lu Yu's insistence, the girl glanced at the bustling crowd around them, still somewhat wary of him. "All right," Lu Yu conceded, turning to retrieve his car keys and returning to her side. "Get in the car." He got out, placed the girl's suitcase in the trunk, and then drove her to the neighborhood she had mentioned. Chapter 22, Returning the Girl Home. Task reward, 1 million. Half an hour later, Lu Yu parked outside an upscale community. Coincidentally, this was the same high-end neighborhood where he had dropped off Lu Cha the previous night. However, considering the girl's background, he was not surprised. "Shall you alight here? Or would you prefer I accompany you inside?" Lu Yu turned to the girl, who sat nervously in the passenger seat, his smile warm. The sight of the luxurious villas and lush greenery overwhelmed her. "Please take me inside," she replied hesitantly after a moment. "Very well," Lu Yu said, nothing more as he drove to the entrance, rolled down the window, and spoke to the security guard. "Sir, may we enter? We are here to visit." The guard listened attentively, but shook his head. "I'm sorry, you must call the person inside and have them contact us for entry." "Understood." Lu Yu turned to the girl, asking, "Is your phone charged?" Earlier in the car, he had provided her with a charger to replenish her phone's battery. "Yes, I can call now." The girl pulled out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello." She uttered a single word. On the other end, an excited voice, tinged with tears, responded, meowing. "Where are you? We've been frantic trying to reach you." Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Yu pretended to clean his ears, blocking out the sound. After a brief silence, he heard the girl softly say, "I'm at the entrance of your community," before promptly hanging up. Lu Yu glanced at the girl, who remained silent, her gaze cast downward. Her slender profile was strikingly beautiful, though perhaps still pale from her earlier fright. 15 minutes later, a triangular SUV sped out of the community, meowing. As the vehicle came to a halt, the doors flung open and a man and woman rushed out. The girl pursed her lips, silently opened the door, and approached the two middle-aged individuals, accepting their emotional embrace and expressions of concern. Lu Yu exited the car and scrutinized the couple. Indeed, they were the ones. The middle-aged man, portly yet exuding an air of authority, and the woman, remarkably well-preserved, seemed untouched by time. Both were visibly emotional upon seeing the girl, with the woman's eyes reddening to the point of tears and the man trembling with relief. The girl, however, remained composed, silently absorbing their emotional outpouring. "Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, 1 million in cash." The system's voice echoed in his mind. Simultaneously, a text message arrived on his phone, confirming the bank transaction. Lu Yu smiled, opening the trunk to retrieve the girl's pink suitcase. Without uttering another word, he drove away from the scene. Once the middle-aged couple's emotional exchange with the girl had concluded, she turned to introduce Lu Yu, only to realize he had already departed, leaving only her pink suitcase behind. A shadow of disappointment crossed her face, as if a piece of her had been taken away. Meowing, "Let us return home. I will have the property management investigate who brought you here so that we can properly thank him." The middle-aged woman affectionately took the girl's hand, leading her back to the car. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man took her backpack and helped her with the suitcase as they got back inside. The driver turned the vehicle around and re-entered the community. Upon returning home, Lu Yu invested the entire 1 million into the stock market, preparing to reap significant rewards. In the afternoon, he received a call from Ding Shuhui, urging him to prepare for a family gathering with Lu Cha that evening. "So soon?" he mused, scratching his head. Ding! Suddenly, a message notification pinged. Without even glancing, Lu Yu knew it was from Lu Cha. Indeed, when he opened his phone, it was a voice message from her. "Brother, how wonderful. We are meeting again tonight, la la la." Her playful tone was soft and sweet, sending a shiver down the spine of anyone who listened. As Lu Yu felt a chill run down his spine, he replied, "All right, I understand. Make sure to prepare well, and don't embarrass yourself tonight." A few seconds later, he received a voice message in response. "Brother, don't worry. I will definitely dress up nicely, and 1 tea brings shame upon you." The sweet and tender tone of Lu Cha's voice made Lu Yu shake his head in disbelief. Soon after, Lu Yu's parents returned home from work. Mom and Dad, you're back quite early today, Lu Yu remarked, observing the hurried demeanor of the two. Is there not much work at the office? We have to visit the old neighbors tonight, so I took a little leave, Ding Shui replied as she changed her shoes. Oh, Lu Yu casually acknowledged, preparing to head back to his room. What are you doing? Suddenly, he was called out by Lu Shuahai. I'm going to take a short nap. Lu Yu turned back. Nope. Have you seen what time it is? Hurry up and tidy yourself up. Look at how disheveled you are, Lu Shuahai exclaimed, eyeing Lu Yu's hair, which resembled a bird's nest. Exactly. You need to get ready. You will be seeing your childhood friend tonight, Ding Shui added. We just saw each other last night and almost kissed. What more preparation do I need? Lu Yu shook his head, reluctantly replying, fine. In a luxurious villa, Song Bai-mei sat on the sofa, calling her eldest daughter. Junjun, try to finish work early tonight. We'll be dining with Lu Yu's family at 7 p.m. at the Reunion Hotel. After receiving a succinct response from the other end of the line, she hung up with satisfaction. Lu Cha, what have you been doing cooped up in your room all day? Come out and get some fresh air. She turned her head and called out to the second floor. After a long silence with no reply, she ascended the stairs and, without knocking, pushed open Lu Cha's door. What greeted her was a mountain of various clothes piled on the bed, a rather impressive sight. Lu Cha stood in front of the mirror, clad in a white silk nightgown, gesturing with different outfits. Mom, why didn't you knock before coming in? She asked without turning, still focused on her reflection. This dress is a bit short. It's not suitable for tonight's occasion, more appropriate for a date with him. This one is too plain, and the color is too light to stand out. This outfit is too big and fails to accentuate my figure. She mumbled, clearly dissatisfied. It's just a simple gathering, not a meeting with your future in-laws. Do you really need to be so extravagant? Song Bai-mei teased, having never seen Lu Cha put so much effort into her appearance. To her surprise, as soon as she finished speaking, she noticed her younger daughter's fair face blush rapidly. Mom, what are you saying? That is so annoying. Chapter 23. The Dinner with Lu Cha's Family. At 6:45 p.m., Lu Yu drove his parents to the Reunion Hotel. While not a 5-star establishment, its 3-star rating seemed justified. The grand palace-like architecture shimmered under the night sky, radiating a golden glow, indicating its prestige. I now believe that it was a wise choice for old Lu and Bai-mei to leave their jobs and venture into business. Ding Shui exclaimed, marveling at the hotel. You certainly didn't think so back then. Lu Shuahai rolled his eyes. That was my short-sightedness. I've come to regret it now, can't I? Ding Shui gently chided him. They're quite bold. Look at you always playing it safe. All right, it's almost time. Let us head in, Lu Shuahai awkwardly suggested. Casting a knowing glance at Lu Yu. Understanding the cue, Lu Yu promptly ushered his parents toward the hotel. On the 9th floor, in the old neighbor's hall, Lu Yu smiled at the young and beautiful hostess. Lu Yu? To his surprise, the hostess responded with a question. Yes, Lu Yu replied, momentarily taken aback. Please follow me. The hostess said, her pale face lighting up with a charming smile as she gracefully led them through the hotel. How do you know my name? Lu Yu queried with curiosity. The manager informed me. The hostess smiled back. In that moment, Lu Yu comprehended that Lu Cha's family had considerable connections. Even the hotel owner was an acquaintance. The opulent hotel lobby bustled with guests. Men donned suits, exuding the aura of successful individuals, while women in evening gowns resembled elegant ladies attending high society galas. Lu Shuahai and Ding Shuhui followed the hostess, wide-eyed at their surroundings. Although they were not accustomed to such scenes, they held their composure. Upon stepping out of the elevator on the 9th floor, the trio was taken aback. Jiaoyang? Bai-mei? Lu Shuahai and Ding Shui reacted with palpable excitement, and Lu Yu's eyes widened in surprise. To their astonishment, Lu Jiaoyang and Song Bai-mei awaited them at the elevator entrance. Of course, Lu Jun and Lu Cha stood behind them. Seeing Lu Yu emerge from the elevator, Lu Cha winked at him playfully, her cheeks dimpling. What are you two doing? Is this really necessary? Lu Shuahai and Ding Shui stepped forward, each grasping Lu Jiaoyang and Song Bai-mei's hands, an unmistakable closeness evident. Ha ha, we initially planned to wait for you in the lobby, but then we thought it would be better to wait here, by the elevator. The lobby manager called me to inform that esteemed guests had arrived, so we came over. You wouldn't hold it against us, would you? Lu Jiaoyang and Song Bai-mei beamed at their old neighbors, clearly delighted. How could we? If anyone is to blame, it's just your excessive politeness. Ding Shui and Song Bai-mei embraced, their smiles radiant. Laughter erupted among the group. Is this Junjun? And Cha-Cha? Ding Shui released Song Bai-mei and turned to the two young women behind her. Lu Jun stepped forward with a gentle smile. Hello, Uncle Lu, Aunt Ding. Dressed in a white blouse paired with a gray plaid blazer and a black pencil skirt, Her long legs encased in sheer black stockings, she exuded an air of sophistication. Having become a university professor, her demeanor had transformed significantly, radiating intelligence and grace. Yet she remained as beautiful as ever. Ding Shui remarked with a smile, "Lu Jun, you've changed so much. We could barely recognize you from just your voice during our calls." Lu Jun, who had always possessed a somewhat reserved personality, merely smiled at the compliment and turned her gaze towards Lu Yu, her dark eyes concealing enigmatic emotions. Lu Yu responded with a sunny smile. Reminiscent of the boy next door, Lu Cha stepped forward, her smile sweet as she affectionately linked arms with Ding Shui, greeting her in a delicate voice. "Uncle Lu." "Aunt Ding, it's been a while." Clad in a white knitted top and a black long skirt, with fashionable white shoes, she exuded youthful vibrancy and style. "Wow, Cha-Cha is back from abroad? You've become even more beautiful and taller. It seems life abroad suits you well." Ding Shuhui's face radiated with delight as she gently placed her hands upon Lu Cha's fragrant shoulders, scrutinizing her with eyes aglow. Although she held affection for Lu Jun, her bond with this childhood companion of her son, who had grown up alongside him, felt far more intimate. In her youth, with her parents engrossed in business ventures, she had been left to fend for herself. For an extended period, she thrived under Ding Shuhui's care, with every meal prepared by the latter and transportation arranged by Lu Shuhai. During parent-teacher meetings, when Lu Cha's parents were unavailable, Lu Shuhai would attend on behalf of Lu Yu, while Ding Shui represented Lu Cha. It was even the case that she concealed Lu Cha's less than stellar academic performance, dishonestly claiming that the teacher had praised her at the meeting. One can imagine the depth of their relationship. Thus, despite Lu Cha residing abroad and not having returned home in 3 years, their phone conversations remained unbroken. Indeed, given the closeness of both families and the ties between Lu Cha and Lu Shuhai and Ding Shui, it was not an exaggeration to consider Lu Yu's family as a second home for Lu Cha. "It's me, Aunt Ding. I'm back," Lu Cha exclaimed in a playful tone, clinging to Ding Shuhui's arm and shaking it enthusiastically. What seemed to Lu Yu as a somewhat childish display was, in Ding Shuhui's eyes, as affectionate as that of her own daughter, bringing her immense joy. "How wonderful that you've returned. You must have faced many challenges abroad. But now you are home," Ding Shui said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, genuinely feeling for Lu Cha. "Aunt Ding, please don't cry. I'm perfectly well, and life abroad has treated me kindly, aside from a few communication hurdles." Lu Cha hurriedly wiped away Ding Shuhui's tears, offering a comforting smile. "Let us not dwell on tears today. It's such a joyful occasion, and to see you crying is hardly fitting." At that moment, Lu Shuhai seized the opportunity to voice his grievances, redirecting the earlier admonishment about his lack of courage back towards Ding Shui. "What do you know?" Ding Shui shot a glare at Lu Shuhai. "Weren't you the one who worried that Cha-Cha wouldn't be able to adapt to the local cuisine, and even considered sending her local delicacies by courier?" "I merely mentioned it in passing," Lu Shuhai replied, awkwardly scratching his nose and falling silent. According to the law of conservation of smiles, a smile cannot simply vanish, but rather shifts from one to another. Lu Cha's smile blossomed, sweet and charming, as she turned to Lu Shuhai, saying, "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Lu. I often craved local delicacies, but alas, no one thought to send them my way." Upon hearing this, Lu Shuhai became animated, directing a pointed look at Ding Shui. "Did you hear that?" Meanwhile, Lu Jiaoyang and Song Bai Mei expressed their concern for Lu Yu. Indeed, Lu Jiaoyang even wrapped an arm around Lu Yu's shoulder, testing the firmness of his muscles with generous praise, while Song Bai Mei, akin to a mother assessing her own son, held Lu Yu's hand and engaged him in warm conversation. Lu Yu could feel the genuine affection emanating from them, for they had watched him grow over the course of more than 2 decades. It was fair to say that Lu Cha was half a daughter to the Lu family, and Lu Yu was half a son to the Lu Cha household. Chapter 24. "You are so kind. Lu Xinxin must be blind." Within the private room, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. The two families gathered around a round table, indulging in delectable dishes while engaging in enthusiastic conversation, seemingly possessing an endless array of topics to discuss. There was not a hint of awkwardness or silence, creating a most comfortable ambience. Regardless of how others felt, Lu Yu reveled in the experience, especially after having endured a betrayal from those he held dear in his previous life, leading to a tragic end. Through the course of their conversation, he learned why they had chosen to dine at such a prestigious 3-star hotel. This establishment was, in fact, owned by Lu Cha's family. Reflecting on the hostess's earlier words about the owner's instructions, Lu Yu had assumed that Lu Cha's family had a close relationship with the hotel proprietor, only to discover that Lu Cha's father was the very owner of the hotel. How outrageous! The vile capitalist, Lu Yu thought as he gazed upon Lu Cha. whose radiant smile and melodious voice, akin to the sound of tinkling bells, interjected playfully into the conversation between the two sets of parents, charming them with delightful anecdotes that elicited laughter from Lu Xiaohai and Ding Shui. The more he observed Lu Cha, the more fond he became of her. Lu Cha had successfully elevated her status from a half-daughter of the Lu family to a full-fledged daughter. In contrast, Lu Jun remained notably reserved, only speaking occasionally. It was unclear whether she was disinterested or simply unable to engage. She seemed perpetually unable to insert herself into the dialogue between their parents. To alleviate her discomfort, Lu Yu made efforts to initiate conversation with her. However, Lu Jun's responses were cool and detached, yet she remained engaged. In truth, Lu Yu felt an unexpected closeness to Lu Jun, akin to a gentle gentleman's friendship or the ease of old acquaintances reunited, rich and mellow like fine wine. Their parents had previously agreed that Lu Jun would serve as a tutor for him and Lu Cha during their school years, which had instilled a genuine fear of her in him at that time. Yet, now their exchanges felt harmonious, and with Lu Yu present, Lu Cha no longer appeared intimidated by Lu Jun, frequently shifting from conversations with their parents to engage with Lu Yu and Lu Jun. Watching the three youngsters share laughter and conversation brought immense joy to both sets of parents. Song Bai Mei, with a smile gracing her lips, reminisced. I recall that when Lu Cha and Lu Yu were in the 3rd grade, and Lu Jun was in the 6th, they once faced a situation after school when a group of thugs demanded protection fees from them. Even at such a tender age, Lu Yu displayed remarkable courage, urging Lu Jun and Lu Cha to flee while he stood firm to protect them. As she spoke, she gestured to illustrate just how small Lu Yu had been at the time, emphasizing his height, which was scarcely over a meter. Laughter erupted around the table, with everyone sharing in the amusement, except for Lu Yu, who felt a rush of embarrassment and buried his flushed face in his plate of food. Ding Shui added, I remember that it was ultimately Lu Jun who bravely chased away those 5th-grade bullies. Unfortunately, her heroic rescue did not quite turn out as planned. More laughter ensued, further amplifying Lu Yu's discomfort. Lu Jun's lips curled slightly in a smile, with a soft hue evident in her clear eyes, though it flickered away quickly. Meanwhile, Lu Cha was in fits of laughter, her demeanor carefree and unrestrained as she exchanged playful glances with Lu Yu. It wasn't long before she suddenly realized how she was behaving, promptly straightening her posture, covering her mouth with a delicate laugh, and attempting to adopt an air of genteel femininity, prompting Lu Yu to roll his eyes. After the awkwardness passed, Lu Yu relaxed and continued to eat while engaging in conversation, genuinely enjoying the moment. The chef at your family's hotel is quite skilled. The food quality is excellent. Lu Yu remarked to Lu Yu. He intended to follow up with, no wonder it is a special supply, but was interrupted by Lu Jiaoyang's gentle voice asking, what is your current employment situation, Lu Yu? Lu Xiaohai interjected casually, oh, he is currently unemployed. He had a promising job, but chose to resign. Why not let him work in my company? I remember he studied computer science in college, and I happen to have an opening for that. After clinking glasses with Lu Jiaoyang and sipping a mouthful of liquor, Lu Xiaohai turned his gaze to Lu Yu with a smile. So what do you think? Are you interested? Rest assured, the salary will surely satisfy you. Before Lu Yu could respond, Ding Shui swiftly declined, saying, oh, never mind. His skills are hardly sufficient for your company. There is no need to worry about him. He won't starve. Lu Xiaohai added, he is still young, with hands and feet. He'll manage just fine without our concern. Lu Chahua furrowed her delicate brows, contemplating whether to invite Lu Yu into her family business. However, Lu Yu cleared his throat and replied, Uncle Lu, please do not extend such an invitation. I wish to venture into society for a few more years and do not desire to enter the realm of retirement so soon. He understood the age-old adage regarding the difficulties of working with relatives. Whether in terms of employment or finances, disputes could easily arise. Although the Lu family might be indifferent to such matters, his own family was rather concerned about them. Particularly, these minor disagreements could adversely affect the relationship between their two families, something Lu Yu was keen to avoid. Thus, the simplest course of action was to decline. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting my company is a retirement home? Lu Jiaoyang feigned indignation as he spoke. I merely offered an example, Lu Yu replied, unfazed by Lu Jiaoyang's mock seriousness, grinning playfully. All right then, if you do not wish to join us, that is fine. However, Uncle Lu's company will always have its doors wide open for you. You may come whenever you desire. Lu Jiaoyang attempted to continue, but was interrupted by Lu Xiaohai, who placed a glass of wine before him, declaring, forget about him. Let us drink. Lu Yu, do not stand on ceremony with your Uncle Lu and Aunt Song. You are like a son to us, having known you since childhood. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in us. We will certainly assist in any way we can, Song Baimei expressed sincerely. All right, he's well aware of that, being your Uncle Lu and Aunt Song. After all, the relationship is solid. Ding Shui chuckled. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, assuring Aunt Song, rest assured, I will not be formal with you and Uncle Lu. That is good to hear, Song Baimei responded with a satisfied nod. Oh, by the way, do you have a girlfriend now? She suddenly inquired of Lu Yu. Clearly, once the topic of work had been exhausted, they shifted to matters of life and romance. Didn't Tihi date someone in college? What was her name? Lu Xinxin? Lu Jiaoyong pondered aloud. Ah, right. I nearly forgot. My memory fails me, Song Baimei exclaimed, her expression brightening as she gazed at Lu Yu. How is your relationship with her? Are you still together? We broke up, Lu Yu replied calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. What happened? Both Lu Jiaoyong and Song Baimei were intrigued. You two had been together for several years. Previously, when I spoke with your mother, she mentioned that you were considering marriage. Ding Shui remarked, feeling slightly awkward. Exactly, Lu Yu. You are such a good person. Lu Xinxin must be blind. Lu Chaohua interjected, her tone abrupt. What business is it of yours? Song Baimei shot a glare at Lu Chaohua, commanding her to be silent. If they say not to speak, then do not speak. Why are you glaring at me? Lu Chaohua pouted, visibly intimidated by her formidable mother. Song Baimei cast a disapproving glance at Lu Chaohua before turning her attention back to Lu Yu, her demeanor softening into a warm smile. In that moment, Lu Yu could not help but marvel at the innate ability of women to shift their expressions. What is the situation between you and Lu Xinxin? Song Baimei inquired cheerfully. Alas, it simply was not meant to be, Lu Yu sighed. Lu Jun fixed his gaze on Lu Yu, his dark eyes glimmering with curiosity. I shall not press you further, Song Baimei noted, seeing Lu Yu's reluctance to divulge more. With your good looks, you are bound to encounter someone even better in the future. Do not lose heart. One can only hope. Lu Yu feigned a dramatic sigh, casting a sideways glance at Lu Chaohua. He was taken aback to find her glaring at him, her cheeks puffed up like two small balloons. Maintaining his expressionless facade, he inwardly chuckled. You will pay for this. Just wait. Lu Chaohua pouted, crossing her arms defiantly. Ding Shui then turned her attention to Lu Jun and Lu Chaohua. Smiling as she asked, are you two dating anyone? Can you bring them home for us to meet? Lu Jun shook his head decisively. Not yet. Meanwhile, under Lu Yu's watchful gaze, Lu Chaohua hesitated before shaking her head as well, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she softly admitted, me neither. She discreetly stole a glance at Lu Yu, a gesture noticed only by him. His heart skipped a beat, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. Pretending not to have seen, Lu Chaohua pouted slightly, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. To anyone observing, it was clear that Lu Chaohua might have someone special in her heart, perhaps even a significant other. This was precisely Lu Chaohua's intention. She did not wish to be Lu Yu's secret girlfriend. Thus, she aimed to gradually create an impression before Lu Yu's parents that she had someone in her life, discreetly hinting that it was Lu Yu, and ultimately, to boldly declare her position as Lu Yu's legitimate girlfriend. Really, there is no one? Ding Shuhui's eyes sparkled with interest as she pressed further. I truly do not have anyone. Aunt Ding, please do not ask me. Lu Chaohua stammered. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples, her eyes shimmering with shyness. The expression she wore was that of a young girl harboring secret affections. Your demeanor suggests otherwise. Ding Shui observed, her curiosity piqued as she continued to tease. I genuinely do not, Aunt Ding. I'm not deceiving you. Perhaps there is someone, but nothing is confirmed yet. I cannot disclose anything. If it comes to that, you will surely know. I will introduce him to you when the time is right. Lu Chaohua spoke shyly, her tone sweet and playful, yet tinged with pride. To Lu Yu's ears, however, it sounded excessively coy. I need to use the restroom, he announced, unable to endure the conversation any longer, and exited the private room. Observing Lu Yu's retreating figure, Lu Jun pondered for a moment before rising as well. Where are you going? Song Baimei inquired, watching her with curiosity. To the bathroom, Lu Jun replied calmly. Look at your sister. She is nearly finding a partner. And you? You do not even have a shadow. You need to step up your game. Song Baimei admonished, her tone heavy with disappointment. Ding Shui Tianzi et Yunyun. As a teacher at Xinjiang University, you must meet many outstanding young men. Broaden your horizons, and you are sure to find someone who meets your standards. I understand. Lu Jun nodded faintly before departing the private room. Sigh. Song Baimei exhaled, her brow furrowed with concern. Do not fret. When the time is right, fate will intervene. Ding Shui comforted her. Let's hope so, Song Baimei agreed, yet her expression remained clouded with lingering worries. Outside the private room, Lu Yu had just finished in the restroom when he encountered Lu Jun's sister Jun. He greeted her with a smile and a nod, intending to pass by her into the room. Suddenly, A strong arm blocked his path. Sister June, what is the matter? Liu halted, turning to regard her with a puzzled expression. Lu Jun's countenance was devoid of emotion, her dark eyes filled with authority and intensity, reminiscent of a teacher scrutinizing a student. In a calm voice, she inquired, I heard that you were dating my sister? Lu Yu's heart raced, akin to thunderclaps echoing in his mind, yet he maintained his composure, replying, No, who told you that? Do not feign ignorance. My sister has already confided in me, she asserted. After a brief pause, LV June spoke. Did she really say that? Lu Yu was utterly taken aback. Had LV Cha confided in LV June? No, he had explicitly cautioned her against spreading rumors. If that were the case, then, oh no, Lu Yu still trusted LV Cha's integrity. Thus, he immediately realized that he had been deceived by LV June. Indeed, as this thought crossed his mind, he was unaware that LV June had already observed the expression on his face. Just as I suspected, she nodded impassively, her voice calm and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Sister June, let me explain. It's not as you think. Lu Yu froze, intending to clarify, only to see LV June turn and stride into the private room, leaving behind a slender, graceful silhouette. Sigh, she had seen through him. His skills were still too rudimentary. However, since LV Cha hadn't spoken to her, how did she find out? It was quite perplexing. Had she caught a glimpse during their date? Lu Yu stood outside the private room, contemplating for a moment but failing to discern the reason, and thus he stepped inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of LV Cha's strikingly clear, contrasting eyes, which were fixated on him, following his every movement. Lu Yu returned to his seat, and seizing the opportunity when others were distracted, he took out his phone to message LV Cha. Your sister just stopped me outside and asked if I was dating you. Ding! LV Cha's phone chimed. Promptly aware of Lu Yu's updates, she pulled out her phone. Upon reading the message, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively glanced at Lu Yu and LV June. Ding. Lu Yu sent another message. How does your sister know we're dating? LV Cha furrowed her brow, suddenly enlightened. It was likely that Lu Yu had been intimidated into revealing the truth. She recalled that evening when Lu Yu had dropped her off. LV June had been in the car behind them. She must have seen. Previously, she hadn't recognized the car as Lu Yu's, but today, during a phone call with her mother, Ding Shui had mentioned the license plate number, and LV June had been present. The truth was unveiled. LV Cha inhaled deeply and then raised her gaze to meet LV June's. Coincidentally, LV June was also staring at her impassively, her dark pupils deep and tranquil. LV Cha offered her an awkward smile and quickly averted her eyes, like a child caught in wrongdoing. Her fingers deftly typed a message on her phone. The night you dropped me off, she might have seen your car. She succinctly conveyed her speculation in a text and sent it to Lu Yu. Upon reading it, Lu Yu furrowed his brow before relaxing it. There was no escaping this. It was evident that fate was determined to expose their romance. Alas, such misfortune. Chapter 26. Solely preoccupied with pleasing their parents. At 10 p.m., both families shared laughter and camaraderie as they departed the hotel. During their farewell, both families felt a tinge of reluctance, since Cha-Cha had returned from abroad, and both children were in Xinjiang, not far apart. They should gather more frequently. That is certain. Our company is finally on track, and we're not as busy anymore. So we must meet often. After all, they had been neighbors for many years, and it had been a long time since they last met. One evening was hardly sufficient. Feel free to come over. Aunt Ding will prepare your favorite braised pork ribs. Ding Shui turned to look at LV June and LV Cha, her smile warm and motherly, though it was primarily directed towards LV Cha. LV Cha stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Ding Shui's, beaming sweetly, as if she had just tasted honey. Of course. I'm so happy. She had intended to mention visiting the next day, but Lu Yu seemed to have anticipated her words, casting her a subtle warning glance, making her swallow her thoughts. However, she felt quite disgruntled and plotted her revenge. Lu Yu, feel free to come over to our place. You have our WeChat and know where we live. Yes, you and LV Cha were so close before. You should hang out more. LV Jiaoyang and Song Bai Mei chimed in one after the other. Oh, I'll definitely come over to play soon. Lu Yu nodded. Well then, we're off. Let us gather again soon. Lu Shuihai and Ding Shui waved goodbye to the LV family, while Lu Yu offered a gentle smile and nod to LV June. Come over when you can. As they watched the departing figures, Song Bai Mei called out cheerfully. Once Lu Yu had driven away from the Grand Hotel, LV Jiaoyang, Song Bai Mei, and LV Cha climbed into LV June's car to head home. LV Cha sat in the front passenger seat, while LV June drove with an indifferent expression. The interior of the car was dimly lit. However, LV Cha felt as though LV June frequently turned her head to glance at her, which made her feel somewhat uneasy. Yet, all the way home, LV Jun did not broach any topic regarding Lu Yu. Even when LV Jiaoyang and Song Baimei discussed Lu Yu and his relationship status, LV Jun remained silent, solely focused on driving. LV Cha's heart calmed slightly. Upon returning home, the family had no extra energy and retreated to their respective rooms to rest. After finishing her shower, LV Cha lay on her bed, preparing to message Lu Yu when a soft knock echoed at the door. "Who is it?" she called, slipping on her slippers and opening the door, only to find LV Jun standing there. Her heart skipped a beat, and she feigned calmness. "Sister, what brings you here at this hour?" "What? Can't I come to see you if I have nothing else to do?" LV Jun pushed past LV Cha and walked straight in. "Sister, aren't you working tomorrow? If you stay up late, will you have the energy?" LV Cha pressed her lips together and reluctantly closed the door, following LV Jun into the room. As if it were her own, LV Jun sat on the sofa, crossing her legs and gazing intently at LV Cha. The intensity of her gaze was overwhelming, especially for LV Cha, who had always lived in the shadow of LV Jun's brilliance. "I have class in the afternoon. I have no plans in the morning, so I can sleep in," LV Jun casually remarked. "Oh," LV Cha pouted slightly. LV Jun scrutinized her from head to toe. She was clad in a pink silk nightgown, her arms and legs fair and delicate, her face porcelain-like, rosy yet pure, and her eyes sparkling with an enchanting allure. Having just showered, her hair was damp, resembling a delicate lotus emerging from the water. LV Jun glanced at herself. She too had just finished showering, her skin radiantly fair and supple. But even in her white nightgown, she exuded a coolness that she found somewhat irksome, entirely devoid of any semblance of cuteness. "How often have you been in contact with Lu Yu?" she inquired. Here it came. LV Cha snapped back to reality, fully attentive as she replied, "Sister, why are you asking this?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just noticed that you didn't seem to communicate much with him tonight, focusing instead on pleasing his parents." LV Jun said flatly, her gaze devoid of emotion. LV Cha's body trembled slightly, forcing a stiff smile. "How can it be called pleasing? I just haven't seen them in a long time and have missed them. They have always been kind to me." "Oh, then how often have you been in contact with Lu Yu?" Lu Jun inquired once more, her penetrating gaze fixed upon Lu Cha, inducing a bead of cold sweat to form on the latter's freshly bathed skin. "Overall, since my departure abroad, my communication with him has been rather sparse." After a moment's reflection, she decided to speak candidly. The reason for her departure was her unwillingness to encounter Lu Yu and Lu Xinxin again. Nor did she wish to delve into the intricacies of their relationship. Consequently, her phone calls with Lu Yu became infrequent. Conversely, during the initial period of her time abroad, Lu Yu frequently reached out to her, yet her despondency led to a lukewarm response, gradually diminishing their communication. Although she had previously lamented this estrangement, certain bonds, once faded, cannot easily be rekindled. Nevertheless, upon her rebirth and taking the initiative, she sensed that her relationship with Lu Yu was once again on the cusp of reverting to their former childhood camaraderie. "Oh, Lu Yun otilt." This exclamation left Lu Cha feeling entirely unsettled, unsure of Lu Jun's intentions. "Sister, what do you mean by that?" After contemplating, she resolved that rather than remain passively anxious, she should assert herself decisively. Perhaps she could turn the tide. Besides, what was amiss between her and Lu Yu? She was indeed his legitimate girlfriend, and there was nothing shameful about that. At worst, she could disregard Lu Yu's opinions and be forthright, testing who could truly hinder her. "I don't mean anything. It's getting late, so you should rest early." Just as Lu Cha was preparing for a showdown with Lu Jun, the latter casually uttered a remark that shattered Lu Cha's carefully constructed mental preparation. Watching Lu Jun's retreating figure, Lu Cha opened her mouth, her expression laced with bitterness. "Oh, dear sister, could you refrain from messing with my state of mind? I was all set to be honest, and now you say nothing? Are you toying with me?" "Oh, right." Just as Lu Jun was about to open the door, she suddenly halted. "There are certain things I want to mention indiscriminately. You should manage them well, but don't keep it from Mom and Dad for too long." With that, she exited without looking back. The room was left with Lu Cha, staring blankly in the direction Lu Jun had departed, her gaze lingering for an extended period. Days passed. Although their parents said little, Lu Yu grew increasingly bored after lying around at home for several days. Aside from refusing to go out with Lu Cha, who was equally idle, he occupied himself with monitoring the stock market, ensuring that his investment of $2 million did not go to waste. Ultimately, he resolved to seek employment. Recalling from his past life, he remembered a startup company that had become the biggest dark horse in Xinjiang City, preparing for an IPO in just a few years. Moreover, it was a competitor to the company he had previously been with. Hence, it was settled. Chapter 27. If you can't beat them, join them. Basking in the brilliant sunshine, Lu Yu arrived at the company. Gazing at the sign on the wall, He murmured to himself, Shiyu Network Technology Company, Limited, indeed, it's the one. He stepped inside. May I help you? A girl, who was tidying up the room, looked up in confusion at Lu Yu. I'm here for a job interview. Are you hiring? Lu Yu scrutinized her carefully, further affirming that this was indeed the dark horse of his past life. I posted a job opening online less than an hour ago, and you've already arrived? The girl widened her eyes, placing her cloth down. Please come in and wait. I'll fetch the boss. With that, she dashed off, soon returning with a tall, strikingly beautiful woman. Shiyu, this is him, the girl pointed at Lu Yu. The woman, approximately 30 years of age, had lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, porcelain skin, and a delicate face adorned with subtle makeup, exhibiting an almost surreal beauty. Her demeanor was mature and composed. Hello, do you have a resume? The woman, clad in a black professional suit, gracefully approached, her eyes dancing over Lu Yu. Yes. Lu Yu produced the resume he had diligently prepared overnight and handed it to her. Lu Yu, majoring in computer science and technology at Xinjiang University. The woman opened the resume and scrutinized it closely. As she read on, her demeanor displayed a conflicting state. Her bright eyes sparkled with interest, yet her brows furrowed in disbelief. Finally, she raised her gaze to meet Lu Yu's dark eyes and remarked, Mr. Lu, to speak honestly, your resume aligns perfectly with our company's requirements. But I have one point of confusion that I hope you can clarify for me. Please, go ahead, Lu Yu replied with a warm smile. Your work experience and accolade from university are quite remarkable. I'm just curious as to why you are applying to our newly established company. The woman offered a wry smile. I relish a challenge. Lu Yu feigned an air of arrogance, as he certainly couldn't divulge, in my past life. Your company became the most dazzling dark horse in Xinjiang and even the entire nation. So since I couldn't compete, I decided to join. The woman squinted her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing Lu Yu's chiseled features before bursting into a mature, charming smile. Lu Yu, welcome to Shiyu Network Technology Company, Limited. Simultaneously, she extended her delicate hand toward him. Thank you. I hope we can work together to elevate the company. Lu Yu gently shook her hand, their touch fleeting. My name is Lin Shiyu, and I'm the owner of this company. She introduced herself with a radiant smile, exuding grace and intellect. The girl also skipped forward, shook Lu Yu's hand, and cheerfully exclaimed, Hello, Lu Yu. I'm Xiao Yin, another employee here. We'll be working side by side from now on. Hello. Lu Yu replied, a smile gracing his lips. Lin Shiyu inquired, When are you available to start? I can begin any time. Lu Yu glanced around. Good. Lin Shiyu nodded, her eyes shimmering as if rippling with water, captivating in their allure. Xiao Yin, please introduce Lu Yu to the basic details of the company. I have a client to attend to. This evening, we'll gather to celebrate the company's opening tomorrow and to welcome Lu Yu to our team. Sure thing, Shiyu. You focus on your work. I'll help Lu Yu get acquainted with the company. Xiao Yin, brimming with vivacity, spoke with an upbeat tone. Lin Shiyu nodded at Lu Yu and then swiftly entered the deeper office. Our company has been established for less than a week, and with your addition, we are now a total of 5 people. The other 2 aren't here today. This office is newly secured. I'm just tidying it up today. As the company officially opens tomorrow, Shiyu is incredibly kind to us, Xiao Yin remarked with a bright smile, displaying her friendly demeanor toward Lu Yu. Lu Yu found it difficult to reconcile the aloof, icy beauty from his past life with the lively girl before him. They engaged in animated conversation until Xiao Yin suddenly recalled that she had yet to finish cleaning. Find a spot to sit. I'll work while we chat. Xiao Yin picked up a cloth and began wiping the table. I'll help you, Lu Yu said, setting down his bag and taking up a mop to assist. No, it's fine. I can finish quickly on my own, Xiao Yin protested, surprised. It's all right. I'm now part of the company. And doing this falls within my responsibilities, Lu Yu replied, resolute in his decision to assist. Lu Yu deftly evaded Xiao Yin's hand, flashing her a radiant smile before bowing his head and throwing himself into his work. Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, but soon a more joyous smile illuminated her face. She had previously harbored concerns that Lu Yu's presence in the company might disrupt the atmosphere. Yet from this single scene, she could discern that his character was indeed well-suited to the company's environment. Lu Yu, she joined in the work, her small mouth chattering incessantly as she engaged Lu Yu in lively conversation, her melodious voice betraying an unmistakable vivacity. Lu Yu responded with his sunny disposition, employing his wit and a tone as refreshing as a spring breeze. Half an hour later, the glimmer in Xiao Yin's gaze began to shift subtly. Just then, amidst Lu Yu's fervent efforts, the sudden ringing of his phone from his pocket interrupted him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced at the screen, surprised to find it was a call from Duan Yulan. I need to take this call, he whispered apologetically to Xiao Yin before turning to exit the room. Hello. Senior sister, Lu Yu greeted, his expression neutral, yet his voice tinged with an unexpected hint of excitement, rising a notch in pitch. Sorry to bother you, Junior. Duan Yulan's gentle voice resonated on the line. I'm fine. I welcome your frequent interruptions, Lu Yu replied, his gaze growing colder while his tone remained warm and inviting. As Duan Yulan listened to Lu Yu's seemingly cheerful voice, her anxious heart gradually found solace. Clearly, Lu Yu still acknowledged her as a senior sister and would not ignore her plea for help. Are you busy at the moment? I have a work-related matter I would like to consult you about, she continued, a confident smile gracing her lips, her tones softening further. Ah, work-related? Lu Yu feigned surprise. But inwardly he scoffed. Yes, after you left, the project team encountered some difficulties and wanted to consult you, our esteemed scholar from Qingjiang University. Since you have been closely following this project and know it best, Duan Yulan beamed. She believed that, despite Lu Yu's resignation, he would still likely assist her in resolving the issues. However, the next moment, the smile on her fair face froze as Lu Yu's voice cut through the air. I'm sorry, senior sister, but I fear I am powerless to assist with work-related matters. With that, Duan Yulan's complexion turned ashen, completely taken aback. How could he say such a thing? The project was over, and so was the company. A wave of despair enveloped her as she listened to the near silence on the other end of the line. Lu Yu inwardly chuckled at the palpable tension. What is this? Duan Yulan bit her lip, forcing a smile, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her. It's not that I don't want to help you, but I have completed my responsibilities concerning the project. The remainder falls under the purview of others, and I am neither informed nor entitled to intervene. Lu Yu replied cheerfully, I believe if your team puts in some extra hours to delve into the project, this minor inconvenience shouldn't hinder you. Duan Yulan's expression darkened. She realized that Lu Yu was exacting revenge for having sidelined him, so he was aware of everything. No wonder he had left so decisively. Only someone who had given up would depart with such resolution, rejecting with such finality. As she pouted, her right hand pressed against her chest. A faint pain in her heart made it difficult to breathe. Lu Yu wore a cold smile. Regret it? This is merely the beginning. Just then, Xiao Yan emerged from the office, about to speak when she noticed Lu Yu was still on the phone. She quickly stifled her words, offering him an apologetic smile before retreating. All right, senior sister, my colleague is calling for me. I must hang up now. We can chat later, Lu Yu said, preparing to end the call. Have you found a new company? Duan Yulan's eyes had turned red without her realizing, the pain in her heart becoming increasingly pronounced. Yes. I can't just lie at home and starve, can I? Lu Yu laughed mockingly. Besides, I have to support a family and earn a bit more. After a moment's thought, he felt unsatisfied and added a particularly cutting remark. Let me share a secret with you. This new company pays overtime on weekends. So I'm determined to become an overtime mercenary and drive the company to bankruptcy. Duan Yulan gasped, her cheeks devoid of color. I'm hanging up now, goodbye. Lu Yu concluded, abruptly ending the call. Duan Yulan clutched her phone, maintaining the posture of having just spoken for a full 5 minutes. Guan Zhihao knocked and entered. Director Duan, what did he say? He inquired cautiously. His face bore remnants of swelling, and in conjunction with his current demeanor, undeniably appeared somewhat comical. He has his own matters to attend to. The troubles with the project must be resolved independently, Duan Yulan replied. Her head slightly bowed as she tucked a few strands of hair behind her ears, shielding her reddened eyes, her voice calm and devoid of any discernible emotion. How can he do this? He was responsible for the project from the beginning, even constructing the foundational framework, and now he wants to wash his hands of it? Guan Zhihao's anger surged, but before he could finish, the icy glare from Duan Yulan stilled him, making it difficult to swallow the words left unspoken. Observing his demeanor, Duan Yulan felt an unexpected wave of fatigue wash over her. She waved her hand dismissively, sighing wearily. Please leave. Director Duan, Guan Zhihao attempted to explain, but Duan Yulan's voice turned sharp. Leave. Yes, Director Duan. Rest assured, even without Lu Yu, I will ensure the project is completed with the rest of the team. Guan Zhihao's face flushed crimson, but he ultimately exited the room. Once the door closed behind him, Duan Yulan let out a deep sigh. Collapsing in her chair and staring blankly at the white ceiling, her pupils devoid of focus. Deep inside, she felt an undercurrent of regret. After hanging up, Lu Yu felt elated and whistled as he entered the office. Having made a phone call, what has put you in such high spirits? Let me hear about your good news, Xiao Yan exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing him. Haha, it's good news for me, but perhaps not for you. Lu Yu winked at her, picking up a mop. However, before he could begin cleaning, another call came in. He checked the screen and saw it was from Lu Cha. What is up? He answered casually. Having spent the past few days together, their relationship had rapidly progressed, restoring the camaraderie of their childhood. Are you free tonight? I'd like to go enjoy the sea breeze, Lu Cha's sweet voice chimed in. Didn't we just go to the beach the other night? Lu Yu frowned. That was just passing through. We stopped for only a few minutes, and I still haven't had enough, Lu Cha replied in a childlike tone. Lu Yu envisioned her pouting, feigning cuteness, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Tonight won't work? I have a dinner with my new colleagues. You've joined a new company? Lu Cha exclaimed, then sweetly added, I want to go to the same company too. What would you come for? Lu Yu's lips twitched slightly. The company I just joined is newly established and does not align with your field of expertise. You should obediently heed your parents' arrangements and refrain from meddling. No, I won't listen to them. I want to be with you. Please don't reject me. Otherwise, my heart will shatter. Lu Cha rolled on the bed, her gentle voice laden with a sense of grievance, beginning to sound sulky. Lu Cha, behave normally, Lu Yu said, exasperated. Then tell me about your new company. I want to join you. Lu Cha persisted, her voice dripping with a playful pout. Be good. I won't say anything for now. Lu Yu's lips involuntarily curved upward, his tone softening. All right, but I truly want to accompany you. Fine, I'll check the time tonight. If it's early enough, I'll take you for a stroll by the sea. Lu Yu could hardly resist Lu Cha's charm. That's wonderful. Lu Cha, I love you so much, brother Yu. You. Lu Yu shook his head, chuckling silently as he hung up the phone. Your partner? Xiao Yan, who had been listening from a distance, could only guess from Lu Yu's aunt's smile. Yes, she could be quite clingy. Lu Yu tucked his phone into his pocket, picking up a mop. You two have a great relationship. It's evident that you're in the passionate phase of love. How lovely. Xiao Yan's tone was tinged with envy. Not too bad, Lu Yu replied with a modest smile, choosing not to elaborate. He was inherently kind-hearted, thus not adept at flaunting affection in front of outsiders. The three of them continued their light banter as they worked until noon. Lin Xiyu also concluded her communication with a client and emerged from her office, her smile radiant as she joined them in tidying up the last bits of mess. Subsequently, the trio ventured out for a bite to eat. Upon returning, they entered the conference room to discuss the company's current situation and future direction. Lu Yu understood that this was Lin Xiyu's informal interview for him, so he subtly refined his insights based on what he had learned about the company's development in his previous life, engaging Lin Xiyu in a discussion. To his surprise, upon hearing his thoughts, Lin Xiyu's composed and intelligent demeanor transformed into one of excitement, as if she had found a kindred spirit. Chapter 29. The Reunion. Lu Cha and Duan Yulan both arrived. Lu Yu spoke confidently, a glow of assurance illuminating his face. Lin Xiyu's delight grew with every word he uttered, culminating in an exuberant grasp of Lu Yu's hand, exclaiming, Your ideas are splendid. They align closely with my own. Lu Yu chuckled inwardly, realizing that he had merely transposed his previous insights onto the present situation. This is merely my perspective. The final decisions rest with you, General Manager Lin. Lu Yu smiled calmly, attempting to withdraw his hand. Apologies, I lost my composure. Lin Xiyu quickly released his hand, a hint of embarrassment coloring her fair cheeks. Your thoughts indeed resonate with the vision I have for this newly established company. After a moment's reflection, her smile widened, and please, no need to address me as General Manager. If you don't mind, you may call me Sister Xiyu, just like Xiao Yan does. Very well, Sister Xiyu. Lu Yu responded without hesitation. Lin Xiyu's smile blossomed even more, and she finally remarked, I can't believe my luck in meeting you. Encountering someone who shares the same wavelength is truly rare. She nearly uttered the term kindred spirit but reconsidered, opting for a less intimate phrasing. At 6:00 p.m., Lin Xiyu drove Xiao Lian away from the company, with Lu Yu trailing behind. After half an hour, the three of them arrived at the Reunion Grand Hotel. Gazing at the hotel's resplendent golden sign, Lu Yu felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Why is it again that the Reunion Grand Hotel is owned by Lu Cha's father? Surely I won't run into her here? Suddenly, a flicker of insight crossed his mind. No, it shouldn't happen. He quickly shook his head in denial of the thought. Lu Yu, what is wrong? Xiao Lian inquired, noticing his bemused expression. Oh, nothing. Lu Yu replied with a smile. Let us go in. They are probably already waiting for us. Lin Xiyu, embodying the essence of a gentle and intelligent elder sister, smiled warmly. She wore a sleek black OL suit, her shapely legs encased in flesh-toned stockings, and her silver high heels gleaming. An air of mature elegance surrounded her. Drawing glances from passers-by, Lu Yu and Xiao Yan followed her into the hotel lobby. On the 5th floor, the heart toward the future private room. Lin Xiyu addressed the reception lady with a smile. Please, lead the way. The receptionist, with a slight bow, cheerfully guided them into the elevator. During this time, she cast a couple of curious glances at Lu Yu, feeling an odd familiarity about him. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the receptionist gently opened the door to the private room before stepping back. Lin Xiyu, Lu Yu, and Xiao Lian entered. Sister Xiyu. The young man and woman, seated on the room's sofa, quickly stood up. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Lin Xiu greeted them with her usual warm smile. We just arrived as well, the young man replied cheerfully, while the woman fixed her gaze on Lu Yu, studying him with curiosity. Allow me to introduce you. Lin Xiu stepped aside to reveal Lu Yu. This is Lu Yu, our new colleague who just joined today. This is Song Jilan and Chao Lanlan, who have also recently joined the company. Hello, Lu Yu was Lavia. Hello, Lu Yu, I'm Gao Lanlan. The three exchanged friendly greetings. Now don't just stand there, come. Sit down, dinner is about to begin. Lin Xiu smiled, gesturing for them to take their seats at the dining table. I'll serve. The youngest, Xiao Lian, seized the teapot from Lu Yu and began pouring tea for everyone. Lin Xiu took a seat at the main table and pressed a bell, prompting a waiter to enter with the menu. This is our company's first gathering. Please feel free to order whatever you desire. Sister Xiu's wallet is quite substantial. Lin Xiu distributed the menus, eliciting laughter from those present. The atmosphere instantly brightened. Truly, the ability to enliven the mood is a quality befitting the future boss of a company poised for success, Lu Yu thought to himself, silently praising her. Lin Xiu ordered several dishes, while the others hesitantly chose a few vegetarian options. Lu Yu was the last to order, yet he felt no apprehension and selected a mix of meat and vegetables. Witnessing this, Lin Xiu nodded in approval. After all, he was a distinguished graduate of Qingjiang University. After a while, the dishes arrived. Lin Xiu stood, raising her glass with a smile, surveying the room. Her voice was melodious as she declared, "Welcome to the Xiu family. This is fate, and I hope we can work together harmoniously moving forward. Tomorrow marks our first day of work, so let's toast with drinks instead of alcohol, and then we can enjoy our meal." Outside the Reunion Grand Hotel, Duan Yulan and several others from the company also alighted from their vehicle. Manager Duan, "Such a high-end hotel," Guan Jihao remarked, gazing at the opulent establishment with a hint of trepidation. "Don't worry, I'm bringing you all here this time. I hope next time we succeed in our project, you'll treat me," Duan Yulan reassured him. Gazing at Guan Jihua and the others, Duan Yulan offered a faint smile. Upon learning of Lu Yu's employment at a new company, she took the initiative to inform Guan Jihua and the others that, upon the project's successful completion, each individual would receive their respective share. This served as a motivational tactic, perhaps also a means to alleviate the remorse lingering deep within her heart. "Lu Yu, even if you have departed, what does it matter? Do not presume that I am utterly dependent on you. My project will continue to progress on schedule, even in your absence." After receiving Duan Yulan's assurance, the team seemed invigorated, working with remarkable vigor that afternoon. This evening, Duan Yulan resolved to exert even more effort, ensuring that this group remained steadfast. "Let us proceed inside," she exclaimed. Not long after Duan Yulan and her companions departed, a sleek Audi sped towards them, entering the underground parking lot under the salute of the security personnel. Through the lowered window, a family of 4 was visible. "Lu Cha, what is the matter with you? Looking so distracted? Mifine, do you have plans for tonight?" "No." "Then why are you dressed so beautifully?" "I have always been beautiful, you know." "Regardless of your plans tonight, cancel them and speak properly to me." "I understand. I will certainly speak highly of my sister in front of her suitor. You can rest assured." "No need. Just be honest about how I normally am." "Honest? How long do you expect me to wait for that?" Yun. Listen to your mother. This young man is quite decent, having studied abroad, knowledgeable and well-suited for you." "Studied abroad? Do you mean like Lu Cha? That barely qualifies as getting by. He is not worthy of me." Chapter 30. I am his girlfriend. May I ask who you are? At 21:30, Lin Xiu, Lu Yu, and others, having indulged in a hearty meal, arrive at the entrance of the hotel to settle the bill. "Everyone, remember, we start work at 9 tomorrow. Lin Xiu winked at Lu Yu, her lively demeanor infused with a hint of playfulness. In that moment, her alluring charm as a mature woman was fully on display, nearly causing Song Jilan to stare in awe. "Got it. No problem." Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Yu was no exception, but at that moment, a voice filled with surprise suddenly echoed. "Lu Yu?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lu Yu furrowed his brow slightly, then turned to see a faint smile on his face. "Senior, what brings you here?" Before him stood Duan Yulan, accompanied by Guan Jihua and the others as they exited the hotel. Observing the indifferent expression on Lu Yu's face, Duan Yulan felt an inexplicable pang in her heart. Particularly, remembering how Lu Yu used to call her senior with a beaming smile only intensified this ache. Her complexion paled slightly as she struggled to maintain composure. Forcing a strained smile, "I brought my project team here for dinner. And you?" "Just having a meal with my colleagues," Lu Yu replied evenly. "Oh." The more composed he appeared, the paler her face became, and the more acute her pain felt, as if she had lost something profoundly precious. "Lu Yu, who is this?" "Lin Xiu, sensing a hint of tension, stepped forward, smiling brightly as she tilted her head towards Lu Yu, unconsciously asserting her claim. She had finally found a kindred spirit in Lu Yu and could not let him slip away. "This is my senior and also my former boss," Lu Yu introduced succinctly. Duan Yulan, upon hearing this brief introduction, pressed her lips together tightly, feeling increasingly suffocated, as though she had been cast aside. "Oh, I see." Lin Xiu nodded in understanding, then turned to Duan Yulan with a smile. "Hello." Duan Yulan gazed at Lin Xiu's mature and refined visage, softly replying, "Hello." Lu Cha emerged from the hotel, her expression one of discontent as she muttered to herself. "I knew my mother's friend was unreliable. She introduced a suitor who is simply not worthy of my sister. Perhaps I'll find an opportunity to sabotage this." She pondered how long Lu Yu would take, as it was nearly 10 o'clock. Ding! Her phone buzzed. She pulled out to find a message from Lu Jun. "Come back, it's over." The 4 words conveyed Lu Jun's impatience. I knew it. She must not be impressed either, Lu Cha thought smugly, but suddenly her eyes widened in disbelief, her voice faltering. A wave of jealousy and irritation brewed within her chest, as she felt an inexplicable annoyance. "No wonder she never called me. It turns out there are so many beautiful women around." Sour words escaped her rosy lips as she strode over in her high heels, visibly agitated. "Senior, it's getting late. We should be leaving," Lu Yu remarked, glancing at the time and then smiling at Duan Yulan. Duan Yulan clearly had something to say to Lu Yu, but with Lin Xiu watching intently, she could only hold back. "All right, let us go. We have work tomorrow," Lin Xiu said cheerfully, patting Lu Yu's shoulder and gently nudging his arm, encouraging him to move in sync with her. Observing this detail, Duan Yulan felt her heart ache uncontrollably. "Lu Yu, wait," she called out to him. "Senior, is there something else?" Lu Yu halted and turned, his smile radiant as ever. Yet the detachment in his eyes was painfully evident, intensifying Duan Yulan's inner turmoil. "I would like to speak with you privately, if that is all right." Duan Yulan tightly pressed her lips together before managing to utter this request. "You." Lin Xiu frowned slightly, wanting to protect her claim on Lu Yu, unwilling to let his senior take him away. But before she could voice her thoughts, a melodious yet displeased voice interjected. "What is there to discuss? Just say it here. No need for privacy." What if his girlfriend gets the wrong idea? Lu Yu was taken aback, quickly turning to locate the source of the voice. There stood Lu Cha, her complexion flawless and clad in a pristine white dress. Her hair cascading loosely, her eyes dark and bright like 2 radiant stars. She resembled a celestial being. "What's she doing here?" Lu Yu's lips twitched slightly, realizing that his worst fears had materialized. "Just say what you need to. No need for privacy," Lu Cha declared, her elegant figure tall and slender, her legs concealed beneath the flowing white gown, exuding a noble and aloof aura as she regarded Duan Yulan with indifference. As she approached Lu Yu, she intertwined her arm with his, pressing close to him. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Lu Yu stood frozen, acutely aware of the warmth and softness beside him. Yet he could not bring himself to move. "Lu Yu, who is she?" Lin Xiu, noticing Lu Cha's action, was also momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lu Cha felt a surge of jealousy towards all the women surrounding Lu Yu, her piercing gaze locking onto Lin Xiu as she declared with icy resolve. "I am his girlfriend. May I ask who you are?" Lin Xiu quickly gathered herself, covering her mouth with a playful laugh. "Oh, do not misunderstand. I am your boyfriend boss, having just met him today. There is no other relationship." As she spoke, she stepped aside, creating distance between herself and Lu Yu. As Lu Cha observed her movements, a frigid expression finally softened on her face. "Who are you?" Lu Cha turned to gaze intently at Duan Yulan, enunciating each word with precision. Meanwhile, Duan Yulan found herself momentarily rendered speechless, intimidated by Lu Cha's formidable aura. Lu Yu slightly tilted his head, regarding Lu Cha, who resembled an angry little lion, with a faint smile. It was the first time he had witnessed Lu Cha in such a furious state, leading him to mistakenly believe she was Lu Jun's speak up. "What do you wish to discuss with my boyfriend in private? Why not allow me, the legitimate girlfriend, to hear it as well?" Lu Cha proceeded, almost placing her hands on her hips as she glared at Duan Yulan. "In nothing, just a conversation about work," Duan Yulan hastily replied, forcing a smile. "Since Lu Yu's found a new job, I wish you success and smooth sailing in your endeavors." "Thank you, senior," Lu Yu nodded, chuckling softly. "It's getting late, so I shall take my leave." With that, Duan Yulan hurriedly turned, head bowed, and walked briskly into the distance. Guan Jihao and the others, having remained silent throughout, followed suit and departed with Duan Yulan. "Don't forget, you have to be at work by 9 a.m. tomorrow. You are not allowed to take a sick day on your first day," Lin Xiu remarked, losing interest in lingering once her rival had left. especially with Lu Yu's beautiful girlfriend nearby, casting watchful eyes. Chapter 31. I'm going out to have fun, don't worry. With Duan Yulan and Lin Xiu gone. The once bustling hotel entrance became desolate, illuminated only by the vibrant neon lights. Lu Yu, expressionless, withdrew his arm from Lu Cha's embrace. Le Jia, previously fuming like an agitated little lion, was startled into silence upon noticing the seriousness in Lu Yu's gaze, which seemed somewhat unusual. She obediently stood beside him, head lowered, silent as if she had committed an error. Lui Yu scutin le Jia. As the evening breeze wafted through, it lifted the hem of her pristine dress, revealing a slender calf as smooth and white as jade. Lu Yu's expression shifted to one of intrigue as he examined her closely before adopting a serious tone. What brings you here? I was with my parents and sister, meeting a prospective match. Lu Cha paused before responding. Whose match? Lu Yu frowned, his tone impatient. My sister's. Lu Cha murmured, eyes cast down, feeling a twinge of regret. She had attempted to play a trick, deliberately withholding details to gauge Lu Yu's reaction, but to her surprise, it only elevated his intensity, leaving her feeling overwhelmed. Oh, Lu Yu's casual acknowledgement deepened Lu Cha's frustration. She blinked her expressive eyes, her dark pupils sparkling with mischief. What about you? What are you doing here? She feigned a pitiful demeanor, lowering her gaze and mustering courage as she slowly reached out 2 fingers to gently tug at Lu Yu's shirt. Such a small gesture could hardly escape Lu Yu's notice, but he chose not to dwell on it. I just started a new company today. The boss, in celebration of the company's establishment and to welcome me, brought a few employees here for dinner. He fell silent after that. Yet Lu Cha felt a restless itch in her heart, yearning for the words she most desired to hear, which Lu Yu had yet to express. Eventually, she mustered the courage to look up at him, then quickly averted her gaze, her voice soft and childlike. Who is that other girl? The other girl? Lu Yu was taken aback, then quickly realized Lu Cha was referring to Duan Yulan. She's my senior. You should know that. 3 years ago, after I graduated from university, I joined her in starting a business. Lu Cha's understanding dawned. Oh, I see. So it's her. She recalled the moment 3 years prior when she learned of Lu Yu's entrepreneurial intentions alongside a senior, feeling a pang of jealousy back then. Now, with the truth unveiled, she felt a swell of joy, not solely because Duan Yulan was Lu Yu's senior, but also due to the patience and detail with which Lu Yu explained it, as if he feared she might not comprehend. She relished the feeling of being valued by Lu Yu. Oh, I thought she was some dubious woman, which is why I couldn't help but approach. You won't hold that against me, will you? Lu Cha resumed her playful act, feigning a pitiful expression, her voice quivering. Noticing Lu Yu's indifference to her antics only emboldened her further. Her fingers, initially holding onto Lu Yu's shirt with 2 digits, gradually transformed into 3, then 4, and eventually 5, until both hands were clutching his garment. Moreover, her delicate frame inched closer to Lu Yu, nearly draping herself upon him. Lu Yu contemplated urging Lu Cha to cease her performance, but found himself ensnared in her gentle charm, unsure of how to respond. After a moment's thought, he reasoned that she was his legitimate girlfriend, and there was no harm in indulging her whims. With this in mind, he grew bolder, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and pulling her close. Lu Cha's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, dimples appearing on her face as she nestled closer to Lu Yu. Feeling bashful yet elated, beneath the tranquil glow of the neon lights, the two embraced intimately, relishing this fleeting moment of warmth. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the shrill ring of a phone. Who is it? Ugh, please turn it off. Lu Cha complained, her eyes closed against Lu Yu's chest, listening to the rhythmic thump of his heartbeat, only to be interrupted by the incessant ringing, which caused her irritation to flare. It's your phone. Lu Yu opened his eyes. Ah, Mine? Lu Cha swiftly extricated herself from his embrace, glancing at Lu Yu, only to be met with a pair of teasing dark eyes. Her face turned crimson in an instant. Answer it. Lu Yu chuckled at her adorableness, playfully pinching her pert nose, which prompted her pout. Lu Cha reluctantly retrieved her phone, answering, hello? Lu Cha, where are you? Come back quickly. Lu Jun's cold, calm voice resonated sharply in her ear. Statan, le jia shaive. Suddenly recalling her unfinished business. I'll be right back. Lu Jun hung up the call. I'll be quick, just wait for me. Lu Cha cast an apologetic glance at Lu Yu. Lu Yu checked the time and said, it's already 10 p.m. You should head home. I'll go back as well. No way. You said you'd stay with me to watch the sea. You can't leave. I'll be back shortly. Lu Cha urgently grasped Lu Yu's arm, pouting in a mix of grievance and charm. Lu Yu felt his resolve soften at her demeanor and was about to acquiesce when Lu Cha's eyes suddenly sparkled with an idea. I know what to do. Huh? Lu Yu was perplexed. Are you driving? Lu Cha inquired, looking at him. Yes, in the underground garage, Lu Yu nodded. Then let us go, get the car. Lu Cha grabbed Lu Yu's hand and led him toward the underground garage. What exactly are you planning? Lu Yu asked, bewildered. You'll find out soon. Lu Cha declared triumphantly, her voice sweet and melodic. Before long, the two had boarded Lu Yu's vehicle. Under the guidance of Lu Cha, Lu Yu drove the car to the ground and parked at a short distance from the hotel entrance. Here, they could clearly observe the scene unfolding at the entrance of the hotel. Lu Cha made a phone call to her mother. Mom, I'm outside the hotel. Hurry and come save me. Without waiting for a response, she hung up and promptly turned off her phone. Lu Yu was taken aback, bewildered by her audacity. Just wait, Lu Cha exclaimed, confidently patting her heaving chest. Soon you will see my dad, my mom, my sister, and her blind date. Indeed, within 5 minutes. A flurry of figures rushed out from the hotel. They were turning their heads anxiously, shouting and directing hotel staff to help search for someone. Among these agitated figures, Lu Yu recognized familiar faces, namely Lu Cha's parents. In contrast, Lu Cha's sister remained composed, standing at the entrance with a serene expression. Let us go, Lu Cha told Lu Yu, turning her phone back on. Ignoring the 7 or 8 missed calls, she called her mother again. Mom, I'm fine. My friend and I went out to have some fun, so don't worry. Chapter 32, You're Holding Too Tight. At the hotel entrance, Song Baimei hung up the phone, her face pale and filled with lingering anxiety. What happened? Lu Jiaoyang asked urgently. That child is deceiving us. She is out having fun with friends. Song Baimei replied tersely. She then turned to the friends beside her, offering an apologetic smile. I'm sorry. As long as she is okay. Her friends, a family of 3, nodded in understanding. Lu Jun gazed into the distance, watching the taillights swiftly vanish into the darkness. Her brow slightly furrowed and lips curving upwards. Jun, what are you looking at? Song Baimei asked, noticing her eldest daughter's distracted demeanor, which caused her some displeasure. You've been out of sorts all night, and it's rather bothersome. Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered I have work to finish for tomorrow. Lu Yun replied casually, retracting her gaze. Among the trio, the young man, though exuding an air of arrogance, was quite handsome and seemed pleased with Lu Jun. He expressed concern. Why not head back to work now? Don't let tonight's gathering keep you up late. All right, Lu Yun responded decisively. I'm sorry, but let us call it a night. After all, the two of them have added each other on WeChat. It's best we elders don't meddle any further. Song Baimei felt a surge of anger, but refrained from expressing it in front of so many people, deciding to address Lu Jun later. With 2 daughters like Lu Jun and Lu Cha, neither of whom made things easy for her, it was indeed a challenge. Very well. The other parents agreed with polite nods as they parted ways. In the car, Song Baimei chastised Lu Jun. It was a rare opportunity to find someone suitable for you. Yet you spent the entire evening sulking. Who are you trying to impress? I'm telling you, once this chance slips by, it may never come again. Yun, if you're dissatisfied, that's one thing, but with your qualities, you could find someone even better. Why worry? Lu Jiaoyang opened his mouth to speak, but was quickly silenced by Song Baimei. I'm not like you, devoid of concern. How can you neglect your daughter's lifelong happiness? What good are you as a father? Lu Jiaoyang was left speechless, feeling quite foolish. Suddenly, the car came to a halt by the roadside. Lu Jun lowered her head, pulling out her phone to take action. What are you doing? Song Baimei frowned. Deleting friends. Lu Jun replied, removing the recently added WeChat contacts from her phone. Whose friends are you deleting? A sense of foreboding rose within Song Baimei. Don't pretend you don't know, Lu Jun replied coolly as she started the car again. As Li drove, he glanced at the passenger seat where Lu Cha was applying makeup. Is everything all right? Your mom won't be upset with you, will she? He inquired, aware of Song Baimei's temperament. You care about me? Lu Cha's eyebrows lifted in surprise, and she momentarily stopped her makeup to gaze at Lu Yu's profile with interest. Of course. After all, you're with me. If your mom gets angry, you'll be the culprit, and I'll be the accomplice. Lu Yu rolled his eyes. Lu Cha erupted into laughter, clearly in high spirits, casually remarking, rest assured. I'm merely rescuing my sister. Rescuing your sister? Yes. I noticed she isn't fond of her blind date, and she asked me for help. Sisterly love, you know? Lu Cha giggled, continuing to beautify herself with an eyebrow pencil. Lu Yu glanced over and quipped, it's so late, and the beach is pitch dark. Who are you dressing up for? Lu Cha puffed her cheeks in annoyance, glaring at the oblivious man beside her. I enjoy makeup. It's none of your business. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves. You don't know this, yet you call yourself a top student at Xinjiang University. You clearly lack any sense of romance. No wonder you're still single. She teased, though in truth, she herself had been single until she started dating him. In a way, Lu Yu was her first love across 2 lifetimes. Lu Cha quickly halted that thought, refocusing on her makeup. Half an hour later, they arrived at the beach. Lu Yu found a spot and parked the car. Hand in hand, they strolled onto the sandy shore. Unlike the brilliantly lit skyscrapers in the distance or the warm glow of streetlights, the beach was dimly lit, shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint stars and moonlight. The sound of the waves crashing rhythmically filled the air, while a thick fog enveloped the distant sea, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a bygone era, with a haunting foghorn echoing from the depths. At this hour, the beach was nearly deserted, save for the two of them walking hand in hand on the soft, damp sand. My feet hurt. Lu Cha suddenly halted, playfully pouting at Lu Yu. Looking down, Lu Yu noticed she was wearing a pair of sparkling high-heeled sandals. Beautiful yet impractical for the beach. You should take them off, he suggested, bending down to help her remove the shoes. Lu Cha's cheeks flushed slightly, but the smile tugging at her lips was nearly impossible to suppress. How does it feel to walk on the sand? Lu Yu asked, holding her sandals in one hand while entwining his fingers with hers as they aimlessly wandered forward. It feels like walking on cotton candy, Lu Cha replied, releasing Lu Yu's hand and snuggling closely against him, wrapping her arms around his arm, pressing herself against him. Are you craving cotton candy now? Lu Yu felt a blush creep onto his face as he glanced at Lu Cha, marveling at her boldness. Can I eat it? Lu Cha's porcelain-like face flushed, her eyes sparkling with sweetness. How can it be? I'll buy you something to eat another day. Lu Yu chuckled as he strolled along the beach. That's wonderful, Lu Cha exclaimed in a delicate tone, wrapping her arms tightly around Lu Yu. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly warm. After a while, Lu Yu softly remarked, You're holding on too tightly. I can hardly breathe. Oh, Lu Cha loosened her grip slightly, but it still felt a bit constricting. Lu Yu whispered softly in her ear, and feeling the warmth of his breath against her skin, Lu Cha's face flushed a deep crimson, causing her to release Lu Yu at once. Yet, just as she attempted to embrace him again, she found herself grasping at empty air. Stunned, she instinctively looked up to meet Lu Yu's gaze. His dark, bright eyes were fixed intently on her, drawing ever closer, as if the distance between them had vanished in an instant. What are you doing, MMPH? Before she could finish her sentence, her words were silenced, leaving her standing awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. The crisp sound of waves echoed across the expanse, while a thick fog rolled in from the sea, failing to obscure the beach. Not to mention the couple standing entwined on the sofa, along with the shy moon and stars, hidden behind the clouds. Chapter 33. Lu Yu, I regret it. By the time Lu Cha returned home, it was nearly midnight. She rubbed her cheeks, flushed like a sunset, in an attempt to hide her embarrassment. However, her eyes sparkled with moisture, and her lips were slightly swollen, betraying her feelings. Gently, she pushed open the door and cautiously stepped inside. It must be late. They should all be asleep, she reassured herself, tiptoeing as if she were a thief, only to realize the living room was brightly lit. Instantly, 3 pairs of eyes turned towards her. Mom, Dad, sis, you're all here. Lu Cha awkwardly chuckled, feigning calm as she changed her shoes. Yet, her trembling hands could not escape the keen gaze of a particular pair of penetrating eyes in the living room. Those eyes traveled upward, scrutinizing her lips and cheeks for a moment before casually retracting their gaze. Apart from Lu Cha, her family of 3 sat on the sofa like ancient judges, while she stood before them like a guilty defendant, head bowed in submission. Where have you been tonight? Song Bai Mei, the presiding authority, inquired sternly, her expression grave. I went out to have some fun, Lu Cha replied softly. In such a tense atmosphere, she felt she could not afford to be frivolous. With whom? Where did you go? What did you do? Speak frankly. Lu Jiaoyong slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed with anger. That evening, his eldest daughter was on a blind date, and he had been prepared to endure the pain of letting her go, only to discover that his household was being invaded. His precious youngest daughter was about to be wooed by some unworthy suitor. The mere thought made him feel as if he might vomit blood. I wasn't tea with anyone, just an old friend. Please, stop asking, Lu Cha stammered, her fair cheeks tinged with crimson. Don't try to evade the issue. Look at the time. If you don't clarify things tonight, don't even think about sleeping. Song Bai Mei huffed. I'll stay up all night if I have to, but I will find out who this friend of yours is. Lu Cha was on the verge of tears. She wanted to divulge Lu Yu's name, but remembered his insistence on keeping a secret. So she resolutely remained silent. All right, it's late, Lu Jun said, rising and beckoning Lu Cha. Come on, let's go upstairs to sleep. A flicker of gratitude flashed in Lu Cha's eyes, but upon glancing at her parents' solemn expressions, she hesitated. This is your own affair. Even parents cannot intervene. Rest assured, if you wish to speak, you may, and if not, that is also your choice. I will always support you, Lu Jun said as she approached, taking Lu Cha's hand without a second thought, ignoring her parents' icy stares, and led her upstairs. Sis, thank you, Lu Chao said, her eyes sparkling with gratitude as she looked at Lu Jun, moved by the bond they shared. You helped me out of trouble, and I'll help you out of yours. We're even. Lu Jun calmly stated before turning and entering her room, closing the door behind her. Lu Chao stood there, statue-like, finally letting out a soft sigh. What she had thought was a matter of the heart turned out to be merely a transaction. She cheerfully hummed a little tune as she returned to her own room. In this household, the first and third-ranked siblings joined forces, while the second and fourth could only watch helplessly as they retreated to their chambers. They're going to sleep now. We should go back too, Song Baimei remarked, exasperated with Lu Jiaoyong, who had been dragging his feet. After saying this, she huffed and left the living room. Who can outmatch the eldest? Lu Jiaoyong muttered, trailing behind Song Baimei. In the ensuing days, Lu Yu dedicated himself wholeheartedly to Shiyu Network Technology Company, offering strategic counsel and technical support for various projects. Thanks to his formidable skills and insight into the company's future development, he quickly garnered the admiration of all, including Lin Shiyu's acknowledgement and trust, as well as the adoration of others like Xiao Yan. It wasn't long before he became a pivotal figure within the company. Meanwhile, following that romantic night by the sea, Lu Chao, feeling shy, had refrained from contacting Lu Yu for several days. Even when he reached out, she would only respond with a single word, lacking the fervor she had previously shown, which frustrated Lu Yu enough to cease his attempts. Ironically, she began to shyly reach out to him now and then. Her demeanor markedly altered. On the other side, the scene was far from idyllic. The project's challenges remained unresolved, and as it progressed, complications multiplied. For those like Guan Jihao, who had joined midway, the difficulties proved insurmountable. Unfamiliar with the underlying framework, they merely attempted to amend and enhance the existing structure, leading to an escalation of issues. When they found themselves at an impasse, they had no choice but to seek help from Duan Yulan. After listening to their grievances, Duan Yulan sat behind her desk, her complexion pale and her gaze hollow. After a long pause, she sighed softly, "You may leave for now. I need to think about how to approach this matter. If it truly cannot be resolved, then, as you suggested, we may need to rebuild the framework or invest significantly to recruit talent from other companies." Understood. Guan Jihao and the others replied, their faces filled with shame as they exited. Duan Yulan retrieved her phone, opened Lu Yu's contact page, and hovered her finger over the green call button, summoning every ounce of willpower, yet she could not bring herself to press it. In the end, she did not make the call. "Lu Yu, I regret it," she murmured to herself. The office fell into a profound silence. Aside from Duan Yulan's discontent, Lu Xinxin was also feeling the weight of her troubles, particularly under the pressure from her parents. "Mom, Dad, please don't leave yet. Stay a few more days," Lu Xinxin implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she blocked her parents' path. "Look at the mess you've created. I've called Lu Yu's parents countless times, and not one of them has answered." Lu Jinxiu snapped at her. "We're leaving." Xiao Zihui sighed, unable to contain her frustration. Over the past few days in Xinjiang, they had made countless attempts to reach out to each other, sending numerous messages, but all had fallen on deaf ears. It was clear that Lu Yu's parents no longer wished to maintain a connection with them. Reflecting upon the circumstances surrounding Lu Yu's family, one finds that, as a local, their financial standing is rather commendable, making them the most desirable option for Lu Xinxin. It is unlikely she will encounter another like Lu Yu in the future. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Xinxin fails to cherish this opportunity, entangled instead with her male friend, stubbornly ignoring the myriad of advice she receives. In light of this, they grow weary and decide to relinquish their concern. Let Lu Xinxin do as she pleases. The repercussions of her choices are entirely of her own making. "Please, Mom, don't go. I will call Lu Yu right now." Lu Xinxin weeps, her tears cascading down like rain, abandoned by her parents and feeling like a forlorn child. "You have grown up. We can no longer manage your affairs. You must handle this yourself." Xiao Zihui shakes off Lu Xinxin's grasp, followed by the stone-faced Lu Jinxiu, who departs in silence. "No, please don't leave me." Lu Xinxin sobs, sitting helplessly on the edge of her bed. In desperation, she retrieves her phone, using the newly acquired number, and dials the number she has longed to reach, her voice trembling. "Lu Yu, I regret my actions. Can you ever forgive me?" Chapter 34. Lu Yu, why should I care? When Lu Yu received Lu Xinxin's call, he was preoccupied with work, fingers dancing across the keyboard. Noticing the unfamiliar number, he dismissed it without a second thought, promptly ending the call. Yet, the phone continued to ring incessantly. Reluctantly, Lu Yu answered. "Hello," he responded, his gaze fixed on the screen. "Lu Yu, I regret my actions. Can you forgive me?" came the tearful voice from the other end. Lu Yu's brow furrowed. He recognized the voice as belonging to Lu Xinxin. What could this capricious woman possibly want from him? Hadn't he made his aversion to her abundantly clear? Lu Yu, please say something. Don't ignore me. Lu Xin pleaded, her heart tightening as the silence on the line deepened, nearly suffocating her. Forgive you, Lu Yu muttered, cursing under his breath before disconnecting the call and blocking her number. Lu Xin was left in stunned silence. The Lu Yu who had once catered to her every whim now seemed a stranger, cold and indifferent, as though their years together were but a farce. It's all my fault. I truly realize my mistakes now, Lu Yu. Please forgive me. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her face pale, lost in a daze, as she murmured to herself. Xin, what is wrong? At that moment, Zhuo Shuai rushed in, alarmed at Lu Xin's despondent state. Lu Yu really doesn't want me anymore. He has truly left me. Have I been wrong? Lu Xin raised her tear-streaked face, her eyes glistening as she stared at Zhuo Shuai. How could you be wrong? It's Lu Yu who is at fault. Yes, it's all his fault. He lacks any semblance of gentlemanly conduct. When he angers you, he doesn't even know how to soothe you. He is utterly unworthy of being your boyfriend. Zhuo Shuai comforted Lu Xin, though fear gnawed at him, terrified she might return to Lu Yu's side. Is that so? Lu Xin's face drained of color, her voice a mere whisper. Zhuo Shuai sighed in relief, but the next moment, Lu Xin exclaimed, no, he is not at fault. I am the one who is wrong. I have been unreasonable, disregarding his feelings and treating him with disdain. Perhaps I never truly considered him my boyfriend, but now I regret it. I want him back. Suddenly, her eyes widened, a spark igniting within her unfocused gaze. You. Zhuo Shuai was about to speak when Lu Xin abruptly turned to him, the icy glare in her eyes sending shivers down his spine. You are mistaken. Lu Xin struggled to rise, shaking off Zhuo Shuai's support, stumbling toward the exit. Where are you going? Zhuo Shuai exclaimed, hastily following her. I'm going to find him and apologize, Lu Xin declared resolutely. An hour later, Lu Xin emerged from Duan Yulan's office, her complexion even more pallid than before. She muttered to herself incessantly. Where did he go? Where could he be? Why does no one know? Xin, please don't do this. It pains me to see you like this. I promise, I will never leave you again, Zhuo Shuai pledged, trailing closely behind her. You're not him, and you cannot compare. He is irreplaceable, and I care not for other sympathy. I only desire his concern. Lu Xin wandered aimlessly, her eyes void of light, murmuring meaningless phrases. Zhuo Shuai felt a surge of frustration over his inability to occupy Lu Yu's place in Lu Xin's heart, and a deep-seated resentment toward Lu Yu took root within him. Time passed, and Lu Xin suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, I have lost the person who loved me most, Lu Yu. I regret it. Come back to me, please. Abruptly, she turned to Zhuo Shuai, her tear-filled eyes pleading. Is there any way you can bring him back to me? I would pay any price. I don't know, Zhuo Shuai replied, his voice laced with bitterness. I know what to do. Lu Xin seemed not to hear Zhuo Shuai's words, her eyes lighting up as a brilliant idea struck her. You call Lu Yu and tell him I am in the hospital because of him, that I have fallen ill. He must come to see me. She grasped Zhuo Shuai's arm tightly, her nails digging in painfully, causing him to wince. But he has blocked my number, Zhuo Shuai protested. He does not wish to speak with Lu Yu. Can't you just buy a new SIM card? Lu Xin shot him a glare. Fine, Zhuo Shuai relented, though internally he cursed Lu Xin. If only I had known, why bother with all this? Running around like a dog for your affairs, receiving no respect, only disdain from your parents. Who could endure such treatment? Unless one were a love-struck fool. A while later, Zhuo Shuai returned with a new SIM card, gently saying to Lu Xin, should I call him now? Though Lu Xin barely acknowledged his attempt at camaraderie, she urged him impatiently, hurry and call. Zhuo Shuai felt aggrieved but complied. The phone rang twice before being disconnected. It rang again, only to be cut off once more. Keep calling, Lu Xin insisted. Her complexion wan, teeth clenched. Zhuo Shuai reluctantly dialed again. This time, Lu Yu answered. Lu Yu, this is Zhuo Shuai. Xin has collapsed and is now in the hospital. She keeps calling your name. Could you come see her? Zhuo Shuai tried to maintain a calm demeanor. However, after a long pause, Lu Yu remained silent. Zhuo Shuai glanced at his phone. Indeed, the call was still connected. Hello, he called out. Sorry, I was busy and didn't hear you. Can you repeat that? Lu Yu's voice came through, devoid of warmth. Seeing the hopeful glimmer in Lu Xin's eyes, Zhuo Shuai had no choice but to reiterate. Lu Yu, this is Zhuo Shuai. Xin has collapsed. Before he could finish, Lu Yu's cold, detached voice cut in. Why should I care? With that, he hung up. Beep, beep, beep. The harsh sound echoed in Zhuo Shuai's ears. He lowered his phone and turned to Lu Xin. At this moment, Lu Xin's face was as pale as death, tears streaming down her cheeks, her pupils devoid of focus, as she muttered incessantly, What should I do? He truly doesn't want me anymore. I've lost him. It's all my fault, sob sob. Xin, do not grieve. Losing you would be the greatest loss of Lu Yu's life. He will surely regret it in the future. Shui hurriedly consoled Lu Xin. But I'm already regretting it now. Lu Xin whispered, utterly heartbroken. Why you? Shui attempted to continue his comforting words, yet Lu Xin's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. After enduring the departure of her parents and the ruthless blows from Lu Yu, she could no longer hold on. Xin, Shui's face turned pale with fear as he quickly dialed emergency services. Chapter 35. Lu Xin, love her or lose her. Lu Yu hung up the phone, his expression betraying no emotion. Lu Xin's fate was of no concern to him. Ideally, she would perish far away, never to cross his path again. Ding dong. His phone rang again. Lu Yu paid it no mind. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The phone incessantly chimed, as if it would never cease until Lu Yu glanced at it. He didn't even need to look. It was undoubtedly a message from LV Cha. Indeed, upon opening it, he found a message from LV Cha. What are you doing? Are you free right now? I'm feeling really down today. Could you come out and keep me company? I'm so bored. Or we could just chat. Is Big Brother at work? I know I shouldn't interrupt you, but I simply can't help it. I hope you're not angry. Sobi. Does Big Brother have a new girlfriend now? That's why he doesn't care about me anymore, and doesn't he reply? I'm so heartbroken. Big Brother shows no concern or empathy for me. I know, Big Brother must be a new company with many beautiful women, which is why he is ignoring me. The message was peppered with various emojis, some cute and playful, others fierce and lonely. Lu Yu was momentarily overwhelmed. To this, Lu Yu could only respond with a single line. Let's go out tomorrow. It's Saturday. After sending the message, he refrained from checking his phone again. 5 minutes later, a single ding sounded, and then silence reigned. At that moment, Xiao Yin approached, saying, Lu Yu, Sister Shiyu is looking for you. It seems a few newcomers have arrived and need your assistance. Okay. Lu Yu nodded and proceeded to Lin Shiyu's office. Sister Shiyu, you called for me? He pushed the door open and found Lin Shiyu on the phone. She waved him over while continuing her conversation, her smile growing increasingly charming. Lu Yu quietly took a seat in front of her, waiting patiently. Half a minute later, she concluded her call. All right, thank you, Uncle Yuan. We will definitely be there tonight. After hanging up, her radiant smile remained unchanged. Sister Shiyu, what brings such joy? Lu Yu inquired, unable to suppress a grin. We've landed a major contract. Lin Shiyu beamed. If we secure this deal, our company will soar to new heights. What kind of contract is so significant? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing. Tonight, you will accompany me to a banquet. A benefactor will be present, and there will be someone to facilitate connections for us. Whether our company can thrive hinges on tonight. Lin Shiyu's smile blossomed further, her excitement palpable. Absolutely, Lu Yu replied, his lips curling into a smile, his eyes glinting. Indeed, it was the same banquet. In his past life, when Shiyu's tech company was still in its infancy, they had clashed with Duan Yulan's company at a banquet. Ultimately, Duan Yulan triumphed due to her formidable connections, propelling her company to a leap in advancement. Clearly, tonight marked their first encounter once more. In his previous life, Duan Yulan had secured this major contract through a powerful network. In this life, he would assist Lin Shiyu in defeating Duan Yulan, seeking both retribution and prosperity for Shiyu's company. This afternoon, I'll grant you a half day off, allowing you to accompany your girlfriend to buy some clothes. Lin Shiyu said with a smile, pulling out a stack of cash and placing it before Lu Yu. I have clothes on my side, so there's no need to buy more, Lu Yu chuckled. Tonight is very important. Lin Shiyu's smile faded slightly, her expression turning serious. This was the first time Lu Yu had witnessed Lin Shiyu's seriousness, prompting him to respond. All right, Sister Shiyu, I will buy some after I finish my current tasks. That's more like it. Lin Shiyu's smile returned, enchanting as ever. I won't take this money. Consider it my personal expenditure. I'll buy my own clothes in the future. Lu Yu pushed the money back towards Lin Shiyu. Consider it compensation for your hard work during this time. Everyone deserves it. Lin Shiyu replied with a bright smile. Perform well tonight, and if we secure the contract, this money could multiply several times over. Thank you, Sister Shiyu, Lu Yu said as he finally accepted the cash. Upon receiving Lu Yu's message, LV Cha was momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Lu Yu would invite her to go shopping with him. Had he taken some strange medicine today? She rushed to the window to check the sun. It's rising from the east. Aren't you supposed to be at work today? She asked, her skepticism evident. Yes. Then how can you go shopping? She felt a pang of anxiety. Could the person on the other end of the phone not be Lu Yu? Was his phone snatched? Or had he been possessed by a powerful entity? Simply put, are you coming out or not? Lu Yu's tone was noticeably impatient. You asked me to accompany you shopping yet speak to me so harshly. Who is really begging whom? Can't tell the roles apart. Go out. She quickly typed 2 words on her phone screen. An hour later, at the first floor of Baolong Mall, upon seeing Lu Yu's message, LV Cha tossed her phone onto the bed. Wow, how wonderful, she exclaimed, collapsing onto her bed, unable to suppress a squeal of delight, her voice brimming with joy. You little rascal, you startled me. Song Bai Mei walked in and glanced at the disheveled LV Cha, raising an eyebrow. What good fortune has brightened your day so? I'm going out to have some fun. LV Cha sprang up from her bed and dashed to her wardrobe, eagerly selecting her outfit. Are you going to see your little sweetheart? Song Bai Mei teased, placing a bowl of chicken soup on the table. In no way. LV Cha's fair face flushed instantly. The memory of that night by the seaside made her shy, her ears turning crimson, not to mention the large patches of pink that blossomed on her porcelain skin. Go ahead and see him. I'll 1T stop you. But you must return early tonight. Otherwise, if your father asks about your little sweetheart, no one will be able to help you, Song Bai Mei said with a smile. I know. LV Cha pouted, her face revealing a blend of shyness and joy. Do you need my help picking something out? Song Bai Mei wrapped her slender, jade-like shoulder around Liu Cha, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling mirror at her blossoming daughter, unable to conceal the pride in her eyes. Of course it's wonderful. Liu Cha Zitge. But first, you must tell me about his personality so that I can help you select the clothes he would like. Song Bai Mei replied cheerfully. Seemingly harmless, Liu Cha thought. Alarm bells ringing in her mind as she cast a wary glance at Song Bai Mei. Don't look at me like that. I genuinely just want to help you pick out a few nice outfits, Song Bai Mei said with a wry smile. Liu Cha, now distrustful of her mother, promptly issued a decree. That's unnecessary, Mom. You can leave now. Chapter 36. The sweetness of milk tea. By the time Liu Cha had adorned herself beautifully and arrived at Baolong Shopping Mall, Lu Yu was already waiting there. She hurriedly trotted over, her face a portrait of innocence. Standing before Lu Yu, she tightly grasped the hem of his shirt with both hands and softly murmured, I'm so sorry for being late. There was no traffic, but while I was eager to see you, I wanted to leave a good impression. So I took longer to get ready. You weren't waiting too long, were you? I didn't mean to. Please don't be upset. I'm not upset, Lu Yu interjected, raising his hand to interrupt her as he noticed her beginning to get overly flustered again. Thank you for not being mad at me, Liu Cha said, lifting her head. Her clear, beautiful eyes gazing at Lu Yu, her cheeks faintly flushed, her voice soft and almost endearing. At that moment, Lu Yu was also taking in Liu Cha's appearance. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes shone. Her sparkling eyes resembled black jewels, her slender brows elegantly arched, and her pink lips were delicate. With a well-defined nose and a charming chin, her features were exquisitely sculpted. Her silky hair cascaded over her fragrant shoulders, and her air-kissed bangs brushed her brows, complementing her fair, radiant skin. Her tall, slender figure exuded a graceful beauty, and her curves were perfectly balanced, not too thin, nor too plump. She wore a milk-white dress adorned with pink flowers, and on her feet were crystal sandals, accentuating her elegant stature. Your outfit is exceptionally refined and thoughtful. Lu Yu nodded to himself in admiration. Is this milk tea for me? Liu Cha asked, her cheeks warming under Lu Yu's scrutinizing gaze. Yet she bravely endured the shyness and accepted his gaze with poise. It's for you, he replied, handing her the milk tea. Thank you. And I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Liu Cha said gently, exuding an air of sophistication. However, Lu Yu found himself overwhelmed by the tone of her voice and shot her a glance, just as she inserted the straw into the milk tea and took a sip. In an instant, her bright eyes turned into 2 crescent moons. The slightly chilled milk tea melted in her mouth, flowing into her stomach, bringing her a refreshing sensation that only intensified her inner joy and warmth. You're so wonderful. I'm really so happy, she exclaimed, feigning a demure demeanor, her voice calm and gentle. Yet, this only made Lu Yu feel more flustered. He gazed at her rosy lips and without hesitation, leaned forward to silence her next words with a kiss. Liu Cha was stunned, her face turning crimson, in the midst of the bustling mall. This was her first bold encounter aside from that night by the seaside, marking only the second time in her life. Her mind went blank, her body frozen like a statue, relying solely on Lu Yu's initiative. Moments later, Lu Yu straightened up, casually wiping his mouth and muttering, milk tea is quite sweet. Upon hearing this, Liu Cha's face reddened to the point of nearly dripping blood. Her cheeks fell ablaze. She lowered her head deeply, unable to meet Lu Yu's gaze, her small hands clutching the milk tea tightly, nervously on the verge of crushing it. Lu Yu wished to tease Liu Cha further, but as curious eyes began to cast strange glances their way, he felt his own cheeks flush and quickly took her hand, leading her away from the scene. Indeed, the milk tea is quite sweet, Liu Cha thought as she glanced up at Lu Yu's back, a faint smile gracing her lips, her cheeks still flush, revealing her shyness and delight. At last, the two arrived on another street. Liu Cha still kept her head down, her hair cascading to cover her rosy cheeks. Her bashful demeanor captivating. It seemed as if, in an instant, she had blossomed. Lu Yu's heart raced as he averted his gaze, redirecting the conversation. This afternoon, the company granted me a half-day off and asked me to buy some clothes. Why? Liu Cha inquit non challenge, settled. I'm attending a banquet tonight to discuss a project. Liu Yu explained. Oh, I see. Liu Cha softly replied. Let's go. You're well-versed in such matters. Help me choose an outfit. Liu Yu chuckled, pulling Liu Cha forward. I can't claim to be well-versed. After all, I've never attended such banquets. Liu Cha flushed with embarrassment, playfully retorting, and obediently followed Lu Yu, occasionally stealing glances at him. As expected, Lu Yu's assumption proved correct. Before long, Liu Cha regained her composure, shedding her bashful demeanor and instead exhibiting a spirited enthusiasm for shopping, guiding Lu Yu through various stores with even greater zeal than he possessed. Eventually, Lu Yu found himself weary, nearly unable to continue, while Liu Cha remained animated, her eyes sparkling with excitement as her long, fair legs moved with vigor, seemingly impervious to fatigue. Have you chosen yet? Lu Yu sighed, watching Liu Cha, who was still eagerly selecting clothes while he sat on a bench inside the store, exuding exhaustion. A nearby mature female attendant observed Lu Yu's weariness, then glanced at the vibrant Liu Cha, stifling a laugh. She had witnessed such scenes before, typical male behavior. Her laughter caught Lu Yu's attention for a brief moment. It was long enough for Liu Cha to notice it. The smile that had adorned her face vanished in an instant, her expression changing with remarkable swiftness. She set aside a few suits she had been considering and turned to Lu Yu, saying, Let's go. We should check out another store. Lu Yu furrowed his brow. I think these clothes are quite nice. They suit tonight's occasion well. They're not appealing, Liu Cha replied, her face taut, turning away with a huff as she exited the store. Lu Yu could only manage a resigned smile at the attendant before hastily following Liu Cha out. What's the matter? Liu Cha moved quickly, leaving Lu Yu far behind. It was only thanks to his quickened pace that he caught up with her. Not much, he replied. Look at your sour expression. It's evident you have something on your mind, Lu Yu remarked, puzzled. If you have something to say, just let it out. If not, let us continue shopping. It's getting late, and I should take you home before heading to the banquet. Liu Cha halted in her tracks, glaring at Lu Yu with frustration. What an unromantic man. No wonder Lu Xinxin treats you like a loyal puppy. She scoffed. Lu Xinxin is not worthy of comparison to Lu Yu. Liu Cha's expression fluctuated between light and shadow, her clear eyes shimmering with intricate emotions. As Lu Yu observed her countenance, a sudden understanding dawned upon him. He had inadvertently overlooked the myriad of small feelings that came with her role as his girlfriend. Chapter 37. There's something dirty at the corner of your mouth. Confronted with Liu Cha's abrupt change in demeanor, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly once he grasped the situation. In the past, had Lu Xinxin displayed such an expression, he would have undoubtedly discerned the reason behind it. Yet now, faced with Liu Cha, he found himself at a loss as to what had caused her sudden shift. Ultimately, he still subconsciously regarded Liu Cha as the little shadow that trailed behind him, completely neglecting the fact that she was now his girlfriend. Clearly, a change in mindset was imperative. After careful consideration, he finally comprehended why Liu Cha had transformed so unexpectedly. He chuckled softly, reaching out to gently ruffle her hair, and asked, Are you feeling jealous? Jealous? What would I be jealous about? I'm not jealous. Liu Cha's face suddenly flushed with an unnatural hue, and she hurriedly denied it. Still not jealous? Lu Yu chuckled lightly, pinching her cheek. He had to admit, Liu Cha's complexion was remarkably smooth and tender, a delight to the touch. I'm definitely not jealous. Liu Cha pushed his hand away, crossing her arms and glaring at him with wide eyes, her expression akin to saying, Come on, appease me, and I won't be mad anymore. All right, you're not jealous. I must have misjudged. Lu Yu laughed, adding, I was just about to explain why I glanced at that waitress, but since it's like this, I won't bother. Forget it. Go ahead and explain. I'll reluctantly listen, Liu Cha huffed, visibly irritated by Lu Yu's teasing. Don't feel pressured. I won't say anything. Let us hurry along after we finish picking out clothes. I need to leave, Lu Yu said, shaking his head as he attempted to lead Liu Cha forward. Liu Cha, however, pulled her hand away from his grasp, exhibiting her little temper. You must explain. After that, I'll go with you. Lu Yu intended to continue teasing her, but upon glancing at the time, he realized they were running out of it and opted to be straightforward. Let me give you an example, and you'll understand. If you're sitting here and suddenly hear a noise nearby, wouldn't you instinctively turn to look? Lu Cha stroked her pristine chin, her clear eyes scrutinizing Lu Yu's earnest gaze. They held each other's stare for a moment. For now, I'll believe you, but don't let it happen again. Lu Cha huffed, her demeanor shifting back to one of pride as she turned her head away, the ends of her black hair playfully swaying. All right, no problem, Lu Yu hastily assured, pulling Lu Cha along as they continued. They had been shopping for over an hour without finding suitable attire. The lack of efficiency was alarming. What if they missed the banquet? Would Lin Shiyu be furious? He would fail to achieve his revenge against Duan Yulan, an outcome he found utterly suffocating. Thus, a swift resolution was paramount. Observing Lu Cha's anxious side profile, he noticed her pout and softly murmured, I'm sorry, I just like you too much. Which is why I felt unnecessary jealousy. Please forgive me, don't stay mad. If it helps, you can scold me a bit. I don't mind enduring any grievance as long as you feel better. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 green tea points. The corners of Lu Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Her words were laced with a hint of playfulness. All right, I'm not upset with you, Lu Yu replied. But your primary task now is to help me select an outfit suitable for tonight's banquet. You have half an hour. I promise to complete the mission. Lu Cha saluted him playfully before taking the lead, dragging Lu Yu along. Women truly transform into fierce warriors when it comes to shopping. The internet was not mistaken. As Lu Yu gazed at the determined Lu Cha, he couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Over half an hour later, Lu Yu and Lu Cha emerged from the mall, laden with bags. Yet Lu Cha was still somewhat miffed. Don't be upset. It's merely that I didn't let you pay. You can always cover my expenses next time. Lu Yu chuckled as he stuffed items into the trunk. Then why didn't you let me pay this time? Lu Cha retorted, her voice filled with indignation. If you wanted to stop being mad, return the clothes now, and we'll buy them again, this time with me paying. Hearing Lu Cha's somewhat excessive remark, Lu Yu was rendered speechless but replied, Haven't I told you? Shiyu gave me 3,000 yuan. I have to spend this money. Shiyu, you call her so intimately. Why don't you address me with such familiarity? Lu Cha's ire flared even more upon hearing that name. What would you like me to call you? T sister, or little Lu? Lu Yu quipped as he started the car. You can call me sister, and I would accept that, Lu Cha declared from the passenger seat. Her arms crossed and cheeks puffed, yet her dark eyes sparkled with mischief. Are you looking for trouble? Lu Yu shot her a glare, then turned his attention back to the road, unaware of Lu Cha making faces at him. Buckle your seatbelt, Lu Yu instructed. Lu Cha remained unresponsive. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, shifting in his seat to lean closer to Lu Cha. Her delicate face instantly flushed, radiating warmth. What are you doing? She stammered, her cheeks ablaze. Just fastening your seatbelt, Lu Yu replied, leaning over her. Though there remained some distance between them, they could feel the warmth emanating from each other's bodies. Lu Yu's face turned slightly red, unlike Lu Cha's porcelain complexion, which had reddened like a ripe peach. As he withdrew, his gaze fell upon Lu Cha's rosy lips, prompting a sudden, inexplicable sensation within him. Moments later, Lu Cha felt a fleeting brush of his lips, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. As Lu Yu returned to the driver's seat, Lu Cha's face was now crimson, her eyes shimmering with unshed emotions. Stealing a glance at Lu Yu, her gaze mirrored the depths of a tranquil spring. Don't misunderstand. I merely noticed something at the corner of your mouth and was helping you clean it, Lu Yu said solemnly, weaving a playful tale. I know, Lu Cha murmured. Her head bowed, her voice barely audible. That is good to hear. Lu Yu was quite satisfied with Lu Cha's reaction and promptly drove out of the parking garage. Half an hour later, he dropped Lu Cha off at the entrance of her community. I'm leaving now, Lu Cha said, her voice sweet and melodic. Her cheeks still bore a rosy hue, reminiscent of someone slightly intoxicated, radiating an irresistible charm. Take care, Lu Yu nodded, then queried. Shall we go out tomorrow? Absolutely, Lu Cha replied without a hint of hesitation. What shall we do? Lu Yu inquired. I'm not sure, Lu Cha pondered, still uncertain about their plans. Yet she understood that she wished to remain glued to him at all times, seeking to compensate for the regrets of their past life. Let us think about it tomorrow. If worst comes to worst, we can go to the amusement park. Sound good? Lu Yu agreed, nodding. He cast a lingering glance at Lu Cha, who hesitated before finally stepping out of the car. Lowering the passenger window, Lu Yu called out, I'm off now. Goodbye and stay safe. Lu Cha stood gracefully in the gentle breeze, watching as Lu Yu drove out of her sight. Chapter 38. The scene is too beautiful to imagine. Lu Yu drove back to the company. The company was nearly deserted, with only Lin Shiyu and Xiao Lian remaining. As Xiao Lian prepared to leave, she noticed Lu Yu's return and inquired curiously, Why are you back again? Lu Yu smiled and replied, I have a project to discuss with Sister Shiyu tonight. Oh, good luck. Xiao Yin waved her hand cheerfully, adding, I won't join you. My parents have arrived. Goodbye. Lu Yu watched her depart before turning to enter Lin Shiyu's office. He knocked on the door. Come in. Lin Shiyu's melodious voice echoed. Lu Yu pushed the door open. Lin Shiyu was bent over her desk, scribbling something. Upon hearing his footsteps, she looked up and smiled. Have you bought the clothes? Yes, Lu Yu nodded, glancing at her exquisite watch. Lin Shiyu noted the time and stood up, saying, It's almost time. We should change and take my car. As she spoke, she tossed the car keys to Lu Yu. All right, he replied, catching the key adorned with a windmill design and turning to exit the office. He first retrieved the suit and shoes selected by Lu Cha from the trunk of the car, changed in the restroom, and then awaited Lin Shiyu at the company entrance. Shortly after, Lin Shiyu emerged. She had evidently put considerable effort into her appearance, her fiery red lips and enchanting eyes radiating allure. Her hair elegantly styled to expose her long, graceful neck akin to that of a swan. She wore a dark red evening gown that showcased her flawless shoulders, complemented by crystal high heels that accentuated her curvaceous figure. This ensemble highlighted her captivating, youthful femininity. Lu Yu's gaze flickered with astonishment. Indeed, a mature woman possesses an allure that far surpasses that of youthful girls. Of course, both have their unique charms, making it difficult to declare one superior to the other. Let's go, Lin Shiyu said, approaching him with a warm smile, a mature and dignified aura emanating from her presence. Lu Yu drove, with Lin Shiyu seated in the back seat. The gentle fragrance in the car was delightful, unmistakably her own. The evening's banquet was hosted by Su Tianlei, the head of the Su Group and a self-made millionaire. The Su Group encompasses various industries, including hospitality, tourism, and dining. This gathering was in celebration of his eldest daughter's birthday, and Lu Yu attended due to his uncle's amicable relationship with the host, placing him within the invitation's purview. While Lin Shiyu touched up her makeup in the car, she casually informed Lu Yu about the evening's details. He occasionally murmured affirmations, feigning attentiveness, while in truth, he was already well aware of the banquet's particulars, memories from his previous life assaulting him. Half an hour later, they arrived at the residential community housing the Su Manor. Lu Yu was no stranger to this area. It was the upscale neighborhood where Lu Cha resided, the same affluent locale he had visited when escorting that girl from the countryside. Indeed, Su Tianlei's eldest daughter was the very girl he had encountered while enjoying wontons outside his building. From his past recollections, he recalled her name might be Su Miaoling. Master, we are heading to the Su Manor, Lu Yu said, rolling down the car window to address the upright security guard at the entrance. The guard scrutinized Lu Yu's attire before granting him access. Although Lu Cha also lived in this neighborhood, Lu Yu had never set foot here before. Following the directional signs, he drove towards the Su Manor. This upscale community was home to the wealthy and elite. The buildings within, referred to as manors, were emblematic of high status and substantial wealth, renowned throughout Xinjiang City. After approximately 10 minutes, Lu Yu spotted a grand and imposing villa at the end of the road. This villa was undoubtedly the Su Manor. The road before it was lined with luxury cars, including models like the Triangular Circle, the Windmill, and the Four Rings, which, while regarded as extravagant by the general populace, were commonplace here. Numerous elegantly dressed attendants were directing traffic. This should be good. Let's walk from here. Lin Shiyu gently tapped Lu Yu's shoulder, her voice soft. Okay, Lu Yu nodded, parking as close to the villa as feasible, knowing that Lin Shiyu, in her high heels, couldn't walk far. Aware of his intentions, Lin Shiyu cast him a deep glance, her beautiful eyes shimmering with something unusual. Efforts will not betray the diligent. At last, Lu Yu found a suitable spot to halt the vehicle. He opened the door and extended his arm for Lin Shiyu to hold on to as they made their way toward the villa. Along the route, many others walked similarly. The men donned tuxedos, exuding refinement, while the women wore evening gowns, presenting themselves with poise. The atmosphere of the soiree intensified. The villa was surrounded by a fence, with only a grand entrance remaining, flanked by attendants. Good evening. Please show your invitation. A lovely female attendant halted them. Lin Shiyu retrieved a pink card from her bag. VIPs may enter. The attendant's smile grew even more radiant as she slightly bowed, permitting them entry. Thank you, Lin Shiyu murmured, and together with Lu Yu, they stepped inside. By this time, night had fallen, yet the Su Manor was ablaze with light, especially the grand hall, which gleamed opulently. It was just as magnificent as seen on television. The villa featured a swimming pool, artificial mountains, and flowing streams. A red carpet adorned the floor, with tables arranged in 2 rows, laden with exquisite wines and delicacies. Reminiscent of a lavish buffet, groups of elegantly attired individuals mingled throughout the villa, glasses raised in conversation. Attendants weaved among them, carrying trays filled with champagne, flutes, and desserts. Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is high society?" Lin Xiyu, seemingly unfazed, linked her arm with his. Lu Yu stiffened momentarily. "Don't be nervous. It's just a casual arm-in-arm," Lin Xiyu giggled. "Look at the others with partners. Aren't they all doing the same?" Lu Yu glanced around and indeed found this to be true. He relaxed his posture, yet for some inexplicable reason, his mind conjured an unsettling image. Lu Cha storming in. Witnessing him and Lin Xiyu linked arm in arm and erupting in fury, yelling in front of everyone. Such a scenario was too vivid and frightening to contemplate. "I see, Uncle Yuan. Let's go over." Lin Xiyu's eyes brightened at the sight of someone familiar. Meanwhile, not far off, in another villa, Lu Cha, feeling bored, resorted to using her powers, and her expression suddenly darkened. Chapter 39. Have a piece of cake. Cheer up. At Lu Cha's residence. "Let's go. It's about time. The Su family is about to begin." Song Baimei adjusted Lu Jiaoyang's collar and then smoothed her own qipao. Lu Jiaoyang nodded thoughtfully and, with a hint of concern, inquired, "If Junjun is having dinner at school, how will Cha-Cha eat at home? I've warmed her meal in the pot, and if she gets hungry, she can order takeout." "There's no need to worry about her," Song Baimei replied, then turned her gaze towards the second floor and called out loudly, "Lu Cha, we're leaving. There's food in the pot. Eat if you're hungry, don't." However, her words trailed off abruptly. Lu Jiaoyang frowned as well. "What are you up to?" Song Baimei scrutinized Lu Cha, who was slowly descending the stairs. Lu Cha appeared tall and graceful, adorned in a flowing white dress, her feet clad in silver low-heeled sandals. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back, and her bright, sparkling eyes twinkled like two stars winking. "I'm going to the party with you," Lu Cha declared nonchalantly. "What party?" Song Baimei asked, her mind momentarily blank. "The one hosted by Uncle Su, of course." Lu Cha chuckled lightly, revealing her dimples. "Weren't you going to skip it?" Song Baimei frowned. "Can't I suddenly decide to go? Besides, I'm curious to see what Uncle Su's eldest daughter looks like," Lu Cha said, gracefully gliding toward her mother and linking her arm with Song Baimei's, playfully pleading, "Mom, please take me. I promise I won't misbehave." As she spoke, she raised a hand in assurance. "Look at her, Lao Lu." Song Baimei turned to Lu Jiaoyang. Lu Cha, too, turned her charm towards Lu Jiaoyang. Reluctantly, he shook his head and said, "Since she wishes to go, let her. It's a good opportunity for them to get acquainted. After all, our families will interact more in the future." "Fine," Song Baimei nodded, casting a stern glance at Lu Cha. "We'll establish some ground rules. Even if you set 10 rules, I'll abide by them. Since you are my mother," Lu Cha replied cheerfully. "You." Song Baimei and Lu Jiaoyang exchanged exasperated glances, yet they couldn't help but smile in unison. At the Su Manor, Uncle Yuan greeted Lin Xiyu and a middle-aged man. "You've arrived." The man, Yuan Hebo, turned to Lu Yu and asked curiously, "Is this your boyfriend?" He appraised Lu Yu, noting that he was quite handsome. "No, he's my colleague," Lin Xiyu explained, her fair cheeks flushing. "Oh, I see." Yuan Hebo nodded, no longer paying Lu Yu any further attention. "Come with me. I'll introduce you to some people," he said to Lin Xiyu. "Okay," she nodded, gently releasing Lu Yu's arm. "Wait for me here, Lu Yu. I'll be back shortly. If you get hungry, feel free to grab something to eat," she said softly. Lu Yu nodded, watching as Lin Xiyu followed Yuan Hebo into the villa. At that moment, his stomach growled. After spending several hours shopping with Lu Cha earlier that afternoon, he had nearly depleted his lunch. Surveying the surroundings and noticing no one was watching, he stepped over to the table, took a plate and fork, and began to eat. He had to admit that the quality of the buffet was quite exquisite. Even a humble piece of cake was reminiscent of those that cost hundreds outside. Truly, the fruits of wealth. Lu Yu mused as he ate. Suddenly, he recalled that the funds he had invested in the stock market were likely due for a return. "Lu Yu, what are you doing here?" A voice filled with suspicion interrupted his thoughts. Turning, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. "What is it to you? This is a banquet hosted by the Su Group. Do you have an invitation? I suppose you snuck in here?" Guan Jihao frowned, still harboring a psychological shadow over Lu Yu. Yet realizing he wouldn't dare act recklessly here, he relaxed slightly. "Could you please keep your mouth shut? Do you think you'd die if you didn't talk for a minute?" Lu Yu shot back disdainfully. Guan Jihao's face flushed with embarrassment. "I remember your family is from the countryside. Have you ever been to such an occasion?" Lu Yu glanced at his attire and scoffed. "It's obvious you haven tea. Otherwise, your outfit wouldn't look so tacky." Guan Jihao's face turned crimson as he clenched his fists, glaring at Lu Yu with resentment before finally turning to leave. "Clown," Lu Yu remarked with a faint smile as he watched him depart. Moments later, the banquet officially commenced. Due to the overwhelming number of guests, Lu Yu found it impossible to enter the villa and could only indulge himself in the garden. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Cha and her parents had also arrived. "Mom and Dad, you go inside. It's too stuffy in there. I won't be joining, Lu Cha said, releasing her mother's arm and darting off before Song Baimei could respond. That troublesome girl. What does she think she is doing here? Song Baimei rolled her eyes. She is still young. Let her wander a bit. Let's hurry inside, Lu Jiaoyang said, adjusting his tie as he and Song Baimei linked arms and entered the grand hall of the villa. Although Lu Yu could not enter, he could hear the sounds and intermittent applause echoing from within. Half an hour later, the guests began to disperse from the villa, retreating to the courtyard. At that moment, Lin Xiyu reappeared by Lu Yu's side. How's it going? Lu Yu asked, noting her worried expression, which suggested she had encountered some difficulties. Indeed, Lin Xiyu confirmed his suspicions with her next words. This time, the opportunity seems rather bleak. Many large companies are eyeing the cultural tourism projects under the Su Group. Although we're not the main competitors of those big firms and only seek the scraps, I've also noticed several small companies competing. Among them, Yulan Technology is our biggest rival, and their intermediary has closer ties with the Su Group than ours. Upon hearing the name Yulan Technology, a cold glint flickered in Lu Yu's eyes, for it was the very company founded by Duan Yulan. It feels like we might walk away empty-handed this time. Lin Xiyu sighed despondently. Don't give up. There might still be a chance, Lu Yu encouraged her with a smile, picking up a slice of matcha cake from the table and offering it to Lin Xiyu. Have a piece of cake and brighten up. We'll give it another try. Who knows, we might succeed. Really? Lin Xiyu looked up at Lu Yu, her beautiful eyes sparkling with hope, as if she had grasped the last thread of possibility. Of course, Lu Yu replied, flashing her a confident grin. Meanwhile, in the background, a girl in a white dress tightened her grip on her fork, her fiery gaze fixed intently on Lu Yu. Chapter 40. Lu Yu takes action, making a remarkable impression. The deeply insecure Lin Xiyu was swayed by the unwavering confidence of Lu Yu, leading her to accompany him once more into the grand hall of the villa. The hall was resplendent, gleaming like a palace, adorned with various paintings and calligraphy from both ancient and modern times, conveying a profound sense of culture. Successful individuals gathered in small groups, clad in suits, discussing business matters, while elegantly dressed women in evening gowns conversed about luxurious goods. Upon entering, although Lu Yu's attire was not inexpensive, he felt somewhat out of place amidst the opulence. Certainly, at the center of attention, surrounded by many, stood Su Tianlei, the master of this villa and the host of the soiree. He had a lean physique, adorned in a dark suit with a knitted sweater, his hair slicked back to a glossy sheen. His piercing ebony eyes held a depth that seemed imbued with wisdom. Without the need for an introduction from Lin Xiyu, Lu Yu had already recognized him. Among the crowd encircling him, he spotted Lin Xiyu's intermediary, Yuan Hebo, as well as Duan Yulan. As expected, Lu Yu adjusted his shirt and approached. Lin Xiyu followed closely, intertwining her arm with his. This scene nearly sent the trailing Lu Cha into a fit of rage. How infuriating! Her face turned ashen, teeth clenched, eyes fixated jealously on the entwined arms of Lin Xiyu and Lu Yu, a fierce flame of jealousy igniting within her. Lu Yu remained blissfully unaware that the woman shadowing him was seething with jealousy, nearly overwhelmed by it. Su Tianlei stood there with a genial smile, surrounded by individuals seeking his assistance for collaboration. Naturally, they were mostly from smaller companies. Otherwise, they wouldn't require intermediaries. Representatives from larger corporations were sequestered in private rooms. Yuan Hebo was also present, occasionally interjecting with a raised glass to converse with Su Tianlei. True to his reputation as the head of the Su Group, a self-made figure, he greeted everyone with warmth, showing no sign of condescension despite their varying statuses. Uncle Yuan, Lin Xiyu said, pulling Lu Yu into the throng. Yuan Hebo cast a glance at Lu Yu, then turned to Lin Xiyu with a hint of reproach, murmuring, "What are you bringing him here for?" "We're trying to secure the project." Lin Xiyu pursed her lips. "Alas, your chances are slim. It's best to refrain from making a fool of yourselves." Yuan Hebo sighed. Lin Xiyu looked helplessly at Lu Yu. He smirked slightly. Some endeavors cannot succeed without at least attempting. Yuan Hebo frowned, displeased by Lu Yu's audacity to retort, and impatiently huffed, "Then you go ahead and try." With that, he stepped back, signaling his unwillingness to assist Lin Xiyu further. "Mr. Su, greetings." Lu Yu stepped forward, taking Yuan Hebo's place. Su Tianlei glanced at Lu Yu, then offered him a faint smile, about to shift his gaze away. However, he suddenly froze, his body trembling. "Lu Yu?" Duan Yulan also recognized him, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. "Hello, senior." Lu Yu responded with a polite yet distant smile. This feigned smile struck a painful chord within Duan Yulan. Had just a few days apart made them so estranged? "Old Yuan, is this your companion?" The middle-aged man beside Duan Yulan turned to Yuan Hebo. "I brought him, but I can't assist with what he intends to do." Yuan Hebo shrugged, clearly indifferent. Lin Xiyu, noticing this, bit her lip, her gaze instinctively drawn to Lu Yu. He was her sole hope, though she understood that his involvement likely wouldn't change the outcome. Sighing inwardly, she felt a pang of despair. Duan Yulan looked at Lu Yu with a hint of pity. It was unexpected that after joining a new company, his position had diminished. She questioned what he hoped to gain by leaving his previous employment. Contemplating this, she felt a renewed determination to converse with Lu Yu post-event, seeking an opportunity to bring him back. Ah, so that is how it is. Ha. Old Yuan, you possess a keen sense of self-awareness, the middle-aged man chuckled, then turned to Lu Yu with a teasing tone. Young man, you truly ought to learn from us seasoned individuals. After all, we've consumed more salt than you've eaten rice. Before he could finish, his voice faltered abruptly. Duan Yulan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Xiyu shuddered slightly, gazing at Lu Yu's profile, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Meanwhile, Yuan Hebo and the others stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Su Tianli, visibly trembling, grasped Lu Yu's hand, his excitement unmistakable. You the usually composed Su Tianlei, unfazed even when signing billion-dollar projects, could not maintain his usual demeanor in Lu Yu's presence. Mr. Su, greetings. Lu Yu maintained his composure, shaking hands with Su Tianlei with neither subservience nor arrogance. Wonderful. I'm splendid, Su Tianlei exclaimed, his enthusiasm nearly overwhelming, leaving everyone astounded. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled Lu Yu away from the crowd and ascended to the second floor. All present understood the unspoken cue to refrain from following, as the second floor was a private sanctuary of the Su family, not open to the public. However, this only fueled the speculation of the onlookers. Who exactly was this young man? It appeared he shared an undisclosed connection with Mr. Su, but what could evoke such fervor from the typically composed Su? Could he be the long-lost son? Perhaps even an illegitimate child? Whispers circulated among the crowd. Yet, keen-eyed observers turned their attention to Lin Xiyu, having noted her intimate arm-linking with Lu Yu. Xiyu, what is your colleague's background? Yuan Hebo inquired, approaching her with a curious tone. I'm not certain. Lin Xiyu replied, her brow furrowed, a wry smile escaping her lips. Yet internally, she couldn't help but sigh, realizing that Lu Yu's involvement was indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man who had accompanied Duan Yulan, recalling his earlier condescending remarks towards Lu Yu, felt increasingly anxious. What a disgrace! The peculiar gazes directed at him by the surrounding crowd made him wish to vanish. Meanwhile, Duan Yulan remained transfixed, her gaze fixed on the second floor, lost in her thoughts. In contrast, Lu Cha, concealed within the crowd, caressed her smooth, fair chin, her eyes shimmering with a cunning glint reminiscent of a sly fox. Everyone was curious about Lu Yu's identity, unaware that he was a complete stranger to Su Tianlei, their only intersection being the little girl. At the innermost chamber on the second floor, Su Tianlei knocked gently on the door. Meowing, guess whom I brought? A faint murmur of conversation emanated from within. Half a minute later, with a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a slender figure clad in a white dress. In the next moment, this figure trembled, her eyes welling with tears as she stared at Lu Yu, unblinkingly. As the door swung open, the enchanting young woman inside froze. In the blink of an eye, her eyes glistened with tears, her delicate lips visibly quivering, mirroring the tumult of her heart, overwhelmed with emotion. Lu Yu offered her a gentle smile, his voice warm and soothing, akin to a spring breeze. Hello, it's good to see you again. You hello. Su meowing, resembling a snow-white princess in her gown. Possessed porcelain-like skin, her attire exquisitely refined, yet her voice trembled slightly, betraying her excitement. Enough standing around. Let us go inside and talk, Su Tianlei exclaimed, unable to suppress the smile that spread across his face upon witnessing his daughter's exuberance. Su Miaoling stepped aside, allowing Su Tianlei to usher Lu Yu into the room. Lu Yu lifted his gaze and discovered that the room was quite spacious, featuring both a living area and a bedroom, as well as a washroom. Besides the three of them, there were also a man and two women present, apart from an elderly matron. The other two were notably youthful, one clad in a yellow dress and the other in a tailcoat. Upon seeing Lu Yu, the trio's eyes widened in surprise. Old Su? The matron directed her questioning gaze towards Su Tianlei. However, upon witnessing Su Miaoling's excited expression, everything became clear. Come and sit. She warmly invited Lu Yu, even going so far as to grasp his arm and usher him onto the sofa. The others soon settled down as well, though their eyes remained fixed on Lu Yu. Fortunately, having lived a previous life, Lu Yu found himself less uncomfortable under their intense scrutiny. What do we call you, young man? Su Tianlei inquired from across the table, his smile gentle. Lu Yu, he replied. Su Tianlei murmured to himself, Then his smile blossomed further, meowing. Why don't you speak up and have a good conversation with your elder brother? Hello, Brother Lu Yu. I am Su Meowing. Thank you for standing up for me that day and for escorting me home, she said, shyly sitting beside Su Tianlei. Her clear, pure eyes scrutinized Lu Yu closely. But when he directed his gaze towards her, she quickly averted her eyes, unable to meet his gaze. I am Su Tianlei, Meowling's father. The introductions continued, and Lu Yu learned that the matron was Su Meowling's mother, named Yang Xiulan. The other two were Meowling's siblings, Su Kaifeng and Su Siki. Thank you for bringing Meowling back the other day. We were quite worried, Yang Xiulan said with a warm smile, seated beside Lu Yu, adorned in gold and silver. She exuded an air of nobility. Although age had left its traces on her face, it could not conceal her former beauty, nor the fact that she had given birth to the 3 Su siblings. It was merely a small effort, Lu Yu replied modestly. You left in such haste that we never got the chance to thank you properly. After reviewing the surveillance footage, we managed to locate you. We intended to find you in the past few days, but other matters kept us occupied, Su Tianlei explained apologetically. Upon close examination, there were evident inconsistencies in his words. Mr. Su, you jest. My intent in returning Meowling was not driven by ulterior motives. I simply could not bear to see someone being bullied. Yet, Lu Yu remained unconcerned. Firstly, it was already surprising that Su Tianlei, chairman of the Su group, would offer an explanation. Most others might have been taken aback. Secondly, Lu Yu had little personal connection with them. Had it not been for the prospect of collaboration, he would not have attended the gathering. Observing Lu Yu's composed demeanor, which bore no hint of arrogance despite the attention, both Su Tianlei and Yang Xiulan regarded him with a burgeoning admiration. The conversation continued, primarily among Lu Yu, Su Tianlei, and Yang Xiulan, while Su Meowling remained shyly silent, her head bowed, occasionally stealing glances at Lu Yu. The other two, after their initial curiosity, busied themselves with their phones and soon exited the room. Lu Yu, how did you arrive? Yang Xiulan inquired, her satisfaction with him growing by the moment, akin to a mother-in-law observing her son-in-law. I came with my company boss. I hope to explore potential opportunities, though I'm uncertain how discussions regarding collaboration are progressing. Lu Yu replied with a smile. Yang Xiulan exchanged a knowing glance with Su Tianlei, who promptly understood. What does your company do? We have some projects that might align well with yours. Perhaps there's an opportunity for collaboration. Lu Yu chuckled softly. Our company is quite small. We cannot take on large projects. Upon hearing Lu Yu's polite refusal, both Su Tianlei and Yang Xiulan were taken aback. They originally assumed Lu Yu wished to discuss projects and collaborations, only to find their overtures gently declined. At that moment, Su Meowling raised her head and spoke up. Every company begins as small and grows through seizing opportunities. Lu Yu regarded her thoughtfully, pursing his lips into silence. Su Meowling's heart fluttered, and she turned to Su Tianlei and Yang Xiulan, her eyes pleading as she softly added, Dad, Mom, don't you agree? Dad, Mom. Those words held a peculiar magic, rendering Su Tianlei and Yang Xiulan momentarily speechless. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, excitement blooming on their faces. Su Tianlei's cheeks flushed, while Yang Xiulan's eyes glistened. On the verge of tears. W, what did you call me? Su Tianlei stammered, his gaze filled with hope as he looked at Su Meowling. I won't say it again. Su Meowling's face turned crimson as she lowered her head deeply, rising to leave the hall and retreating to her room, firmly shutting the door behind her. Wonderful. Su Tianlei clenched his fists, his excitement reminiscent of the thrill he felt upon earning his first fortune. The dignified Yang Xiulan mirrored his fervor, her lips quivering as she struggled to find words. Lu Yu observed in silence, choosing not to disturb their moment. He understood the significance Su Meowling held for them. For this remorseful daughter, they had likely longed to make amends. Now, a simple utterance of Dad and Mom was enough to render them speechless with emotion. Approximately 10 minutes later, the couple regained their composure. My apologies for the display, Yang Xiulan said, wiping at the corners of her eyes with a smile directed at Lu Yu. Lu Yu returned the smile. Meowling is right. Every company endures a phase of weakness. I recall when I embarked on my own entrepreneurial journey, it was quite similar. Su Tianlei collected himself and smiled warmly. In the hall on the first floor, the atmosphere was tense. Why is Lu Yu still not coming down? Could it be that the Su family finds him appealing and wishes to marry their daughter to him? Impossible. He cannot be that exceptional. Who beside me would think he is? Lu Cha fretted, her thoughts spiraling. Here he comes, a voice exclaimed, interrupting her musings. Lu Cha perked up, her attention snapping back. In a gaze of many onlookers, Su Tianlei had his arm around Lu Yu, both laughing and chatting as they descended the stairs. Observing their camaraderie, many were left agape, speculating about Lu Yu's identity. Lu Yu and old Su? In the crowd, Lu Jiaoyang and Song Baimei exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Despite being well acquainted with one another, they could not fathom the connection between the two. Meeting Lin Shiyu's hopeful gaze, Lu Yu approached her, a radiant smile gracing his lips. Such a humble smile. Lu Cha thought indignantly, tempted to rush forward. Hello, Ms. Lin. I am Su Tianlei, Su Tianlei said, releasing Lu Yu's shoulder to extend his hand towards Lin Shiyu. Hello, Mr. Su, Lin Shiyu replied, taken aback as she shook his hand. I had a discussion with Lu Yu earlier and discovered that our businesses complement each other. I wonder if you would be interested in discussing a potential collaboration? Su Tianlei proposed with a smile. Huh? Lin Shiyu blinked in surprise, turning to Lu Yu, who nodded in encouragement. She quickly added, I would love to. Excellent. Let's arrange a time to discuss this in detail. Su Tianlei waved his hand, and a middle-aged man approached. Mr. Lin, please follow me. This middle-aged man guided Lin Shiyu to the side. Go ahead. After receiving a nod from Lu Yu, Lin Shiyu followed. Mr. Su, what about our earlier discussion? At that moment, a middle-aged man beside Duan Yulan stepped forward, sporting a fawning smile. Duan Yulan joined him, turning to fix her gaze on Lu Yu, her lips curving in a strained smile that bore a hint of servility. Junior Yu. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Yu turned and walked away. Uncle Su, I see someone I know. I'll go ahead. Uncle Su was a title Su Tianlei insisted Lu Yu use, deeming any other form of address too distant. Observing Lu Yu's demeanor, Su Tianlei quickly grasped the situation. It had merely been a casual conversation, no need to take it to heart. He patted the middle-aged man's shoulder, offering a faint smile. Of course, we welcome all collaborations. If you genuinely wish to partner with us, please speak with our company's cooperation department. As long as the terms are agreeable, we can certainly collaborate. Having said that, without waiting for the middle-aged man's displeasure, he turned to approach Lu Yu. Duan Yulan's expression was similarly grim as she gazed at Lu Yu's clean and decisive back, feeling an overwhelming urge to cry from a sense of grievance. The thought that the project they had nearly finalized was snatched away only deepened her heartache. Regret flooded her mind. Had it not been for Lu Yu's unexpected intervention, the Su Group's project would have been hers. Yet this junior, who had resigned from her company, had caused her to lose the proverbial cooked duck. Reflecting on the little tricks she had played on Lu Yu, never once considering him an ally, she realized it was precisely this attitude that had driven him to resign and deliver such a heavy blow to her today. To claim she felt no regret or pain would be disingenuous. If only time could turn back. Duan Yulan's gaze grew distant. Uncle Lu, Aunt Song, what brings you here? Lu Yu spotted Lu Jiaoyang and Song Baimei and hurriedly approached to greet them. We live nearby, and I'm a partner of the host of this banquet. Lu Jiaoyang replied with a smile. I didn't expect you to have such a good relationship with old Su, Song Baimei added, also smiling. It's a coincidence. Lu Yu responded with an embarrassed chuckle. Old Lu Baimei. At that moment, Su Tianlei approached as well. Old Su, this banquet is quite splendid. Lu Jiaoyang remarked as he clinked glasses with Su Tianlei. Haha, it's thanks to old friends and partners like you that it's so lively. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so festive, Su Tianlei humbly replied, though the smile on his face betrayed his satisfaction. You know each other? Su Tianlei glanced at Lu Yu. Before we moved here, their family was our neighbor, and we had a great relationship. We watched him grow up. He acts like our own son. Song Baimei expressed her fondness for Lu Yu openly in front of others. Lu Jiaoyang nodded in agreement. Calling him our son is no exaggeration, right? Of course. Lu Yu chuckled. Haha. Both Lu Jiaoyang and Song Baimei were delighted. So it turns out you were family. Su Tianli Zilit. Indeed, but how did you two meet? Lu Jiaoyang inquired, curious about the connection between Lu Yu and Su Tianlei. After all, he was aware of their separation, yet he was unfamiliar with their reunion. Su Tianlei smiled, recounting how Lu Yu had brought his daughter back and how they had quietly parted ways until this meeting. Oh, I see. Lu Jiaoyang and Song Baimei acknowledged, understanding at last. Lu Yu has always been warm-hearted and eager to help. Song Baimei began to praise him again, leaving Lu Yu feeling somewhat embarrassed. Father, mother, Uncle Su. At that moment, a melodious voice unexpectedly rang out. Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat as he quickly turned to look. Indeed, Lu Cha, dressed in a flowing white gown like a celestial maiden, appeared in his line of sight. Similarly, the playful glint in her fair and flawless face left Lu Yu feeling flustered. Lu Cha, you become even more beautiful. Su Tianlei complimented with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Su, Lu Cha replied with a modest smile, exuding an air of grace and poise. Yet, to Lu Yu, it felt like an illusion. Hello, Lu Yu, Lu Cha greeted him with a sweet smile, her gaze gentle and captivating. However, Lu Yu sensed an unspoken intensity behind her eyes. Lu Cha, he replied with a smile. The two exchanged some perfunctory pleasantries. All right, you youngsters chat among yourselves while we adults converse. Lu Jiaoyang waved his hand. I'll have Miaoling and Siki join you as well. Su Tianlei contemplated before adding, Lu Cha, you can take Lu Yu to our home. It's a good opportunity for him to familiarize himself with the route, so he can visit often. Sure, Lu Cha nodded. Then, she looked at Lu Yu with a beaming smile. Lu Yu, let me show you our home. Maybe another day. I still need to wait for the company boss. Lu Yu remarked, noticing her fox-like grin, which made him feel uneasy. Come on, come on. My mother said it. Do you really want to refuse? Lo Jia In Si, pulling Lu Yu away from the banquet. Chapter 43. I am hurt and need comfort from someone. The night at the cusp of spring and summer was still quite cool. Lu Yu and Lu Cha strolled side by side on the deserted road, their shoulders brushing together, though they did not hold hands. The air was filled with a subtle fragrance. An awkward atmosphere lingered between them, neither daring to break the silence. Lu Yu wished to speak, but found no suitable topic. Then Lu Cha spoke first. I know, she is a better figure than me, and she is quite mature, exuding an alluring charm. It's no surprise you're drawn to her. It's only my fault for not being good enough to attract you. Her trembling voice, laced with a sob, carried a heavy hint of tea. What are you saying? Lu Yu felt as though he had become a heartless figure, abandoning his loved ones. I didn't say anything. Don't take it to heart. It's all my fault. I'll try to disturb you less in the future and avoid such situations. But I hope you can wait for me for a few years. I will grow up, Lu Cha said through her tears, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she cautiously gazed at Lu Yu. Then she turned and tightly embraced him, her tone a mix of grievance and pleading. Can you not abandon me? I could try to ignore these matters in the future. Lu Yu, feeling the softness and warmth against his side, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The evening breeze was cool, gently brushing over them, bringing an indescribable freshness. Is that all right, big brother? Lu Cha raised her head and looked at Lu Yu with a charming pout, her voice soft and beguiling. Yet her expression bore a pleading and pitiful countenance. Lu Yu gazed down into Lu Cha's bright, captivating eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, and after a brief moment of surprise, he lowered his head. Lu Cha's delicate form tensed, her hands clenching tightly around the fabric of Lu Yu's back, her palms unwittingly damp with sweat. Gradually, her beautiful eyes closed, her rosy cheeks flushed with a deep sense of shyness. Half an hour later, the two strolled hand in hand to Lu Cha's home. Throughout this journey, Lu Cha refrained from mentioning Lu Yu's connection with Lin Xiu, her face flushed with embarrassment as she occasionally stole glances at Lu Yu, her eyes shimmering with sweet ripples of affection. Is this your home? Lu Yu inquired, taking in the grandeur of the expansive villa, complete with a yard as large as a basketball court, where several luxury cars were parked. He couldn't help but swallow hard. While he was aware of Lu Cha's affluent background, he had not anticipated such opulence. Indeed, Lu Cha nodded, her clear eyes swiftly scanning the surroundings, internally relieved that Lu Jun had not yet returned. For now, the house belonged solely to their little world. La la la, Lu Cha humait dans une non mélodie, taking Lu Yu's hand as she swiped her face to unlock the door and headed straight inside. The living room on the first floor was vast and bright as day. Apart from some pieces of mahogany furniture, several exquisite calligraphies and paintings adorned the walls, the craftsmanship of which revealed the hand of a master. I'll take a look around, Lu Yu said, releasing Lu Cha's hand as he wandered through the first floor. The kitchen, guest room, bathroom, gym, and study were all present. Indeed, it was impressively spacious. Let me show you my room. After Lu Yu had finished exploring, Lu Cha eagerly pulled him upstairs. The second floor housed many rooms, and Lu Cha opened her bedroom door, inviting Lu Yu inside. The primary theme of Lu Cha's room was a soft pink. The walls were white, the bed was pink, the wardrobe was pink, and even the sofa, coffee table, doorknobs, and desk were all in shades of pale pink. It was an entire world awash in pink. Lu Yu glanced at Lu Cha with curiosity. With a room so pink, why does she project such a green tea persona? What are you looking at me for? Lu Cha suddenly blushed, unable to meet Lu Yu's gaze, her graceful figure tensing slightly. Clearly, her thoughts had strayed. However, Lu Yu, having already crossed that threshold, found himself less concerned at this moment. Lu Cha's room boasted both a bathroom and a balcony. The balcony appeared to have several garments hanging, including dresses and intimate apparel, all subtly in pink hues. Don't look. Lu Cha's face turned crimson as she hurriedly reached out to shield Lu Yu's eyes from sight. Her frantic reaction only amused Lu Yu further. What could possibly be on the balcony that I shouldn't see? I must take a look, he teased, pretending to pull Lu Cha's small hand away. No. Lu Cha's face blazed with heat, her eyes filled with shyness as her delicate form leaned hastily toward Lu Yu. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Yu was not steady at that moment, and when she collided with him, he stumbled backward. Ow! Fortunately, the floor was covered with an expensive, soft carpet, so Lu Yu did not sustain serious injury, though he winced in pain. Are you all right? Lu Cha, nestled in Lu Yu's embrace, felt no pain herself. Seeing her anxious expression, Lu Yu blinked and grinned. I feel a bit of discomfort. Where does it hurt? Let me see. At his words, Lu Cha's small face turned pale with worry, and she attempted to rise from Lu Yu's hold. But just then, a strong arm encircled her slender waist, preventing her from moving away. What are you doing? Lu Cha's voice grew softer, her cheeks reddening further as she lowered her head, unable to meet Lu Yu's playful gaze. She had now realized that Lu Yu was feigning his pain. I do indeed feel a bit of discomfort from your collision, and I require some solace from a certain someone. Lu Yu whispered gently into Lu Cha's ear, tightening his embrace, to which she offered no resistance, her soft body pliant against him. How can I comfort you? Lu Cha murmured, her shyness preventing her from raising her gaze. She felt as if her face were aflame. Too hot to bear. What do you think? Lu Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. I don't know. Just take a break, and you'll be fine later. No need for special comfort. Lu Cha pouted, her voice barely above a whisper. One must bear the consequences of their own mistakes. Lu Yu replied lightly. Now, raise your head. He discerned that despite Lu Cha's usual assertiveness, in moments like this, she was still a delicate woman who needed his initiative. Yet obediently lifted her head. Shadows descended swiftly, drawing near. Lu Cha's eyes widened, then quickly narrowed until they finally closed completely. Her trembling, soft body gradually steadied. Her face flushed, yet she immersed herself fully in the moment. Time slipped by unnoticed until the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, like a thunderclap. Instantly, both reacted. Lu Cha instinctively scrambled off Lu Yu, her head bowed deeply as she smoothed the creases of her white dress. Lu Yu, too, quickly regained his footing, standing in place to tidy himself up. The footsteps grew louder, then stopped just outside Lu Cha's bedroom door. Who is it? Lu Yu asked, casting a questioning glance at Lu Cha, whose face was a mix of crimson and pallor. Before she could respond, the door swung open. Lu Yun retons. Nearly catching them, the door swung wide, and an icy aura, reminiscent of millennia-old frost, washed over them, causing the temperature to plummet. A strikingly cold and exquisite visage appeared before them. Sister? Lu Cha's eyes widened, a blend of embarrassment and pallor washing over her face. Though inwardly, she felt a surge of relief. Her sister had long been aware of her relationship with Lu Yu. It was their parents discovering it that would spell disaster. Thus, being caught by Lu Jun felt like a fortunate misfortune. Junjia, Lu Yu addressed her as well. What are you two doing here? Lu Yun, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, her clear and piercing gaze sweeping over them, instilled an unspoken pressure upon them. Her gaze lingered for a moment on Lu Cha's flushed, alluring face and her slightly swollen lips, intensifying the clarity in her eyes. In nothing, I was just showing Lu Yu around our home since it's his first visit. Lu Cha murmured, her eyes cast downward, unable to meet Lu Jun's gaze, speaking softly and submissively. Then why is he here? Lu Yun inquired. Here long. Dark hair cascading down her back, her figure tall and graceful, clad in a gray checkered OL suit, complemented by a white blouse. The hem of her skirt reaching her knees, her slender legs elegantly encased, presenting the image of an urban sophisticate. Lo jastam, nearly shrinking into a timid quail. Realizing that Lu Cha was overwhelmed, Lu Yu felt compelled to step in. Junjia, it's like this. Lu Shu and Song Yi brought Lu Cha to attend a banquet hosted by the chairman of Su Group, and I happened to accompany my boss to the same event. Afterward, Lu Shu and Song Yi asked Lu Cha to show me around the house. Oh. Lu Jun's eyes were bright and piercing as she fixed her gaze on Lu Yu for a moment, gently uttering an "oh." This expression instilled a sense of trepidation in Lu Yu, who could not fathom the source of Lu Jun's formidable presence. Could this be the aura cultivated through years of teaching and nurturing? Lu Jun then turned her attention to Lu Cha. Lu Cha, unfazed, promptly lowered her head, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Lu Jun slightly furrowed her brow and, with an impassive expression, stated, Your parents asked you to show Lu Yu around the house, not to confine him to your room, a solitary male and female together in a closed space. I understand now. I'll take him downstairs. All right. Lu Jun cast one last deep glance at the two before turning to leave. Once she was gone, both Lu Yu and Lu Cha simultaneously exhaled in relief. Lu Yu, feeling the perspiration on his back, remarked, When did your sister become so intimidating? He looked at Lu Cha and whispered, She has always been this way since childhood, Lu Cha replied, pouting. Now you comprehend the tribulations I've endured throughout my life. Lu Yu's lips twitched slightly. It seemed he had asked in vain. To Lu Cha, this was a matter of familial pressure. Let us head downstairs. Lu Cha, wary of lingering, urged Lu Yu out of her room and down to the first floor. Just as Lu Yu was about to leave, Lu Jun descended the stairs and settled onto the sofa. She had changed out of her professional attire into a flowing gray home dress that reached her ankles, revealing her delicate feet clad in purple slippers. Moreover, she had removed her glasses, unveiling her clear, striking eyes. Lu Yu, please take a seat, she beckoned, inviting him to sit down. She then directed Lu Cha, saying, check what fruits we have at home and wash some for us to enjoy. Oh, le cha not that easily, like a chick pecking a grain, and hurried to the kitchen to wash the fruit. Lu Yu assumed Lu Jun had sent Lu Cha away to speak with him privately, but she merely cast a casual glance in his direction. Listening to the splashing sounds from the kitchen, he suddenly felt the atmosphere in the hall grow a tad awkward, prompting him to break the silence. Sister Jun, did you just get off work? Lu Yun responded softly, closing her eyes. Have you eaten? I had lunch at school. Lu Yun nodded slightly. Is the food at school good? Lu Yu asked, purely to fill the silence, devoid of any nutritional value. It's average. Lu Jun showed no signs of irritation, answering succinctly. Lu Yu glanced toward the kitchen. Why is Lu Cha taking so long? The sounds of running water had ceased. Yet, Lu Cha lingered, seemingly reluctant to return. Lu Jun's clear gaze swept over Lu Yu and landed in the kitchen as she inquired. Is washing fruit taking you this long? It's not like I asked you to cook. Do you require a full day to prepare a meal? I'm coming. Lu Cha exclaimed, dashing in with a platter of fruit, apologetically adding, I just finished plating. It took a little longer. The fruit platter contained grapes, peaches, and several other varieties. Lu Jun extended her delicate hand, retrieving a bunch of plump purple grapes and offering them to Lu Yu. I remember you love grapes. Thank you. Sister Jun, Lu Yu said, taken aback as he accepted them. He had not anticipated that Lu Jun would remember such a minor detail about his preferences. Le Cha, witnessing this, pouted, as she had intended to hand them to Lu Yu herself and had placed them atop the platter for that very purpose, only to be preempted by her sister. They're very sweet. Lu Yu popped a grape into his mouth, his eyes lighting up. This is for my mom S. Lu Jun's eyes curved slightly, as if concealing a tender smile deep within their crystalline depths. As Lu Cha observed Lu Jun's complete focus on Lu Yu, her heart swirled with a mix of gratitude and jealousy, replete with conflicting emotions. Pour a glass of water for Lu Yu. With that, Lu Jun turned her gaze toward Lu Cha, presenting her with a new task. Lu Jun sat regally on the sofa, commanding Lu Cha with ease. Le Cha, resembling a docile lamb, meekly responded with a soft before turning to leave. Seeing Lu Cha's dejected expression, Lu Yu couldn't help but interject, Sister Jun, Lu Cha, there is no need to trouble yourselves. I'll just sit for a moment and then leave. Lu Cha halted in her tracks. However, Lu Jun gently chided. Pouring water is a basic courtesy. Besides, if we don't train her in serving tea and water now, will her future in-laws allow her to live as a pampered lady, entirely reliant on others? Lu Yu felt that Lu Jun's remarks were a tad far-reaching and sensed an underlying message. Meanwhile, Lu Cha turned her back to them, seemingly indifferent, yet secretly straining to listen. Or do you believe her future in-laws will permit her to act this way? Lu Jun's lips curled into a subtle smile as her bright eyes fixed on Lu Yu, a playful glimmer dancing within them. Realizing that this was directed at him, Lu Yu glanced between Lu Jun and Lu Cha, stating, I believe my parents will be quite accommodating toward their future daughter-in-law. Chapter 45. The Consequences of Duan Yulan's Actions. I'll go pour the water, Lu Cha suddenly exclaimed, her tone rising with a hint of liveliness, akin to her hair playfully bouncing as she moved. Watching her animated figure, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. Lu Jun cast a fleeting glance at the two before lowering her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Moments latte. Lu Cha returned with water for Lu Yu. With a mere glance, Lu Jun also received a glass from her sister. After taking a sip, Lu Jun remarked that it was pleasantly warm. Lu Cha sat opposite Lu Yu, while Lu Jun occupied the adjacent side. The three of them sat in silence, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Lu Yu seized the opportunity to sip his water to alleviate the tension. Suddenly, his phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. He smiled sheepishly, rising to answer. Lin Xiu's cheerful voice echoed. Lu Yu, where are you? I'm ready over here. All right, I'll be right there. Lu Yu replied before hanging up, secretly relieved to escape this uncomfortable situation. My boss has finished her meeting, and I need to go pick her up. He turned to Lu Jun and Lu Cha, sharing a smile with the sisters. Okay, come visit again when you have time. Lu Yun rose, showcasing her tall and graceful figure. Lu Cha followed suit. I'll walk you out. No need. You rest at home. I'll see him out. A glance from Lu Jun halted her, and she stepped toward the door first. Lu Yu offered Lu Cha a sympathetic smile, silently indicating, we'll talk later. After mouthing the words, he turned and followed Lu Jun outside. The cool evening breeze brushed against him, offering an indescribable refreshment. I'm off, Sister Jun. You can head back now. Lu Yu waved his hand. Do you know the way? Do you need me to escort you? Lu Yun inquired gently. Yes, me to. No, I still remember the way, just a couple of steps. Lu Yu chuckled. All right, take care. Lu Jun gently waved her hand, a knowing and reserved smile gracing her lips, presenting a stark contrast to her previously calm and quiet demeanor at home. It was as if her presence illuminated the dim surroundings. Lu Yu paused momentarily, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to leave. As Lu Jun watched Lu Yu's silhouette intermittently illuminated by the streetlights, it gradually receded into the distance until it vanished from sight. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, causing her lips to curve slightly. She then turned and returned to the villa. Her sudden, silent appearance startled Lu Cha, who was engrossed in typing on her phone. Who are you messaging? Lu Jun inquired lightly, almost scaring Lu Cha out of her wits. In nothing, Lu Cha stammered, hastily shutting off her screen to conceal her conversation with Lu Yu. She then began tidying up the cups on the coffee table. Let me clean up, sister. You worked all day. You should rest. Indeed, diligence has its rewards, Lu Jun remarked before heading straight upstairs. I'm going to take a shower. Call me if you need anything. As Lu Yu arrived at Sue's villa, he spotted a graceful figure standing at the entrance. The evening breeze gently tousled her long hair and skirt. Sister Shiyu, he called as he approached. Lu Yu, Lin Shiyu replied, her smile unmistakable, her voice soft and buoyant. Did everything go smoothly? Lu Yu joined her side, grinning widely. Why ask when you already know? Lin Shiyu playfully rolled her eyes at him, linking her arm with his. Sister Shiyu this. Lu Yu glanced down at her delicate hand resting on his arm. I owe you a great deal for tonight. Had it not been for you, I would have returned empty-handed. Then what's wrong with holding my hand? Don't misunderstand. I have no interest in this little brat. I'm just overly happy right now. Lin Shiyu said, her tone lively and casual as they strolled along. And what extent did you two converse? Lu Yu decided to let go of any reservations and walked alongside her. We touched on a few topics, but the details remain to be discussed. I'll find an opportunity to visit him another day, Lin Shiyu replied with a smile. At that moment, she transformed from a poised and sophisticated woman into a lively girl, as if she had found a beloved toy. This striking metamorphosis opened Lu Yu's eyes wide, his gaze drifting over her curves beneath the evening gown. Lu Yu, just then, a man and a woman approached, and the woman softly called out to him. Oh, senior? Lu Yu feigned surprise, though he had noticed them long before, and simply chose to ignore them. Duan Yulan cast a complex glance at Lu Yu and Lin Shiyu's linked arms, her lips pressed together, a sour sensation rising in her chest. Was this jealousy? Confusion clouded her mind as memories of their time together flooded back. During meetings, Lu Yu always provided her with crucial insights and affirmations during late-night work sessions. He kept her company and ensured she returned home safely. When she had stomach pains, he prepared warm compresses and ginger tea, always available at her beck and call. He listened attentively to her troubles, eager to alleviate her burdens. Over the years, she had come to rely on him, both in work and life. As these thoughts swirled, her vision blurred, tears welling up in her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, she had fallen for him. But why had it taken her so long to realize? Was this what they meant by realizing one's loss only after it was gone? Senior, are you all right? Lu Yu asked, concern etched on his face, though his eyes betrayed a cold indifference and mockery. I am fine. Duan Yulan quickly shook her head, using the motion to wipe away the tears that threatened to spill. Lin Shiyu regarded Duan Yulan, Lu Yu's former employer, with cautious eyes. The newcomer harbored ill intentions. She had never intended for Lu Yu to be swayed by Duan Yulan, and now, even less so. Lu Yu, I had a bit to drink and feel dizzy. Could you take me home? She tightened her grip on his arm, pressing her alluring figure against him, her voice soft and almost melodious. Of course, Lu Yu replied with a smile, turning to Duan Yulan, his expression apologetic. Senior, we're leaving now. All right, Duan Yulan replied, her lips pressed together in resignation. Goodbye. Lu Yu nodded at her before walking away with Lin Shiyu, their arms entwined, not bothering to look back as they passed by Duan Yulan. Duan Yulan turned, her gaze filled with a complex mix of emotions as she watched Lu Yu's retreating figure. Alongside her jealousy, regret flooded her heart. The moment she saw Lu Yu and Lin Shiyu together, she realized he would never return to her. Though she was consumed with regret, it was too late. This was the consequence of her own actions. Chapter 46. Lu Cha has a daughter? As the phrase self-inflicted consequences echoed in her mind, she couldn't help but tremble. Her vision blurred once more, a veil of crystalline tears obscuring her sight, rendering the distant path and Lu Yu's receding figure indistinct. She pressed her hand to her chest. Pain etched across her face. Ms. Duan, are you all right? Guan Jihao quickly supported Duan Yulan. I am fine. She waved his hand away, steadying herself before casting one last lingering glance in Lu Yu's direction. Let's go. I'm tired. I see that your senior still has lingering feelings for you. Lin Shiyu said, resting her head on Lu Yu's shoulder, a playful smile on her lips as she feigned nonchalance while probing for information. And so what? Lu Yu replied with a dismissive smile. My fate with her has long since ended. How could there be any lingering feelings? Really? Lin Shiyu stepped in front of him, blocking his path, her enchanting eyes wide and curious. Indeed, he confirmed with a smile. You wouldn't deceive me, would you? She asked, her tone laced with concern. How could I dare to deceive Sister Shiyu? Lu Yu's smile broadened. All right, I believe you wouldn't lie to your Sister Shiyu. Lin Shiyu's eyes crinkled into crescent moons, her smile radiating sweetness. With that, she stepped closer, relinking her arm with Lu Yu's, gently tugging him forward as she hummed an unfamiliar tune. Seeing Lin Shiyu display this youthful side, Lu Yu's smile softened further. He understood her current joy and allowed her to cling to his arm. They continued their leisurely stroll, engaging in light conversation until they realized the time had grown late, and they headed to the car together. Lu Yu first escorted Lin Shiyu back to her home before hailing a taxi to his office, eventually driving back home. By the time he returned, it was already past 11 at night. His parents had long retired for the evening. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, his father peeked out, saw him, and after a brief admonition, returned to sleep. He opened his phone to find several messages from Lu Cha, inquiring about their plans for the coming weekend, expressing her impatience. A tender smile graced Lu Yu's lips. This girl, truly, was overly restless. They had just met this evening, and already she could hardly wait for tomorrow. She was indeed quite clingy, resembling a little sprite. Yet he found it endearing. Tomorrow afternoon, he replied succinctly. After that, he retreated to the bathroom. Following a refreshing shower, he emerged to another message from Lu Cha. What about tomorrow morning? Lu Yu mused to himself. Does she truly believe I am at her beck and call, day and night? He typed a curt response, sleeping, with those two words. He lay down and swiftly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Cha, on the other end, pondered over his message. Is it because I mentioned sleep that he rejected me? Very well, if you are so heartless, do not blame me for deploying my trump card. She rolled on her bed, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. Yet soon after, a look of conflict crossed her features. If she were to resort to her trump card, it would have to be the task assigned by the system. I only wish to play the part of a faux green tea, not to become one in truth. How vexing. However, the task ahead was daunting. She could deceive anyone. But with Lu Yu, she felt a pang of guilt. Never mind. After all, it is a task mandated by the system, and it must be completed sooner or later. Otherwise, the punishment could be severe, perhaps even sending me back. I cannot bear that. She decided to seize this opportunity to fulfill the task together. I can always make it up to him later. I hope he won't be too upset. Brother Lu Yu, please do not blame me. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be the system. The next day was Saturday. Lu Yu awoke at 10 in the morning, only to find his phone bombarded with messages from Lu Cha. Ultimately, he replied, 1 p.m. at the cafe at the north end of South Street. Almost instantly, Lu Cha's response was cheerful. Okay, cute, cuddly, happy twirl. Such vibrant and adorable expressions could only belong to Lu Cha. With a smile, Lu Yu got out of bed and prepared himself. At 1 p.m., he arrived at the cafe right on time. Lu Cha had already settled in by the window, her beautiful eyes gazing blankly at the bustling street outside, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Her jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall, glossy and smooth, framing her flawless complexion. She wore a pristine white round-neck blouse paired with a pale yellow skirt and black ankle boots, embodying a pure yet melancholic aura. Things have changed, and words fail me, Lu Yu thought, recalling a line of poetry as he observed this unfamiliar expression of distress on Lu Cha's face for the first time. Overcome with his own talent, he approached her. What troubles you? He inquired, taking a seat across from her. You've arrived, she replied with an unruffled tone, presenting a calm facade for the first time in front of Lu Yu. Though her lips still bore a smile, he could not see the usual sparkle in her eyes. A prolonged silence enveloped them. Even the server delivering their coffee sensed the palpable tension. After taking a sip of the scalding, slightly bitter coffee, Lu Yu frowned and set it down, preparing to speak when Lu Cha broke the silence. Do you know how I spent my 3 years abroad? Didn't you attend school there for 3 years? Lu Yu queried, puzzled. Lu Cha's expression stiffened, her teeth gritting. Finally, she casually remarked, I met a wonderful man abroad. And I have a child. Lu Yu's heart sank, his brow furrowing. Adopted? Lu Cha maintained a stoic expression. What do you think? Leaning back, he scrutinized her, then shook his head, declaring, I don't believe so. With narrowed eyes, Lu Cha stated, whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. I simply didn't want to mention it while our feelings were still deep, as it would be unfair to you. And the child's father? Deceased. Lu Yu contemplated. Is the child with you now? In Xinjiang, Lu Cha replied softly. I know you may find it hard to accept, but I was utterly alone abroad, with no one to talk to or shop with. I longed for companionship, but regardless of the reasons, it was my mistake alone, and I won't burden you with it, as I cannot bear that. As she spoke, her voice grew soft and almost pleading, tinged with a hint of suppressed tears. Lu Yu felt an unwelcome irritation bubbling within him. Fine, take me to see. He rose and strode out of the cafe, paying at the front desk. Deep down, he found it hard to believe. Watching his retreating figure, Lu Cha's eyes sparkled with cunning. She quickly lowered her head, feigning guilt, and followed him out of the cafe. Standing outside, Lu Yu, hands on his hips, his voice icy and not bothering to look back, asked, where are we going? His commanding presence made Lu Cha glance at him with a hint of unfamiliarity. Lu Yu frowned. Lu Cha followed behind him, meekly murmuring, I'll guide you. Chapter 47. An Unforgettable Past Abroad. Lu Yu drove Lu Cha to a kindergarten, following her directions at a brisk pace. Throughout the journey, he maintained a cold demeanor, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Lu Cha in the passenger seat kept her head bowed, her petite frame trembling slightly, appearing submissive, her hair obscuring her fair face. Although Lu Yu refrained from glancing sideways, he occasionally stole a look at Lu Cha. Noticing her slight shiver, he couldn't help but divert his gaze. Letting out an inward sigh, he parked the car by the roadside, and they both exited. Lu Cha led him with familiarity to the kindergarten's entrance, glancing at her phone. Murmuring to herself, the time is about right. A crowd had gathered outside the kindergarten, men, women, and children, all eagerly awaiting their little ones. Observing Lu Cha's ease in this environment, Lu Yu felt a pang of bitterness. He was beginning to believe her story. Before long, the kindergarten released its students. A group of children emerged, accompanied by several teachers. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm here. Mommy, where are you? The children called out, their joyous shouts mingling with cries of anxiety from those who did not see their guardians. Among them, a little girl donned a princess crown and a white pleated skirt. Resembling a delicate doll, she stood quietly, surveying her surroundings without fussing, appearing remarkably mature for 4 or 5 years. Independent enough not to require a teacher's hand or mingle with her peers. When she saw Lu Cha smiling and waving at her, she resembled a little bird returning home, fluttering her wings as she leapt into Lu Cha's embrace, pausing for a moment before exclaiming, Mom. The exclamation was filled with deep emotion. Snap! It was as if something intangible shattered in that moment. Lu Yu clutched his chest, feeling as if his heart were breaking. He found it hard to believe, yet was compelled to accept it. It struck him like a thunderbolt, rendering his steps heavy and hesitant. Especially as he gazed at the little girl, who bore a striking resemblance to Lu Cha. He felt as though he could scarcely breathe. Who are you? At that moment, a female teacher from the kindergarten approached. Before Lu Cha could respond, the little girl tightly wrapped her arms around Lu Cha's long legs and turned to the teacher, saying, Thank you, teacher. My family has come pick me up. All right. The teacher nodded, smiling as she greeted Lu Cha before turning to leave. Mom, who is he? The little girl peeked out, her large, star-like eyes blinking with curiosity as she gazed at Lu Yu. He is a friend of your mother. You should call him Uncle. Lu Cha lifted the little girl, resting her tiny head on her shoulder, gazing down at her with a tender maternal love. As Lu Yu observed this scene, a sudden pang of anguish gripped his heart. He found himself increasingly convinced. Uncle? Then what about my dad? The little girl, unable to believe Lu Yu, stared wide-eyed, muttering to herself, a trace of sadness and grievance appearing on her face. Lu Cha turned to face Lu Yu, her expression revealing her dilemma. They all say I don't have a dad, so they often mock me. The little girl pouted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her voice tinged with a whimper. Did classmates bully you? Lu Cha inquired hastily, her face betraying anxiety and concern, which Lu Yu observed clearly. They didn't bully me. They just said I don't have a dad who loves me, that I'm a lonely child. The little girl spoke softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing this, Lu Cha's face fell with sadness. It's all right, Yin Yin. We don't lack a dad. He is just working far away, and he will come to see you in the future. Lu Yu felt a myriad of conflicting emotions within him. Can he be my dad? The little girl wiped her tears and suddenly pointed at Lu Yu. He can't. He is just your uncle, not your dad. You will. Lu Cha's eyes reddened slightly as she glanced at the impassive Lu Yu, her voice soft and dejected. Before she could finish, Lu Yu sighed, took a step forward, squatted down, and revealed what he believed to be a brilliantly warm smile. Little sister, what is your name? The little girl recoiled slightly, regarding Lu Yu with trepidation. Quickly answer. Uncle is asking you a question. Lu Cha forced a smile. Hello, Uncle. My name is Lu Nian. The little girl finally replied softly. Those who remember will surely resonate. Was she thinking of him, the one abroad? Lu Yu pressed his lips together, feeling a tumult of emotions stir within him. He was uncertain of what it felt like, only sensing a blend of various sentiments. Meanwhile, Lu Cha observed Lu Yu's lips, which had turned pale from pressing together, and a glimmer of mischief and delight flickered in her eyes. Uncle, why have you stopped speaking? The little girl seemed to suddenly lose her fear of Lu Yu and promptly asked another question. Oh, it's nothing. Uncle was just thinking about other matters. Lu Yu smiled widely, beckoning her gently. Nian Nian, come here. Yet, Lu Nian Nian hesitated, lingering at Lu Cha's side. You should go. Uncle is calling you. Lu Cha, like a nurturing mother, looked at Lu Nian Nian with kindness and gently nudged her. As Lu Yu beheld Lu Cha's loving expression, a deeper anguish enveloped him, nearly suffocating him. Indeed, Lu Cha had been abroad for 3 years, devoid of friends or anyone to converse with, and alone in a foreign land. How could she endure such solitude? It was clear she had sought him out because of her loneliness. In that moment, he fully believed that the little girl before him was indeed Lu Cha's daughter, though he was reluctant to take on the role of a guardian. It was not in his nature to turn away now, especially upon hearing Lu Nian Nian's voice quiver with emotion. His heart ached even more. Lu Nian Nian lowered her head, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothing as she cautiously approached Lu Yu. He smiled and gently embraced her, softly saying, Am I really that frightening, dear? Lu Nian Nian kept her head down, silent yet obedient. Observing this, Lu Yu reached out to pat her little head and miraculously produced a lollipop from his pocket, placing it in her hand. Uncle, this is... Lu Nian Nian looked up at Lu Yu in disbelief, captivated by the strawberry-flavored lollipop, eager to taste it yet hesitant. Lu Yu smiled at her and gently urged, Go ahead and eat it. Lu Nian Nian turned to glance at Lu Cha, her eyes pleading as if asking for permission. It's from Uncle. You can eat it. Lu Cha smiled tenderly, squatting down to regard Lu Nian Nian with affection. Thank you, Uncle. Lu Nian Nian exclaimed joyfully, raising the lollipop in triumph before giving Lu Yu a quick peck on the cheek. Then, she eagerly began to savor her treat. Chapter 48. An uncle better than a father will always protect you. Where did you buy this? Lu Cha inquired with a coy smile, gazing affectionately at Lu Yu. In that moment, it felt as if the distance between them had suddenly widened, leaving Lu Cha feeling a mix of calmness on the surface while her heart raced with unease. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, wiping the remnants of saliva from his cheek, replied nonchalantly, I found it just now in the car. I didn't expect it would actually come in handy. Lu Cha stifled a laugh, shallow dimples forming on her cheeks, her bright eyes curving into crescent moons, gazing at the pure and adorable Lu Cha and then at her daughter of the same age. Lu Yu found it hard to believe. Nian Nian, let us go home. Lu Cha stood up, taking Lu Nian Nian's little hand, then looked to Lu Yu, seeking his silent agreement. Lu Yu did not rise, but instead placed a steady hand on Lu Nian Nian's shoulder, his gaze resolute as he spoke earnestly. Nian Nian, remember this. If anyone says you lack a father's love, you must refute them. You have an uncle who is even better than a father, and he will always protect you. Lu Cha stood frozen, staring at Lu Yu's chiseled, determined face. In an instant, her gaze softened, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips, filled with sweet, heartfelt happiness. You've remembered, Lu Nian Nian exclaimed, licking her lollipop as she loudly declared, I have an uncle who is even better than a father. That's wonderful. Her little face radiated excitement. Watching Lu Nian Nian bounce and leap with joy, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile as well. Let's go. He stood, taking hold of Lu Nian Nian's other hand, then turned to Lu Cha, asking, Where's home? Oh, just follow me. Lu Cha quickly nodded and, before departing, stole one last glance at Lu Yu. Yeah, I have a mom and dad now. Lu Nian Nian's hands were held by Lu Yu and Lu Cha, transforming the two into a makeshift swing as they oscillated back and forth, her small face alight with excitement as she shouted gleefully. Lu Cha, with a gentle smile, reminded Lu Nian Nian to be cautious, slow down, don't rush, and pay attention to your safety. Observing this scene, Lu Yu felt a pang of melancholy deep within his heart. The kindergarten was situated beside a rather upscale residential complex where Lu Nian Nian's home resided. Upon entering the complex, they encountered several acquaintances who greeted Lu Nian Nian, who always responded with a sweet smile and a cheerful voice. However, Lu Yu noticed that no one acknowledged Lu Cha. The trio wound through the corridors before taking the elevator to the 6th floor. Mom, open the door, Lu Nian Nian exclaimed. Anzai, le cha zipli. revealing a nurturing smile akin to that of a doting mother as she retrieved a set of keys from her bag and unlocked the door. "Come in," she said. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lu Nianyan dashed inside, carelessly tossing her shoes aside. "You little rascal." Le jia et golim, picking up the shoes and placing them on the shoe rack as she entered. Lu Yu followed suit, glancing around the space. Apart from Lu Nianyan's clothes and shoes, the only other items were a few women's garments and footwear, presumably belonging to Lu Cha. "Come in, you needn't take off your shoes. We don't have any men's slippers here," Lu Cha said, having changed her footwear and turning to Lu Yu with a gentle smile. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent, entering the room quietly. He surveyed the large living area, which was tastefully arranged and exuded warmth, featuring a spacious carpet that appeared both luxurious and impeccably clean. Yet, Lu Nianyan's toys, dolls, and little cars were strewn across the floor, suggesting that it was seldom tidied up. Lu Nianyan had already settled in front of the sofa, engrossed in playing with her doll, and turned to invite Lu Yu. "Uncle, come play with me." "You go ahead and play," Lu Yu replied with a smile. "Okay," Lu Nianyan chirped without looking up. "Is there usually no one here?" Lu Yu inquired. Glancing at Lu Cha, who was bending down to tidy up, she met his gaze briefly before hastily averting her eyes, softly saying, "Apart from me. There's a nanny who mainly looks after Nianyan, as I don't come often." Lu Yu frowned. "Do your parents know about this?" "I haven't told them," Lu Cha pouted, her demeanor reminiscent of a childess. "You don't inform them of such significant matters? How could you?" Lu Yu's irritation flared, and he stepped closer, glaring at Lu Cha. "Don't bully my mom." At that moment, Lu Nianyan, having heard the commotion, rushed over and positioned herself between them, preventing Lu Yu from approaching Lu Cha. Realizing the situation, Lu Yu took a step back. Placing his hands on his hips, he turned to the window, inhaling deeply to quell his surging emotions. "It's all right, Nianyan, don't be afraid. It's Mommy's fault. She made a mistake and upset your uncle, but he means well and cares for your mother." Lu Cha consoled Lu Nianyan softly, her voice tinged with a quiver, evoking sympathy as if the entire world had forsaken her, leaving only Lu Yu to care. "Really?" Lu Nianyan questioned, skepticism evident in her eyes. "Of course. Your Uncle Lu cares for Mommy the most, and Mommy sees him as her strongest support. Don't worry. Your Uncle Lu will soon stop being angry," Lu Cha reassured in a gentle tone, occasionally glancing at Lu Yu with a pitiful expression. Her eyes filled with a desire for approval. "Enough with these discussions. What purpose do they serve?" Lu Yu, having regained his composure, approached and shot a disapproving glance at Lu Cha. His tone, while ostensibly reproachful, was imbued with tenderness. He picked up Lu Nianyan and said softly, "Nianyan, let's go play." "Really?" Lu Nianyan exclaimed in delight. "It's been ages since anyone played with me." Lu Yu felt a wave of emotion welling up, almost moved to tears, and quickly laughed. "From now on, Uncle will be here to play with you." Lu Cha, hearing this, eagerly inquired, "Will you really accompany her in the future?" Unable to resist her hopeful gaze, Lu Yu responded calmly, "Of course. I, Lu Yu, always keep my word." Yet, the faint, distant smile he wore was far from the affectionate, resigned one he had shown earlier. Both Lu Yu and Lu Cha sensed an insurmountable chasm had formed between them. Lu Cha felt a deep sense of discomfort, and Lu Yu was not far behind in his feelings of unease. However, he was striving to accept the reality of the situation. While he was certain his parents would never agree to him having a daughter without marriage, he mused that things would naturally resolve themselves in due time. Ultimately, he could not bear to witness Lu Cha's frail and pitiful demeanor. He needed time to process. Chapter 49. There's no free lunch in this world. In the vast, seemingly empty room, Lu Cha could only respond with a subdued hum. Lu Yu chose to disregard Lu Cha's despondency, turning away with a bright smile to join Lu Nianyan in play, leaving Lu Cha alone. Gazing forlornly at Lu Yu's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. Should she continue this path? She feared pushing Lu Yu to the brink. Perhaps it was best to take things one step at a time. Watching Lu Yu and Lu Nianyan reveling in their play, Lu Cha felt a slight lift at the corners of her mouth. Gradually, she made her way over to the sofa, settling down to quietly observe their merriment. As she watched, her thoughts drifted elsewhere. In the future, she and Lu Yu would have their own little baby, living a carefree and joyous life together. Envisioning this beautiful future, Lu Cha gently closed her eyes, soon succumbing to a tranquil slumber. "Wow, Nianyan, you're amazing," Lu Yu exclaimed, admiring the tower of blocks Lu Nianyan had constructed, his smile radiant as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Delighted by Uncle's praise, Lu Nianyan eagerly crawled up to him, wrapping her arms around him in a hug. "You keep playing," Lu Yu encouraged, turning his attention back to Lu Cha, his smile fading as he quietly observed Lu Nianyan. Lu Cha, with her chiseled features and exquisite beauty, possessed a porcelain complexion that was stunning even without makeup. Especially now, as she lay on her side, resting her head on her arm, her eyes closed, lips gently pressed together, she radiated a serene beauty reminiscent of a sleeping princess from fairy tale. Lu Yu tenderly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, revealing her luminescent face. "Uncle, I'm hungry," Lu Nyin piped up, patting her little belly and pouting. "All right, let us go get something delicious," Lu Yu replied, retracting his gaze and playfully caressing Lu Ninyin's cheek as he prepared to stand. "What do you want to eat?" "I want Peking duck," Lu Nyin declared after a moment of contemplation, clapping her hands in excitement. "All right, then we shall go eat," Lu Yu responded with a smile, finding great affection for this little girl, genuinely regarding her as his own kin. Yet Lu Nyin suddenly bit her finger, her expression contemplative. "But my mommy said not to eat anything given by strangers. Am I considered a stranger?" Lu Yu bent down to look at her and smiled. "Given my close relationship with your mother, we are hardly strangers. However, she is not." Lu Nyin uttered a phrase, but did not finish her thought. Lu Yu frowned. "What do you mean?" At that moment, he felt a sudden realization akin to the legendary detective Di Renjia. He cast a penetrating glance at Lu Cha before turning his attention back to Lu Nyin. "Uncle Lu, what is wrong?" Her expressionless demeanor startled Lu Nyin considerably. "It's nothing." Lu Yu suddenly smiled, blooming like a radiant chrysanthemum. This stark contrast left Lu Nyin momentarily speechless. "Nyin, has your mother ever told you that there is no such thing as a free lunch?" Lu Yu grinned like a cunning wolf, charmingly coaxing Little Red Riding Hood with what he believed to be his most brilliant, gentle, and amiable smile. Lu Nyin pondered for a moment, her eyes brightening. "My dad seems to have said that before." "Your dad?" Lu Yu's eyes sparkled like two miniature suns, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent. "Though your Uncle Lu is not a stranger, if I treat you to roast duck, aren't you obliged to return the favor?" Lu Yu simply sat cross-legged on the ground, facing Lu Nyin directly. Lu Nyin furrowed her little brows, contemplating for a long time before nodding hesitantly. "A grateful child is a good child." Lu Yu chuckled as he patted Lu Nyin's small head. Lu Nyin eyed Lu Yu warily and tightened her embrace around her Winnie the Pooh. Lu Yu, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh. "I want tea, take your teddy bear." In a hurry, Lu Nyin turned, clutching her doll tightly. "I don't want a doll." "Oh no, I don't want any toys." Lu Yu sighed in mild exasperation. "In fact, if you were honest, I could take you to the mall to buy toys right now." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Lu Nyin tossed her bear and doll onto the ground and eagerly approached Lu Yu, her face alight with hope. "Of course it's true, as long as you tell me the truth." Lu Yu extended his pinky finger. "If you don't believe me, let us make a pinky promise." "Okay, pinky promise." Lu Nyin extended her pinky, linking it with Lu Yu's. "Pinky promise, if you break it, you'll hang for 100 years. After sealing their promise, Lu Yu grinned and asked, "Is Lu Cha your mother?" "They want tea, let me say." Lu Nyin hesitated, fidgeting with her skirt. "Don't forget our pinky promise. If you don't comply, you'll have to attend school for several years without a break." Lu Yu, understanding her reluctance, still wished to hear her confession, so he playfully threatened her. "Ah, really?" Lu Nyin was still conflicted. Lu Yu pressed on, "If you just tell me, I'll immediately take you for roast duck and to the mall for toys." "All right then. This secret is only for you, Uncle Lu. You must not tell anyone else, nor mention that I told you." Ultimately, Lu Nyin, still a child, yielded under Lu Yu's coaxing and began to speak. Okay, hurry up and say it, and I'll take you out." Lu Yu's face lit up with joy, his eyes sparkling. "She is my little aunt." Lu Nyin pointed at the peacefully sleeping Lu Cha and whispered, "Little aunt?" Lu Yu was taken aback. "Yes, she is the daughter of my second granduncle. My dad's sister, so she is indeed my little aunt," Lu Nyin explained, counting on her fingers. It must be said that her reasoning was quite clear, effectively clarifying the situation for Lu Yu. Only then did Lu Yu recall that Lu Cha had an elder uncle. "Damn, I forgot about that." He muttered to himself. "Uncle Lu, what did you say?" Lu Nyin did not hear clearly. "Nothing. I was just wondering how old you were this year," Lu Yu asked, smiling like a quirky uncle. "I'm 5, Lu Nyin replied. Lu Yu sighed. He had not realized that Lu Nyin's age had surpassed the time frame during which Lu Cha studied abroad. Caring can indeed lead to confusion, he mused inwardly. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to regard Lu Cha as his own possession. Thus, upon learning that Lu Cha had someone overseas, his mindset crumbled. "Uncle Lu, let's go eat roast duck." At that moment, Lu Nyin's thoughts were solely consumed by the image of golden, succulent roast duck. "Let us go." Lu Yu reined in his thoughts, cast a glance at Lu Cha, and then cheerfully led Lu Nyin out. "Wow, we're off to eat roast duck." The thought of finally indulging in the long-anticipated feast filled Lu Nyin with exuberance. "Shoo, keep your voice down," Don't wake your little aunt. Lu Yu gently covered her mouth. Hum. Lu Nyen nodded, her big eyes crescent-shaped with joy. At a glance, she bore some resemblance to Lu Cha, yet there were subtle differences. Chapter 50. I detest deception. Lu Yu took her to a nearby roast duck restaurant, and they stopped by a mall to buy a large doll. During this time, Lu Cha awakened and called Lu Yu. We're on our way back. Lu Yu replied, before hanging up the phone decisively. What is going on? Upon hearing Lu Yu's calm voice and the abrupt end of the call, Lu Cha felt a sudden pang of unease. Uncle Lu, was that a call from my little aunt? Lu Nyen, clutching her doll with one hand and happily enjoying an ice cream cone with the other, asked. Yes, she is awake. Lu Yu affectionately ruffled Lu Nyen's hair. Is she worried because she can't find us? Lu Nyen suddenly asked with a furrowed brow. I think she might be a little. Lu Yu chuckled at Lu Nyen, who appeared quite mature for her age. Then let us hurry back, so she doesn't worry, Lu Nyen urged, quickening her pace, her short legs moving swiftly, even abandoning her ice cream. Slow down. We'll be home in just 2 minutes. Lu Yu chuckled at her petite figure. 5 minutes later, Lu Yu and Lu Nyen returned home. As he knocked on the door, it swung open with a whoosh. What met Lu Yu's eyes was Lu Cha's pouting, pitiful expression, on the verge of tears. You too went out without me. Observing Lu Cha's impressive performance, Lu Yu's gaze remained indifferent as he handed her the bag he was holding. I brought you roast duck. With that, he walked past her. Lu Cha stood momentarily in shock, her body trembling as if plunged into an ice cellar. She glanced down at Lu Nyen, who was entirely absorbed in her doll. Soudain son signe, she l'ignora. She looked up to find Lu Cha's expressionless face paired with a cold, questioning gaze. Lu Nyen shivered, quickly lowering her head and darting into her room, slamming the door shut behind her. Seeing this, Lu Cha felt a chill run down her spine. She swallowed hard before closing the door and making her way to the living room. On the couch, Lu Yu lounged casually, engrossed in his phone. Lu Cha approached Lu Yu, resembling a wayward child, hesitantly standing before him with her hands clasped tightly in front of her, her head bowed deeply. Occasionally, she would steal a timid glance at Lu Yu, only to quickly avert her gaze, fearful that he would notice her furtive glances. After a while, she remained in her position. Lu Yu, with an air of unhurried composure, lifted his gaze to meet hers and remarked nonchalantly, Do you not enjoy roast duck? Yes, I do, Lu Cha replied, pouting slightly and speaking in a soft voice. Then why are you not eating? Lu Yu inquired, a slight frown creasing his brow. Oh, Lu Cha stammered, hastily conceding, yet she merely placed the roast duck bag on the coffee table, continuing to stand obediently. Observing Lu Yu engrossed in his phone, Lu Cha seemed to summon her resolve and timidly spoke. Lu Yu, I have something to confess to you. Oh, Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, putting down his phone and regarding her with an ambiguous smile. I deceived you, Lu Cha said, rubbing her small hands together. Her large eyes pleadingly fixed on Lu Yu, her voice barely above a whisper. I cannot hear you, Lu Yu replied indifferently. I deceived you. Lu Cha gathered her courage, raising her voice slightly. I still cannot hear you, Lu Yu reiterated with the same dispassionate tone. Lu Cha cast a wounded glance at Lu Yu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing pitifully forlorn. Lu Yu, however, averted his gaze, as if he had not seen her at all. Sensing his indifference, Lu Cha, feeling cornered, declared loudly, I deceived you, and I apologize. A faint smirk tugged at Lu Yu's lips. What have you deceived me about? Well, in truth, Nyen is not my daughter. She is my cousin's daughter, Lu Cha replied, fidgeting with her words. Oh, was Lu Yu's only response, leaving Lu Cha utterly perplexed. She could not decipher the meaning behind his single word, nor could she glean his true thoughts from his expression. You, Lu Cha ventured to speak, but Lu Yu interrupted her, saying, I detest deceit. Feeling the weight of his expressionless demeanor, Lu Cha timidly echoed, I too abhor being deceived. Lu Yu scrutinized her with a gaze that seemed to blend amusement and disdain. Lu Cha shrank back, unable to meet his eyes. The silence between them thickened, and Lu Cha, pressing her lips together, felt compelled to speak despite knowing it was not the opportune moment. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I was too concerned about you and wanted to see if you truly loved me. Scold me if you must, as long as you are not angry. I can bear it. Ultimately, I found myself envious of Lu Xin, jealous of the love she received from you, which led me to doubt myself and test you. I was wrong. Please forgive me, sob. Lu Yu's eyes involuntarily twitched at her outburst. Meanwhile, Lu Cha seemed oblivious to his increasingly displeased expression. Continuing to whine in a soft tone, you can scold or hit me. I do not mind, as long as you don't abandon me. I understand I have angered you, so I will not make excuses. It is all my fault. It appeared she was becoming increasingly enthralled by her own words. The incessant voice in her mind, reminiscent of a system notification, fueled her relentless green tea persona. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 green tea points. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 green tea points. You are truly remarkable, and this system is in awe of you. Please continue your efforts. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 green tea points. May you grow stronger and achieve greater heights. You are incredible, acquiring another 100 green tea points. In mere moments, Lu Cha's newly acquired green tea points approached 1,000. She felt a mix of satisfaction and trepidation. Satisfaction from the points, yet fearful of Lu Yu's potential wrath. Yet, those green tea points seemed to possess a bewitching power, compelling Lu Cha to continue unabated, entirely disregarding Lu Yu, whose expression darkened like a storm cloud. Bang! Lu Yu slammed his hand down on the sofa, producing a resonant thud that sent a jolt of fear through Lu Cha, silencing her. It dawned on her that Lu Yu's eyes were ablaze with fury. Lu Yu, she began, but before she could finish, a sullen Lu Yu stood up and walked away without a word. Panic surged within Lu Cha. She had not anticipated her antics would lead to this. She rushed to Lu Yu, wrapping her arms around his neck and refusing to let go. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please don't be angry. I beg you. She clung tightly to him, her lips pursed in a pitiful pout, her demeanor a picture of humility. Let go. Lu Yu's face was a chilling mask of anger. Chapter 51. Will you dare to defy me again? Faced with Lu Cha's pleading and coaxing, Lu Yu had, in truth, forgiven her almost instantly. After all, who could resist a girlfriend so willing to prostrate herself, employing charm and pleading? Yet, he maintained a facade of indifference, coolly commanding. Release me. I will not. Lu Cha, genuinely frightened, clung even tighter, her voice a soft whimper. I had truly erred. Please forgive me. One tea you? I promise I won't dare again. As she spoke, her eyes began to well with tears. Let go. Lu Yu attempted to pry her arms from around him, but her grip was too strong. I will not let go unless you promise to forgive me. Lu Cha pouted, her voice sweet and innocent. You dare to negotiate with me? Lu Yu cast her a sidelong glance. Seeing Lu Yu utter more than a few words ignited a flicker of hope in Lu Cha, and she responded with even more coaxing, I am not negotiating. I know I was wrong and would never dare to. I just desperately wish for your forgiveness. Have you forgiven me yet? Is it truly that simple? Lu Yu scoffed. What do you want from me? I can even allow you to punish me. As long as you forgive me, I promise I won't dare again. Lu Cha tightened her embrace, nuzzling her face close to Lu Yu's, her voice a gentle plea. How should I punish you? Lu Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Anything you wish. I will comply wholeheartedly. Lu Cha leaned in and planted a soft kiss on Lu Yu's cheek, giggling playfully. You. Lu Yu felt a surge of irritation at her antics, and without hesitation, he scooped her up in his arms, carrying her to the sofa. What are you doing? Lu Cha's face flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering like pools of spring water. Did you not say I could punish you however I pleased? Lu Yu chuckled, his hand brushing against Lu Cha's cheek, a mischievous grin on his lips. Do as you please. Lu Cha's cheeks turned a vibrant shade of red, her eyes filled with a shy allure, unable to meet Lu Yu's gaze. Eventually, she chose to close her eyes and bow her head, fully resigning herself to whatever punishment Lu Yu deemed fit. With a chuckle, Lu Yu sat on the sofa, flipping Lu Cha onto her stomach, facing the ground, and commenced her punishment. Will you dare to deceive me again? He demanded. Speak. And no, I will not. After several minutes, Lu Cha, flushed and embarrassed, nestled into Lu Yu's embrace, burying her head against his chest, feeling the strong rhythm of his heartbeat, her own heart racing in response. Will you dare to deceive me again? Lu Yu lowered his gaze, stealing a glance at the mortified Lu Cha. I truly will not. Her small face pressed tightly against Lu Yu's chest and whispered softly in a muffled voice. What if you dare to do it again? Lu Yu hugged LV Cha's fragrant shoulder and asked about the consequences if she dared to deceive him next. You're like the punishment just now. Smash my butt. Lu Cha was speechless, both shy and embarrassed. At the same time, she turned her hand back and gently covered the punished area, which was still slightly hot. Just remember, Lu Yu is very satisfied with LV Cha's attitude. Lu Cha nodded lightly, and then remained silent. She enjoys the warmth and tranquility of this moment very much. Lu Yu is satisfied with LV Cha's attitude, but he is also not very satisfied with the current situation. Lu Cha's delicate body trembled slightly, but there was no resistance at all, only her face became increasingly blushing and shy. Do you have stomach pain? Lu Yu suddenly asked a question, and before LV Cha could answer, his big hand had already covered it. The other person's skin is separated by a thin layer of skirt and shirt. Lu Cha lightly bit her red lips and lay in Lu Yu's arms. Afraid to move. as if afraid of scaring the other person with just one movement. Lu Yu suddenly frowned. "What's on your stomach?" He touched his hand slightly, like a slender scar. "No, it's nothing." At this moment, LV Cha quickly straightened up from his arms, then stood up and moved away from Lu Yu, while deeply lowering her head and hastily tidying up her messy clothes. "No, they're ghosts." Lu Yu frowned and noticed that LV Cha's reaction was too intense, and the situation was not right. "Come here." He let out a light sip. However, LV Cha seemed like she hadn't heard anything, and even seemed to be running out. Lu Yu was quick-witted and nimble, got up and stopped her. "What are you running for?" "I just remembered there's something else at home. I need to go back first." Lu Cha whispered, her blushing face intertwined with a hint of paleness. "What are you panicking about?" Lu Yu looked at her flustered expression and was even more puzzled as to what the scar on her belly was. The next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes, as if struck by a lightning bolt in his mind. "Do you?" He trembled inwardly. Then, his face turned slightly pale, and he reached out to touch LV Cha's stomach. Lu Cha still wanted to resist or avoid, but unfortunately, Lu was too determined, and she couldn't hide or block. Lu Yu's trembling hand gently lifted LV Cha's white shirt. On her belly, a dark brown scar appeared on her flawless white skin. "What is this?" Lu Yu stared carefully for a moment, then suddenly laughed wryly. "Is this a scar left by a cesarean section? This is my first time seeing it." "Lu Yu, it's not what you think." Lu Cha looked at Lu Yu's expression and was immediately frightened, her face turning pale, and she hurriedly explained. But at this moment, Lu Yu couldn't hear any sound. "I don't want to hear it." He snorted coldly and took a step back. Lu Cha only then realized that Lu Yu's cheeks had become cold and indifferent at some point, and his pitch-black eyes, like cold stars, shone with a cold and icy light that covered thousands of miles. There seemed to be an insurmountable chasm between the two of them, more unfamiliar than strangers. "Lu Yu, it's not what you think." Lu Cha wants to explain, but Lu Yu didn't want to listen and said coldly, "Do you really have children?" "I." Before Lu Cha could speak, the door opened with a click. "Mom." A shout of joy echoed through the air. A boy rushed over first. Lu Cha's face turned pale. Before the boy could approach, she directly blocked him. "Don't come over." "Mom, what's wrong with you?" "Don't be too flashy." The boy pouted his lips and looked pitifully at LV Cha. "Who is your mother?" "Don't scream around." Seeing that Lu Yu's face was as dark as coal, LV Cha quickly explained. "Lu Yu, he's not my son, he is. You want to say he's your relative's child again, right?" Lu Yu raised his eyebrows and his eyes showed a hint of undisguised anger. "I." Lu Cha's face darkened, and she couldn't help but feel so regretful in her heart. Chapter 52, I know I was wrong. Just as Lu Yu's face was cold and LV Cha was submissive. "Cha-cha, I brought your son back for you. Don't thank me." At this moment, a middle-aged female voice came from outside the door. Upon hearing these words, LV Cha's face turned even paler, and Lu Yu's upturned lips became even more playful. Then, a middle-aged woman dressed elegantly walked in. "Oh, what is this?" She looked at Lu Yu. Although her tone was surprised, both her eyes and face seemed calm, even calm and composed. Lu Yu felt that she didn't seem surprised by her appearance, as if she had known in advance that she was coming. He turned his head to look at the boy and the teary-eyed LV Cha, and he understood. "Is this another test?" "Ah." He stood there motionless, waiting for the situation to develop. He felt that there were still surprises waiting for him next. "Sure enough, you forgot to take this." The middle-aged woman seemed to have not seen the pitiful expression of LV Cha's red eyes and sobbing, and instead took out a dark green notebook from her bag. Lu Cha's face changed dramatically upon seeing this. Her eyes filled with fear as she was about to speak. Lu Yu had quick eyes and hands, and quickly scooped out the dark green notebook. Opening it, my face turned pale instantly. Snap! He slammed the dark green notebook fiercely onto the coffee table, making a loud snap that startled everyone present. The boy was so scared that he started crying, turned his head, and rushed into the arms of the middle-aged woman, sobbing loudly. "Why are you bullying me?" The middle-aged woman's voice abruptly stopped, and she turned to stare at Lu Yu, sternly saying, "Cha-cha, who is he and why?" But before she could finish speaking, Lu Yu looked at LV Cha indifferently and chuckled. "Where did you find this actor again?" "I'm not an actor." The middle-aged woman bared her teeth, as if she had been insulted, and reached out to forcefully push away Lu Yu. At this moment, Lu Cha suddenly stood in front of Lu Yu, opened her arms, and 2 lines of crystal-clear tears flashed across her fair face. She shook her head and said, "Ergu, you can take Yao Yao with you first." The voice with a crying tone cannot conceal the trembling sadness. There, yo. Watching LV Cha crying with pear blossoms and rain, who could see her pitiful and moving appearance, the middle-aged woman felt something was wrong. How is this different from the script? According to the script, after presenting a deliberately forged birth certificate, she can entrust her grandson to be taken care of by LV Cha and leave peacefully. Why is it now that I have taken my grandson away by myself? Are you not acting anymore? She suddenly thought of a possibility, especially seeing the tense atmosphere between LV Cha and Lu Yu. She seems to understand. You. She still stubbornly probed and asked. Let's go, Annie. We're not acting anymore. After LV Cha admitted, she looked at the feeling of being angry all over her body, and finally saw the scene of Lu Yu's ugly expression. The middle-aged woman dared not stay anymore and had to leave with her grandson. Let's go first. You two have a good chat. Well, can I still have a good chat now? Lu Cha couldn't help but smile bitterly and turned to look at Lu Yu. He trembled all over, as if consumed by suppressed anger. Lu Cha couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. She approached slowly, gently enveloping Lu Yu in her embrace, resting her delicate head upon his shoulder, and softly murmured, "You may unleash your fury upon me, strike or scold me if it pleases you. But do not bottle it up. It is detrimental to your health, and I cannot bear to witness you in this state." The moment those words escaped her lips, they ignited the powder keg of Lu Yu's fury. He forcefully pushed Lu Cha away, causing her to stagger, nearly losing her balance. His gaze bore into her, teeth clenched, as if to inquire, what was the meaning of today's childish antics? Was it a test of his patience, or merely a distraction from boredom? Or did she simply perceive him as an easy target? Yet, in the end, he held his tongue. With a cold snort, he turned and strode toward the door. Seeing this, Lu Cha hurriedly pursued him, but after only a few steps, she twisted her ankle. "Ouch!" she cried, collapsing onto the ground. Nevertheless, she endured the intense pain, yearning to rise and catch up with Lu Yu to apologize and clarify her intentions. However, at that moment, Lu Yu turned his head and shot her a glance. His eyes frigid and terrifying, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. That gaze shattered Lu Cha's heart. She slumped helplessly, her complexion pale and devoid of color, her pupils hollow and lifeless, losing all sense of focus. Lu Yu did not linger, stepping out of the room and vanishing from her sight. "I was wrong. I truly was." Lu Cha pouted, and then burst into tears, sobbing unabashedly like a child. Time passed, and the sound of footsteps approached slowly. Lu Cha's tear-filled eyes widened in surprise, her face lighting up with joy, only for it to swiftly dissipate as she looked up. Lu Nian? It turned out to be Lu Nian, who had emerged from her room upon hearing the commotion. "Don't cry, Annie," Lu Nian said, clumsily bending down to wipe Lu Cha's tears with a tissue. "Nian, I'm fine. Annie won't cry anymore." Lu Cha forced a strained smile, reaching out to caress Lu Nian's cherubic face. Yet, despite her words, the tears continued to flow, quickly soaking the tissue in Nian's hand, unable to shield her heart from the overwhelming regret. "Auntie is lying," Lu Nian said with concern, hurriedly turning to return to her room in search of more tissues. When she emerged, she found another figure in the room. She blinked, pondering, and retreated, gently closing the door behind her. "Why are you back?" Lu Cha looked up, tears streaming down her face as she beheld the unforgettable visage. Lu Yu stood tall, expressionless, holding a bag. He bent down, lifting Lu Cha from the ground and placing her gently on the sofa. Without uttering a word, he opened the bag, retrieved Yunnan Bai Yao, and began to remove her shoes, applying the medicine while massaging her feet. Throughout the entire process, Lu Yu remained silent. Lu Cha, however, obediently savored his ministrations, her lips pouting with a mix of grievance and burgeoning joy. Her clear, bright eyes remained fixed on Lu Yu, unblinking, as if she were entranced. Lu Yu tenderly massaged her ankle, his gaze slightly lowered, seemingly indifferent. As Lu Cha felt the gentle care he bestowed upon her feet, her heart swelled with gratitude. She longed to apologize, yet feared that the moment she spoke, he would storm away, leaving her devoid of this fleeting warmth. But if she refrained from apologizing, she knew she could never forgive herself. At last, she summoned her courage and softly said, "I'm sorry, I should not have deceived you, nor should I have involved others. For whatever reason, it was my fault. I should never have lied to you. My feelings for you are immense. I would sacrifice everything for you. I now realize my mistake. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" As she spoke, she lifted the hem of her clothing, tearing away the adhesive bandage that clung to her skin, discarding it into the trash before Lu Yu. Simultaneously, she silently cursed the system. "It's all your fault, nearly costing me everything. If this leads to a separation from Lu Yu, I don't wish to live anymore. I deeply regret it." Chapter 53, A Lesson Learned. Lu Cha sat on the sofa, her legs crossed, her head bowed slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yu. Drip, drip, crystal tears coursed down her fair, exquisite cheeks, landing on Lu Yu's hand. Cool and refreshing. Lu Yu glanced up, noticing her tear-streaked face, her eyes reddened, and the expression of anguish etched upon her features, her beautiful eyes brimming with uncontainable hope. He lowered his gaze once more, resuming the gentle massage of her ankle. Observing Lu Yu's lack of reaction, Lu Cha felt as though she could scarcely breathe, the pain in her heart intensifying. She delicately pressed her hand to her chest. Breathing heavily, the sensation of suffocation growing ever more acute, the world around her spinning. But at that moment, a gentle voice broke the silence, a lesson learned. Lu Cha froze, her gaze vacant, her lips pursed tightly. "What did you say?" The voice trembled. "A lesson learned," Lu Yu repeated, this time raising his head to meet Lu Cha's eyes earnestly, though his expression remained devoid of a smile. It was enough to make Lu Cha burst into tears once more. She clung tightly to Lu Yu's neck, resting her head upon his shoulder with such force that it seemed she wished to meld into him entirely. In that moment, her emotions were a tumultuous blend of excitement, joy, and gratitude, rendering her speechless. She desired nothing more than for this moment to last forever. And as for the system, she wished for it to gracefully depart. Meanwhile, Lu Yu leaned against Lu Cha's fragrant shoulder, inhaling the delicate scent of her hair, and for a brief moment, he found tranquility. A slight smile crept onto his lips. Finally, she yes back to her old self. In his memory, Lu Cha had always been a whimsical spirit, known for her mischievous pranks. As her childhood companion, he had often been the target of her antics. It had been years since he had experienced such treatment. 3 years later, upon Lu Cha's return from studying abroad, they had become a couple, yet their relationship felt distinct from that of other couples. Their romance seemed to have blossomed under her persuasion and coaxing, leading to a dynamic that was more akin to mutual respect than typical romantic intimacy. Perhaps this was why Lu Cha felt a lack of security. Lu Yu pondered this thoughtfully. After a while, he gently wrapped his arm around Lu Cha's slender back, akin to soothing a child, softly patting her. In response, Lu Cha's delicate form quivered slightly, and she held him even tighter, as if vowing never to let go. "I will never release you," Lu Cha whispered internally, yet with unwavering determination. In the days that followed, Lu Yu's life continued in its usual calm manner. However, both his professional and personal spheres felt the absence of Lu Xin and Duan Yulan. Initially, Lu Cha felt a bit reserved, but soon she regained her lively spirit, playfully engaging Lu Yu with her charming words, and once they met, she couldn't resist playful touches, gradually revealing her true nature once more. This predicament left Lu Yu both tormented and exhilarated. While the demands of his work were relentless, they were also profoundly fulfilling. Particularly, Lin Shiyu's unwavering kindness towards him was a source of delight. Her cheerful greetings and melodious exchanges stood in stark contrast to the formality and aloofness that characterized his interactions with others in the company. This sparked considerable intrigue among many colleagues, with some even speculating that Lu Yu and Lin Shiyu shared an undisclosed secret. However, Lu Yu understood that the underlying reason for this attention was merely his success in securing a substantial contract for the company, a lucrative deal from the Su Group that could sustain them for several years. Under his guidance, the entire team had successfully constructed the foundational framework of the project. "Wow, we've finally completed it." As Lu Yu pressed down on the last empty space, a chorus of cheers erupted from the project department. He exhaled a sigh of relief. The project is finished? At that moment, Lin Shiyu, hearing the jubilant sound from outside, emerged from her office, her face aglow with smiles directed at Lu Yu and the others. "Mission accomplished." Lu Yu stood and stretched lazily. "Ha, I knew you all could do it." Lin Shiyu beamed, her smile radiant. "I hereby announce that to celebrate the qualitative leap of our project, we will have a dinner tonight. I will send the time and place in the group shortly." "Wow, our boss is generous. Long live Sister Shiyu." The employees cheered exuberantly. Watching the jubilant crowd, Lin Shiyu could not contain her laughter. As the laughter subsided, she cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Yu and said, "Lu Yu, come over here." With that, she turned and returned to her office. Lu Yu, amidst the peculiar and complex gazes of his colleagues, maintained a tranquil demeanor as he entered Lin Shiyu's office. "What do you think about the relationship between Lu Yu and the boss?" One employee began to speculate. "I feel it too," another chimed in, but was swiftly interrupted by Xiao Lian. "Sister Shiyu and Lu Yu are just friends. Let us not spread rumors." Lu Yu gently closed the door behind him. Turning to Lin Shiyu, he smiled. "Sister Shiyu, it seems that outside they started saying we're having an affair. Shouldn't you be more cautious?" Earlier, he had purposely left the door ajar, allowing Lin Shiyu to overhear the gossip about them. Lin Shiyu rolled her eyes playfully and wrapped her arm around Lu Yu's, smiling sweetly. "Are you afraid?" "Well, I'm a grown man. What is there to fear?" Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, casting a provocative look at Lin Shiyu. He was not only a man, but a reborn man, one determined to become a king of the sea. Lin Shiyu seemed oblivious to the intensity of his gaze, still smiling flirtatiously. "Then aren't you worried about your significant other?" "Ha, she wouldn't dare to control me. Lu Yu replied with a smirk. Inwardly, he mused that the girl could get jealous enough to satiate herself. Lin Xiu laughed. That's good. If you're not worried, then why should I be? She pulled Lu Yu down onto the sofa, her alluring figure leaning close to him. The scent that wafted from Lin Xiu was intoxicating, exuding a mature elegance. Glancing sideways, Lu Yu noticed she wore a gray plaid OL suit, the hem of her skirt lifting slightly as she sat, revealing her shapely legs, embodying the beauty of a sophisticated woman. Lu Yu blinked, surprised by Lin Xiu's boldness. No wonder. Suddenly, the system voice echoed in his mind, initiating life choices. Choice 1. Take bold action, turn the tables, don't let Lin Xiu dominate, assert your manhood, and claim your victory. Reward. Title Bronze Sea King. Charm increased by 30. Choice 2. Acknowledge your identity and status. Remain a righteous and composed man. Consider the fact that you have a girlfriend. Reward. Title Virtuous Gentleman. Remain calm and rational in critical situations. Was there even a choice? Chapter 54. Lin Xiu's innocent manipulation of emotions. A slight smile crept across Lu Yu's lips. Who do you look down upon? I choose 2. Without hesitation, Lu Yu resolved in his heart. System, congratulations, host. You have earned the reward. Virtuous Gentleman. I hope the host continues to defy their original vow, living this way for eternity. Facing the system's unflinching mockery, Lu Yu remained unfazed. This trivial system, what does it truly understand? He was acutely aware of Lin Xiu's feelings towards him. If he dared to overstep, she might instantly sever their rapport. He still wished to lean against Lin Xiu's sturdy tree for sustenance. To relinquish a promising future for mere physical allure? He must be out his mind. Noticing Lu Yu sitting upright, resembling an obedient child, Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled with a soft, seductive smile. She withdrew her arm, but playfully ruffled his hair. Speaking sweetly like an older sister, why are you so tense? Relax, I won tea bite. I trust that Sister Xiu wouldn't tea bite me. But I fear the rumors of our company might consume me. Lu Yu chuckled. You're worried about that? Lin Xiu shifted slightly away, crossing her legs and pouring him a glass of water. I'm a man, and I already have a girlfriend who trusts me. Thus, I'm not afraid. However, I do worry about the impact on you. A stunning beauty unless you also have a very trusting boyfriend. Haha. Lu Yu accepted the glass, flashing a carefree grin. Are you trying to pry in my personal matters? What is your motive? Spit it out. Are you trying to pursue your sister Xiu? Lin Xiu cast a skeptical glance at Lu Yu. Do I have any ulterior motive? I'm merely concerned about you. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly. Your concern comes with impure intentions. Lin Xiu's lips curled into a playful smirk. Then I won't ask anymore. Are you giving up that easily? That's rather swift, Lu Yu remarked, receiving a glare from Lin Xiu. Silence is the only way to clear my name, he stated. Your suspicion is quite substantial. Mere silence won't absolve you. Lin Xiu pressed on, undeterred. Fine, I'll be honest with you. I am currently Sister Xiu. Please don't say it. I can't bear to hear it, Lu Yu interrupted. You think you can just refuse to listen? Lin Xiu shot him a glare. Who is the boss here? You or me? You're the boss. Then you should listen obediently. I've finally mustered the courage to express this, and you won to escape. All right, I'll listen attentively. Lu Yu feigned surrender, preparing to hear her out. I'm currently single. After Lin Xiu's revelation, a long silence enveloped the office. Is that all? He asked, surprised. Yes, that's all. Lin Xiu nodded. Oh, Lu Yu hadn't anticipated Lin Xiu would be so succinct. He had prepared for a lengthy discussion, even setting aside an hour to listen. He expected her to share tales of her romantic history, perhaps even recounting poignant stories of her past relationships. Instead, Lin Xiu had dismissed the matter in 5 words. You seem disappointed, Lin Xiu noted, her brows furrowing slightly. Not disappointed, Lu Yu hastily replied, silently adding, that would be a lie. Disappointment is but a facade. Lin Xiu is merely toying with her own emotions. Had she not been a superior, he would have something to say to me? It appears you harbor many thoughts. Lin Xiu fixed her gaze on Lu Yu and urged, speak. I am listening. No, not really. I just wanted to ask, Sister Xiu, why did you summon me? Lu Yu forced a smile. Well, this afternoon, I am to discuss a partnership in detail with a subsidiary of the Su Group, and you shall accompany me. Upon addressing the matter at hand, Lin Xiu instantly adopted a demeanor of decorum and seriousness. She retrieved 2 folders from the side and handed them to Lu Yu, saying, peruse these during your lunch break to familiarize yourself with the details of the collaboration. Very well. Lu Yu accepted the folders. Lin Xiu's eyes twinkled playfully, ready to tease him further, when suddenly she received a phone call, her expression darkening instantly. I must take my leave, Lu Yu mouthed to Lin Xiu before departing the office. Once Lu Yu had completely exited, Lin Xiu's expression grew increasingly troubled, her lips pressed tightly together. her eyes glistening with unshed tears, longing to articulate something, yet all that escaped her was a sigh. Later that afternoon, Lu Yu drove Lin Xiyu to the subsidiary of the Su Group. Within a mere lunchtime, Lu Yu had comprehended the collaboration project thoroughly. At this moment, in addition to Lin Xiyu and himself, Xiao Yan, Lin Xiyu's secretary, had also joined them, facing the towering and grand skyscrapers. Lin Xiyu's beautiful eyes flickered with envy. Lu Yu captured this moment with clarity. He smiled and leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Sister Xiyu, I have faith that you will surely reach such heights." At his words, Lin Xiyu turned to face him, her bright eyes reflecting the brilliance of his radiant smile. In the next instant, she abruptly averted her gaze, slightly bowing her head, and softly murmured, "Thank you." Unbeknownst to her, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her heart raced faster than ever before. Could it be that I have begun to harbor feelings for him? The thought crossed Lin Xiyu's mind, causing an inexplicable flutter within her. "Sister Xiyu, let us proceed." Xiao Yan, gazing at the magnificent edifice, could not conceal her excitement. "Yes, let us go." Lin Xiyu composed her emotions, casting a discreet glance at Lu Yu, and with a smile, she waved her hand, confidently striding ahead. Lu Yu and Xiao Lian followed suit. In a vast and brightly lit conference room, the three of them sat across from the head of the subsidiary of the Su Group. The individual opposite them wore a broad smile, radiating enthusiasm, entirely at odds with his professional stature. "Manager Li, it is as follows." Lin Xiyu spoke with a cheerful demeanor, poised yet unyielding. "Excuse me for a moment, I must take a call." Once the manager connected the call, he exchanged a few words before shifting his gaze towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu frowned slightly. The manager's stare was peculiar, almost predatory. He is a man who loves only women. Upon ending the call, the manager turned to Lu Yu, smiling broadly, and said, "You must be Mr. Lu Yu?" "Indeed. That is I." Lu Yu nodded. "Someone wishes to meet you." The manager remarked with a grin. This before Lu Yu could respond, Lin Xiyu interjected, puzzled, "Manager Li, Lu Yu is a member of our company. If there is something you wish to discuss, please address it with me directly. It is a private matter. Let Mr. Lu go, and we shall continue our discussion here." The manager chuckled awkwardly, then turned his gaze to the secretary beside him. "Xiao Yu, please escort Mr. Lu to meeting room 903. Off you go." With Lin Xiyu's consent, Lu Yu reluctantly left the room. Chapter 55. So I'm merely here as a mascot. Lu Yu followed the secretary to the 903 meeting room. "Mr. Lu, please enter." The secretary, dressed in a professional outfit, opened the door to the meeting room and stood aside, inviting Lu Yu in. "Thank you." Lu Yu expressed his gratitude and stepped inside. The secretary kindly closed the door behind him. Inside the meeting room, Lu Yu beheld three young individuals seated on the sofa, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "Brother Lu Yu, you've arrived." The girl in the corner stood up shyly, her sparkling eyes radiating delight. Her fair complexion and the fitting azure dress accentuated her emerging beauty. "Miao Ling?" Lu Yu exclaimed in astonishment, turning to the other two, who were none other than Su Miao Ling's brother and sister. Brother Lu, Su Gaifeng, clad in a sporty jacket, appeared relaxed and charming, drawing attention with his handsome features. "Hello, Brother Lu Yu." Su Siki stood up beaming sweetly, her yellow dress enhancing her beauty. Lu Yu couldn't help but marvel at the Su family's genes, as both the male and female offspring possessed striking looks. "Greetings to you all." He acknowledged them, though a sense of confusion lingered in his mind. "Brother Lu, please take a seat." Su Kaifeng personally handed Lu Yu a bottle of water, inviting him to sit on the sofa. Lu Yu, undeterred, settled beside them, took a sip of water, and regarded them with a warm smile, his dark eyes assessing the trio. Su Miaoling lowered her head, her fair cheeks flushing with embarrassment. In contrast, Su Kaifeng and Su Siki were at ease, observing Lu Yu with interest. After a minute, Su Kaifeng turned to Su Miaoling and said with a grin, "Miaoling, see how well your brother treats you? I know your feelings, so I arranged for you to meet Brother Lu. You must not be so distant with him anymore." Su Miaoling's face turned even redder, her head bowed lower as she stammered, "Brother, what do you mean? I have no such thoughts." "You little shy one." Su Gaifeng Laoget Hotiti Li. "Brother, stop teasing her." Su Miaoling's embarrassment deepened, stealing a glance at Lu Yu, only to find him gazing intently at her, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes, her heart racing like a startled deer. At this moment, Lu Yu finally grasped why Lin Xiyu insisted on having him accompany her for the project as technicalities. "So, I'm merely here as a mascot?" He mused silently. Su Siki's strikingly bright eyes blinked a few times. Being perceptive, she noticed Lu Yu's expression was less than favorable and gently tugged at Su Kaifeng's sleeve. Su Kaifeng then realized, looking at Lu Yu with an apologetic smile, I am sincerely sorry, Brother Lu. I only considered Miao Ling and did not anticipate this might affect you. Would you like me to take you back, or to the meeting room to continue your discussions? It's fine. After all, I am merely handling the technical aspects and do not comprehend the nuances of these negotiations, so I am content to be here idly. Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively. He found Su Kaifeng's attitude commendable, albeit somewhat surprising. After all, Su Kaifeng was the eldest son of the Su Group S owner, a super-rich heir. His willingness to apologize so candidly was indeed unexpected. Following this, a brief silence enveloped them. After all, they were not well acquainted, and merely greeting one another felt like a stretch. Brother, let us step outside for a moment. It's been a while since I visited this company. Ultimately, it was Su Siki who pulled Su Kaifeng out, leaving only Lu Yu and Su Miaoling in the meeting room. With the departure of the two, Su Miaoling grew increasingly anxious. Yet, deep within, a sense of relief surged uncontrollably. It was rather embarrassing to express such sentiments in the presence of others. Thank you. Brother Lu Yu. Su Miaoling mustered her courage, raising her gaze to meet Lu Yu's, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. There is no need to utter further words of gratitude. You have already expressed your thanks, Lu Yu replied with a carefree smile, his fingertips lightly grazing the surface of the table. Even without my assistance, you would not have lost your way. Besides, it is precisely due to our relationship that the Su Group chose to collaborate with our modest company. Otherwise, we would have had no such opportunity. In essence, I have also benefited from your presence. Not at all. At his words, Su Miaoling bit her lip, a pair of delicate dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth, exuding an innocent charm. Thus, do not harbor any psychological burdens or ulterior thoughts. If I were to say that I am taking advantage of you, simply regard me as your brother. Ha ha ha, Lu Yu remarked with a nonchalant shrug, embodying a carefree demeanor. Yes, you are indeed my brother, Su Miaoling affirmed with a vigorous nod. Witnessing this, Lu Yu laughed even more heartily. In just a few exchanges, their relationship had undoubtedly deepened, a testament to Lu Yu's influence. An hour later, when Su Kaifeng and Su Siki returned to the conference room, they found Su Miaoling cheerfully engaged in conversation with Lu Yu. Notably, Su Miaoling had taken a seat beside Lu Yu, thereby narrowing the distance between them. Oh, I have never seen you smile so joyously, Su Kaifeng teased as he entered the room. Brother, what are you saying? Su Miaoling's face turned crimson, wishing to hide behind Lu Yu. Ha ha ha, I haven't seen you this happy when speaking to me. Clearly, your savior holds the top position in your heart. Su Kaifeng Tukka. Su Miaoling, feeling increasingly embarrassed and shy, wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Lu Yu, too, felt a hint of awkwardness, scratching his nose with an apologetic smile. It was Su Siki who came to their rescue, saying, if I were you, I would also value my savior above all else. After all, you do nothing all day and often tease us. Do you really think you are significant in our eyes? This time, it was Su Kaifeng who felt the heat of embarrassment. Lu Yu couldn't help but laugh, meeting Su Siki's gaze and giving her a thumbs up. Su Miaoling's lips curved into a smile, her eyes sparkling as she cast another glance at Su Siki. The four young individuals gathered together, engaging in lively conversation. The atmosphere delightful. My boss is calling for me. I must take my leave, Lu Yu announced, rising with a beaming smile as Lin Shiyu's call finally came through. Yes. Next time you come play with us, or we'll come find you. Do not use work as an excuse to avoid us. Su Kaifeng and the others expressed, their reluctance evident. How could I? Lu Yu waved his hand with a smile, preparing to turn and depart. Goodbye, Brother Lu Yu. Su Siki said simply, waving cheerfully. The term Brother Lu Yu was adopted from Su Miaoling. She found it fitting and continued to use it. Goodbye, Brother Lu Yu. Su Miaoling, however, felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance, as if watching a beloved family member leave. To her, Lu Yu was not merely a savior, but also the first person who had shown her kindness upon arriving in the city. His significance was profound. Chapter 56. I will not suffer humiliation descending the stairs. Lu Yu met Lin Shiyu and Xiao Lian in the parking lot. How did the discussions go? Lu Yu inquired with a cheerful grin. Thanks to your guidance, everything went splendidly. The collaboration is progressing smoothly, Lin Shiyu replied, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she playfully joked. A rare occurrence for her. Beside her, Xiao Lian was nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. Indeed, Lin Shiyu was typically gentle, treating her colleagues like younger siblings with kindness and warmth. Yet, she had never witnessed Lin Shiyu joke with others so playfully and animatedly. It was almost akin to a flirtation. The thought startled Xiao Lian. How could that be? Lin Shiyu was older than Lu Yu, who also had a girlfriend. Surely, Lin Shiyu, being of a similar age, ought to have a boyfriend or husband. Hastily, She shook her head, dispelling such unrealistic notions. As long as things are proceeding smoothly, Lu Yu nodded, jokingly adding, it was worth my effort to engage with others. I nearly lost myself in the process. Lin Xiu erupted in laughter, her joy causing her to tremble with mirth. While Xiao Yin could no longer maintain her composure, succumbing to laughter at Lu Yu's words. They truly formed a captivating scene. Well, it is time to finish work. Let me give you both a ride home. Having laughed enough, Lin Xiu transformed into the gentle, insightful older sister, ushering the two into the car. After dropping Xiao Yin off at a corner, Lin Xiu turned to Lu Yu and asked, "Where are you headed?" "To the company. My car is still there." Lu Yu replied, sitting in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed ahead, inhaling the fragrant scent that lingered around Lin Xiu. If only he dared to allow his eyes to wander, he could behold her shapely legs, elegantly encased in black stockings. "All right. I also need to return to the company to handle some matters," Lin Xiu said, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she glanced at the composed Lu Yu, her smile growing more alluring. As they awaited the traffic lights, ding, 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 Lin Xiu's phone rang. She glanced at her phone, her brow furrowing, and then abruptly hung up. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang again, as if determined to persist until answered. Reluctantly, Lin Xiu connected the call, her voice reverberating through the car's sound system. "Lin Xiu, your father and I found a young man you will absolutely adore. Hurry back today, and I will introduce you." "Mom, you." Lin Xiu frantically disconnected the Bluetooth, casting a furtive glance at Lu Yu, her face flushed crimson, radiating an alluring charm. Lu Yu merely stole a glance, feeling a rush of warmth surge within him. "How many times must I tell you, I have a boyfriend, yet you refuse to believe me? Fine, I will bring him home tonight for you to see. No need for that. Just tell me where we are dining, and I will take him there," Lin Xiu exclaimed, her demeanor transforming into one of excitement, before abruptly hanging up the phone with a snap. Lu Yu felt a twinge of regret. Had he known he would overhear such a secret of Lin Xiu's, he would have exited the car with Xiao Yan. Would she seek to silence him? With this thought, Lu Yu slightly turned his head, only to meet Lin Xiu's enchanting, narrowed eyes, which seemed to gleam with intrigue as she scrutinized him. This is not good. Such was the thought that blossomed in Lu Yu's mind. Indeed, Lin Xiu spoke up. "Lu Yu, are you free tonight?" Just as Lu Yu was about to respond, Lin Xiu continued, "I would like to borrow your time for the evening, if that is agreeable to you." "Sister Xiu, what do you need my time for?" Lu Yu asked with a sheepish smile. "My parents are insistent on introducing me to a boyfriend, but I currently have no inclination towards dating or marriage. So I was wondering if you could pretend to be my boyfriend to dissuade them from pursuing this idea." Lin Xiu sighed. "Then, Sister Xiu, you truly have no boyfriend?" The moment Lu Yu uttered those words, he regretted it, wishing he could slap himself. Wasn't that a redundant question? If she had a boyfriend, why would she need him to pretend? "Do you not believe me?" Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, her lips curving into a mischievous smile. "Your inquiry is rather probing. Do you harbor any thoughts about me?" I wouldn't dare." Lu Yu quickly shook his head. How could he dare? Wouldn't Lu Cha eat him alive? "Then don't ask so many details." With a haughty hum, Lin Xiu replied, "So are you going or not?" Lu Yu shook his head, but Lin Xiu playfully huffed, sounding like a young girl trying to charm someone. "Rest assured, I won't borrow this evening from you without compensation. I will calculate it as overtime and grant you a paid day off. Begin life choices. Choice 1. Agree to the beautiful supervisor's request and pretend to be her boyfriend at home. Reward, 1 million in cash. Choice 2. Agree to the beautiful supervisor's request and successfully help her conceal her past. Reward, 2 million in cash. Choice 3. Firmly refuse. Striving to be a good man of the new era. Reward, 0. 1 yuan. 0. 1 yuan? Is that enough to buy a meal? I will not accept such indignity. I choose to agree." Lu Yu harbored a plethora of grievances against the system, yet he wore a bright smile for Lin Xiu. Radiant as the sun. "Then it's settled, Sister Xiu. Look at you, acting like a big man, but dawdling more than a woman." Lin Xiu rolled her eyes, her expression alluring, and added, "You can trust that I keep my word. I won't change my mind midway." "I believe you, Sister Xiu," Lu Yu asserted confidently, thumping his chest. "You can rest assured that I will perform well tonight and 1T let you be exposed." "All right," Lin Xiu lightly hummed, her lips curving into a delightful arc, clearly in good spirits. Sister Xiu, why did you turn?" Lu Yu suddenly noticed that Lin Xiu had steered the car in a different direction. "I'm taking you to buy some clothes," Lin Xiu replied casually. "No need. I have a suit in my car," Lu Yu hurriedly said. "Don't speak, just listen to me." Lin Xiu rolled her eyes again, saying, "Tonight, as you help me resolve this issue, I must ensure you are dressed beautifully to avoid any disdain." "Lu Yu, beautifully dressed? Are you referring to me?" Chapter 57. Even pretending must be done convincingly. At 6:30 p.m., while the sky was still bright, Lin Xiyu brought Lu Yu to her residential community. Upon seeing the villa complex before him, Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this the neighborhood where Lu Cha lived? And also where Su Miaoling resided? What a coincidence! Lu Yu was filled with questions, unable to conceal his astonishment. This time, he finally discerned the name of the community, rich and noble. How brazenly simplistic. Indeed, it housed the affluent, but did the name have to be so blunt? It lacked any elegance, yet it was undeniably wealthy. Lu Yu felt a whirlwind of emotions. Especially as they entered the community, he was terrified of encountering Lu Cha. If she were to see him, he could only hope for the best. What's wrong? Are you too weak from hunger? At that moment, Lin Xiyu observed Lu Yu slumped in the passenger seat, sliding down like a noodle, unable to suppress a smile. I'm fine. I'm just taking a moment to think about how to deal with your parents. Although Lu Yu was clad in the upscale, casual jacket Lin Xiyu had purchased for him, the fact that it wasn't bought with his own money made him indifferent to its wrinkled appearance. Lin Xiyu smiled sweetly. You need to think quickly. We'll arrive in 2 minutes. Don't rush me. The more you do, the less I can think. Lu Yu feigned madness, scratching his head, making his hair resemble a bird's nest. All right, I won't rush you. I'll drive slowly and wait for you to think it through. His demeanor made Lin Xiyu smile even more enchanting, her voice soft and gentle, akin to an elder sister coaxing her younger brother. Okay, I've thought of something. A minute later, Lu Yu straightened up as he realized they had veered away from Lu Cha's neighborhood, heading in another direction. A minute later, the car stopped at a villa. Lin Xiyu and Lu Yu got out and retrieved the gifts they had prepared in advance from the trunk. As the villa gate opened, a middle-aged woman in an apron emerged with a warm smile. Miss, you're back. Lin Xiyu flashed her a gentle smile. Wang Ma, the woman, referred to as Wang Ma, turned her gaze toward Lu Yu, scrutinizing him like a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law, her expression growing increasingly approving. Indeed, Lu Yu was quite handsome, with deep, tranquil eyes and a resolute, striking face that exuded a sense of sunny confidence. Moreover, his tall and slender figure was accentuated by the high-end jacket he wore, enhancing his exceptional aura. Wang Ma, Lu Yu greeted the middle-aged woman with a slight smile, polite yet approachable. Wang Ma was quite pleased with Lu Yu and quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, you. Wang Ma, this is Lu Yu. Lin Xiyu chimed in cheerfully. Ah, so you are Lu Yu. Please come in. Upon hearing his name, Wang Ma beamed and ushered them into the house. Sir and Madam are already waiting inside. Lu Yu adjusted his attire, one hand holding the newly purchased gift while the other instinctively reached for his pocket, only to be met by the soft, alluring fragrance of Lin Xiyu as she cozily nestled against him. Sister Xiyu, what's this? Lu Yu stiffened. Even the pretense must be convincing, Lin Xiyu said, wrapping her arm around his, her smile sweet and charming, her voice slipping out like a whisper. Lu Yu pressed his lips together, feigning nonchalance as he allowed Lin Xiyu to link her arm with his, following Wang Ma into the villa. Indeed, the interior of the villa was opulent and extravagant. Lu Yu glanced around at the decor. Aside from the obviously high-end new furniture, such as sofas, coffee tables, and televisions, there were also exquisite antique wooden furnishings like mahogany pieces and decorative vases, along with wall art that exuded understated luxury. However, Lu Yu quickly averted his gaze. For in the center of the living room stood a middle-aged couple. Dad, Mom, I brought him back, Lin Xiyu announced. Her voice made Lu Yu understand the identities of the two individuals before him. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. My name is Lu Yu. Lu Yu, without waiting for Lin Xiyu's parents to respond, stepped forward, holding the gifts and slightly bowing to express his respect. This procedure was familiar to him, having previously practiced it with Lu Xinxin. Hello, he greeted. Clearly, Lin Xiyu's parents were unaccustomed to such formalities, momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, both had navigated the tumultuous waters of the business world, so they quickly regained their composure. Lin Xiyu's father, Lin Haojia, frowned slightly at Lu Yu, silently noting his young age. He could only nod coldly. Hello, you're Lu Yu, right? No need to bring gifts. There's no need to waste money. In stark contrast to her husband's cool demeanor, Fang Yingyi exuded warmth. With a beaming smile, she took a couple of steps forward to accept the gift from Lu Yu. Annie, the money spent is not wasted. I don't have much. Just bought some practical items that are beneficial for your health. I hope you won't find them lacking. Lu Yu spoke with a cheerful demeanor, his smile appearing innocent and genuine. It must be said that he executed this beautifully. Being straightforward is a style that many elders appreciate, especially for those of distinguished status. Having encountered numerous ambitious young talents and the insincerity of pretentious youth, they found Lu Yu's stark contrast, an innocent, genuine young man, refreshing. Indeed, not only did Fang Yingyi's gaze soften with satisfaction, but even Lin Haojia cast a pleased glance at Lu Yu. My parents are quite easygoing. They won't mind at all. In fact, they're rather pleased, Aren't they, Dad, Mom? Lin Xiu chimed in, her voice full of joy. She reached out, draping her arm around Lu Yu's, leaning against him in a display of intimacy. Although a waft of mature femininity and warmth reached Lu Yu, he remained tense, daring not to entertain any thoughts of enjoyment. Please, have a seat, Lin Haojie said, slightly frowning as he shot a disapproving look at the smiling Lin Xiu. Turning to walk toward the sofa, Lu Yu, feeling relieved, quickly extricated himself from Lin Xiu's embrace and followed Lin Haojie. Fang Yingyi handed the gift to Aunt Wang and leaned closer to Lin Xiu, her brow furrowed, whispering, "How old is Lu Yu? He looks barely 24 or 25. Is this a case of an old cow eating young grass? P.S. Not that young. P.S. Already 27. Besides, I'm not particularly young myself." Your analogy doesn't quite fit, Lin Xiu retorted, rolling her eyes and pouting. As for Lu Yu's age, I can't say, but you are indeed no longer a young girl. Fang Yingyi rolled her eyes as well. I'm only 30, at the prime of my life. How can you say I'm not young? Lin Xiu huffed, embodying the petulance of a young girl. Fang Yingyi, unwilling to get entangled in this matter with Lin Xiu, simply inquired, what is his background? How did you two meet? Lin Xiu smirked, replying, why don't you just ask him directly? After saying this, she got up to join Lu Yu on the sofa. Fang Yingyi furrowed her brow, choosing not to press further. The four of them settled onto the sofa, in succession. Lin Haojie personally poured tea for Lu Yu, who accepted it with surprise, saying, thank you, uncle. Lu Yu, where do you work now? Fang Yingyi, not one to be patient, asked straightforwardly. I work at Shi Yu's company, Lu Yu replied candidly, showing no signs of embarrassment. My company is newly established and in need of talent. And Lu Yu is precisely the kind of talent I was looking for to help steer the ship, Lin Xiu added, casually draping her arm around Lu Yu's, conveying a sense of closeness. Both Fang Yingyi and Lin Haojie understood their daughter's proud nature and knew that it was rare for her to take notice of just anyone. Lu Yu, how many people are there in your family? Fang Yingyi asked. There are 3 of us, Lu Yu replied with a smile. Unlike Fang Yingyi's more personal inquiries, Lin Haojie remained reserved and composed, occasionally speaking calmly, but never probing directly. As the conversation progressed, both Lin Haojie and Fang Yingyi could sense Lu Yu's ease and confidence. A certain calmness about him that suggested indifference, as if he had experienced much and was unbothered by it. This only deepened their admiration for Lu Yu. All right, it's about time. Dinner is ready, Fang Yingyi announced, glancing at the clock before turning to observe the darkening sky outside. She cheerfully stood up and headed toward the kitchen. Come help me bring out the dishes. She shot Lin Xiu a pointed look as she passed. Oh. Lin Xiu quickly got up to follow her mother into the kitchen. Once inside, Fang Yingyi closed the kitchen door and faced Lin Xiu, her brow slightly furrowed. How did you meet Lu Yu? Why are you asking so much? Lin Xiu replied, rolling her eyes in playful defiance. At home, she was less the gentle goddess and more like a spoiled little girl. I'm your mother. Is there something wrong with me asking this? This is a significant matter in your life. Can I not be concerned? Fang Yingyi retorted, looking at her daughter with exasperation. All right, I understand, Lin Xiu said, covering her ears as if unwilling to listen. When I started the company, he came for an interview, and that is how we met. Fang Yingyi looked at her with skepticism. Is it really that simple? What more do you want? Lin Xiu pouted, complaining. Should be like those idol dramas you see on TV, where couples must endure countless trials to be together. Dramas are all fiction. But you and Lu Yu are real, Fang Yingyi scoffed. So what do you think of Lu Yu? Lin Xiu blinked innocently, then asked with a smile. Not bad. Fang Yingyi replied tersely, turning to fetch the dishes. Lin Xiu's smile grew more charming, her bright eyes sparkling with gentle amusement as she murmured to herself, of course. How could someone I fancy be lacking? Stop being so vain. Come help me with the dishes. Fang Yingyi chuckled lightly, giving Lin Xiu a mock stern look. If you don't behave, let us see if Lu Yu will break up with you. He dares. Lin Xiu huffed defiantly. As Fang Yingyi and Lin Xiu left the kitchen, only Lin Haojie and Lu Yu remained in the living room, engaged in casual conversation. Lin Haojie seemed intent on testing Lu Yu, posing several profound questions regarding the future of real estate, the viability of various industries, and Lu Yu's perspective on such matters. Drawing from the memories of his past life, Lu Yu adeptly articulated his thoughts on future events with thoughtful diplomacy. The more Lin Haojie listened, the more evident his admiration became. It was not that Lu Yu's answers were particularly impressive. After all, who could predict the future? Rather, it was Lu Yu's unique insights and perspectives that surprised him, as if he had opened a new avenue of thought. Lin Haojie was thoroughly pleased with Lu Yu. Even until the very end, the tone was unreservedly filled with praise as it was remarked. Your thought process is exceptionally unique. You truly embody the brilliance of a Tsinghua University graduate, with many of your ideas being remarkably innovative. You two, stop chatting and wash your hands for dinner. At that moment, Fang Yingyi and Lin Xiyu emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes. All right, Lin Haojie chuckled heartily as he stood up, playfully patting Lu Yu on the shoulder before pulling him up and wrapping an arm around his shoulder as they headed towards the restroom. Look at them. They resemble a father and son duo. Watching Lin Haojie and Lu Yu's retreating figures, Fang Ying, you couldn't help but beam with joy, fully aware of her husband's satisfaction with this prospective son-in-law. Meanwhile, Lin Xiyu stifled a giggle, her enchanting eyes sparkling as they lingered on Lu Yu's silhouette for quite some time. At the Lu Cha family villa. How dreadfully boring. Lu Cha rolled around on her bed, her hair in disarray. The pink nightgown she wore did little to conceal her soft, fair skin and her tall, graceful figure. She unlocked her phone and scrolled through the messages she had sent to Lu Yu. Brother, do you have time tonight? I'm so bored. Can you come out and keep me company? What are you doing? Why aren't you replying to me? If you don't respond soon, I'm going to get angry. Fuming. 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 Hurry and reply. I'm really getting mad. I'm seriously upset now. Give me a chance to be comforted. Are you mad? Never mind, I forgive you. Don't just stay silent. I swear I'm not angry. Please, please, please. What are you doing? I beg you. Gazing at the screen filled with green bubbles, Lu Cha fell into a contemplative state. Suddenly, she shot up from the bed and muttered to herself. Not replying all afternoon. Perhaps he is up to no good. System. Show me what Lu Yu is doing right now. 10 minutes later, Lu Cha emerged from her room with a sullen expression. Chapter 59. I refuse to believe this ploy won't work on you. After discovering Lu Yu's current predicament, Lu Cha sat on her bed for a full 10 minutes. Then, with a sudden howl, she sprang up. That brat, what is all that shouting about at this hour? You scare me half to death. Song Bai Mei, holding a bowl of chicken soup, nearly splashed it everywhere. That child is probably practicing singing. I heard her mention a singing show she wants to appear on this morning. Lu Jiaoyang remarked from the sofa as he watched television. With that voice, can she really sing? Song Bai Mei scoffed dismissively. She is our daughter. Neither of us has a musical bone in our bodies, so how could she? Hey, Dad, Mom, I'm back. At that moment, Lu Jun pushed the door open and walked in. Yun is back. Come, have some chicken soup just made. Song Bai Mei and Lu Jiaoyang simultaneously smiled at Lu Jun, who was dressed in a professional OL outfit. All right, I'll go change clothes. Lu Jun maintained her usual aloof demeanor, taking off her jacket and changing into slippers, preparing to head upstairs. Before she could ascend, a loud bang echoed as a door upstairs was violently flung open. What is Lu Cha doing? Is she trying to tear the house down? Upon hearing the noise, Song Bai Mei's temper flared. Lu Jiaoyang frowned, noting that her mood was indeed rather volatile this evening. But he felt it was manageable. Before he could finish his thought, Lu Cha stormed down the stairs, her face a mask of anger, her eyes icy as if radiating a powerful aura. Dad, Mom, Sis, I'm going out for a bit. She tossed out this statement without a moment's pause, slipping on her slippers and striding out. What is wrong with that girl? Has she lost her mind? Song Bai Mei furrowed her brows in confusion. Lu Jiaoyang echoed her sentiment. What's gotten into her? Who upset her? Lu Jun, instead of heading upstairs, turned and walked towards the door. Jun, where are you going? Song Bai Mei urgently called out. I'm going to check on her. With that, Lu Jun exited. A short while later, Lu Jun returned. Where is she? Song Bai Mei asked, a hint of worry in her voice. I didn't see her. Lu Yun Shu Kiet. What is that child up to? Song Bai Mei scolded anxiously. She doesn't even say a word before going out. It's so reckless. Always leaving us worried. Don't fret. She is not a child anymore. Although Lu Jiaoyang also felt concerned. As the head of the family, he maintained a facade of calm, reassuring, as parents. We must also give her the chance to make her own decisions. After all, we can't control every aspect of her life. Song Bai Mei certainly understood this principle, but sighed when she comes back. Just wait till I give her a piece of my mind. Standing beneath the orange streetlight, Lu Cha gazed hesitantly at the nearby villa. Should I just storm in there and berate that shameless couple, chastising them for their audacity? Scolding that woman for trying to seduce Lu Yu despite knowing he has a stunning and intelligent girlfriend, and scolding Lu Yu for hiding behind an invincible beauty like me? No, that won't do. That would only anger Lu Yu further and achieve nothing. Who knows if I let it slide this time? He might think he can get away with it again. After all, the thief is not afraid of being stolen from, but rather of being remembered. This issue needs to be resolved at its root. I must devise a plan. Let me think, Lu Cha suddenly clapped her hands, her face alight with excitement. She then bent down, scooping up a handful of dirt and smearing it on herself. Subsequently, she steeled her resolve, rubbing her arms and calves against the sycamore tree by the roadside until she drew blood. Only then did she stop, grinning through the pain with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. I refuse to believe this tactic won't work on you. As the hour grew late, Lu Yu, too, suggested it was time to leave. Indeed, it's getting late. Shiyu, please see Lu Yu home. Fang Yingyi smiled at Lin Shiyu after glancing at the clock. No need. Annie, I can take a taxi back, Lu Yu replied. It's difficult to catch a taxi here. Let her take you home, Lin Haoji chimed in. Clearly, the pleasant conversation at the dinner table had left Lin Shiyu's parents quite pleased with Lu Yu. Of course, this was closely tied to Lu Yu's forward-thinking mindset and nonchalant attitude. Let us go. I'll see you home, Lin Shiyu said cheerfully, rising and heading for the door, grabbing her coat from the hanger as she passed. Well then, Lu Yu acquiesced. Come visit again soon. Fang Yingyi beamed with delight. Lin Haoji added, you mentioned at the table that you have a good tolerance for alcohol. Next time, I'll bring out my treasured collection of fine wines for you to try. Let us compete and see who can drink more. As they prepared to leave, Lu Yu did not immediately respond, but merely waved goodbye with a smile as he followed Lin Shiyu outside. What a polite young man, Fang Yingyi remarked, her eyes sparkling as she watched Lu Yu get into Lin Shiyu's car. Indeed, Lu Yu is quite extraordinary. Lin Haoji nodded in agreement. To receive such praise from you is no small feat. Fang Yingyi was acutely aware of her husband's discerning taste. Thus she found herself somewhat astonished by his commendation of Lu Yu. Lin Haoji's lips twitched slightly. He feigned ignorance to Fang Yingyi's sarcasm and turned back to the living room. Lu Yu is quite an admirable young man. I hope Shiyu can seize this opportunity. At 30, it is indeed time for marriage. Fang Yingyi sighed, feeling the weight of comparison. Many of her peers were already doting on grandchildren, while she remained in the uncertain realm of her daughter's marital prospects. Your performance tonight was commendable. You've successfully earned my parents' approval, making it worthwhile for me to bring you along, Lin Shiyu remarked cheerfully as she drove out of the villa's courtyard, turning to Lu Yu with a bright smile. Of course, I can't let you buy me this entire outfit for nothing, Lu Yu replied, shaking off his jacket with an air of nonchalance. However, he soon retrieved his phone and opened the chat that had been incessantly vibrating, his gaze fixating on the screen filled with white bubbles from his conversation with Lu Cha, leaving him momentarily speechless. As he scrolled through, he found not only text but also numerous voice messages. Accidentally tapping on one, he heard Lu Cha's voice. Brother, why aren't you replying? I'm really upset. You're ignoring me. Huh? I'm genuinely angry. Her voice was soft and sweet, infused with a playful laziness reminiscent of a young girl seeking affection from her boyfriend after a nap. Inside the dimly lit car, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as Lu Cha's voice continued to echo, filled with a tender, childlike tone. Lin Shiyu shot Lu Yu a teasing glance. What's this? Did your girlfriend get upset because you haven't chatted all night? It's fine, Lu Yu stammered, hastily attempting to close the app, but inadvertently triggering several more voice messages. Brother, you wouldn't be doing anything bad behind the back of your most adorable and beautiful little fairy, would you? That would break my heart. But even if you are, I can't blame you. It's my fault for not being charming enough. Go ahead and have your fun. Just don't forget that your little sister is waiting for you at home. These messages played automatically, but Lu Yu remained unresponsive, as his attention was drawn to a distressing sight by the roadside. A frail figure, dirty and bloodied under the orange glow of the streetlight, was all too familiar to him. Stop, pull over. Lu Yu's voice trembled with urgency. The car screeched to a halt. Shiyu, I'll get out here. You don't need to see me off, he said, unbuckling his seatbelt and bolting from the car before Lin Shiyu could respond. Seeing Lu Yu's frantic demeanor startled Lin Shiyu. She was about to inquire, but froze as she watched him rush towards the figure. She stood there for a long moment, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. After a brief pause, she let out a self-deprecating laugh, then returned to the car and sped away without a second thought. Where's Lu Yu? It's been ages. Lu Cha stood beneath the streetlight, glancing anxiously at the distant villa. She stamped her foot, partly due to the night's chill, but mostly from impatience. What if Lu Yu decided to stay at the villa? Would she really have to break in? If you don't come out, my blood will have been wasted. It's been too long. My wounds are nearly healed. Frustrated, she resolved to wait another half an hour. No, an hour, if he still didn't emerge. She would knock on the door. Moments later, a car rolled out from the villa. Yes, here. Her bright eyes sparkled momentarily, then dimmed as she lowered her head, her disheveled hair obscuring her pale cheeks, presenting a pitiful sight. To her astonishment, the vehicle sped past her without stopping. Bewildered, she lifted her gaze, watching the car drive away. Relief washed over her when the taillights suddenly flared, accompanied by the screech of brakes, as a figure exited briskly and approached her. Here he came. Lu Cha quickly lowered her head, adopting a sorrowful expression while attempting to conceal her underlying joy, all the while contemplating how to broach the subject. Le Cha. Lu Yu called gently as he drew near, not yet within arm's reach. Lu Cha, still somewhat dazed, looked up in response to his voice. Upon recognizing Lu Yu, she struggled to process the moment. Lu Yu, is that really you? Indeed, it's me. Lu Yu, upon hearing her familiar voice, furrowed his brow momentarily, but then relaxed, striding toward her. Lu Cha inhaled the familiar scent, diving into his embrace like a little bird returning to its nest. Lu Yu, it truly is you. She clung tightly to him, resting her head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, which instantly soothed her. The earlier turmoil dissipated like a fleeting breeze. Observing Lu Cha, who resembled a forlorn kitten, Lu Yu, after a brief moment of surprise, wrapped his arms around her gently, patting her back as though calming a child, nearly bursting into song. He was unaware of the circumstances surrounding her distress, but as her boyfriend, he felt compelled to offer comfort. After about 10 minutes, Lu Cha began to regain her composure. Lu Yu spoke up at the opportune moment. What's wrong? Lu Cha lifted her head, revealing her tear-streaked eyes and a woeful expression. She hadn't intended to cry, but in Lu Yu's warm embrace, she couldn't help but succumb to her emotions, overwhelmed by the joy and excitement of being reunited. She would trade anything for this second chance. Ultimately, Lu Yu's past romantic entanglements mattered little. What she cared about was being the one he cherished most. She could even accept being one of the many, though she would never admit it. After all, she was the leading lady of her own tale. Accepting a harem was simply unacceptable. Why do you look like a little crying kitten? Tell me, who bullied you? Lu Yu smiled gently, wiping the tears from Lu Cha's face while feigning a fierce demeanor, declaring he would seek justice for her. You, Lu Cha almost blurted out, but fortunately, her mind quickly shifted and she hastily corrected herself, saying, anyway, it's not you. Of course it's not me, Lu Yu replied with a cheeky grin. I may have been slow to respond to your messages, but you're not the type to hold a grudge against me, are you? Lu Cha glared at Lu Yu's self-assured expression, nearly fuming with indignation. If not you, then who? You're such a clueless oaf, only sweet-talking me to brush me off. You know I fall for this. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Under the warm, orange glow of the lamp, her laughter illuminated the surrounding night. Lu Yu found himself momentarily entranced by her. Feeling the weight of Lu Yu's gaze, Lu Cha blushed deeply, shyly murmuring, You silly, what are you staring at? Lu Yu leaned in slowly, his voice deep and magnetic. What do you think a silly person likes to look at? In the dim light of the street lamp, Lu Cha nestled into Lu Yu's embrace as they strolled leisurely, embodying the quintessential couple. Lu Yu removed his jacket and draped it over Lu Cha's shoulders, a warmth radiating from within her. She lifted her head, casting a sweet glance at Lu Yu, then nestled closer into his arms, as if this was the only way to dispel the chill that enveloped her. Lu Yu tightened his hold around her, and throughout their walk, neither spoke, each waiting for the other to break the silence. After about 10 minutes, Lu Cha realized the villa before her seemed oddly familiar. Oh, it dawned on her. It was her home. Panic surged through her. She couldn't go any further. If her parents found out, she would be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, Lu Yu remained oblivious to her distress. Although Lu Cha yearned to introduce Lu Yu to her parents as her boyfriend, she understood that this was not the right moment. Lu Yu, don't go any further. She suddenly halted, her voice taking on a sweet, coaxing tone as it escaped her soft pink lips. She gazed up at Lu Yu, her clear, sparkling eyes twinkling like two shining black gems, vibrant and enchanting. Lu Yu stared at the suddenly tender and innocent Lu Cha, his expression a mix of pure, innocent charm and a hint of captivating allure, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lu Cha noticed the way Lu Yu's gaze lingered on her, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, prompting her to instinctively speak. But as she opened her mouth, she nearly revealed her true voice. Thankfully, she quickly adjusted, softening her tone again, uttering, what's wrong? Lu Yu, jolted back to reality, hastily gathered his thoughts. Lu Cha realized she needed to push a little harder, lowering her head in embarrassment, her timid voice barely above a whisper. Did we not just share that moment? Why the sudden change in expression? Oh, I was a bit distracted. Lu Yu's cheeks reddened as he scrambled to explain. Oh, Lu Cha chose not to delve deeper. After all, they both understood the reason behind it, and articulating it would only diminish the beauty of the moment. So, tell me, what are you doing here? Lu Yu seized the opportunity to turn the tables and asked first. Aye, you go first, why are you here? Lo Cha hestita. Still unsure about revealing everything to Lu Yu, thus she countered with a question. I asked you first. Lu Yu shot her a pointed look. I was just admiring the moon tonight. It's very round and beautiful, like a jade plate. Lu Cha rambled on, pointing at the bright moon in the sky. But midway through, she froze. The moon was indeed luminous, but resembled a crescent more than a jade plate. The crescent moon, hanging high above. Lu Yu, looking at the crescent overhead, suddenly recalled a song he had heard before. Lu Cha displayed an awkward yet polite smile, and Lu Yu, recognizing her signature awkwardness, felt a rush of nostalgia. In their childhood, Lu Cha had been quite the troublemaker, getting into all sorts of mischief but seldom facing consequences, mainly because she had a professional scapegoat by her side. Yet he was no pushover. Little Lu Cha could not easily manipulate him. He recalled the times when Lu Cha's antics led to him receiving the brunt of their parents' scoldings, and she'd flash that same awkward smile before swiftly fleeing the scene. Soon after, Lu Cha's mother would step in, ready to mete out justice. The next day, Lu Cha would wait by the door with her tiny backpack, hands clasped behind her back, a gesture meant to conceal her little bottom. Whenever Lu Yu playfully poked her, she would yelp and chase after him, only to end up in tears, prompting him to console her. These memories brought a smile to his face. Reflecting on those childhood days filled him with warmth, erasing any lingering frustration and smoothing the furrow in his brow. Of course, this was also due to Lu Cha's small hand reaching out to physically smooth his frown away. How about now, feeling better? Lu Cha looked up, her smile radiant. Much better. Oh, but you can't change the subject. Answer my earlier question. Just as Lu Yu was about to respond, he suddenly realized and glared at Lu Cha. Did you sneak out? I didn't. I told them before I left. Lu Cha pouted, feeling aggrieved. So, did you have a quarrel with your parents? Or did you have a spat with your sister? Lu Yu said, shaking his head in denial. You might have had a tiff with your parents, but you would never dare cross swords with your sister. You. Lu Cha pouted, indignant. What's wrong with my sister? She wouldn't dare provoke me. At home, I call shots. And do you really think I'm the type who only picks on the weak? Your parents aren't pushovers, but your sister is definitely tougher. Lu Yu chuckled. In a fit of anger, Lu Cha raised her hand to smack Lu Yu's chest, but he swiftly sidestepped, laughing as he dodged while teasing. In your house, you may think you're in charge, but your sister definitely has the upper hand. If you have the guts, then don't run. Le Jia, Fu Ming, chased after Lu Yu. If I have the guts, I'll run. If you have the guts, catch me. After Lu Yu widened the distance between them, he turned around, making a silly face, la la la. If you catch me, I'll let you call the shots. You, Le Jia Hope Fat, standing still with her hands on her hips, her clear eyes wide open, waiting for Lu Yu to obediently return. As Lu Yu observed the scene, he stood still, tilting his head to gaze at her, a playful smile gracing his lips. Their eyes met, and an unspoken wager lingered between them, a contest to see who would approach the other first. Both were imbued with confidence, certain of their ability to endure until the end. In an effort to bolster his odds, Lu Yu dropped to the ground and commenced performing push-ups. 1, 2, 3. He counted aloud, occasionally glancing up at Lu Cha, the challenge in his eyes unmistakable. Initially amused by his antics, Lu Cha soon found herself stirred by the familiar thrill of competition upon noticing the provocation in his gaze. Chapter 62. I, Lu Cha, have won. Beneath the warm glow of the orange streetlight, the young couple appeared to be in the midst of a playful squabble. One, clad in a nightgown and slippers, draped in a jacket, with bright, captivating eyes nearly bulging from her face, stomped her long legs in agitation. The other was performing push-ups on the ground, his lean, muscular physique accentuated with each motion as he counted 35, 36, 37. Suddenly, the graceful figure let out a yelp, her elegant form swaying precariously as if she were about to topple over. In an instant, the one doing push-ups sprang to his feet and dashed towards her. Lu Jia, are you all right? However, as he approached, he slowed his pace, realizing that despite her wobble, she stood relatively steady. A perplexing contradiction. It hurts so much, she exclaimed as she bent down to cradle her knee. Unable to resist, he moved closer. In the next moment, I've got you. Lu Jia, wrapping her arms around Lu Yu, pulling him close as if she could never let go. I, Lu Cha, have won. Lu Yu stammered, utterly speechless as he looked down at her radiant, smiling face. He eventually shook his head with a resigned smile. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Lu Cha continued, tilting her face up with a triumphant grin, resembling a victorious little kitten, her eyes sparkling with delight. I concede. Lu Yu wished to protest, but paused as he noticed the scrapes and bruises marring her arms and knees. His heart softened, and he could not bring himself to utter anything further. You are quite perceptive. With a playful huff, Lu Cha replied, her voice sweet and innocent, reminiscent of a child's, barely concealing her excitement. Let me take you home. Sensing the chill in Lu Cha's skin, Lu Yu felt a pang of concern and affection. He affectionately brushed his fingers along her nose, speaking softly, you shouldn't be out in the cold any longer. I'm not going home. Lu Jia insi sao. Enunciating each word, before adding with a defiant huff, "I already told them I'm going out tonight, so I absolutely refuse to return." "And where do you intend to go tonight?" "It's nearly 10 o'clock, Lu Yu remarked, glancing at his phone. "I don't know, and I don't care. In any case, I'm sticking with you." Lu Cha blinked her eyes playfully, like stars twinkling in the night sky, then, with a decisive tone, declared, "Sticking with you means, wherever you go, I will follow. Then if I go home, will you come with me?" Lu Yu asked, a teasing glint in his eyes. "You." Lu Cha's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes shimmering with embarrassment, as if she wished to find a hole in the ground to hide in. But then she steeled herself, recalling that Lu Yu was unafraid. Why should she be? With newfound bravado, she lifted her chin defiantly and declared, "As long as you dare to go home, I'll dare to follow you. It's been a while since I've seen Aunt Ding and Uncle Lu. I miss them." Upon saying this, she shot Lu Yu a challenging glance, reminiscent of the expression he wore moments ago when he had turned to glance back at her while running ahead. Under the intense gaze of Lu Cha, Lu Yu felt a pang of unease. He had yet to reveal to his parents the reason behind his breakup with Lu Xinxin, as he was planning something grand. Would they not assume he was at fault if they learned he was now with Lu Cha? Such a revelation would undoubtedly diminish the impact of the grand gesture he had prepared for Lu Xinxin. Therefore, no, absolutely not. "All right, you win. I'll take you to a hotel," Lu Yu conceded, shaking his head with a fond smile as he ruffled Lu Cha's hair. "See, I knew you wouldn't dare." Lu Cha teased, momentarily pouting, disappointment evident. She longed for Lu Yu to take her home, as this would signal to his parents that something special was blossoming between them, exactly the effect she desired. Alas, it was not to be. However, her spirits lifted quickly at the thought of spending a night alone with Lu Yu in a hotel room, where perhaps they could share stories and create memories together. As she pondered, her cheeks flushed with warmth, more vibrant and heated than ever, as if they might bleed from the intensity. Her eyes, glistening with shyness and anticipation, stole a glance at Lu Yu. Could this be the moment when her feelings finally blossomed? "What's wrong? Are you cold?" Lu Yu, unaware of her inner turmoil, mistook her sudden blush for a sign of chill. I'm fine," Lu Cha stammered, quickly averting her gaze, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Lu Yu reached out to touch her forehead, finding her temperature normal, and felt a measure of relief. "Can you walk?" he asked, glancing at her elbows and knees. "Yes, I can walk. It just hurts a bit," Lu Cha replied, feigning a pitiful demeanor akin to a small kitten, casting furtive glances at Lu Yu. "I'll carry you," Lu Yu offered, turning to bend down. "No, that's all right," Lu Cha protested, though her eagerness was palpable. "I'm too heavy. You might hurt yourself, and I feel terribly guilty." Lu Yu nearly lost his temper at her persuasive tone, contemplating leaving her behind. "Whoever wants to be carried should be. I'm done with this nonsense." "Come on, get on my back," Lu Yu said with an exasperated tone. "Really? If I get on, you truly will." Lu Cha hesitated, still attempting to play coy, but before she could finish, Lu Yu had already scooped up her slender legs. "Hurry up." The moment he made contact, a shiver coursed through Lu Cha's body, her face ablaze as the vibrant hue of her cheeks spread to her ears. She had not anticipated such a sudden action, but despite the embarrassment, joy swelled within her. "Well, I won hold back then," Lu Cha murmured softly, leaning fully against Lu Yu's back, her arms encircling his neck, contentedly resting her head on his shoulder. She squinted her eyes slightly, indulging in the scent of him, breathing in deeply with greedy delight. As Lu Yu shook off the initial flurry of thoughts, he too found himself immersed in the moment, free from distractions. With a gentle exertion of his hands, he lifted Lu Cha slightly upward before rising effortlessly to his feet. He began to walk slowly yet resolutely towards the direction of the orange-hued streetlight. Chapter 63. Taking Lu Cha home. Beneath the glow of the street lamp, Lu Yu carried Lu Cha on his back. It must be noted that ever since he received the system's quest reward as a fighter, his physical prowess had significantly enhanced, allowing him to carry Lu Cha with ease. Of course, this was also attributable to Lu Cha's compliance. Once she settled on Lu Yu's back, she fell silent, wholly immersed in her current role. She embraced his neck tightly, greedily inhaling his scent and savoring the broadness of his back. Lu Yu summoned a taxi using his phone. While waiting at the entrance, the security guard gave him a peculiar look, as if he were an oddity. Lu Yu glanced down at his attire. Normal. He then considered Lu Cha, who, although clad in a nightgown, appeared quite modest, akin to an ordinary long dress. Normal. There was nothing amiss. He felt reassured. Suddenly, he remembered something. "Hey, did you bring your ID?" Lu Yu gently shook his back to rouse the entranced Lu Cha. "I didn't bring it," she replied, her delicate brows furrowing as if reproaching him for disturbing her repose. Yet she obediently shook her head. "How can we go to the hotel without it?" Lu Yu sighed. Lu Cha pondered over a romantic drama she had watched online and suggested, let us find a small and that doesn't require an ID. That sounds like a shady place. Lu Yu's lips twitched slightly. What does it matter? As long as we have a place to stay, right? Lu Cha shifted her position on his back for comfort, her legs dangling in the air, exuding an air of languor. Aren't you afraid of danger? Lu Yu countered. With you around, what is there to fear? Lu Cha replied with an air of certainty. She then opened her beautiful eyes, playfully pinching her voice as she teased. Will you not protect me? Really? 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 I am your legitimate girlfriend, and you would not protect me? Oh, how my heart aches. Her tone was sweet and childlike. However, to Lu Yu's ears, it sounded overly coy, sending shivers down his spine. Was this to become her standard demeanor? He shuddered slightly. Lu Cha, be normal. I am perfectly normal. Or am I not normal? Lu Cha protested, pouting adorably, even though she knew Lu Yu could not see her expression. Your voice is not normal. Nor are your thoughts. Lu Yu rolled his eyes, lifting her petite form slightly. Lu Cha's rosy cheeks flushed deeper, and she muttered softly, you are avenging personal grievances. What did you say? Lu Yu feigned ignorance, prompting her to repeat herself. You. Just as Lu Cha was about to retort, she suddenly gasped, don't move around. I'm gonna fall. Yet she quickly composed herself, refraining from using that sweet, sultry voice to provoke Lu Yu further. Who was truly in control of the situation? Lu Yu recalled a line from a movie and mimicked the character's voice. The green tea is indeed in control. Lu Cha let out a soft, playful hum. You are the one in control, her voice dripping with affection. A smug smile crept onto Lu Yu's face. Soon, the taxi arrived. Since Lu Cha had not brought her ID, they could not go to a hotel. He had previously discussed taking Lu Cha home, but her staunch resistance forced him to abandon that idea. Thus, he decided to return to his own residence. After more than half an hour, he instructed the taxi driver to stop in front of his company. He helped Lu Cha into his car, relieved he hadn't consumed any alcohol. Otherwise, it would have posed a considerable problem. Where are you taking me? Lu Cha asked from the passenger seat, tightening the jacket draped over her shoulders, resembling a naive little rabbit as she tilted her head and blinked her bright eyes. Lu Yu glanced at her and casually turned on the car's air conditioning, letting the warm air flow out. The corners of Lu Cha's mouth curved into a delightful smile. Home, he replied nonchalantly. Huh? Lu Cha's eyes widened in disbelief. Aren't you taking me home? Lu Yu chuckled. I'm taking you back now. This, Lu Cha began to fidget, her face flushing with embarrassment. Her emotions were a mixture of excitement and anxiety, even tinged with trepidation. If it were daytime or another occasion, she would undoubtedly feel happy. But now, dressed only in a nightgown and having deliberately smudged her outfit to create a pitiful appearance, with even traces of blood on her skin, she felt utterly disheveled. Lu Yu's parents were not oblivious. They might deduce the situation. What if I encounter my in-laws? Under different circumstances, it wouldn't matter. She could simply dress beautifully and confidently dazzle Lu Yu's parents. But now, her state was too disheveled, making her feel unworthy to meet them, especially in the capacity of a daughter-in-law. In an instant, her mind conjured various scenarios, such as Lu Yu's mother exclaiming, where did this beggar come from? How'd they end up in my house? She would respond, Aunt Ding, it's me, Lu Cha. Lu Yu's mother would retort, you are Lu Cha? Impossible. Lu Cha cannot be as unattractive as you. The mere thought of this sent a tremor through her delicate form. This must not happen. What's wrong? Are you cold? Lu Yu keenly observed her shivering body and casually inquired. He reached out to feel the warm air from the vent. If she were cold, that would soon be rectified as the car warmed up. No, it's nothing. I'm not cold, Lu Cha instinctively replied. Yet her mind still lingered on Lu Yu's earlier words. However, she harbored doubts about the truth of Lu Yu's intentions. After a pause, she uneasily asked, are you really taking me home now? Of course, Lu Yu replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. This. Lu Cha began to hesitate again. Lu Yu casually glanced at her, suppressing a chuckle. So this little girl, who is usually so coy, has her moments of fear too. He feigned indifference, asking, is there a problem? No, no problem, Lu Cha replied. To Lu Yu's surprise, ever since Lu Cha realized he intended to take her home, her speech had transformed from coy to stammering. He had never noticed her struggle with words before. A smile could not be contained on his lips. Finally, Lu Cha could no longer hold back and hesitantly suggested, can we not go to your house first? Her tone was one of negotiation. Why? Lu Yu feigned ignorance. It's too late to disturb Uncle Lu and Aunt Ding. Lu Cha provided a reason. Lu Yu deliberately remarked, but it's only 10 p.m. My parents are still awake. Chapter 64. Hurry up, I'm cold. Lu Yu's mention of it being only 10 p.m. caused Lu Cha's face to flush crimson. After contemplating, she finally found a reason, but it's too late. Lu Yu remarked, we are young. Is 10 o'clock considered late? At 10, the nightlife of the youth is just beginning. However, Lu Chan nodded emphatically and said, "For the sake of health, I now go to bed quite early. In my family, I'm the one who sleeps the earliest." To avoid going to Lu Yu's home, Lu Cha began to fabricate excuses. "Oh," Lu Yu responded, then fell silent. A wave of anxiety washed over Lu Cha as she cautiously inquired, "What does that mean?" "It means nothing," he replied dismissively. Lu Cha nervously rubbed her hands together and tentatively suggested, "How about you drive me home? It's too late. My parents don't allow me to stay out." "It's late," Lu Yu stated firmly as he drove directly into a residential community. "Were we?" Lu Cha leaned against the window, gazing curiously at the tall buildings bathed in the night's embrace. "My home," Lu Yu said nonchalantly as he parked beneath one of the high-rises. "Get out." He unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed the door open, and stepped out. Lu Cha, feeling bewildered, followed suit. She had no recollection of this brand-new building. "Come on," Lu Yu said as he took her small hand and led her toward the entrance. "Is this really your home?" Lu Cha asked, matching his pace, even draping her arm around his. "What do you think?" Lu Yu pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and waved them before her. Wholeheartedly, initially skeptical, began to accept the reality. The pair ascended to the 9th floor in the elevator. Upon exiting, Lu Yu approached a door not far away and unlocked it. Lu Cha quietly observed the scene from behind. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her, and her beautiful eyes widened in realization. "Come in," Lu Yu beckoned as he entered, switching on the lights. Once inside, Lu Cha immediately surveyed the room. One word encapsulated her thoughts: new. "This is the wedding house prepared by my parents for me. But unfortunately, I won't be using it anytime soon," Lu Yu stated calmly, retrieving a pair of slippers from the rack. "Oh," Lu Cha remarked as she examined the new abode, casually commenting, "Is the renovation not finished yet?" Indeed, the living room had a sofa but lacked a coffee table. And while there was a TV cabinet, a television was conspicuously absent. "The renovation is complete. It's just that the furniture hasn't been fully acquired," Lu Yu explained. "Please, go in. You don't need to change your shoes." Lu Cha then stepped further inside, taking in the spaciousness. "It's quite large," she observed as she made a circuit around the new apartment. "Compared to your home, it's lacking by a long shot." Lu Yu sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, barely lifting his head. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze wafted in as a soft, delicate figure nestled closer to him. Lu Yu instinctively wrapped his arms around Lu Cha, reclining against the back of the sofa. "Ouch!" Lu Cha abruptly let out a soft exclamation. Her arms and knees collided with the sofa. Only then did Lu Yu recall her injuries and hurriedly assist her in sitting up. "How could you, a grown person, manage to injure your arms and knees just by walking?" he teased, examining her wounds with gentle touches. Lu Cha watched him with captivated eyes, completely mesmerized by his earnest demeanor. "Are there any other discomforts?" Lu Yu inquired. "No," Lu Cha answered obediently. "All right, you go take a shower. I'll run downstairs to buy some medicine," Lu Yu commanded with a resolute tone. Oh, Lu Cha found herself charmed by his commanding demeanor and promptly stood up. "Your clothes are dirty. Throw them directly into the washing machine after your shower." Lu Yu glanced at the nightgown she was wearing. "But then I won't have anything to wear." Lu Cha blushed fiercely, lowering her head to speak softly, feeling utterly embarrassed. "I'll find you one of my pajamas," Lu Yu replied, thoughtfully, turning toward the master bedroom. Though it was a new home and the furniture was incomplete, Lu Yu occasionally stayed over, leaving some of his clothes in the master bedroom. Before long, Lu Yu emerged holding a black robe, handing it to Lu Cha. "Here, take this." "Okay," she murmured, hastily passing by him while keeping her head down. Lu Yu noticed her ears were flushed with embarrassment. "Well, little darling," he thought, smiling as he descended the stairs to the nearest pharmacy to purchase some pain relief medication. Upon returning, he found Lu Cha still in the shower. He remained unhurried, reclining on the sofa and fiddling with his phone. After another 10 minutes, the sound of running water ceased. Creak! The bathroom door swung open, and Lu Cha stepped out. Her eyes sparkled with moisture, her cheeks flushed, and her hair still damp, resembling a freshly bloomed lotus. She donned the black robe Lu Yu had given her, which hung loosely on her form, the hem brushing her ankles, revealing only her delicate, fair feet. Lu Yu's eyes widened at the sight, his pulse quickening. Particularly captivating was Lu Cha's shy demeanor as she occasionally glanced at him, stirring the primal instincts within him. This little girl has blossomed into a young lady, Lu Yu mused, connecting the mischievous childhood companion who had always trailed behind him, causing trouble, to the enchanting young woman before him, whose every expression seemed imbued with a subtle allure. Gradually, the two images began to merge in his mind, and his gaze grew somewhat unfocused. "Are you all right?" His a delicate blush subtly graced her lovely face, rendering it exceptionally charming. In the master bedroom, Lu Yu pondered momentarily before explaining. The remaining 2 guest rooms have yet to be furnished with beds, and only the master bedroom is equipped with bedding and pillows. Therefore, you shall sleep in the master bedroom tonight. Oh, responded Lu Cha, her cheeks blossoming into an even more radiant hue, her heart racing with excitement, nearly leaping in her throat. She understood that tonight she would share a bed with Lu Yu. After all, it would be unthinkable for Lu Yu to sleep on the sofa or the floor when the master bedroom was the only one with appropriate bedding. The thought sent a mix of nerves and exhilaration through her, her small hands clenching tightly together, palms beginning to sweat. I'll tidy up for you now, and then you can rest, Lu Yu said, glancing at Lu Cha as he stood up. Once you're settled, I'll leave, but I'll come by tomorrow morning with breakfast. What? You're not staying here? Lu Cha exclaimed, her eyes widening. There's only one room. How can we both sleep here? Lu Yu, taken aback, asked curiously, then suddenly comprehended, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Are you suggesting? I have no such intentions. Don't say that. Lu Cha's face flushed crimson, and she dared not meet Lu Yu's gaze. Best to keep it that way, Lu Yu remarked with a knowing smile, before heading toward the master bedroom to prepare a place for Lu Cha. To her, the glance he cast as he departed felt like a hook, nearly ensnaring her very soul. 10 minutes later, Lu Yu called out from the master bedroom, Lu Cha. Gumin, I'm coming. She hurriedly replied as she stepped inside, finding that Lu Yu had already set everything up, even the lighting casting a warm orange glow. As she entered, an invisible drowsiness enveloped her. I prepared the bed for you, along with toiletries and such, but only my things. I'll bring yours tomorrow, he said, still focused on arranging the bedding. Okay, Lu Cha replied, crossing her arms and leaning against the doorframe, her clear eyes intently observing Lu Yu, filled with sweetness and warmth. She had already envisioned the scene of their married life together, a couple deeply in love, more romantic than any idle drama. Hey, I've called you several times, Lu Yu said, having to pull her from her daydream. What's wrong? Lu Cha asked, still smiling dreamily at him. What were you thinking just now? You look silly, he remarked, rolling his eyes. Hee, I want to tell you, she teased, wanting to keep him guessing before revealing her imagined scenario, hoping to hint at their future and perhaps persuade Lu Yu to stay the night. However, Lu Yu had no intention of indulging her in such games. Come over and try it out. If it's fine, you can sleep, he beckoned her. Oh, Lu Cha pouted, slowly approaching, surprised by Lu Yu's lack of curiosity about her thoughts. As she neared him, she was about to ask something when Lu Yu interrupted with an impatient tone. Does your leg hurt? And no, it doesn't hurt, she replied, puzzled by his question. Then why are you walking so slowly? Lu Yu's next comment made her feel unjustly treated. Lowering her head, she pouted like a little girl, sitting quietly on the edge of the bed. Sit here, Lu Yu instructed, pointing to the pillow. Lu Cha crossed her arms defiantly, remaining immobile, observing her childish behavior. Lu Yu felt exasperated. He knew he couldn't scold or ignore her. He chuckled, shaking his head, then bending down, he scooped her up from the bed. Lu Cha stiffened, wondering if he had ulterior motives. How should she respond? Should she shy away, or simply enjoy the moment? It was a question worth pondering. Before she could conclude her thoughts, she found herself gently placed back on the soft bed. Since you seem agreeable, let's go to sleep. I'll take my leave now, Lu Yu stated, interpreting her silence as consent. He turned to depart, but couldn't resist leaning in to peck her lightly as he noticed her pouting expression. I really am leaving now. You should sleep. I'll come by in the morning, he said, switching on the bedside lamp and turning off the main light. Yet, when he saw Lu Cha staring at him intently, unmoving, he bent down to remove her slippers, placing her legs comfortably on the bed and covering her with the blanket. Sleep well. Good night, he said, tucking her in gently. With a slight smile, he turned to leave. Just as he took a step, he felt a tug on his shirt hem. Her small hand had emerged from under the blanket, grasping his shirt. Don't go, she implored, her eyes shimmering with unspoken words, an appeal filled with longing, caution, and anticipation. In an instant, Lu Yu felt his heart melt under her gaze. All right, he acquiesced without hesitation. Upon hearing this, her bright eyes transformed into crescent moons, enchanting and delightful. I'll just turn off the lights in the living room and lock the door, Lu Yu said, remembering the lights were still on as he turned to the living room. However, Lu Cha's small hand had already released its grip, retreating back under the covers. After making a quick call to his parents to inform them he was staying at a friend's house and wouldn't be returning that night, he took a shower in the bathroom. Once he had completed his tasks, he made his way back to the master bedroom. Inside, only the bedside lamp illuminated the space. Creating a Lu Cha extended her hand, wrapping it around Lu Yu's sturdy waist, then tilted her small face upward to gaze at him. Lu Yu lowered his eyes slightly. In the darkness, Lu Cha's orbs sparkled like polished obsidian, deep and luminous. Upon closer inspection, One could discern a hint of unusual meaning nestled within those bright eyes. What are you thinking about? Lu Yu chuckled softly. Is my little sister pondering what her brother is thinking? Lu Cha's voice was sweet and soft, deliberately adopting a delicate tone. To put it simply, it was a playful utterance typical of her. Under normal circumstances, this would have earned her a roll of Lu Yu's eyes. But at this moment he inquired, what do you think I'm thinking? Lu Cha wouldn't get fighting in Godan. But I believe my dear brother must have some thoughts about his sweet little darling. Before she could finish her sentence, an enveloping silence fell over the room, merging seamlessly with the darkness. Morning broke. As Lu Yu opened his eyes, he found the room shrouded in darkness. The heavy curtains blocked out all light from outside. The bedside lamp, it seemed, had been turned on at some point, casting a warm orange glow. No wonder I felt a bit stifled earlier. I was being weighed down, he mused. Yawning, he glanced at Lu Cha, who was half draped in his embrace, and he pulled the covers up to shield her delicate, pale shoulders. The recollections of the previous night lingered in his mind. After a moment, he realized that the bedside lamp had not been lit when they had gone to bed, but was now glowing in the morning light. Clearly, it was just the two of them in this room. Let us see how long you can pretend to be asleep, Lu Yu thought. One hand pinned beneath Lu Cha's head, while the other instinctively reached out to pinch her delicate nose. After several seconds, Lu Cha, seemingly indifferent, attempted to brush his hand away, but with a slight increase in pressure from Lu Yu, she could only furrow her brows in resignation and abandon her efforts. She then tried to turn over, but Lu Yu's other hand was not idle, holding her head in place. Ultimately, she could only pout and pretend to just awaken, murmuring, "What time is it?" As she spoke, she subtly removed Lu Yu's hand, taking a few deep breaths. Observing her feigned disorientation, Lu Yu couldn't help but chuckle quietly, choosing not to expose her pretense. It's already 9 o'clock. How did you sleep last night? Quite well, Lu Cha replied, her cheeks instantly flushing at the thought of the previous night. Her gaze became evasive, unable to meet Lu Yu's eyes. He tightened his arm around her. Aren't you cold? Why are you still lying so far away? Reluctantly, Lu Cha inched closer to Lu Yu, finally letting out a soft huff and nestled into his embrace. Her face turned away, too shy to look up. Lu Yu remained silent, squinting at the pristine white ceiling, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lu Cha focused on resting against him, occasionally glancing up at Lu Yu with glistening eyes and flushed cheeks, only to shyly lower her gaze again. Don't be shy. It's all in the past now. After a moment of introspection, Lu Yu finally lowered his head, his gaze softening as he teased her gently. Oh. After a brief silence, Lu Cha responded in a muffled voice, still not lifting her head. Lu Yu watched her bashful demeanor with a hint of helplessness. Wasn't she usually quite bold and brave? Why was she acting timid now? Indeed, one must not judge merely by appearances. Oh no, it should rather be said that women are capricious, shifting like the weather. By the way, don't you have work today? After a while, Lu Cha, regaining her composure, recalled this matter. I just need to inform my boss. Today, I belong to you. Lu Yu gently lifted Lu Cha's delicate chin with his fingers, gazing at her with deep affection. Will your boss agree? Perhaps you should go to work. I can manage on my own. Lu Cha's face turned crimson once more, her entire being flushed as if she were on fire. Her ears burning. Whether he agrees or not doesn't matter. You are far more important than my job. Lu Yu slightly bowed his head, brushing his fingers through Lu Cha's silky hair, his voice tender and melodic. Lu Cha paused, then tightened her embrace around Lu Yu's waist. A smile tugged at Lu Yu's lips as he looked down at the girl nestled against him like a little quail, his gaze growing ever softer. The two lingered in bed for a while longer, until their stomachs began to rumble in unison. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. There is not much to eat at home. Shall I take you out for a meal? Lu Yu tenderly brushed back Lu Cha's tousled hair, speaking gently. I'm not feeling very well right now. Lu Cha had intended to agree, but suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort, so she lay back down, gazing at Lu Yu with a pitiful expression. Understood. Lu Yu leaned down and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. I'll go buy something. Just wait for me. Lu Cha nodded obediently, her bright eyes fixed on Lu Yu, radiating warmth. If one were to look closely, they might notice that her youthful innocence had been replaced with a hint of charming allure. Lu Yu smiled, got out of bed, dressed, and washed up before heading out. He drove to a nearby mall, purchasing a long dress and a jacket, then stopped by a store for toiletries, and finally picked up some breakfast from a cafe. By the time he returned home, an hour had already passed. Upon entering the master bedroom, he found Lu Cha curled up at the head of the bed, completely wrapped in the covers, resembling a small quail, utterly endearing. What's wrong? Lu Yu frowned and hurried over, tossing the dress and jacket onto the bed. Hug me. Lu Cha pouted, looking at Lu Yu with a pitiful expression, extending her hands towards him. Her soft, coaxing voice was enough to melt Lu Yu's heart. As he approached, Lu Cha wrapped her arms around him, completely disregarding the slipping covers. Lu Yu nearly stared in disbelief. After a moment, he said, "All right, it's time to eat. If we don't have breakfast soon, it will get cold." He gently stroked Lu Cha's smooth, shiny hair, speaking softly. Lu Cha remained unresponsive. "I'll bring breakfast in," Lu Yu announced. "You haven't eaten?" Lu Cha mumbled, her head downcast. Lu Yu affectionately patted Lu Cha's back, speaking tenderly. "No, I was waiting to eat with you." Then you can feed me." In the script of a devoted admirer, the admirer is the protagonist. Lu Yu finally managed to feed Lu Cha until she was full. She leaned against the headboard, letting out a satisfied burp, her eyes filled with tender affection as she gazed at Lu Yu. "You must not have rested well last night. You should take a break. I'll go request a leave." As Lu Yu tidied up the remnants of their meal, he turned to her. "Are you going to the office?" Lu Cha asked, her brows knitting together. She didn't want to be separated from Lu Yu for even a moment. "No, I'll just make a phone call." Lu Yu shook his head and stepped out with a bag. In the living room, he dialed Lin Shiyu's number. "Sister Shiyu, I have something to attend to today. Could I take a day off?" "No problem," Lin Shiyu replied readily. "Thank you, Sister Shiyu." Lu Yu expressed his gratitude. "I still owe you a thank you for your help last night. There's no need to be so polite." Lin Shiyu giggled and said, "Well, your girlfriend, didn't he give you a hard time last night, did she?" "Not at all," Lu Yu replied with a smile. "If your girlfriend has any misunderstandings, I can step in to clarify," Lin Shiyu said with a beaming smile. "There's no misunderstanding, Shiyu Jia. You needn't worry," Lu Yu assured her. "If there's any more of this good fortune, I would gladly assist you," he added. Lin Shiyu paused for a moment before realizing what he meant by good fortune, and she immediately covered her mouth, laughing lightly, "That's for sure." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. Lu Yu took out the fruits and snacks he had bought from the supermarket earlier and carried them into the master bedroom. Inside the master bedroom, Lu Cha sat there, her gaze vacant, seemingly lost in thought. Observing her endearing yet dazed expression, Lu Yu felt a pang of reluctance to intrude, lingering at the doorway for a while longer. When Lu Cha finally regained her senses, the first sight that greeted her was Lu Yu standing at the door, gazing at her with a gentle smile. Her delicate face flushed instantly, her ears turning a soft pink. She hurriedly lowered her head, bashfully asking, "When did you come in? Why are you looking at me like that?" Her voice was barely above a whisper. I came in a while ago, seeing you so absorbed. I didn't want to disturb you." Lu Yu chuckled as he stepped inside. "Let's have some fruits and snacks first. What would you like to do today?" "I'll accompany you." "You." Lu Cha's little face turned crimson as she shot a playful glare at Lu Yu. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with charm, losing some of their childish innocence while gaining a touch of allure, exuding a captivating grace. "How are you feeling? Is your health improving?" Lu Yu approached her, placing the fruits and snacks on the bedside table, and asked with concern as he sat at the edge of the bed. All right, Eluha replied, pulling the covers up to her chin, revealing only her head, her large, expressive eyes fixated on Lu Yu. Lu Yu picked up a grape and held it to Lu Cha's lips, casually asking, "Do you have any places in mind that you want to visit today?" Lu Cha opened her mouth to eat the grape, chewing while mumbling indistinctly, "I don't feel well, so I don't want to go out today." "All right then, I'll stay home with you." Lu Yu nodded, placing his hand gently under Lu Cha's delicate chin, waiting for her to spit out the grape skin. After she did, she glanced at the mangoes in the fruit bowl, but remained silent. "I'll peel it for you," Lu Yu said with a fond smile, then began to peel the mango. Lu Cha pouted, her tone a mix of a playful pout and a feigned grievance. "I'm feeling unwell today because of you. You must take good care of me." "Of course, no problem at all," Lu Yu replied with a grin. "Today, I'm at your service, whatever you need." Lu Cha beamed, her large eyes turning into crescent moons with delight. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Lu Xin called out weakly. Shuai entered, carrying a bowl of chicken soup. "Xin, you haven't eaten much all day. I made some chicken soup for you. Please have a sip." Seeing Lu Xin lying in bed, appearing as though she had lost all vitality, Shuai felt a deep pang of heartache. "Please leave. I have no appetite right now," Lu Xin said, her complexion pale as she cast a glance at Shuai before closing her eyes once more. "I understand you're not hungry, but your health is paramount. You should at least sit up and have a sip," Shuai gently urged, placing the chicken soup on the bedside table as he approached to sit. "Don't sit too close. Keep your distance," Lu Xin suddenly exclaimed, startling Shuai into taking a step back, looking sheepish. "In a couple of days, I'll be moving out. I've already found a new place to rent. I appreciate your care during this time, and I will pay you for the rent," Lu Xin said, pressing her lips together tightly and speaking in a tone that was almost indifferent. For Shuai, this felt like a dagger piercing through his heart. In the script of A Lovesick Fool's Life, the lovesick fool is the protagonist. In Shuai's narrative, Lu Xinxin is the star. He remains the lovesick fool. It's all right, Xinxin. You can stay here as long as you wish, he began, but Lu Xinxin waved her hand, cutting him off. No, Suosui. I've truly troubled you during this time. And because of my situation with Lu Yu, I've caused you worry. Zhuo Shuai saw the resolute look on Lu Xinxin's face, opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. His heart was filled with bitterness. He had tried so hard for so long, yet he still couldn't win Lu Xinxin's heart. This was an unbearable blow for him. He hesitated, hoping to salvage something. Just then, Lu Xinxin's phone on the bedside rang. She got up to check the screen, her expression suddenly changing. Who is it, Xinxin? If you don't want to answer, just hang up. Zhuo Shuai sensed a wave of alarm rising within him, feeling a sense of urgency. He feared it might be Lu Yu calling, which would explain Lu Xinxin's sudden shift in mood. Therefore, his first instinct was to urge Lu Xinxin to hang up. Seeing her hesitate, he felt a strong urge to leap forward and end the call himself. Shoo! Lu Xinxin silenced him with a gesture. Zhuo Shuai immediately fell silent, though his expression remained somewhat disgruntled. What's wrong? Lu Xinxin asked, her tone suddenly sharp, making Zhuo Shuai's expression shift to one of respect as he listened intently. Lu Xinxin glanced at Zhuo Shuai before continuing on the phone. Yes, I'll be moving out in the next couple of days. I've already found a new place. Zhuo Shuai's face turned ashen. What? You're coming? Lu Xinxin's voice suddenly rose several octaves. Zhuo Shuai strained to listen. What do you want? To talk to Lu Yu's parents? I think that's a good idea. When you arrive, I'll be with both of you. I truly love him. And I want to spend my life with him. I want to give up. Chapter 68. You said you twisted your ankle. I will vouch for you. Lu Yu spent a day with Lu Cha in their new apartment. Although the place lacked a television, computer, or any form of entertainment, simply lying side by side or chatting in bed made the hours fly by. Finally, around 5 in the afternoon, under the relentless barrage of calls from Song Bai Mei, Lu Cha could no longer resist and surrendered. Let's go. I'll take you home, Lu Yu said as he witnessed Lu Cha reluctantly hanging up the phone. He rose from the bed, placing the clothes he had bought for Lu Cha before her. Put these on. Oh, Lu Cha responded with little enthusiasm, even sighing as she put on the long dress in front of Lu Yu, disregarding his presence. Yet, her face remained flushed, seeing Lu Cha's reluctant demeanor. Lu Yu affectionately ruffled her hair, softly saying, Cheer up. It's not like we want to see each other again. We'll have plenty of opportunities to meet. But I just won't be with you right now. Lu Cha pouted, her face expressing discontent. You've been away from home for a day and a night. If I were Uncle Lu or Auntie Song, I'd be worried too. Lu Yu chuckled, especially you, this delicate little cabbage. Who on earth has had the audacity to ravage it? I can only imagine how heart-wrenching it must be. Oof. Lu Cha's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she shot a charmingly resentful glance at Lu Yu, whispering, It's too late. The little cabbage has already been ravaged by a pig. Lu Yu was taken aback for a moment before erupting into hearty laughter. This little girl was simply too adorable. What are you laughing at? Lu Cha pouted, attempting to adopt a fierce demeanor. Lu Yu leaned forward and playfully pecked her on the cheek. Lu Cha lowered her head, a visible blush adorning her face. Let's go. I'll escort you home. Lu Yu took Lu Cha's small hand, and they departed from the newlywed abode. Their pace was leisurely, primarily due to Lu Cha's desire to linger in Lu Yu's company a while longer. Of course, the root of this sentiment lay with Lu Yu himself. After more than half an hour, Lu Yu drove Lu Cha to the entrance of the affluent neighborhood. Each time he beheld the name of this upscale community, he felt an absurd sensation wash over him. While affluent and noble accurately reflected the neighborhood's characteristics, it still bore an air of vulgarity. Please don't walk me inside. I'll take my time returning, Lu Cha said gently as she unfastened her seatbelt, gazing at Lu Yu. Are you sure you can manage? Lu Yu expressed his concern. I'll be fine. I've rested for a day, Lu Cha replied, biting her lip, her cheeks still flushed. All right, you may go in, Lu Yu conceded after a moment's contemplation. Farewell, Lu Cha said reluctantly, casting a lingering glance at Lu Yu before exiting the vehicle at a leisurely pace. After exchanging farewells once more, Lu Yu turned the car around and drove out of the community. It was only then that he noticed another vehicle following closely behind him. As their cars passed each other, Lu Yu's eyes widened in surprise. The occupant of that vehicle was none other than Lu Cha's sister, Lu Jun. She regarded him with a stone-faced expression as he drove past, clearly having recognized him. Indeed, she averted her gaze forward and spotted Lu Cha standing gracefully at the community entrance, her delicate brows arching slightly. Initially, her expression appeared normal, but upon witnessing Lu Cha turn around and walk with an awkward gait, her countenance darkened instantly. Her elegant fingers gripped the steering wheel tightly, the veins on her hands becoming pronounced. as Lu Cha watched Lu Yu's car recede into the distance. She prepared to turn away, but was startled by the sudden blaring of a horn. Instinctively, she flinched, an ominous thought creeping into her mind. Turning her head, she felt her mouth twitch slightly as she confirmed her fears. Get in the car, Lu Jun commanded with an icy demeanor. Oh, Lu Cha furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss. She acutely perceived the unusual tension in Lu Jun's demeanor, recognizing the distinction between a cold facade and a blank expression, especially given her sensitivity to such subtleties in their close relationship. Once Lu Cha swiftly entered the vehicle, Lu Jun's expression remained unchanged as she drove into the community. Were you last night? Lu Jun inquired, deliberately driving at a leisurely pace. I didn't go anywhere, Lu Cha stammered, her face paling as she spoke. What were you doing with Lu Yu? Lu Yun asked, her tone calm, yet imbued with an underlying chill that made Lu Cha shiver involuntarily. They had just crossed paths in their vehicles. There was no doubt they had seen each other. What should she do now? Beads of sweat formed on Lu Cha's forehead. Lu Yun glanced at her. Pausing momentarily before continuing, I noticed your gait seemed off. Did you twist your ankle? I. Lu Cha trembled slightly, her face turning a bright crimson as an indescribable embarrassment surged within her. Observing her reaction, Lu Jun understood all too well. Her exquisitely pale face dimmed just a fraction, but she quickly composed herself, adjusting her emotions. When we get home, just say you twisted your ankle. I'll vouch for you, Lu Jun stated flatly, pressing the accelerator as they arrived at their residence. Lu Jiaoyang and Song Baimei hurriedly emerged to greet them. Goodness, what happened to you? They exclaimed in shock as they rushed over. Song Baimei, who had initially approached with an air of indignation, was now visibly alarmed by the sight before her. Her anger dissipating. It's nothing, Mom and Dad. I just twisted my ankle a bit, Lu Cha replied with an apologetic smile, casting a discreetly grateful glance at Lu Jun. Let me see, which foot? Lu Jiaoyang squatted down to examine Lu Cha's ankle closely. It was evident that her right foot was notably more swollen and red than her left, especially after she had just massaged it vigorously. We need to go to the hospital, Lu Jiaoyang insisted, eager to take action. Dad, I'm fine. I just twisted it slightly. It will heal in a couple of days. Lu Cha quickly interjected. Lu Jun chimed in. It's just a minor injury. It will be fine by tomorrow. There's no need to waste resources. I can apply some ointment for her. All right then. Conceding to both of his daughter's reassurances, Lu Jiaoyang relented. Song Baimei remained silent until she finally spoke up. Did you two come back together? Lu Cha shot a glance at Lu Jun. Lu Jun maintained her composure, stating, she called me and asked me to pick her up. Yes. Lu Cha eagerly nodded, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Then where did you go last night and today? Song Baimei pressed, raising an eyebrow as she interrogated Lu Cha. Who were you with? Just with my friends, Lu Cha stuttered, feeling intimidated by Song Baimei's scrutiny. She felt as if she were facing an enraged elephant, trembling in fear. Chapter 69. Did Song Baimei figure out? Hearing Lu Cha's timid voice, Song Baimei narrowed her eyes. Which friend? Do you have their number? Give it to me. I want to call and verify. Song Baimei was relentless, her voice booming with authority. Lu Cha bit her lip and murmured, just an old friend. Her confidence waned further. I know it's your friend. Which one? Song Baimei pressed impatiently, suspicion mounting in her heart. Just an old high school classmate. Lu Cha scratched her head, casting a pleading glance at Lu Jun, hoping for assistance. Lu Jun feigned ignorance, staring down at the steering wheel. You made this mess. Now you must clean it up. Spit it out. Song Baimei snapped, her patience wearing thin. Startled, Lu Cha whimpered, my ankle hurts. With that, she looked at Lu Jiaoyang. Dad, my ankle hurts. Let's get you home. At the mention of her pain, Lu Jiaoyang's concern surged, and without a moment's hesitation, he moved to support Lu Cha. Song Baimei attempted to intervene, but Lu Jiaoyang shot her a glare, signaling that they could discuss matters afterward, noting the evident injury to Lu Cha's ankle. With that, Lu Jiaoyang supported Lu Cha back to their villa. Song Baimei glanced at Lu Jun, who merely shrugged, following Lu Jiaoyang and Lu Cha back inside. It's just a minor injury. It will heal quickly. No need for such commotion. Song Baimei had just examined Lu Cha's ankle closely and discovered that the injury was, in fact, not severe at all. To her surprise, she even noticed what appeared to be fingerprints on Lu Cha's pristine and delicate instep. This revelation aroused her suspicions. Could it be that this girl was attempting to deceive her? She had gone out on a wild spree since last night, only returning today, despite her countless phone calls. Was it possible that she had feigned this sprained ankle to avoid incurring her wrath? It was highly plausible. This girl was certainly capable of such antics. Moreover, was she concealing something? The thought of the worst possible outcome sent a chill down Song Baimei's spine. Furrowing her brow, She meticulously recalled the scene when she had last seen Lu Cha. From her perspective as someone with experience, it was evident that Lu Cha had indeed changed. There seemed to be a newfound allure about her. The more Song Baimei pondered, the more uneasy she felt, ultimately muttering under her breath, "This damned girl." She hastily strode into the villa. At that moment, Lu Cha was already being assisted upstairs. Upon entering Lu Cha's room, Song Baimei scrutinized her face. Her gaze unwavering and intense, akin to that of Scanner, instilling a sense of dread in Lu Cha. The latter felt a wave of panic. Had she discovered the truth? In a moment of desperation, Lu Cha cast a pleading glance at Lu Jun, hoping for assistance. "Mom and Dad, you two should step outside. I'll tend to her injuries." Lu Jun, accurately interpreting the plea, promptly ushered them out. Lu Cha seized the moment to add, "Yes, Mom and Dad, don't worry about me. I'll apply some medicine, and I'll be back to my vibrant self by tomorrow." Lu Jiaoyong attempted to interject, but Song Baimei pulled him aside, insisting that the two sisters assist one another without his interference. As she was about to leave, Song Baimei cast a lingering glance at Lu Cha, who involuntarily shivered, forcing a subservient smile. With a resounding slam, Song Baimei shut the door behind her. "Sis, I think Mom might have figured it out," Lu Cha said to Lu Jun, her expression fraught with anxiety. "And if she has, what of it?" Lu Jun replied nonchalantly, taking a seat. "You've already crossed that bridge. Why fear the consequences? She will find out eventually. There's nothing to hide." Lu Cha, confronted with Lu Jun's formidable presence, could only lower her head like a quail. "Cool me. Let me apply some safflower oil to your ankle." After a moment's consideration, Lu Jun rose to help Lu Cha with the ointment. "Is that really necessary?" Lu Cha asked timidly. "A performance must be complete. Extend your leg," Lu Jun replied coolly, pouring the entire bottle of safflower oil onto Lu Cha's ankle. Meanwhile, Song Baimei had pushed Lu Jiaoyong into the living room. "Why are you pushing me?" Lu Jiaoyong protested. "What use are you there?" Song Baimei rolled her eyes and plopped down on the sofa. "What if Jun applies too much pressure while massaging Cha-Cha? I might still be able to assist." Lu Jiaoyong was unwilling. "What help can you provide? Can your eldest daughter not handle such a simple task? To sit here and wait." Song Baimei snapped back, her temper flaring. Lu Jiaoyong was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by her outburst. "Come sit down. I need to talk to you." Song Baimei decided to voice her thoughts to her husband. "What is it?" Lu Jiaoyong asked, bewildered as he took a seat beside her. "I suspect your daughter went out with her boyfriend last night." "What?" Lu Jiaoyong initially seemed puzzled, but suddenly he grasped the implication, leaping from the sofa with heightened agitation. "You mean she was out gallivanting with her boyfriend last night?" "Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let them hear." Song Baimei shuddered, pulling Lu Jiaoyong back down onto the sofa. "What if they hear? If she can do this, I have every right to speak." Upon realizing that his daughter had been taken advantage of, Lu Jiaoyong could no longer maintain his composure. "Calm down." Song Baimei anticipated his reaction, knowing he would be anything but calm. However, such a significant matter could not be withheld from him. "How can I calm down?" Lu Jiaoyong fumed, his anger palpable. "I need to confront Cha-Cha and find out who this boy is." "Sit down now." Song Baimei, equally exasperated, forced him back onto the sofa. "Listen to me. What do you want me to hear? I want to know who this boy is, his name, where he is from, and what his family does." Lu Jiaoyong's face flushed, his mind racing. "I'm merely speculating. There's no evidence. Don't be impulsive. Let us analyze this together." Song Baimei regretted bringing this up with Lu Jiaoyong, realizing the timing was all wrong. "I'll find out for myself if it's true," Lu Jiaoyong exclaimed, his temper flaring. "How dare someone bully my daughter?" Faced with Lu Jiaoyong's stubbornness, Song Baimei relented. "Fine, go ahead," she said, releasing her grip on him. "You might frighten your little girl even more. You'll have to comfort her yourself." "I will. I must find out who this scoundrel is that has bullied Cha-Cha." Lu Jiaoyong, consumed by rage, stormed upstairs. "Your daughter is not feeling well. If you go up there and upset her further," Song Baimei deliberately taunted. Lu Jiaoyong slowed his pace, uncertainty flashing across his eyes. "She is already quite timid, and given her current fragile state, if you frighten her further, this situation may not resolve easily. What if there are lasting repercussions? Who will care for her for the rest of her life?" Song Baimei sighed, speaking to herself. Lu Jiaoyong halted, his expression pained, his mind flooded with visions of the future. For instance, when he was old and gray, still caring for his little girl, in a dimly lit room, he would bring her meals, only to see fear and terror in her eyes, preventing him from approaching. Confronted with these thoughts, he turned and returned to the sofa, sitting down obediently. "So what do we do now?" he mumbled, scratching his head in frustration. The more he thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. He couldn't help but imagine exacting vengeance on the boy who had taken advantage of his little cabbage, demanding to know how his parents had raised him. How could their child so quietly trample on someone else's? It infuriated him. What are you so angry about? Lu Cha is no longer a child. She can make her own choices. If she were to remain single for life, like your eldest daughter, would you be able to endure it? Mind your own business. When the car reaches the mountain, a way will surely emerge. Let us observe first. At this moment, Song Baimei also calmed down, gradually analyzing the situation for Lu Jiaoyang. How should that scoundrel be dealt with? Lu Jiaoyang began to regain his composure. But the thought of that pig who was courting his little cabbage made him seethe with anger. Do you know who he is now? Song Baimei asked, rolling her eyes. No. Lu Jiaoyang shook his head furiously. Then that settles it. Song Baimei sighed and said, you might not uncover much if you ask now. It'd be better to wait and see. What if we discover the truth soon? Let us pretend we know nothing and wait for her to slip up. After a good deal of comforting from Song Baimei, Lu Jiaoyang finally calmed down a bit. However, Song Baimei furrowed her brow tightly and muttered to herself. Why do I feel like Lu Jun knows about this? Is it merely my illusion? What do you mean by that? Lu Jiaoyang frowned. It's one thing for the younger daughter to deceive herself, but to think that the elder daughter is also deceiving herself? Have both my little cotton-padded jackets sprung leaks? They returned home together today, and clearly, Lu Cha didn't T-twist her ankle yet lied to us, while Lu Jun also aided her in deceiving us. Don't you find this suspicious? Song Baimei stroked her chin, her eyes glinting with a fox-like cleverness as she analyzed the situation like a detective. With this analysis, Lu Jiaoyang also began to feel something amiss. Could it be that both of his little cotton-padded jackets had sprung leaks? I increasingly suspect that Lu Jun is aware of Lu Cha's affairs and is helping her conceal them. Song Baimei, resembling a cunning detective, continued her soliloquy. Despite Lu Cha's habitual fear of Lu Jun, the two sisters maintain a remarkably good relationship. Since we can't extract anything from Lu Cha, we might as well inquire with Lu Jun. I imagine she would be forthcoming, thus allowing us to indirectly uncover the identity of that scoundrel. Lu Jiaoyang suddenly slapped his thigh, his face alight with excitement, as if he had discovered a brilliant strategy. Ha! Yet, soon after, Song Baimei doused him with cold water. You couldn't get anything out of Lu Cha. Do you really think you can from Lu Jun? Stop dreaming and go wash up for bed. Lu Jiaoyang then recalled that his eldest daughter's resolve far surpassed that of the younger one. If he couldn't pry answers from the younger daughter, it would be futile to think he could from the elder. In an instant, a sense of suffocating frustration enveloped him. Very well, you can ponder this slowly. I'll go prepare some red date porridge for them. After concluding her analysis, Song Baimei rose and headed towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Lu Jiaoyang remained ensnared in his own thoughts, unable to extricate himself. Upon hearing Song Baimei's words, he instinctively retorted, what do you need the red date porridge for? To replenish their vitality. Song Baimei replied sharply, casting him an exasperated glance before turning to enter the kitchen. Just don't let me discover who that scoundrel is. Otherwise, I shall not spare him. Lu Jiaoyang grit his teeth, feeling as if he might spew blood in rage. Lu returned home by car. You actually know how to come back. As soon as he stepped through the door, Ding Shuhui made a sarcastic remark. Only then did Lu Yu realize that his parents, Lu Shuai and Ding Shui, were dining at home. E.M. Stadoving. Lu Yu chuckled, eager to join the table for a meal. Wash your hands. Ding Shui sharply slapped the back of Lu Yu's hand and shot him a glare. I know. Lu Yu obediently headed to the bathroom to wash his hands. Upon returning to the dining table, Ding Shui had already set a bowl and chopsticks for him. Wow, shredded pork with garlic sauce and poached chicken. These are all my favorites. Lu Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of the delectable spread. What occasion is it today that we're feasting so lavishly? What occasion are you talking about? Ding Shui shot him an exasperated look. Lu Yu pondered as he ate, finally shaking his head. Can't think of one. Then that settles it. Ding Shui remarked, just eat your food. What occasion is it today? Lu Yu's curiosity was piqued, and he insisted on asking incessantly. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. Eventually, Ding Shui, thoroughly annoyed, had to concede. There is no occasion today. Oh, Lu Yu paused, then obediently bent down to focus on his meal. As Ding Shui continued eating, she glanced at Lu Yu and exchanged a look with Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai pretended not to notice and continued eating. Unreliable fellow. Ding Shui felt exasperated. Finally, she cleared her throat and said, Shall you this afternoon? Lu Xinxin's mother called me. What do they want? Lu Yu paused, his expression unchanged, continuing to eat his rice. They wish to meet us for dinner tomorrow evening. Ding Shui looked at Lu Yu, seeking his reaction. Did you agree? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow. I did. Chapter 71, Severing Ties. Upon hearing Ding Shui's words, Lu Yu set down his chopsticks and slowly chewed his food. Seeing Lu Yu's inscrutable expression, Ding Shui assumed he was upset and immediately signaled to Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai, noticing, also put down his bowl and utensils, thoughtfully stating, Xiao Yu, your mother's agreement was made in light of Lu Xinxin's parents' earnest words. Do not hold it against her. I'm not angry. Lu Yu glanced up at them, a smile creeping onto his lips. What else did her parents say? Seeing that Lu Yu truly did not seem upset, Ding Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, she hadn't intended to agree, but unfortunately, as a teacher, Xiao Suhui spoke with such sincerity, and her reasoning was compelling. In the end, she considered that Lu Yu was not a child anymore, and his feelings for Lu Xinxin had deepened over the years. They understood his emotions, hoping to see if reconciliation were possible. Thus, for various reasons, she inexplicably agreed. Her mother hadn't said much, only arranging a time and place to dine together and chat, saying that it was fine if fate didn't allow them to become in-laws. Being friends would suffice. Ding Shui sighed. Oh, Lu Yu nodded nonchalantly, picking up his chopsticks again and resuming his meal without a care. What do you currently feel about Lu Xinxin? Ding Shui, observing Lu Yu's calm demeanor as he ate, couldn't help but inquire. Severing all ties, Lu Yu replied flatly. Ding Shui and Lu Shuai were taken aback. They had watched Lu Yu grow up, known for his gentle and composed nature, getting along well with everyone. He had never uttered a harsh word about anyone he knew. To say severing all ties is quite serious. What could Lu Xinxin have done to offend Lu Yu so gravely? Lu Shuai set down his chopsticks again, looking at Lu Yu with a serious expression. Xiao Yu, speak honestly with us. What was the reason for your breakup with Lu Xinxin? Do you genuinely want to hear? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, glancing at the two. He felt a surge of delight within. Finally, for the first time, he was not evasive under his parents' inquiry. At that moment, he was not attempting to shield Lu Xinxin from scrutiny, but rather believed that his previous words were of no consequence. In their fury, his parents would merely call to berate Lu Xinxin, which paled in comparison to the satisfaction derived from confronting her directly, even chastising her parents. Transgressions must be met with due punishment. Lu Xinxin's actions warranted such treatment. Speak quickly, Ding Shui urged, her eyes wide with anticipation as she focused intently on Lu Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yu began, I shall divulge the truth, but I implore you both to refrain from anger. Lu Xinxin has a remarkably close male friend named Zhuo Shuai. The name itself is inconsequential, but the bond they share is significant, as they refer to one another as best friends, often shopping together and even donning matching outfits. The immediate catalyst for my breakup with her was that whenever we quarreled, she would move in with this male confidant. I attempted to confront her about it, but to no avail. Instead, I was met with her retort, accusing me of being petty and narrow-minded. Eventually, I became utterly disenchanted and decided to part ways with her. Lu Yu recounted this with a flourish. As his words settled, the expressions on Ding Shui and Lu Shuai's faces grew increasingly grim. Ding Shuai's teeth clenched in fury, her eyes sparking with indignation. Lu Shuai's fists tightened, his visage darkening. They were entirely unaware of this situation. Had they known, they would have insisted Lu Yu sever ties with Lu Xinxin long ago, rather than waiting until now. What sort of best friend is this? Lu Xinxin has no sense of propriety. It is astounding that her parents, both educated individuals and teachers in their hometown, could raise such a daughter. What a waste. Does she possess no modicum of shame? Is she oblivious to the distinctions between genders? Furthermore, she already has a boyfriend, even engagement, yet maintains such proximity to her male confidant. Does she believe the Lu family is easily trifled with? She seems so composed. It turns out she is of this ilk. While Lu Shuai's expression darkened further, Ding Shui had already unleashed a torrent of curses. Lu Yu, maintaining a neutral countenance, was inwardly reveling in the unfolding drama. He resolved to stoke the flames further. Alas, Lu Yu sighed. Mother, do you intend to confront them tomorrow? Of course. Why would we not? Ding Shui interjected eagerly before Lu Shuai could respond. He nodded in agreement with her sentiments, stating, We shall go tomorrow and ascertain whether they are aware of this matter. They must provide us with an explanation. Yes, they must give us an explanation. Ding Shuai's expression darkened further as she erupted. She has wasted your time for so long, and ours as well. Does she think she is made of gold, able to toy with others at will? Lu Shuai turned to Lu Yu, whose face was clouded with discontent, and comfortingly patted his shoulder, saying, You have done nothing wrong in this matter. I should have ended things with her sooner. Lu Yu feigned remorse. Indeed, you allowed this shameless woman to squander your prime years. Had I known sooner, I would have expelled her from our lives to prevent her from wreaking further havoc. Ding Shui scoffed. Lu Shuai sighed. It is not too late to discover this now. Otherwise, given her relationship with that male friend of hers, what a situation we would be in. Father, I understand my mistakes. Lu Yu bowed his head, feigning sorrow. Lu Xuehai placed a reassuring hand on Lu Yu's shoulder, encouraging him. As a man, you must possess the fortitude to act. You have encountered a bad woman. Cast her aside and begin anew. That is what a man ought to do. You have done so. It is not too late. Lu Xuehai offered Lu Yu his approval. Ding Shui added her encouragement, saying, what you're doing is commendable. Keep this woman at a distance. Fortunately, you are not yet married. Otherwise, this situation would be far more complicated. Alas, Lu Yu sighed. Though inwardly he was elated. He found himself eagerly anticipating the fiery countenance of his parents the following day. You need not lament. There are plenty of women in the world. In a few days, I shall help you find one. My connections are not insignificant. If all else fails, I will ask Aunt Ding to introduce you to potential matches. She surely has numerous excellent resources. Ding Shui remarked with a hint of pride. Lu Yu awkwardly rubbed his nose. Have Aunt Ding introduce me? She is unaware that her daughter has already been taken. If she knew, Uncle Lu would undoubtedly explode on the spot. The thought of such a scene made Lu Yu shudder involuntarily. Once this matter was resolved, he would need to bring his relationship with Lu Cha into the open. Chapter 72. A complicated situation with 3 wins and 1 loss. After comforting Lu Yu and discussing these matters, Ding Shui took a deep breath and stated resolutely, this situation demands an explanation on both emotional and rational grounds. It cannot simply be swept under the rug. We are not to be trifled with. Very well, I shall accompany you both tomorrow. Lu Yu, sensing the atmosphere had settled, refrained from further inflaming the situation to avoid drawing ire upon himself. As the meeting with Lu Xinxin's family was scheduled for the evening, Lu Yu dutifully attended work during the day. Upon arriving at the office, he was summoned by Lin Xiyu. Have a seat. Lin Xiyu, seated behind her desk, smiled at him. Have you eaten breakfast? On her desk lay a generous spread of breakfast items, fried dough sticks and soy milk, seemingly in double portions. Did you prepare breakfast specifically for me? Lu Yu raised an eyebrow, reaching for a fried dough stick to munch on. In truth, he had already eaten at home, but one more would not hurt. Who prepared it for you? You're quite narcissistic. Of course, Lin Xiyu denied it outright. Yet as she watched Lu Yu devour the fried dough stick, she could not help but chuckle softly. You look quite comical. As she spoke, she retrieved a tissue, leaned forward, and gently wiped the oil from the corner of Lu Yu's mouth. Lu Yu was taken aback. Lin Xiyu, seemingly oblivious, continued to speak with a smile. Your every action and word within the company reflects not only on yourself, but also on our organization, and indeed on me, since I was the one who brought you on board. Lu Yu chuckled, brushing off the comment. Be careful not to choke. Have a sip of soy milk. Lin Xiyu pushed 1 cup of soy milk toward Lu Yu, thoughtfully inserting a straw for him. Thank you. Lu Yu expressed his gratitude, alternating between the fried dough stick and soy milk. Was your girlfriend upset last night? Lin Xiyu inquired tentatively. Not really. Lu Yu shook his head, smiling. Fortunately, I spent the day with her yesterday. Otherwise, she might have truly been angry. He. Lin Xiyu giggled, covering her mouth. Shall I extend your leave for a couple more days, allowing you to spend time with your girlfriend? Consider it a compensation for the night I borrowed you, as well as an apology to her. Sister Xiyu, please do not do that. You would spoil her. Lu Yu quickly replied, if you were to actually do that, she might expect me to pretend to be your boyfriend to appease her parents, just so I could spend more time with her. Would she really do such a thing? Lin Xiyu asked, laughing heartily. Based on my understanding of her character, she would undoubtedly act in such a manner. Lu Yu shook his head with a wry smile. In that case, I suppose I won't suffer any losses, as my parents will have fewer grievances to voice against me. Lin Xiyu, having had her fill of laughter, suddenly turned her serious gaze towards Lu Yu, her beautiful eyes sparkling with an extraordinary light. Lu Yu chuckled awkwardly. If that truly transpires, it will be a scenario of dual victories and a single defeat. Dual victories and a defeat? Lin Xiyu paused, looking at Lu Yu with a hint of confusion, pondering the meaning behind his words. You win, my girlfriend wins, and I am the one who loses. Lu Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Jig. That is indeed a situation of dual victories and a single defeat. Giggle. You are simply too amusing. After a moment of surprise, Lin Xiyu burst into laughter, her graceful figure swaying as waves of mirth rolled through her. This nearly left Lu Yu entranced. I believe it is a scenario of triple victories. Once Lin Xiyu had settled her laughter, she mischievously blinked her eyes, gazing at Lu Yu with a glimmer of intrigue. Triple victory? Lu Yu inquired with a hint of curiosity. Am I also a victor? To be precise, it is a scenario of triple victories and a single defeat. Lin Xiyu stifled her laughter, adopting a serious demeanor as she spoke. How so? Lu Yu, having set aside his pastry, was intrigued. I win, your girlfriend wins. My parents win, and you lose. Lin Xiyu stated with a facade of calm, though she could hardly contain her laughter as her words concluded. It is no wonder. Being a 30-year-old mature woman, every expression she made radiated an indescribable charm. Lu Yu scratched his head, feigning disappointment. I thought I had won. But it seems I am the one who has lost after all. Giggle. Seeing Lu Yu's endearing demeanor, Lin Xiyu could no longer hold back and laughed heartily from her office chair. Laugh all you want, humph. Lu Yu pretended to be annoyed, lowering his head to focus on his meal. All right, I shall refrain from laughter. Lin Xiyu quickly responded with a playful giggle, and then gazed at him with a gentle light in her eyes, slowly picking up her pastry and savoring it. By the way, we will be coordinating with the Su group in the coming days, and I will be the lead, while you will be the deputy lead. She conversed about work as she continued to eat. Lu Yu listened attentively, nodding in agreement. The two of them, seated across from each other at the office desk, engaged in conversation while exchanging glances. Lin Xiyu's fair and delicate face flushed slightly, but she valiantly suppressed her embarrassment, maintaining a casual demeanor. Lu Yu sensed a shift in the atmosphere, but chose not to dwell on it. After all, she was a captivating mature woman and his superior. The scene felt somewhat intimate. Knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door startled them both, causing them to hastily avert their gazes. Lin Xiyu's cheeks instantly turned crimson. Indeed, when women of this age blush, it exudes a far more alluring charm than that of youthful girls. Of course, both possess their unique allure. Lin Xiyu lowered her head, took a sip of soy milk, and then cleared her throat, her voice calm and authoritative as she said, "Come in." Lu Yu stood up at the appropriate moment, swallowing his soy milk and pastry. "Xiyu, there's a document." "Oh, Lu Yu, you're here." Xiao Yan, dressed in professional attire, entered and, upon noticing Lu Yu, instinctively stuck out her tongue, contemplating a retreat. "Come in, what brings you here?" Lin Xiyu raised her head with a commanding presence, a faint smile gracing her lips, making one feel like they were basking in the warmth of spring. "Xiyu, why don't you speak with Lu Yu first? My matter is not urgent," Xiao Lian hurriedly suggested, aware of Lu Yu's esteemed position in Lin Xiyu's eyes. Not just her, but everyone in the company recognized the unique rapport Lin Xiyu shared with Lu Yu, distinct from her interactions with others. This was not merely in life or personal matters, but in the realm of work. They resembled partners in business. To put it more bluntly, Lu Yu was Lin Xiyu's confidant. Lu Yu had an uncanny ability to grasp Lin Xiyu's visions for the company, often expanding upon them to render her ideas more concrete, thus clarifying the future direction of the company. This had been validated in numerous corporate meetings. It could be said that Lu Yu had truly captivated everyone with his performance. As for Lu Yu frequently entering Lin Xiyu's office to discuss work for hours on end, it had long become a common occurrence that raised no eyebrows. Chapter 73, A Loss, Yet a Blessing. Lin Xiyu remained silent, seemingly pondering the feasibility of Xiao Lian's words. "No worries, I've finished my discussion with Xiyu. You two can chat." Lu Yu smiled, nodded at Lin Xiyu, and then turned to leave the office. Lin Xiyu watched as Lu Yu's figure vanished from her sight, before retracting her gaze, the unusual glimmer in her eyes gradually fading. "Xiyu, here's the situation." Xiao Lian, unaware of Lin Xiyu's subtle shift, approached to report on her work. Lin Xiyu suppressed the peculiar turmoil within her and began to focus on her tasks. The day passed amidst a flurry of activity. Aside from work-related matters, Lu Yu had to contend with the incessant attention of the jobless Lu Cha. Should he ignore her for too long, she would begin to bombard him with plaintive voice messages, even resorting to dramatics. Some might say that this clinginess was a sweet affection to be envied by others. However, for Lu Yu, who was immersed in his work, this sweetness felt more like a burden. For instance, "Lu Yu Gidge, what are you up to? Your little sister is so bored. Can you take your sister out to play? If you can't come out to play, that's all right. I understand you are busy, and your work is even more important than mine. But I don't ask for much. Just hope you can chat with me a bit more when you have time, so I don't miss you too much, lest I become unwell from longing. You wouldn't want to see your sister fall ill from missing you, would you? If you truly want to see your sister sick, I wouldn't mind falling ill just to let you see, but you must take good care of yourself. My health is secondary. Your health is the priority." Such words are excessively sweet and overly dramatic. Moreover, they're all conveyed through voice messages, with a soft and delicate tone dripping with charm. Listening to this left Lu Yu feeling quite distressed. Finally, the workday came to a close. Lu Yu declined his colleague's invitation for a gathering and also turned down Lu Cha's request for a date, driving straight to the hotel. Earlier, while still at work, Ding Shui had already sent him a location for dinner that evening. Thus, as soon as he clocked out, he eagerly drove over. He could hardly wait to witness his parents unleash their wrath upon Lu Xinxin and her family. After more than half an hour, he arrived at the hotel. Upon seeing the neon-lit sign overhead, Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't the reunited Grand Hotel. Otherwise, he would be reminded of the terror instilled by Lu Cha. "Here." Ding Shui waved to Lu Yu. He walked over to find both Ding Shuhui and Lu Shuai present. Their attire was unremarkable, much like usual, but their expressions were unusually stiff. To be precise, they wore blank faces. Let's go. Ding Shuhui and Lu Shuai said little, leading Lu Yu directly into the hotel. With the assistance of a server, they ascended to the 7th floor without delay. Upon pushing open the door to the private room, the three of them entered the room. Lu Yu cast a fleeting glance around and spotted Lu Xinxin along with her parents. However, Zhuo Shuai was conspicuously absent, leaving Lu Yu with a tinge of disappointment. He feared that the impending bloodshed would not reach his male best friend. Ah, the in-laws have arrived. Upon noticing Lu Yu and his companions, Lu Xinxin's parents immediately rose with joyful expressions and hastened towards them. Lu Xinxin mirrored their enthusiasm. She was not only exquisitely adorned, but also radiated warmth and happiness, her eyes brimming with anticipation and hope as they were fixed upon Lu Yu, filled with an undeniable affection. The once somber atmosphere in the private room brightened considerably. Yet, the chill etched on Ding Shuhui and Lu Shuai's faces remained unyielding. In fact, their gaze grew even colder when they beheld Lu Xinxin's smiling visage. This shameless woman continued to feign innocence and purity before them, as if they were oblivious to her manipulations, believing her to be an easy target. They had never anticipated that beneath such a gentle facade lay a multitude of sordid secrets. How blind they had been to allow her to become their son's fiancée. Fortuitously, they uncovered her hidden, nefarious side before any vows were exchanged. A fortunate misstep indeed. These thoughts flitted through Ding Shuhui and Lu Shuai's minds, solidifying their resolve. Lu Xinxin still harbored hopes of entering the Lu family. How naive. Ding Shuhui replied with an impassive expression, "We are not in-laws. Do not address us as such." Lu Jinxiu and Xiu Zihui exchanged glances, both revealing faint smiles of resignation, and Lu Xinxin reflected the same sense of despondency and gloom. Indeed, they were not yet in-laws. It was merely a matter of miscommunication regarding titles. Xiu Zihui, ever the astute teacher, swiftly interjected, showcasing her diplomatic finesse. Yes, we misspoke earlier. Please forgive us." Lu Jinxiu added with a beaming smile, "Please, take a seat." Despite their outward smiles, every gesture and word belied a deeper humility. Observing this, Lu Xinxin felt a surge of inexplicable emotions. She recognized it was all her fault. Had she not been so dramatic, perhaps the dynamics between her parents and Lu Yu's parents would have been reversed today. "Uncle and aunt, please come and sit." Lu Xinxin suppressed her inner turmoil and approached Ding Shuhui and Lu Shuai with a bright smile. Yet, her enthusiastic welcome was met with nothing but their cold indifference. "No, we will speak for a moment and then leave." Ding Shuhui dismissed her without even a glance. "Please, take a seat," Xiu Zihui urged, trying to guide Ding Shuhui to the table, but Ding Shuhui brushed her aside, stating coolly, "I will not sit." Her frosty demeanor made Xiu Zihui and Lu Jinxiu's hearts race with anxiety. Lu Xinxin sensed that the situation was deteriorating. Lu Jinxiu tentatively probed Lu Shuai. Lu Shuai merely retorted coldly, "Do not call me Lu. We are not that familiar. If you have something to say, please do. We have matters to attend to, and time is of the essence." Lu Jinxiu faltered, his mouth opening and closing, his voice dry. "We have no particular agenda. Merely wishing to invite you to dinner, to foster our relationship." "What is there to discuss?" Ding Shuhui interjected with a scoff. "We share no relationship with you. Do not presume to forge familial ties. Indeed, we merely wish to further discuss the connection between your Lu Yu and our Xinxin." Xiu Zihui quickly interjected with an apologetic smile. Regardless of their past, the two of them were no longer linked, and there would be no future ties. Ding Shuhui declared with resolute finality. Lu Xinxin's body trembled, her face paling dramatically as if her very spirit had been siphoned away. She gazed at Lu Yu in disbelief. Yet he chose to ignore her. Chapter 74. There is nothing to discuss. Let's not squander each other's time. Lu Yu's dismissal struck Lu Xinxin with an overwhelming force. However, the chilling attitude of Lu Yu's parents inflicted an even greater blow. Lu Xinxin's countenance fell completely. She sensed the underlying reason for this shift. Instantly, she cast a pleading, anxious glance toward Lu Yu, but he remained impassive, taking a cursory look before averting his gaze, a hint of ridicule flickering in his eyes. The spectacle yet to unfold was beyond her comprehension. To Lu Xinxin, it felt as though she were gazing upon a stranger with whom she shared no connection. A stranger. Her face became as pale as paper, and she felt as though she had been struck down, struggling to breathe, her heart heavy with despair. Indeed, at this moment, Lu Yu was merely an individual, with no ties to her, nor would there be in the future. Lu Shuai coldly remarked, "Since the separation has occurred, The best resolution is to refrain from disturbing one another, preserving whatever scant dignity remains. This statement was no longer a mere suggestion. It was a blatant declaration. Lu Jinxiu and Xiao Zihui's faces drained of color, their words faltering as they struggled to articulate a response. Lu Xinxin, deeply wounded, shrank back into despondency, as if plunged into an icy abyss. This remark was undeniably severe. Indeed, Lu Yu silently commended his parents in his heart. I believe there may be some misunderstandings between the two. Xiao Zihui forced a smile. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Ding Shui. What misunderstandings? Then, turning to Lu Yu, she inquired, do you and her have any misunderstandings? There are no misunderstandings. Lu Yu shook his head, his expression calm. Lu Xinxin's complexion turned ghostly, her body shuddering violently, her eyes betraying a glimmer of despair. Xiao Zui bit her lip, casting a reproachful glance at Lu Xinxin before forcing a smile. Perhaps my Xinxin believes that some misunderstandings have yet to be resolved. Should we not allow them to speak privately? No, there is nothing to discuss. Ding Shui categorically refused. Lu Xinxin's body swayed, on the verge of fainting, engulfed in despair. Xiao Zihui's face was strained, but for the sake of her daughter's happiness, she persisted. Let them converse. Perhaps there truly is something to clarify. After all, they have spent so many years together, investing their youth in one another. We cannot allow a mere misunderstanding to erase years of shared experiences. Isn't that right? She concluded, her gaze filled with anticipation towards Ding Shui. Ding Shui was not utterly devoid of compassion. Witnessing Lu Xinxin take a step forward, eyes pleading, she appeared pitifully endearing. With a sigh, just as she contemplated acquiescing, Lu Shuhai interjected, what has transpired in the past is past. One must remember to look forward and not remain stagnant, let alone retrace old paths. After all, even rabbits do not consume food from their own burrows, much less humans. The moment those words were uttered, silence enveloped Ding Shuhui and Xiao Zihui. Lu Jinxiu sighed resignedly before managing a bitter smile. Let them have a conversation. They are adults, and, as parents, we cannot interfere too much in our children's lives. Lu Shuhai was about to retort, but Lu Jinxiu interjected, even if there is no misunderstanding between them, if they wish to pursue their own beautiful lives, let them achieve complete reconciliation. This will serve as a perfect conclusion to their years of companionship. Lu Shuhai fell silent. Ding Shui also refrained from speaking, directing her gaze towards Lu Yu. Lu Xinxin, filled with anticipation, fixed her eyes on Lu Yu, her pleading expression almost tangible. Anyone who witnessed this could not help but feel their hearts soften. Yet, alas, the person in question was Lu Yu. He offered a faint smile, nonchalantly adjusting his collar, and stated, there is nothing to discuss. Let's not squander each other's time. With those words, Lu Xinxin's heart sank completely, her complexion as pale as a blank sheet of paper. She could not comprehend why Lu Yu was so unyielding, so callous. Did he truly disregard the affection they had shared over the years? Was he so resolute in his decision? Did he truly harbor no feelings for her any longer? Although Lu Xinxin struggled to believe it, the indifference etched on Lu Yu's face compelled her to accept the painful reality. She felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow, helplessness, and despair, yet was forced to acquiesce. At that moment, she found herself genuinely regretting her actions and began to recall how she had provoked Lu Yu in the first place. Simultaneously, she lamented her past decisions, such as moving in with her male best friend at the slightest disagreement or intentionally donning matching outfits with him, entirely disregarding Lu Yu's dignity and feelings as her boyfriend. Xiao Yu, is there some misunderstanding between you and Xinxin? Why don't we vacate this room for you two? You can have a proper conversation here, can't you? Xiao Zui implored Lu Yu with an almost desperate gaze. Lu Jinxiu added with a smile, Xiao Yu, why not talk things over with Xinxin? She's had a rough time lately. Whatever the outcome of your conversation, it is your own affair, and we, as her parents, will not interfere any further. Yet Lu Yu resolutely shook his head, declaring, there is nothing to discuss. It is meaningless. With that, Lu Xinxin nearly collapsed, barely managing to steady herself against the table. In her distress, she accidentally shattered a cup, crimson blood oozing from her palm and staining the tabletop. Xinxin, Lu Jinxiu and Xiao Zihui blanched in horror and hurried to her side. Is there truly no hope for us? Lu Xinxin disregarded everything else, gazing up at Lu Yu with tear-filled eyes. There is no hope, Lu Yu replied bluntly, his gaze laced with scorn. Why? Lu Xinxin's voice quivered, her face etched with bitterness as tears streamed down her cheeks. Why? Are you not aware? Lu Yu scoffed, mocking her. When you chose to stay at your male friend's house, you should have anticipated this day would come. So, There is no need for your feigned sorrow and attempts at reconciliation now. Lu Jinxiu, witnessing his daughter's tear-streaked face, felt a surge of anger. As her teachers and parents, it is your responsibility to properly educate her. You share in this. Lu Yu turned his gaze to Lu Jinxiu and Xiu Zuhui, a hint of derision dancing in his eyes. Did you not know? Xiu Zuhui's expression darkened. Did you know she was living at her male friend's house for an extended period? Lu Yu countered. In an instant, Lu Jinxiu and Xiu Zuhui's faces paled. They were indeed aware of this situation, yet Lu Xinxin had only mentioned that she was staying with her friend, evading the truth regarding the friend's gender. Reflecting on it now, they recognized the troubling implications. With a resigned sigh, they both breathed out in unison. This is all her doing, Lu Yu remarked coldly, a cynical smile gracing his lips. Since you were aware of her actions and allowed them to continue, you are truly exemplary parents. We did not. Xiu Zuhui retorted with a pale face. We were unaware. Lu Jinxiu began, only to fall silent. Your rebuttal is remarkably feeble, Lu Yu laughed mockingly. Lu Yu, you shall not speak of my parents in such a manner, Lu Xinxin implored, her face drained of color. Are we not permitted to speak the truth? Lu Yu retorted with a sardonic grin. Lu Jinxiu and Xiu Zuhui's faces flushed with anger, their indignation rendering them speechless. Lu Xinxin, however, looked even more ashen, devoid of any color. Her eyes, filled with tears, reflected helplessness, pleading, and despair. Yet, Lu Yu showed no sign of compassion. After all, Lu Xinxin had shown him none when it mattered. Why should he extend any kindness to her or her parents? It was utterly illogical. By the way, let me share another detail. Lu Yu scratched his head, feigning a casual recollection. Did you know your daughter once wore matching outfits with her male friend and even posted selfies on social media? Are you aware of that? Upon hearing this, Lu Jinxiu and Xiu Zuhui gasped, their faces draining of color as they turned to Lu Xinxin with eyes ablaze with fury. Lu Xinxin bit her lip, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. She cast a helpless glance at Lu Yu, as if to ask, why are you treating me this way? Lu Yu's expression remained calm as he smirked coldly. He had refrained from mentioning Lu Xinxin's actions to his parents when he initially discussed their breakup, solely to humiliate her in front of her family. While Lu Xinxin suffered alone, Lu Yu found satisfaction in witnessing her family's distress. Furthermore, the aftermath of this revelation would undoubtedly lead to Lu Xinxin's parents casting scornful glances her way, intensifying her suffering, a pain that might linger for a lifetime. It was certain that Lu Xinxin's parents would never forget this incident either. For traditional parents like them, the shock of Lu Xinxin's behavior as their daughter, a teacher's child, was unfathomable and infuriating. The events of that evening would likely haunt their family forever. Lu Yu took pleasure in the unfolding drama. At that moment, Lu Jinxiu and Xiu Zhe gazed at Lu Xinxin, their eyes filled with disbelief and rage, tinged with an almost predatory intensity. I did not wear matching outfits, that was. Lu Xinxin stammered. What else could it be, if not matching outfits? Surely you wouldn't dare refer to them by some euphemism, would you? Perhaps best friend attire? Ha ha. How amusing. Lu Yu laughed heartily, his tone dripping with scorn. The more he ridiculed her, the deeper Lu Xinxin's despair grew, and a hint of fear began to surface. Fear for her future. If her life were to continue without Lu Yu, what meaning would it hold? As this realization struck her, she felt as if she were plunging into an icy abyss, her hopes for the future extinguished. Thus, she was gripped by terror, dread, and profound regret. But was there any use in regretting now? No matter how earnestly she pleaded with Lu Yu to remain by her side, even if she were to kneel before him, he would not spare her a single glance. She understood this all too well. The likelihood of her relationship with Lu Yu being irrevocably over was all but certain. Yet every time she reflects on the dissipated affection between herself and Lu Yu over the years, the thought of another girl eventually standing by his side overwhelms her with a profound sense of heartbreak. Is there a chance for redemption? She wonders fervently. Yet deep down, she knows it is futile. Lu Jinxiu and Xiu Zhe withdrew their glaring, bewildered gazes from Lu Xinxin, redirecting their attention towards Lu Yu, their eyes clouded with sorrow. Lu Yu's resolute demeanor suggested that he had been irreparably wounded by their daughter. Could they still endeavor to bring the two together? Empathizing with Lu Yu's plight, they pondered whether, had they been his parents and learned of this situation, they would persist in attempting to unite their son with Lu Xinxin. Absolutely not. To them, it appeared to be a treacherous abyss, one that must not be traversed. With this realization, their expressions dimmed. It was evident that their daughter and Lu Yu had no destiny to continue together. They cast another long, contemplative glance at Lu Xinxin. Despite her pallid complexion, haggard demeanor, and eyes brimming with infatuation for Lu Yu, radiating an aura of despair. They felt no pity or sympathy for her. It was all her doing. She had thoroughly shattered Lu Yu's heart and could not blame others for it. The love Lu Yu once bore for her was palpable and profound, evoking envy from any girl who beheld the devotion of a boy so enamored with her. Even those who witnessed it believed Lu Xinxin was incredibly fortunate to be acquainted with someone like Lu Yu. Yet, to their astonishment, she failed to cherish it. She continued to associate with her so-called male best friend, often retreating to his home whenever she quarreled with Lu Yu, completely disregarding his feelings. At times, her actions were even more egregious. She donned matching outfits with her male friend and flaunted their photos on social media. Such behavior was not only reprehensible, but also foolish. What was she thinking? As traditional educators, they found it utterly incomprehensible and profoundly infuriating. Was it permissible to bully someone to such an extent? Had they truly been made fools of by Lu Yu's family? Did they genuinely believe Lu Yu was utterly devoted to her? Coming from a family steeped in literature, with both parents being educators, how could they have raised such a self-centered daughter? The words they wished to express remained unspoken. But they understood that Lu Xinxin had crossed the line. She was entirely oblivious to the consequences of her actions and had irrevocably broken Lu Yu's heart. What baffled them most was that despite their commitment to a traditional educational upbringing, Lu Xinxin persisted in her obstinate ways, even engaging in behaviors that left them both bewildered and enraged. Truly, she had invited the wrath of heaven upon herself. One could only conclude that Lu Xinxin's fate was of her own making. She deserved to lose that boy who had once gazed at her with such adoration. She deserved to weep inconsolably, unable to mend the heart of her beloved. All of this was simply her just deserts. With this thought, even as her parents, they found their daughter increasingly unappealing, their hearts weighed down by frustration. Observing Lu Jianxiu and Xiu Cai exerting pressure through their gazes upon Lu Xinxin, Lu Yu could not help but stifle a cold chuckle, feeling a sense of inexplicable relief. Meanwhile, Lu Xinxin, in a daze, fixated on Lu Yu without budging, oblivious to the blood seeping from her palm. "Let us go, Mom, Dad." With the moment nearing its conclusion, Lu Yu turned to leave. Chapter 76. "Your regrets are of no concern to me, Mom, Dad. Let us leave," Lu Yu remarked, sensing the performance had reached its denouement, his interest waning. Ready to depart. "Alas," sighed Lu Xiuhai and Ding Shui, casting a sympathetic glance at Lu Xinxin before departing without uttering a word. Yet, the moment they turned away, Lu Xinxin rushed towards Lu Yu like a tempest, her hair disheveled, seizing his arm in a desperate bid to prevent his departure. "Lu Yu, we still have a chance, don't we?" Her tear-stained eyes glistened, her pallid face resembling a weeping pear blossom. Gazing at Lu Xinxin's pitiable state, Lu Yu's heart remained as unyielding as stone. Emotionless, he removed her hand from his arm, his face contorted with disgust as he impatiently declared, "Do not touch me. The bond we shared over the years cannot simply evaporate. Can it?" Lu Xinxin's voice quivered with tears as she spoke. "We have no relationship now, nor will we ever." Stepping back, Lu Yu distanced himself from Lu Xinxin, his tone as frigid as ice. "Please don't do this. I beg you." Lu Xinxin attempted to advance, only to be met with Lu Yu's stern gaze that silenced her. Why? Lu Xinxin gazed at Lu Yu, whose repulsion of her felt like a venomous snake, her heart constricting in pain, her lips moving unconsciously as her eyes remained locked on him. "Huh!" Lu Yu scoffed derisively. "Do you regret it now?" "I do regret it deeply," Lu Xinxin cried out, her voice filled with a glimmer of hope at his words. Yet internally, she sensed the futility. Regrettably, there exists no antidote for remorse. Lu Yu coolly mocked. "Had I known this would occur, why bother in the first place, huh? Please don't treat me this way. I truly made a mistake. I genuinely regret it. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Lu Xinxin resumed her tearful pleas. "Your regrets are of no concern to me," Lu Yu replied, arms crossed, unaffected by her tears. "You must trust me. I have no relationship with Shuai. He has not laid a finger on me, and my heart belongs solely to you." Lu Xinxin appeared to disregard his words, lost in her own world, her eyes swollen from crying. "What you have with him is irrelevant to me. I do not wish to hear it." Lu Yu maintained his calm and indifferent demeanor, his voice unwavering. "I assure you, I will sever ties with Shuai and will only be with you. I will obey your every command." Lu Xinxin stepped closer, her red, swollen eyes locked onto Lu Yu's impassive face, despair swelling within her heart. "Enough of your empty words. I do not wish to hear it." Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively, interrupting her. "I found a new place to live and have moved out from his home. I will not contact him again. If only you would forgive me." Lu Xinxin, seemingly deaf to Lu Yu's words, adopted an utterly submissive stance, pleading for his forgiveness. Her utter humility would undoubtedly tug at her parents' hearts, and even Lu Yu's parents felt a pang of discomfort witnessing her. In the midst of it all, the only one unaffected by the turmoil was Lu Yu himself, who even wore a hint of satisfaction on his lips. She deserved this. At that moment, those two words echoed in his mind. Had another been in his position, they might have deemed him cold and heartless. A delicate beauty weeping before him, nearly begging for mercy, yet he remained unmoved, offering no solace. This was because none understood the trials he had endured because of her. The torment stemming from the previous life, particularly its roots, can largely be attributed to Lu Xinxin. It is imperative to note that the ever-optimistic Lu Yu, upon encountering Lu Xinxin, found himself ensnared in an unending cycle of self-deterioration as boundless negative emotions began to proliferate within him. It can be asserted that the negative sentiments and self-inflicted exhaustion he endured during the years spent with Lu Xinxin far surpassed what he had experienced over several lifetimes. Thus, in this newfound existence, he has utterly relinquished any hope regarding Lu Xinxin, descending into despair, even harboring hatred. He yearns for retribution. This constitutes a significant objective in his rebirth. The more Lu Xinxin suffers, the more joy he derives from it. As Lu Xinxin spoke, her body trembled. Seemingly on the verge of collapsing, Lu Jinxiu and Xiu Zuihui rushed to support her. Xinxin, are you all right? Lu Xinxin appeared oblivious. Her gaze fixated on Lu Yu as she incessantly pleaded. Lu Yu, will you forgive me? Truly forgive me? I promise to heed your words from now on and sever all ties with Zhuai. I can delete and block him right this moment. With that, she produced her phone and began to execute the deletion. Lu Yu, feeling overwhelmed, exhibited visible impatience. His disdain for Lu Xinxin had reached an extreme, and he had no desire to listen to her. You two should take care of your daughter and prevent her from disturbing my life again. I do not wish to see her anymore. With that, Lu Yu cast aside his words and left the private room, his expression devoid of emotion. Lu Yu, don't go. Please, I truly understand my mistakes. I'm genuinely sorry. Will you forgive me? Can we reconcile? I implore you, Lu Yu. Behind him, Lu Xinxin struggled, weeping and wailing, her tears and snot flowing freely. Witnessing this, her parents felt their hearts shatter. Lu Xuehai and Ding Shui, witnessing the scene, could only shake their heads in resignation before following Lu Yu out of the room. Lu Jinxiu and Xiu Zuihui stood frozen in place, their eyes reflecting an indescribable dullness. They had lost face due to their daughter's actions, yet it was not their reputation that concerned them most. What mattered to them was their daughter. Regardless of her misdeeds or the helplessness they felt, she remained their child, and they could never abandon her. Xinxin, it's time to let it go, they murmured. Just then, they glanced down to see their daughter's face turn pale as she fainted. Xinxin, what's wrong? Don't scare us. Both parents were instantly gripped by fear, their faces draining of color. The events of the evening had culminated in Lu Xinxin finally collapsing from the pressure. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance. They shouted, with Xiu Zuihui cradling Lu Xinxin on the verge of tears. Hearing the commotion, a waiter hurried in. Upon witnessing the distressing scene, his expression shifted, and he promptly called for an ambulance. Meanwhile, Lu Xinxin, though unconscious, murmured incoherently, Lu Yu, don't leave me. I was truly wrong. Chapter 77. A Chance Encounter with Lu Cha. Lu Yu remained oblivious to the turmoil that ensued in the private room after his departure. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. What was Lu Xinxin to him? Unworthy of his pause, he strolled ahead with a steady pace, while Lu Xuehai and Ding Shui followed closely but at a respectful distance. Their gazes were fixed upon Lu Yu's retreating figure, exchanging glances that conveyed mutual concern. Do you think our Xiao Yu might be? Ding Shui could no longer contain herself and whispered to Lu Xuehai. He is fine. Do not jump to conclusions. Lu Xuehai admonished her with a glare. Didn't you also disapprove of Xiao Yu reconciling with Lu Xinxin? He has completely lost any feelings for her. Isn't that a good thing? Though he said this, Lu Xuehai acknowledged that Xiao Yu's behavior had indeed exceeded his expectations. Ding Shui sighed, particularly troubled by the stark contrast in Lu Yu's demeanor. The cold, mocking expression he exhibited was unfamiliar to her. Yet, the strangeness was fleeting, merely a moment of surprise. As he was, after all, a piece of her heart, one she had raised for over 20 years. Indeed, Lu Xuehai nodded. I have never seen him so indifferent. It's as if he has transformed into an entirely different person. After a moment, he added, but this also indicates that Xiao Yu has truly given up on Lu Xinxin, as she has undoubtedly shattered his heart. Otherwise, he would not be so heartless. That is certain. Xiao Yu has shared many years with her. Their feelings were not fabricated. Ding Shui shot Lu Xuehai a pointed look and continued in a hushed tone. Mom, Dad, What are you two whispering about back there? Lu Yu suddenly halted and turned to face them, tilting his head with curiosity. Ah, nothing at all. Ding Shui quickly replied, pulling Lu Shuai forward to catch up with Lu Yu. The three walked side by side. Ding Shui glanced at Lu Yu several times, parting her lips to speak, but ultimately holding her tongue. Mom, if you have something to say, just say it, Lu Yu encouraged with a smile. Ding Shui hesitated momentarily before finally speaking slowly. Xiaoyi. Lu Shuai tugged at Ding Shui's arm, giving her a look that implored her to refrain from speaking further. Ding Shui furrowed her brow, sighed inwardly, and relented. It's nothing. Lu Yu's lips curled into a smile, his tone lighthearted. Dad, Mom, I know you must have things you wish to express, but find it difficult to articulate. Just remember that I am your son, and after all these years of nurturing me, you know my character better than anyone. As he spoke, Lu Yu stepped between them, wrapping his arms around their shoulders, grinning broadly. Indeed, you will always be our son. Ding Shui's eyes sparkled, her smile returning at Lu Yu's words, dispelling her worries. Lu Shuai, who had worn a stern expression all evening, softened, his genial demeanor returning as he chided Ding Shui. I told you, don't overthink it. Xiao Yu is grown now, with his own thoughts and opinions. You shouldn't meddle. What are you saying? Weren't you worried just moments ago? Now you're lecturing me, Ding Shui retorted, unwilling to lose face before her husband. Lu Yu seized the opportunity to jest. In this family, it's still Mom's word that holds weight. Lu Shuai raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Have you forgotten who helped you when your mother was punishing you? Lu Yu paused, then donned a charming smile, gazing lovingly at his father. Dad, you are the best to me. Don't make me gag. Lu Shuai feigned disgust. And what about your mother? Has she not treated you well? Who cooked for you and cleaned up after you? Ding Shui interjected, a hint of jealousy in her tone. A sense of foreboding suddenly surged within Lu Yu. Well, I still bought my son books, toys, and treats, Lu Shuai countered swiftly. That was ages ago. You're bringing up childhood incidents now. How shameless. Lu Yu quipped. Ding Shui rolled her eyes. So what? My son, whom I've pampered since childhood. What's wrong with that? Lu Shuai scoffed. Little Yu has grown up. What have you done for him? Besides fighting him for food, what else have you accomplished? I feel embarrassed even to point it out. Ding Shui exposed his flaws. How could I be stealing his food? You'd better have evidence for that. Lu Shuai nearly jumped in frustration. Evidence? I have plenty of that. Ding Shui retorted dismissively. You do that every day. What do you mean by every day? Lu Shuai huffed. Stop spreading rumors. Lu Yu observed his parents bickering, feeling a sense of helplessness yet also happiness. This familial atmosphere was what he cherished the most. Uncle Lu, Aunt Ding. Suddenly, a melodious voice of surprise echoed from a distance. Lu Yu instinctively recognized the voice as familiar. Upon further reflection, it became even more recognizable, conjuring an exquisite face in his mind. He then looked up. The delicate visage he had envisioned aligned perfectly with the graceful girl before him. Lu Jia, what are you doing here? He exclaimed in astonishment. Jia Jia. Unlike his stunned reaction, Lu Shuai and Ding Shui were overjoyed, especially Ding Shui, whose eyes sparkled as she hurried forward to embrace the approaching Lu Cha. Their closeness resembled that of a mother and daughter. Aunt Ding, Lu Jia, like a little bird returning to its nest, nestled into Ding Shuhui's arms, her beautiful face radiant with joy. She then rested her head on Ding Shuhui's shoulder, gently patting her back, her voice sweet and soft. Uncle Lu. Her enchanting smile seemed to possess an infectious quality, bringing immense joy to Lu Shuai as well. Observing Lu Cha in her JK uniform, Lu Yu scratched his head in confusion. What a coincidence to run into her again. Hello, Lu Yu. Lu Cha greeted him with a smile, her expression suffused with an irresistible tenderness. Hello, Lu Yu ziplit weekly, stuting Lu Cha. Noticing a hint of alluring charm in her eyes. What brings you here? Ding Shui asked, her surprise evident after embracing Lu Cha. I just finished hanging out with some old friends and was about to head home, Lu Cha said, two adorable dimples appearing on her cheeks as she smiled. In front of the Grand Hotel, Lu Yu's family serendipitously encountered Lu Cha. Oh, have you eaten yet? Ding Shui inquired with concern upon hearing Lu Cha's response. No, not yet, Lu Cha replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she lowered her head, a bashful smile gracing her lips. We haven't eaten either. Let us have a meal together, Ding Shui said with a beaming smile, holding onto Lu Cha's hand tightly. Lu Cha had grown up alongside her, almost like a daughter to her. She had long wished to invite her over for dinner, and her joy upon seeing her was indescribable. No, it's fine. I just spoke with my mother, and dinner is ready at home, Lu Cha said, shyly refusing with a smile, though it was evident to all that she genuinely wished to dine with Lu Yu and his family. Oh, come on, Lu Yu thought to himself, observing her feigned coyness. Shaking his head helplessly. After her trip abroad, had she truly transformed into such a flirt? Was there some enchantment abroad that could turn a gentle, caring childhood friend into a tease? Since we've even met, let us have a meal together, Lu Shuahai interjected. Lu Cha hesitated, glancing at Lu Yu, clearly seeking his approval. Lu Yu's eyelid twitched imperceptibly. Lu Shuahai and Ding Shuhui both looked at him, their expressions suggesting an unspoken urgency, particularly Ding Shuhui, whose fierce gaze seemed to convey, "You little rascal, invite her to join us for dinner, or I one tea let you off the hook." After a brief pause, Lu Yu smiled and said, "Dad, Mom, don't insist. Uncle Lu and Aunt Song are waiting for her at home. It wouldn't be courteous to keep them waiting. We can invite her for dinner another day." Lu Shuahai's expression froze, while Ding Shuhui's face darkened, her eyes widening in disbelief, as if to say, "What are you talking about? Is that how you speak? Are you asking for a beating?" Lu Cha's face paled slightly, quickly shifting to a pitiful demeanor. She nodded, murmuring, "All right then, I'll head home. Uncle Lu, Aunt Ding, I'll visit again another time." Just as Lu Shuahai and Ding Shuhui opened their mouths to persuade her to stay, Lu Cha took a step back, freeing herself from Ding Shuhui's grasp, casting a reluctant glance at Lu Yu. "Then, Lu Yu, I'll take my leave. I'll find you to hang out another time. Uncle Lu, Aunt Ding, I'm off to have dinner, bye. You should go home tonight. Stay and eat with us." Ding Shui took a step forward, unceremoniously linking her arm with Lu Cha's. "Yes, I'll call your dad and let him know you want to be home for dinner, so they want to wait for you," Lu Shuahai declared resolutely, pulling out his phone, ready to call Lu Jiaoyang. "Wait, don't call Uncle Lu." Lu Cha hurriedly stopped him, her expression anxious. If Lu Shuahai made that call, it would expose her intentions. So, she had to play her part tonight. "What's wrong? Don't you want to eat with us?" Ding Shui feigned anger, her brows furrowing. "You used to eat at our house every day as a child. Now that you're grown, you're treating Uncle Lu and me like strangers? Or are you looking down on us now that you've returned from studying abroad?" No. Lu Cha quickly denied, affectionately wrapping her arms around Ding Shui's shoulders, smiling sweetly as she said, "Aunt Ding, what are you talking about? In my heart, you and Uncle Lu are like my other set of parents. I cherish you both. How could I treat you like strangers? As for looking down on you, that's far from the truth. I'd love to sleep over at your place like before. From now on, you can come stay at our house anytime. We have an extra room just waiting for you." Ding Shui replied joyfully, "All right, it's settled then. I'll move in a few days. I miss those carefree days of my childhood." Lu Cha chirped with delight, almost overwhelmed with happiness. Little did she know, another goal had quietly been achieved. "This is wonderful. Lu Cha, you're so clever. You seized this opportunity perfectly." Though her heart danced with joy, her face still bore a bashful expression as she softly said, "Aunt Ding, I'll head home now." "What do you mean, head home?" Ding Shui feigned anger, frowning. "Come on, let us go eat," she insisted, attempting to pull her away. Yet Lu Cha hesitated, casting a cautious glance at Lu Yu before timidly saying, "No, Aunt Ding. I just heard Lu Yu mention that you all have other plans tonight, right? Perhaps you all should attend to your matters first. We can dine together another day." Her voice was sweetly delicate, soft and tender, effortlessly igniting the protective instincts of those around her. Yet, to Lu Yu's ears, it was undoubtedly the epitome of a scheming femme fatale. How utterly transparent. She was pursuing a degree in tea studies abroad, thus becoming a master of the tea arts? Lu Yu's mind was a tumult of emotions. However, he quickly snapped back to reality, for he felt the piercing gazes of Ding Shui and Lu Shuahai directed at him, their eyes glinting with an unsettling intensity. "No, we have no plans this evening. I was merely jesting. You should join us for dinner, just let your parents know, and they will undoubtedly agree." Lu Yu hastily revised, even thumping his chest in a rather boastful manner, boldly declaring, "If your parents refuse, I shall call them myself, and they will acquiesce." The murderous intent that had lingered in the shadows dissipated in an instant. Ding Shui and Lu Shuahai regarded Lu Yu with a look that seemed to say he was indeed a clever lad. Lu Yu discreetly wiped away the cold sweat that had formed on his brow. Observing Lu Yu's earnestness, the scheming young woman suppressed a smirk. Yet, she feigned a look of grievance, saying, "My parents are easy to persuade, but I fear my sister. I dare not broach the subject with her. Would you be willing to speak with her on my behalf? I will only handle your parents. As for your sister, that's beyond my purview," Lu Yu replied, shaking his head vigorously. Liu Cha's lips finally curled into a smile, her bright eyes transforming into shimmering crescents. "You dared to bully me, and now I shall playfully retaliate. I will talk to your parents and sister, so you needn't leave tonight," Ding Shui interjected. "Please, no need for that. Aunt Ding, it's quite all right. I can simply send them a message, and once they know I'm dining with you, they will undoubtedly be at ease and agree at once, Liu Cha hurriedly replied. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu, though somewhat bemused by Liu Cha's demeanor, quickly surmised that his parents would be immensely pleased by her words.